Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NRG series, where we are going to bring you another amazing weekend of Magic the Gathering. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined once again by the coach himself, Mr. Mason Clark. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm excited to see some modern action today. A lot of fun and that are going to be played over the weekend, but we're starting it off here today with some sick games.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see, we've got a couple of new sets since we last, played a little bit of modern here. So we'll see how that's had a little shake up on the format. But let's have a rundown what we got going on. We've got the 10K Modern Showdown today. 148 players in the room battling it out across 7 Swiss rounds of Magic. And then later on today, we're going to have that cut to top 8. We're going to find out who's taking it down, who's getting that invite, and all the prizes. Let's nicely segue into what prizes they are playing for this weekend. I think we've got a little graphic that we can get up on the screen for you all. And then, Mason, you're going to talk us through it.
Yeah, so first place gets $2,400 and 30 points along with our invite to NRG champs. If you're new here, we do have a leaderboard, which we'll show you here as soon as we're done with all this, that sort of rewards consistent play. And our, person with the most points at the end of the year gets a special thing for the next year, basically free entry into all our events, along with a champs invite that didn't already have that. So second place, we get $1,200. 25 points and a regional championship invite. Third and fourth, I'm going to 820 points, same thing with the invite. And then as you see here, fifth and eighth, 415 points, paying down to top 32, but also paying down points all the way down to 128th, being the difference between 129th there. Lots of times, Will, our player of the year race has been decided by 1 or 2 points. So our players who consistently perform, but when they have a bad weekend, they stick it out and still put up, a good finish, sort of, a top 34-ish or whatever. That can be the end of the year make or break. And that's why this point system is so exciting. It really rewards consistent play and never giving up.
Well, we're getting towards the midpoint of the year. We've got a lot of points captured already by a lot of the players and a few qualified. Here's a list of them. If you've got favorites on there, let us know in the chat. We're going to skim over this and we'll talk a lot more about this and how the weekend's going to be changing this throughout. Because, of course, we've got not only the 10K today, but we've got the 5K standard tomorrow as well. So a lot of magic happening on this channel. Any people in here that you got your eye out for? I know you've been looking across the list and seeing who's in the room.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, regular names that you see on a lot of our events in there, right? Like Benjamin Ungar, someone who was in our Players Championship just the year ago, and now is trying to make a run back. Grayson Dimmitt's in a similar spot, and honestly having a dominant year. If their name was in orange, they were already qualified, and Grayson just ahead of the pack by about 20-ish points. That's a huge lead if you're trying to make that, player of the year slot, and he wants it, and, and he's battling it out for those points.
What format was it that he was able to win on?
He won in one of our last events playing Eldrazi in Modern. So, we're back in that sort of spot. I don't know what Grayson's playing today. I don't want to leak anything either. If he ends up in the future match, he ends up in the future match. But that, he won one of our last big Modern events there. Now, of note, and we didn't mention this before, Will, because it's been a bit of time for players, but not for coverage. Breach is gone. We've had one other sort of, third-party series like us have an event since then. There hasn't been a ton of paper Modern here in the States. And so this is one of the first big tournaments that has a post-breach metagame with a good amount of time, too, for players to kind of digest what's happened and figure out where they want to be.
Yeah, and I think if you look at a lot of the results, like the online results and even some of the paper results going on in some of the bigger tournaments, that we've kind of gone back to our ways to a deck that took 3 bans not so long ago, and it's still putting up really good results. And of course, I'm going to call it the boogeyman this weekend, Boros Energy. What do you think about that kind of sticking up to the top? A lot of MH3 cards in there, which I know obviously you were working on the set. So what do you think about this moving forward now in the meta?
Yeah, I mean, Boros Energy is sort of the de facto, I'm a really good, solid deck. If you're playing something that isn't super well tuned or, maybe you stumble a little bit, I'm really good against you. And I still have the tools to beat the other tuned decks, right? It's not like I just prey on the bad decks or the decks that are having a bad day. I'm sort of pretty solid across the board while being proactive. And players really appreciate that. And it's very consistently powerful. And the fail rate's so low. You're playing a lot of 1 and 2 mana creatures with lots of high impact that run away with a game. Yeah. And that's just a really appealing thing for players in Modern, because what we're really seeing in a lot of ways is there's this kind of triangle, right? There's energy, there's combo decks, and there's decks that are trying to kind of beat up on energy. And the combo decks beat up on that third category, right? And so we're going to see some of that here this weekend. One of the nice things about Modern recently, how you feel about standards, how you feel about standard. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. But Corey Steelcutter has been a card that's actually broke into Modern and helped bring back aggro decks. And this was a thing that I think has honestly been lacking since MH2. MH2 came out right before then. Prowess was actually considered one of the best decks along with Heliod.
Yep.
Didn't really get much from MH2. a bunch of really strong cards like Fury and Solitude into the format, along with everything else from MH2, obviously. And that kind of, pushed the burn and aggro decks aside. They came up every now and again because of 4-color, but then they've been gone. They haven't been a part of Modern. Now, Corey Steelcutter sort of came out and has revitalized this archetype that is very powerful in some of the spots, but also now kind of has this extra oomph. And seeing Corey Steelcutter sort of, break onto the Modern metagame has been very interesting because, mentioned in prowess, burn decks, that's cool. It's also opened up like Just Sincy combo decks.
That's what I actually want to touch on was that. I was like, with the Breach ban, I've got these Mox Opals now. What am I going to do with them? Well, there's a new deck in the format, the hot spice, shall we say, and Just Ascendancy's back. And that's close to my heart. I love that. I remember when it first got broken. I think it was Eduardo's team broke it back in the day, and I just ever since then I've always loved that card going forward. Now seeing it again in Modern, again, have no idea if anyone's brought it in the room, but it's a really cool direction to go. If you do have the cards from the Breach deck, it kind of goes along quite well, and of course, it's got the Steel Cutter in it that way you were just talking about.
Exactly, yeah. And the other deck that's really come back in a big way. So Prowess came back, but also Affinity. Now, this isn't the Arcbound Ravager Affinity that we saw a lot of in the pre-Modern Horizon eras, but it is sort of very typical to like the Legacy version of just a lot of draw 2 effects, Kappa Cannoneer, and then just sort of some, artifact cards that are pretty solid, backed up with Emery, Tameo, Mox Opal. And this has sort of been the other Mox Opal deck that a lot of players have really turned to. And it was doing very well at the the start of the pre-ban. But speaking of starting off very well, we are down in the feature match area for round number 1 as our players are ready to go. Finchen could not wait any longer.
No, we are off to the races. Let's not spoil it. We look like we have Rakdos Burn up against the Indomitable Creativity deck. So in Burn being on the play, huge play there. Obviously, 2014 called. They said, Burn, what we're going on? Why are we now seeing Burn being played in a Modern tournament in 2025?
Yeah, I mean, for starters, just like we talked about before, the card Corey Steelcutter has revitalized a lot of people's interest in these red decks. Modern's very easy to trigger Flurry. You just have a lot of cheap spells, if not free spells, things like Bobble. Looks like our players are actually waiting for us. They don't have to go ahead that we're live down there. We'll play. We'll start in a second. And the other idea is sort of just some people, with all the combo decks, just going fast and killing each other is what matters. Finchen, also somebody who, you've seen here in the NRG series a lot, likes to play a kind of off the wall strategies, is what I would normally say. Like I've seen a lot of Finchen Standard, likes to play sort of unique combo decks and things like that. Like we've seen that over time and time again. So it doesn't surprise me that it's a little unorthodox here in Modern with Rakdos Burn, but this deck has some real punch to it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It's kind of your classical burn package. Obviously, we've got things like Bolt Wave now, which is just another free damage to the Dome. There are bumped in the Knights. That's what's going to make it the Rakdos version. But 4 copies of Corey Steelcutter. We've spoke about that card. I'm sure we're going to see it a lot this weekend in numerous different decks. But shout out to the elder Syrian Blaze as well floating around. If there's going to be a lot of energy, that's going to be a great card.
Yeah, it really is something that's kind of nice about this deck is, and we've seen this in the past, right? Searing Blaze, if you're sort of on the play and your opponent spends their turn 1 or turn 2 developing some creature that doesn't get instant value, so something like Ocelot Pride or Guide of Souls in this situation, just clearing it, doming them for 3 and getting in a little bit more damage or something like your Monastery Swift Spear here is pretty huge. Now, an interesting thing to know about Finchen's deck is we only have 2 creatures in the deck. We have Dragon Rage Channeler and Monastery Swift Spear. Now, we do have Corey Steelcutter that's going to do some work, but this deck is on basically 4 1-mana deal 3 spells. Bolt Wave, Lava Spike, Bump of the Night, Lightning Bolt. And if you want to count Skewer the Critic Will, that's 5.
Yeah, no Goblin Guides in sight, unfortunately. So it shows of how how times have passed. But that was 5 damage coming across there from the Prowess trigger on that Swift Spear. Nice alternate art as well. Looks like they've had some artists change them for it. I really hope, because we can't really get to see the detail on it, that they all changed to Taylor Swift. That's what I'm hoping, that all 4 of them are altered to Taylor Swift.
It looks like the 2 Swift Spears are altered differently, so maybe it's different eras of Taylor. If you're a big
I'm down. Fan. I'm down for that.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting things. A lot of decks will have cut their burn hate because burn hasn't been a part of Modern, like we just talked about, basically for the last 3 or 4 years. Every now and again it pops up, but it doesn't really. As a Lava Spike into Skewer the Critics here is a massive point of damage. This is one of Michael's worst matchups, but it's not a deck that Michael's going to see against Creativity a lot, because there's not just a ton of burn players anymore. Cards like Flage and other things have really made life harder on these burn players. So Michael, with this Fetch Shock mana base, normally starts the game at like 12-ish if you're lucky for himself here, and is now getting beaten down.
finds themselves at 2. Of course, turn 4 is the big turn for creativity to go off, being able to get the Dwarven Mind token going, be able to try and get on the big Archons down and then gain some life and kind of control the board. But one card in hand here now for Yang. Didn't get a good look at what it is. I think it is a red card. It's either an alternate land or
it's a blood crypt.
It's a blood. Okay.
Yeah.
Not exactly what you want, but we do have a redraw next turn. So 2 draw steps to try and find one of our 3 damage spells. Looks at the top card. Don't like it. Go in the graveyard. Don't want any more triomes.
I was going to say, Michael does play Persist in the deck. So if we had hit an Archon into Persist, we could have maybe stabilized the game, because at that point, you gain 3 life. Your opponent's top decking, right? They need to have all burn spells in order to get out here. But Faithless Looting could still do that exact same play pattern. Michael's not out of it yet.
Nope, and I'm just going to scoop it up. That is going to be too much, too fast, too quick. Exactly what Yang wants to do. And all these burn decks want to do. They want to see their opponent with 7 cards left in the hand as they're scooping them up and going to a game 2. So nice and quick here on the board. Round 1 here at the NRG series. We do have sideboards. I don't know if we can get them up on the screen, but we can have a little look through them and potentially talk through what we're going to need to bring in here if you're over on Michael's side, because that was a real quick, and we need to slow them down a little bit. What do you like?
Yeah, we're trying to put on a show here, guys. Come on. But, this is one of those awkward things, right? Like, as we pull up these deck lists here on screen for you, there isn't anything in Michael's sideboard that is over the moon excited to have. Pyroclasm's in our sideboard. That's for NRG. That sometimes catches the creatures. We talked about Dragon Ray Channel as one of them. Monster Swift Spear is a 1/2 with prowess, so theoretically you could play around the Pyroclasm to some extent if you saw it coming. And then Corey Steelcutter, makes a creature 2/2 with prowess. Once again, any sort of thing sort of gets there. So that's going to be sort of, one of the things that we're going to talk about. But we look at, Finn Chin's sideboard. He knows that I'm playing Bird, right? Like, he comes in here prepared and has more cards for matchups like this. So, on that side of the table, there are things like Nihil Spellbomb that you could bring in if you're worried about the persist half of things. You could bring in, Magebane Lizard if you wanted to get a little bit more creatures with a little bit more poke across the board. There's a lot of things you could do, but I imagine your main game plan is really good here.
So I'm looking at the, I'm trying to remember at least the 2 turns that Michael had. Not sure if we showed any black mana there. So there's a couple of different ways to build these creativity decks, right? So I think that's why the Faithless Loot, not being able to show any more cards, keeping it up and scooping it up, then shows that we couldn't keep them guessing. We saw those red mana, we saw those blue mana. We can play around things that, now we know we've got the Fatal Pushes, we know that we've got Persists, etc. But Yang doesn't. So how are they going to be able to play around that? Are they going to play around that? Is this going to, tax their knowledge of modern? Or are they just going to be like, well, I'm playing the burn deck. I'm going to make you have it every time. If you don't, you are going to lose this game, and I'm going to be advancing 1-0.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be. So Michael did surveil away a Triome, but these decks used to play Leyline Binding too, which is something that Fan Chen might be thinking about, right? Like, okay, does Michael have this Triome because it's the black one for Persist, or maybe even for some other cards? Is this because of Leyline Binding? We see this deck needs to play a ton of mountains to enable Dwarven Mind, so it's not unrealistic to see, cards like Surveil Lands that are off colors to enable Leyline Binding, or Triomes to do the same. So Fin Chen probably has that in the back of the mind, and saw Faithless Looting, which you can probably assume your most likely bet here is going to be creativity. It's sort of that and Hollow One are the big decks that play Faithless Looting right now. So Fin Chen's probably thinking it's something in that line. And if it was Hollow One, it's a very unlucky Hollow One and a very weird start, right? So kind of has to know its creativity, and then we'll kind of think about, do I want to respect the Archon Persist stuff? Especially, when I'm on the draw, right? Like, it's harder to bring in some of those cards I talked about when you don't get that first turn 1 to play the Swift Spear, when your opponent's sort of locked into either having to have one of the few 1-mana spells or playing a Triome.
Can we just talk about Faithless Looting? Because as I say, we've had some bans, we've had some unbans. Faithless Looting, it's not seen as much play as I want it to play. You know what I mean? I love this card. This card was so good, so many good memories of it. And it's not really found too many shows running it at the minute.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card. One of the nice things about Faithless Looting, right, and this is a big thing that players talked about when it first got banned, is it smooths your draw well, right? You draw one too many lands, things go a little sideways. Faithless Looting solves that for you. Hit the late game, once again, you drew one too many lands. All right, flashback your looting, turn those lands into spells. Great. A lot of cards in the modern design sort of space have some sort of smoothing or self-correcting to them anyways, or we're playing a lot of decks in modern that end the game very quickly. Right, like we talked about before at the start of the metagame, we're sort of thinking of this weekend as combo versus NRG versus the decks trying to beat NRG and sort of other fair stuff. So Eldrazi could be something in that regard. A lot of those decks just don't give you time to Faithless Looting. So Faithless Looting, I think, a lot of the cards in sort of current design era are a lot stronger, and, they lead to running away with games, so you don't need Faithless Looting quite as much. But I think looting would still be really good if we saw a slower metagame. Imagine this creativity deck when everyone was trying to play 4-color, like we saw back in the MH2 times. That would have been a really powerful card in that deck and would have seen a ton of play.
Well, we're kicking off here. Game number 2. Michael on the play. 1 game down. Just going to start off with a triumph, and then on the other side, we're going to get a Swift Spear on the battlefield and turn that sideways, dropping Michael down to 19 as draws for the turn.
Finchen did pick up a Dragon Rage Channeler there for the turn. You saw there's a little bit of thought about, do I want to play this DRC now to get 2 points in next turn, or do I want to hold this to guarantee a Surveil in case something like a Renin 6? And that was a card that was very popular in creativity in the past. Now, Michael isn't playing that card this weekend, but this is a moment you talk about Finchen's knowledge test really comes through there. And another Swift Spear comes down.
Swift Spear. Then we're going to Bolt Wave to face. That's going to be double press, but it looks like we're going to have a response. It's going to be a Fatal Push. It's going to be a Fatal Push, taking out one of these Swift Spears. Then they're going to see the price trigger, and it looks like we're going to get in there. So 5 damage total done for the turn, dropping Michael down to 14.
Yeah.
Fetch down to 13. Here's the Surveil lands. You ready for it? It's all about the Surveil lands now.
It really is, as Thundering Falls, your favorite Sherlock Holmes reference coming up. But this is the interesting thing that I talked about before. If Michael's lucky, because this deck has so much fetching and so much shocking in the creativity, kind of lucky if you start off around 12-ish life, right? You're just going to do it a lot. So Fenchen, if it can get Michael's life low enough, you typically need to fetch to set up your Dwarven Mine and reducing. And there's Pyroclasm going to the graveyard, so Michael isn't worried about this Swift Spear.
No, it's interesting. That is obviously a nice clean answer. You'd probably do it now while the shields are down, so to speak, fully tapped out. But we're going to start off the turn with a Faithless Looting. Draw 2, discard 2. There's
a persistent hand, I think.
Is that an Archon as well?
If there's an Archon, all we need is an untapped land, and that will... I mean, it's not exactly game, but it's really close to game on the spot.
It's definitely advantage bar to Michael, but this is the difference of being on the play and draw. If this is what we do have, that's a
dismember, I think.
Yeah, that is a I should have asked you, shouldn't I? What member? Sorry, I'll try harder for the weekend. I apologize.
No, you're good. It's okay.
But why would we be bringing that one in? Obviously, it costs life to cast if we want to get it down early. But it looks like it's important, and we're just having that for extra removal because we do have black sources in the deck.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I mean, that would be my guess as to sort of what's happening. We have a main deck dismember, right? It wasn't really in the sideboard, and like I talked about, Michael doesn't have a lot of sideboard cards for this matchup, so it might be a thing where Michael's like, "Hey, I just." No, this deck doesn't play a ton of creatures. I do have things like Faithless Looting. I just need to not die. As it looks like, Michael been the Pyroclasm because we wanted the land and we had the looting as well to maybe set up some stuff.
Follow-up's going to be the Dragon Rage Channeler. I love that this card's seen a little bit more play now. There was a big time in Modern where we kind of moved away from it. Now it seems to have come back in a couple of different decks. I think we might be a little flooded over on Yang's side as well. I think 2 lands in hand.
Yeah, I think there's 2 now. One's a Surveil and one's a Sunbaked Canyon, right? One of the Horizon lands that will let you get a redraw. So there are worse lands to be stuck with, but you still don't want to be drawing one too many lands with your burn deck.
Fatal Push is going to go at the Swift Spear. Now, does it feel good or bad when you Surveil and you leave the card on top?
It really depends on your mentality. I'm going to say we wasted a card, but with Finchen's deck, they're all also the same card. It's really been a land or keep on top. That's kind of the Finchen dynamic this weekend.
All right, so there's a Lightning Bolt able to take out the Dragon Rage Channeler. So is this good or bad at the minute? We're able to keep the creature threat down to a minimum, as in 0, but eventually, if the game keeps going and Jan's able to just keep throwing these 3 damage spells to the face, Michael's not going to get to that 3rd land, not going to be able to get to the 4th land, not be able to get that creativity fired off.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue right now, because you remember Vention also has burn spells that can target the dwarf. We'll get that fixed real quick.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy one to fix. They're just going to end up shuffling the deck, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been any scrying. Very simple fix, We have judges nearby to help talk this. We'll, let these players go through it really quick. It won't be the end of the world. They know where all the cards are. But like you were saying, it's going to be really hard to 3rd land. Finchen also has Bolt in hand as the last card, which means if Michael fetches, and like we talked about, Michael plays a bajillion fetches, then we're going to go down to 6, which means any burn spell kills us. But also, we probably need to fetch get the Dwarven Mine. But also, if you go for the Dwarven Mine and, Fan Chen floods out and destroys a bunch of lands, we can bolt the Dwarf before creativity resolves. So, yeah, you will, get to hit him for 3, but you won't get Archon either. So, Michael is in a really precarious spot. Missing that land drop that turn was really bad for Michael.
Yeah, and in hand I understand why we kept the hand. Double lander with Faithless Looting. Yeah, it all makes sense. We've all been there. We would all probably do it. Just it's going to be a little bit awkward at the minute. We really need to start hitting lands and this turn. That's going to be Persist going to the graveyard. One more card, I think. And
Prismari Command.
Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a hot second. But we did find our land. It is going to be a Triumph. It's going to come into play tapped. End of turn, Jan's going to draw a card. It's another land. Okay, this is good for Michael at the minute. Draws a turn. That's a bump in the night.
All right, Bump of the Night has flashback too, so if we start flooding out like we talked about, that could be lethal. Fan Chen looking for lethal here.
Skullcrack. So that came in at the sideboard.
Yep.
No,
remember, Bolt is online, so there is like a Dwarven Mine naturally in hand into the creativity. Fan Chen should be safe.
Let's have a little. It's so awkward playing against Burn, isn't it? Especially when you're playing this deck, as you said, with all these different fetch lands, shock lands that we've got going on. End of turn, we're going to go Skullcrack. That's going to be a counter spell, one of the Magicon ones. Love to see it. That's a Bolt Wave off the top, and we're just going to fire it off straight away. Another bump in the night. That puts it down to 1, and then Lightning Bolt's the last card while the shields are down. That's the handshake, and we're going to see Yang taking this one down. Nice, quick game 1 there.
Yeah, that was a quick match to go finish off there. It really shows sort of like what has happened with Modern. We don't build our decks with Burn in mind. And Burn and Prowess coming back means that like you have to start considering them a little bit. And, obviously I don't think we're at the point yet where a deck like Creativity, you're not supposed to even consider or something like that. But it is sort of a new predator, right? You don't have, you lost sort of the line in the wilderness. You got a little comfortable. You got a little fat. It's back, it's hunting us down, and it really sort of makes you have to act quickly. And it's cool to see. I like that decks like Burn and Prowess are back in the metagame.
Yeah, like we didn't really see much going on there. It was just, there was no new cards. It was just free, a couple of creatures going down. But I'm being told we've got a backup feature match for all you beautiful people watching out there. So let's get down to that and have a look what we got going on. Looks like we have got our Player of the Year up on a blue-white control going up against Eldrazi, and a lot has happened on this board state. Try and break this down.
Pass it over. Okay, suddenly it's the expert's job. Now, we got a huge graveyard. That's what's going on over here. That's a ton of Scions in the middle of the board there. And Garrick here is resolving Narset. And if he has Days Undoing, and he does, that's going to undo everything. Harry's huge hand of spells is going to be gone. He's going to lose his graveyard. He's going to have 1 card left. Now, if there's one deck that can win off the top decks there, it is Eldrazi. A ton of mana in play here. Looks like we have about 7 mana for normal spells, and I believe about 9 mana for Eldrazi. So not enough to do anything there. But remember, we have all those Scions in play too. That means any colorless thing is going to be good.
There's an Emrakul underneath the Labyrinth.
Oh, there is an Emrakul under the Labyrinth. So we can put that in our hand and take another turn here. So this is one of the awkward things about the Days Undoing. Typically it's good enough, right? You Days Undoing, you're going to go the distance. But sometimes that isn't the case. And Garrick has a handful of spells, but no mana up to do something to fight over the Emrakul. It's going to have to be all free spells. And
one of those lands we've got is a Cavern of Souls as well. So this Emrakul will be able to resolve even if there was any counter magic there. So draw for the turn. Didn't get a look at what it was. It looks like we're already into Emrakul mode already. And I don't blame you. Yeah. I'd be doing it myself.
Yeah, a funny interaction there. Harry tried to end of turn add Emrakul to hand using Ugin's Labyrinth, but Days Undoing ends the turn, so we have to wait till our turn to do it. So we don't get to be perfectly mana efficient, but we get to play our Emrakul the Promise in, so we'll call it even.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll just take another turn. It's all good. What else would we going to have? It's like growths, a bit more land, and the modern mana ramp thing. If we're playing it, yeah, we got Utopia Spools.
All right, so Solitude answers the Emrakul. Garrick is at 2. So, just about anything that will stick on the battlefield, if it could, will close the door.
This is my favorite. Take my opponent's turn. Let's do this. How bad can this go?
You can Jace yourself here, Harry. You can also minus the Narset and not take anything. A lot of plays. You have a bunch of counter spells. You might be able to counter everything. Like you cast your Narset, then you counterspell, spell snare the counterspell the Narset, and then Garrick has no cards in hand.
So we're going to play the first Narset, not using the one that's on the board. Sure, that gets rid of that.
Okay.
Now we've got an active Jace the Mind Sculptor as well. Hold on, we got Burn and Jace the Mind Sculptor in our round 1 feature matches here. Let's go. Let's go. Boomers unite. Chat, let's get some hype going on.
We got... Oh, I see. We're Jace brainstorming. Okay, we have a fetch land, so we can shuffle away some of the good cards. So I was gonna say we probably actually just want to. Well, it's weird because once again, you do kind of want to cast something so you can start using the counter spells on Garrick's own things. So putting back all the spells there might not actually be exactly where you want to be, but it's really hard to play these Emrakul turns well, especially when your opponent has so many resources.
Using the fetch line as well means we get to look through the deck. This does look like it is game 1. Round number 1 as well.
Yeah, the real question is, how is Garrick winning the game? There's Jace, the Mind Sculptor Ultimate, but also one of the interesting things about Control over the last sort of, couple of months, Will, is that it's really become like an Isochron Scepter Orange Chant deck for the most part. That's what a lot of players are doing. And just sort of prison decks, actually. Lock your opponent out of playing.
So now we're going to look at the top 4, I believe, after the cut. That's a chance. A counter spell, a solitude, and a land. Don't want any of those. Weird. Shuffle them up, pin them the bottom.
Yeah, once again, I think you did want to take your Orange Chant just to cast all the spells, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I would have done the chant just to have something to counter the spell, counter the counter spell, to counter the counter spell, get the hand empty. Because now, we've got to play through them, but we do have this Cavern of Souls. Maybe that's why we decided, you can have all these extra cards. It's fine by me.
Yeah, I just think Kozilek's Command is one of the cards you have that can get you out of this. I mean, obviously, Harry's deck is full of huge Eldrazi. They're traditionally very good against these counter spells. I'm not, it's not like it's the end of the world. But I do think you have a couple cards you care about that kind of run into that Ancient Stirrings, Malevolent Rumble. And Garrick knows Cavern of Souls is in play. I would feel maybe a little different if Cavern of Souls was in our hand. We were hiding that information. As there we go. Wrath of the Skies can clean up all those Scions.
And then follow-up is going to be Teferi, everybody's favorite card to play against. Means you can't pass any in their turn. But Harry's, and that's what I think. Harry's like, nah, I'll skip it up. That's me game. I need to use the timer here. Yes, it's going to take Garrick a lot of time to win this match, but the odds of him winning it are extremely high. I'd rather shuffle up, go to game 2, potentially try and win game 2 and game 3. But we get to look at the sideboard. We're still trying to work out in the background to get it up on screen for you all at home. So we'll talk through it here because we've got it in front of us. Let's start over on the Eldrazi side, actually. There's no Khan package going on, so it looks like we've actually got a real sideboard. Looks like we've got Force of Vigors, Kozilek's Return, Soul Jailers, Stone Rains, Trinispheres, and Unholy Heat. This is a red-green version of Eldrazi. What do you like out of that, Mason?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple ways you can go about it. One thing that I've sort of noticed is like a lot of times it seems like the Eldrazi players, if they don't have like a great plan, when they're on the play, they just bring in some Stone Rains because they do have a lot of double lands, in Utopia Sprawl. And sometimes the game plan is just to Stone Rain your opponent out. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what I would do, but I don't actually hate the idea, especially on the play here. Trinisphere is also a card you can do to make some of this cheap interactive stuff really hard on your opponent so they, can't use their 1 and 2 mana, interaction, or free in the case of, Solitude. So I think we might see some of that stuff come in. Because we have these 3 Kozilek returns that don't really do anything. So that's really the one card in our deck that is a blink in this matchup in our main. So I want to just replace those, whichever one of those you think is better. If you like Trinisphere, you like Stone Rain, however you want to play it, that's what I would do. I kind of lean, I think, towards having Trinispheres, but I don't hate Stone Rain on the play, especially. If you go turn 1, like land, turn 2, double land into Stone Rain, in order to, blow up your opponent's first turn play. If you have something like a Sowing Myco spawn that can either ramp you up or potentially get kicked later to keep that mana denial going, that's going to be hard for Garrick. Garrick does need to sort of cast these big planeswalkers and do that kind of stuff to win. So depends on how you want to play it.
Let's go over to his side and I'll see what he's got in his sideboard. We've got Celestial Purge, Consigned to Memory, A Day's Undoing, Force of Negation, Subtlety, obviously Kahira, Surgical Extraction, Supreme Verdict, and a Teferi Time Raveler. Anything there that's definitely coming in.
I mean,
Wink,
for
nudge,
Consign
nudge.
the Memories, they're there to beat up on these Eldrazi, these Chalice of the Void decks. Obviously, no Chalice of the Void here today, but it was sort of one of the goals of a Consign. And, you know, that card really does a number on these Eldrazi decks. And that's one of the things the Eldrazi decks have to sort of live with is almost always your blue opponent's going to have 4 Consigns. If they don't have 4, they have some number probably 3, you know? So Consign of Memory, really, really strong. It's a clean counterspell for those Eldrazi, which normally you can't get due to the cast trigger. There's always a little something left behind, even if you lose the body. Like we saw the Emrakul the Promised End in game number 1 there. So I imagine we're going to see that card come in. I'd be shocked if we didn't, as I think everyone else would be. And, you know, that card is one of the reasons why something like Trinisphere is great, because to replicate it now, it becomes a 4-mana spell, right? You have to pay the first 3, and then you only 1 for replicate. That makes it so Trinisphere is actually kind of good in your counterspell fight. This is sort of the 1-mana spell I was alluding to before. We see we have another Daze Undoing. This is something for matchups where you're trying to actually do the Narset Daze thing. So we have a 1-1 split. I think this is a matchup where we saw in that game too, because your opponent either goes really long or kind of bursts you down, having Daze Undoing as a way to reset everything is super important. And it's also important just to redraw your kind of Consign to Memories and other interactive spell. I imagine we'll see that and maybe some subtleties in order to close the game out a little bit, fight over some stuff, and potentially even surgical if there's enough dead cards in Garrick's main deck. Really depends on how many cards he doesn't like in the matchup.
So let's go with Harry on Eldrazi. But in the past, we used to have Tron, and we'd see Tron decks mulligan down to as low as 2 to 3 cards to try and get that, the powerful turn-free Tron. With these Eldrazi decks, what's the opening cards we're looking for to really kind of explode that and get our game plan running?
You really want, I mean, ideally you want something that lets you accelerate ahead. So that's Ugin's Labyrinth plus a 7-mana colorless spell. So you have a double land, or something like Utopia Sprawl. Those are kind of the things you're looking for. Something that sort of puts you ahead. Talismans could do the same thing as well. This one's playing the green-red talisman. Those are all sort of things you're looking for. You can't go down to 2 or 3 like Tron can and be happy about it. You know, those decks are really just like, okay, if I get Tron, big thing, that might be enough. In general, that's just kind of not enough these days in Magic. But, this Eldrazi deck can easily mulligan to 5 and still do really well. Has, Ancient Stirrings and Malevolent Rumble. There we go. There's that double mana into the Talisman.
That's exactly right. But we're going to have a Force Negation on the other side. Of course, don't have to pay mana for this. That's going to get rid of a Supreme Verdict. We're going to draw for the turn. I think that was a subtlety that was drawn. I'm looking at the deck list. No Karns of any type. Why do you think that is? Is this just the way the meta is shifting, or is it is that time past? Is it not going to be good at the current?
Yeah, it's interesting. Karn is a really powerful planeswalker, especially in certain contexts. There aren't as much need for Karn's passive right now, despite Mox Opal getting unbanned, right? It's surprising, actually, how the Affinity deck does not fold to a Karn passive. And then it's really bad against things like NRG. You just don't have anything that you're super excited to search up out of your sideboard. It dies pretty quickly and is a little clunky. So players have been preferring to have things like Writhing Chrysalis in their deck that actually impacts the board and matters in those kind of matchups. So it might be surprising if you haven't catched up with Modern over the last 2 years. It's definitely like a metagame thing. We saw Underworld Breach running around. That card was very popular.
Ooh, okay, right here. While the shields are kind of down, we're going to try and go for Kozilek's Command. But unfortunately, that Consign to Memory is in hand, only costing 1 mana and being able to counter everything that Harry did for his end of turn. Now we're going to get the second Surveil. How many Surveil lands do you reckon is optimal to play in an aggro deck, a mid-range deck, and a control deck?
So a control deck, I kind of think you're free rolling 2 or whatever most of the time. Although, to be fair, control decks need to interact early, so you could make an argument maybe they should have less. Aggro decks, I think 2 is pretty free, and mid-range 2 is kind of where you're at. With this reason I say 2 is kind of free in an aggro deck is just because you want something in the mid-game to take over. I think it's totally reasonable just to play 1. As Gyro Reach Sanitarium, that's a strong utility land that could turn into a huge issue later.
Yeah, especially this is I would say the Daze Undoing Narset kind of lock control deck, so that land can really come into it, really lock Harry out of the game if we can get it going. But we need a lot more turns before that happens. But Harry's not really doing anything, just land go, land go, land go.
Yeah, we had a lot of mana, and we think we're really hoping in Kozilek's Command to kind of go the distance. Harry forced Garrick to have Consign or Bust there. Harry was going to get about 3 spawns probably and get to scry through, draw a card, and was kind of hoping that to go the distance. As we see, Harry picks up Stone Rain. Looks like Harry did decide to do that. One of the awkward parts that we didn't mention a ton of is your deck's kind of a 3-color deck. You're green, red, colorless, and you really need a lot of colorless to cast your spells. So this Stone Rain isn't even castable. And you'd love to Stone Rain something like this Sanitarium and sort of, have a counterspell be used on it if that's all Garrick has, or potentially free yourself up there. But
how long do you reckon till the back of Magic cards get that sixth color, the colors on the little like diamond?
Yeah, I think colorlesses are, the back of the Magic card's probably not changing anytime soon, but we do have the 6 really questions on the 7th in my mind,
Right, which Harry's trying his best. We went from 11 Rumble. That got countered with the snare straight away. Nice, quick, easy 1-mana answer. Does look like we got a Loam revealed in hand here for Garrick. We're going to just cycle that for an island. Make sure we hit our land drops. And we're going to shock it in as well. Never good news for Harry, especially with not any pressure on the board to start attacking that life total.
Yeah. And if you're Harry, you're really hoping that this is just counterspell plus, Sanitarium activation. We have a bunch of dead cards in hand. But I think Garrick's just holding up Solitude / a bunch of interaction and just knows the 2 life is so unlikely to matter compared to just having the mana.
We're going to put the Kahira to hand. Pass the turn back. 4 mana left open. Now, is this going to be a turn that Harry wants to kind of fire off that command that we've got in hand?
Yeah, one of the things you typically try to do against these counterspell decks is you do a thing into a thing that matters, right? That way your opponent has to have double answer and their mana is a bit more constricted. So this Sanctum of Ugin is going to actually trigger because we use 7 mana on the Kozilek's command. That's going to let us search our deck for a 7 mana colorless spell.
And the options are Devour of Destiny, Emrakul, Sire of 7 Deaths, World Breaker. And then
it is any color spell. You just have to play a 7 or greater. So we're actually getting Sowing Myco spawn.
Oh.
That is my bad there, but that's a great one for sort of just, making sure our opponent loses everything. Now, Garrick might have, a consign or something, but if it isn't consigned, you're going to get to blow up a land and search. And you don't really want to counterspell the 3/3. It's not the world's greatest card in the world.
Not really, but it's going to go on the stack, and we're just doing that. 1, 2, 3, 6 mana. So both parts kick it is going to be paid. So we get to search a land, we get to Stone Rain land, and we get the 3/3 body. But it looks like we're going to pay the 2 and just stop that and let them have the 3/3 body, which is acceptable. That's fine. It's not going to do too much right now, especially when we play a companion. There's not many playable companions left, is there?
Well, we banned 2 of them, so we've lost 20%.
What percentage would you say was actually playable?
A lot of percentage.
Diplomatic, I like it. Okay, yeah. We're going to attack this in. That's going to get blocked to the cure. Nice 1-for-1 there. Gax just really looking for one of his powerful planeswalkers to start trying to pull away with his head and take control of it. At the minute, it's quite low on resources in the hand. If Harry can keep playing threat after threat, making him have that answer, might be able to pull away. That Stone Rain not looking great at the minute. Ooh, graveyard check. Is this going to be? Are we Emrakul?
Yeah, Emrakul's underneath, so we can always get that later. But we have another one in hand.
Just making sure we got the types for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types.
Yeah, it looks so. And then we have a bunch of double lands. But the third consigned memory in hand here for Garrick. As Garrick's had a ton of answers, but this is one of the classic problems with control. If you don't have something to make up for this time that you sort of generate with all of your answer spells, your opponent theoretically can just slam enough things that stop you. In decks like Eldrazi, everything sort of becomes a huge issue.
I think that's another Stone Rain. Yep, don't want that one. That's going to go to the...
Yeah. You see Garrick's like, whoa.
This is not the matchup for it right now, at least not in the late game that we're currently in. That shows how many dead cards there were in the main deck that we had to just bring a few extras in. Obviously, Trinispheres probably would have been a lot better in this situation, but here we are. Going to start off the turn with a Rumble. That's going to catch a Force of Negation. So that should be exiled. Then we're going to cast the Stone Rain.
Yep.
That does resolve. That's kind of fine. We're all right with that.
Yep, there we go, exiling the Rumble. And remember, Harry does have that, Emrakul underneath the Ugin Labyrinth at the bottom of your screen. There's enough mana to cast it. So we're probably going to see something like Harry put that in hand at the end of turn and then try and cast it the next turn, forcing Garrick to have, another counter spell.
It's 2 cards in hand, and one of them is a counter spell. The other one was the land that we drew for the turn. Plane's going to play that for the turn. 1 card left. That Emrakul does go to the hand, like you said. Here comes the mana check.
It's a lot of mana.
So it gets countered, so the body's going to not resolve, but the trigger will.
But yeah, but Garrick has nothing in hand. All right, so you get to cast the Orb's Chance and make a discard.
13 mana discard spells. That's where we're at currently in 2025.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Jace the Mind Sculptor off the top, straight into the Brainstorm mode. Look at the top 3, put 2 back on top. That's a huge upset there for Harry. Did so much, was able to get back into it with all that early flood. But here is that Planeswalker into a stock up, one of the highlight cards currently in Magic the Gathering. What a corner has just been turned.
Yeah, I mean, this shows like Garrick's deck does have ways to fuel up. We talked about before, you have all these answers. You need to have something that can take over the game. Garrick has them. He just didn't see them early. And now Jace Brainstorm into stock up just means we're going to find a bunch. Now, notably, Garrick took a land off that stock up. I think because we grabbed Counterspell, just trying to make sure that this Jace the Mind Sculptor does not die.
Yeah, I think you're correct in there. So we're going to go Sprawl. That's just going to add a little bit of ramp. That's fine. Choose whatever color you want. Don't need to counter that. What are those last 2 cards in the grip? 4 mana, 6 mana, 7 mana. That's a Sire, I believe. Sire of the 7 Deaths.
7 Deaths.
All right, Mason Clark, the coach himself. Name all 7 abilities. Go.
Reach, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink.
Yes.
That's 4 of them.
That's 4.
Lord 7.
Yes.
Did I say haste?
You have not said haste.
Haste, and I don't know the last one.
There is no haste.
Oh, no haste. Okay.
Think 2 abilities that it just shouldn't have. Oh, okay, it's on the screen for everybody to have a little look at. First Strike and Menace. Why does this have Menace?
Menace makes sense. I mean, it's the Sire of 7 Deaths. That just goes without saying.
It should have Menace 7 or something. Super Menace. What card is it? There is a card that's like it needs 3. Oh, Troll, isn't it?
Yeah, Troll of Khazal-Dân. Banned in Legacy. As we see Narset come down, and this is, Garrick, it's a little rocky because we didn't have this stuff earlier, but we ran through so many things, and there's Orm's Chant. That's going to lock Harry out of one of the turns of his choice, and I think we might see that happen pretty soon here as Garrick is going to, in the upkeep here, Orm's Chant down the Eldrazi player.
Yeah, so we used an ending to get rid of the Utopia Sprawl, then upkeep. No cards to you. Pass turn back. Active Jace, active Narset, 1 card in hand. Plays a land and just has to pass the turn back. What? A second ago, we had no cards in hand. And we've gone to this state here where we're just being able to draw a bunch of cards. Now into the Brainstorm.
Okay. There's another Orm Chant. I wonder if Garrick's going to start Jace ticking up. No, we're just going to Brainstorm, trying to probably find Days Undoing.
That's a solid subtlety we found.
Subtlety and another Narset or some of the pickup. Solitude's in hand too. So that does mean some of these Eldrazi are a lot less threatening than they were a second ago.
2 on top. I don't believe we've got a way of shuffling, right? So, we say Brainstorm locked. It's not that real at the minute because we do have the backup Narset if we need to try to push some cards out of the way. Here comes the Pauper All-Star Riven Chrysalis. If that resolves, which it isn't. No, it's not. And that means this. Is it a cash trigger to get those?
It's a cat. Most Eldrazi
are cash triggers,
yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Okay. I like it.
And here's the Sire of 7 Deaths getting run back.
All right. No.
Second subtlety. And this is the awkward part. Harry can put it on top, but if he puts it on top, the Jace can bottom. And he's also stuck with we just see the concession.
It's just too much.
Yeah, we put up a good fight there. We kind of stumbled in the mid-turns for both players, but Garrick was the one who got that huge recharge. And I mean, that's really some of the strength of having a deck with so many draw spells.
Let's talk about Stock Up quickly. We've got a little bit of time. It's Stock Up. It's a new card. It's actually one of the more valuable cards in the, Aether Drift now. But why is a 3 mana sorcery spell card kind of taking over multiple formats?
It just gives you a lot of selection, right? I mean, back in the day, Divination was like a playable card. We're talking years ago, obviously, right? And that's sort of 3 mana draw too. And that hasn't been playable for a long time. But 3 mana, pick the 2 of the, look at your top 5 and pick the best 2 is a lot different. It gives you a lot of selection and the ability to sculpt games, especially with strong sideboard cards like we see here in Modern. And so it's really a way to, we're seeing this deck sort of, it wants to find the specific tool for each matchup. So having something like that, and this deck does actually sort of play like a Prison-y combo deck, right? If you get Narset Days Undoing, that locks your opponent out for the most part. Isochron Scepter or Ormchant, that locks your opponent out. So actually seeing 5 cards and getting 2 of them can be sort of game winning in comparison to even like maybe 2 mana draw 3, right? I'm not saying that card wouldn't be playable. I'm just saying of the 2 cards, you actually maybe want the card that just lets you pick the 2 best ones. Very interesting to sort of see that sort of, hit Modern in a pretty real way. And like we talked about before, decks like Burn and Prowess, while we did see it in our round 1 feature match, those have kind of left the format for the most part. They're just starting to come back. So cards like Stock Up have been more appealing because your opponents are on combo decks or energy for a lot of the parts of the metagame, right? You are sort of that third pillar we talked about of interactive, trying to beat people up. And in those matchups, Stock Up's great. And in the other 2 matchups, Stock Up's not as great, but can find the cards that are amazing. So it's a really interesting card. I think it caught a lot of players by surprise. Yeah. I definitely thought, oh, this is okay. Like, I didn't think it was awful. Really underappreciated just how much impact this card can have. And that's one of the great parts of Magic.
And it's had an impact on every format, from standard all the way up to vintage. I've been seeing it play, which is a nice little segue into something that's going on at the NRG series at the minute, where we have Value Vintage. Talk me through what this format is.
Yeah, so Value Vintage is a cool side event that's going to be at all of our events this year. You might have even seen them at Magic Cons or RCs as well. This is a format where it's sort of, as it says, it's vintage, but sort of value style. So if you scan the QR code on the screen, you're going to learn everything you need to know the format and the nitty-gritty details. But the too long didn't read is decks are vintage legal, and they can't cost more than $30. That is the too long didn't read version of it. So you play with vintage legality, but you're not going to see Moxen and stuff like that because they cost a little bit more than $30. But you do get to see some really interesting decks and cards come up that you don't normally get to see, or maybe you don't get to normally play with. You can see on screen here, Lurrus is a card that is basically relegated to cubes and actual vintage these days. But here in Value Vintage, you can build a Lurrus deck. I know I've heard of some cool Reclamation decks and Uro decks and other things, and Dredge. There's a whole lot of archetypes with Value Vintage. So if you really like to play, some of these more interesting, uncracked for fun Magic formats, Value Vintage is one of the better ones, and we're going to have them as a side event for the remainder of 2025 at all our upcoming events.
And it's like a self-healing format as well, right? Like if one deck starts, let's say Lewis in particular, that starts doing really well, the value of it starts going up. You can't end up playing it anymore. It's going to cost too much to put in your $30 deck. So it's a self-healing format as we go through it, which is, I think is really cool that we're still able to now in 2025, however many years Magic's been around, 30 plus years, still make these cool, interesting formats.
Yeah, definitely. I also think one of the cool things is like just how cheap a deck is too, right? I mean, $30 is like, it's not nothing, but it is like for picking up a Magic deck and having a format you can play with your friends. That's a very good proposition. And even if, let's say the format really catches on and we make Lurrus go up to, $15, so your deck isn't even banned out, right? Your deck would need to be not playable at that number. So you might cut some different card to keep Lurrus. You still get to play your card. So it isn't like it gets banned. You just have to build your deck differently. Every dollar increase sort of changes the price in that in a very interesting way that, like Lurrus would need to hit $30 or probably like $29 to really be banned. But like, even if it does, all those other cards you had, right, you get to play with those still. It's a very, very interesting thing. And it's super cool to see that format.
It's a really cool thing. And of course, we're doing it at the NRG. We're trying to always adapt, always evolve, and make it the best player experience for players on site. So everyone should try to get there. Because this weekend, we've got 148 players in the room battling out today in the Modern 10K. But we will be coming back tomorrow for some standard action. Obviously, there's a lot of standard going on at the minute. There's a lot of talk as well at the minute because there's a new set coming out soon that everyone's kind of happy about. And, so if you haven't hit the follow button, you need to hit that follow button because then you'll be up to date on every time we go live and you get to see all our beautiful faces. I don't think we're not together tomorrow. We've got different partners tomorrow, but
no, we're different partners. You're the first shift and I'm with Ross in the back shift. So we're here today. Tomorrow we'll be carrying in the ship for the rest of the day. So it's going to be good. It's going to be a fun time. And if you want to come out this fun time, we do have some of the events announced for the rest of the year.
That's where we're going with it. We are obviously coming to the end of the first part of the year, so we're going to announce the second part of the year. 4 more dates to finish off this year. Start firing off and trying with these names, Mason.
Yeah, July 19th to 20th, we're going to St. Paul, Minnesota. We have a Modern 10K Showdown that's like today. If you're newer to our events, Showdowns are basically just a tournament, typically a 10K. And if you win them, you go to our end of the year championship. It's a 24-person, $30,000 PTQ. So that's really exciting. We're also going to have a 5K Legacy Trial. We know y'all love Legacy. We love to work it in whenever we can here on the series. So that's what we're going to be doing. So if you're a big Legacy fan, we'd love to see you at St. Paul. Have you come out, play that. It's going to be a fun time. August 23rd to the 24th, we're in Lansing, Michigan. This is a double 10K weekend. Saturday is going to be the standard 10K showdown. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a 10K team trial, standard, modern, and pauper. So this is a new thing we're trying. We haven't done pauper in the past. Typically, that's sort of been Legacy. We have Legacy happening with its own big event to really make it the star of the show. Trying Pauper out here. We've heard y'all that you like Pauper. We ran a Pauper side event at one of the recent events, Will. It went really well. So we're going to try that here. Let us know what you think. We're all, like Will said earlier, we're always trying to adapt and make it best for the players. So we can't wait to cover that. That's going to be a fun time. Then September 13th to the 14th in Mundelein, Illinois, we're back in the hometown. We're doing a modern showdown, and then the trials date's going to be finalized. We're going to wait a little bit. Like we talked about with players, we really want to, do what's best for you. So this way, we'll announce it, definitely a month or two in advance. But let's say we're in a format that people don't love. Well, we will switch that up there. So we're leaving that TBD for now so we can give you the exact thing that you want. Could be Legacy, could be Standard. Who knows? Could be Pauper.
But I say could be Pauper. Let's go, chat. Come on, get this Pauper hype going.
Value Vintage. November 1st to the 2nd, we have Elmhurst, Illinois. We have a 10K team showdown. Now, it's a team showdown, Will. That means you and your two friends would all qualify for that end of year $30,000 PTQ. This one's a bit, also trying things out here. Standard, sealed, modern. So you see, we're really experimenting with the team trials, trying to see what players like as well. So we're going to bring some sealed. We've heard players like sealed. We're trying it out again. And then 10K modern showdown on the 2nd of November as well. Of note, too, we have one more event with the first half of this year. We're going to Indianapolis, June 28th and the 29th. We're going to have, I believe it's a modern 10K on Saturday. A standard 10K on Saturday. And then Sunday, we've heard they all like sealed, so we're really experimenting here. We're doing Final Fantasy Team Sealed Showdown. Remember, Showdown means you and your three friends will all make it to our end of the year championship, and this will be with the new Final Fantasy set. This will be post Pro Tour as well, so it'll be pretty interesting to see what innovations we get out of this. We saw our Dark Confidant, is in Standard. You and I will use that to kill some airtime, so we won't talk about it right now. But it looks like Final Fantasy is going to be an exciting set, and so I'm excited to see everything that comes out that weekend as well.
So I got to let the cat out of the bag here. I've never played Final Fantasy, but I love seeing all the hype behind it and everyone really loving it, because it's not like I'm a big Lord of the Rings guy, right? I love Lord of the Rings. That set, this is what I imagine everyone's feeling, like how I felt for that set. But everyone's got their own favorite character. There's not like the main character, which is the guy with the sword. But
there's 14 games.
You know what I mean? But everyone's got like this, oh no, I love this side character, I love this character. And I love seeing all the hype behind it and that it's generating moving forward. So I'm excited to see everyone else excited for that set. And I'm probably going to now pronounce all the names wrong from all the games when I do commentary on it. And everyone's going to be like, who's this idiot? But it's fine. That's what we're here for. It's going to be all good.
We'll strive to get the names right.
Is Strive one of the names of the characters that I don't know?
No, but it might be. I've only played one of the games a little bit. So, I'm also a little underinformed, but I'm learning.
Maybe chat can help us. Which Final Fantasy game should me and Grayson play before that set comes out so we can update our commentary knowledge when it comes out and be like, oh my God, that's...
You can't get my name right. How are you going to get these Final Fantasy characters' names right?
What did I say?
You said Grayson. My name's Mason. I've known you for years.
And Mason.
What game should I play? Because Will's clearly not going to learn anything. He's a little old. We're going to take a quick break so that way Will can take a minute, get his mind back on straight for the remainder of the rounds. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We'll see you soon.
You called me old.
I did call you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series here live in Chicagoland, where we have got 148 players battling it out across 7 rounds of Swiss and, of course, modern action. Bringing it for the first couple of rounds is going to be myself, Will Hall, and I am joined by Mason Clark. There is no Grayson here, just Mason Clark. How did you find that first round, my friend?
It was good. It was exciting to see some of those decks that we don't get to always see as much in Modern and get a sort of a peek into sort of what they're up to, because those are sort of the decks I think people are really interested in, right? Like everyone kind of knows NRG is really good. It's really a question of can we beat NRG, and sort of, also for the NRG players, what's like the optimal sideboard card and stuff like that. I'm sure we're going to run into some NRG this weekend, but so far, some other decks are doing really well, and we're going to try and check those out and see how they're doing.
Oh, yeah, we've found some spicy ones floating around on those tables, which have got wins in the last round. So we've got a couple of them in our feature match, so make sure you stick around for it. But as I mentioned, 7 rounds plus top 8, that's 10 hours of Magic the Gathering. They've got to be battling out for something. They're not just sitting here for the fun of it. Well, maybe they are. I would be. But there's some prizes on the line. Talk me through it, Grayson.
Yeah, so this is the 10K Showdown for today's event. 2,400 for first, 1,200 for second. Third and fourth get 800, and then fifth through eighth get 400, with points going all the way down. That goes towards our leaderboard for our end of the year championship, which we can go and switch over to really quick and show what that is. Because if you're new to the NRG series, you might not be aware of this. It is a $30,000 end of year invitational that you make it by either winning a showdown or having a lot of points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so all these points do add up. As you mentioned earlier on, like that 1 point, that one event you dropped early for no reason, you could have gone from 1 point to 2 points, getting in that 100 top 28, could be all the difference at the end of the season, because you want to be one of those 24 players battling it out for $30,000, and of course that coveted Pro Tour invite. Like, that's what everybody's dream is. Everybody wants to get there. We want to battle out against the best players in the world, and then potentially from that qualify and play in the world championships and really take home the biggest prize. But first step in the room is getting on that board, getting to that end of year tournament, getting the points, or just taking down this tournament itself. Not an easy task, but so for someone in the room, they will be doing that by the end of today.
That's true. Yeah. And I think that's one of the cool things about the NRG series here, right? You can make it to our end of year champs theoretically without ever winning an event. And we've had players do this where they put up, a lot of good top 8s, some solid top 16s, a 32 here and there. And then they just make it to champs at the end of the year. And then, from that point, it's an even playing field, right? You're one of 24 people. You just need to prepare your decks as best you can and battle it out, and you'll make it to the Pro Tour. So you don't actually have to spike something. I know that's something that can be so frustrating sometimes. It feels very spike heavy. Yes. And, you have to win in order to get to the place to do the thing. But here, we really love to reward consistency. So we love seeing that.
It's the consistency is exactly the word to use, right? It's the key to it. You keep turning up. Yes, you can't be the person that wins every tournament. If you were, you'd be Reed Duke, right? But if you're not, come up, keep hitting those good finishes up, keep playing good Magic. You're going to get yourself there at the end of the day. As we move down to our match, where it looks like we've got Sean and Mike. This doesn't look like Sean and all right.
Yeah, well, Sean Gallagher and Mike Salbus. And, if you're a Sean Gallagher fan of the team Fast and Teferious, Sean loves Teferi, per the jersey. And this, I think, is the first time I've never seen Sean play a control deck.
That's why I was looking. I was like, so there's a Swift Spear on the battlefield. Are we sure that is this the right person playing the right deck? But this is showing the power of this deck, right? Like, known for playing one strategy continuously. But then I guess if you keep turning up to the same tournaments here at the NRG series with the same deck, people are going to start keeping the hands that are good against that deck. And then you can't catch them off guard here with your Shark token, Typhoon tokens, or whatever we're going to have, and then you go turn one Swift Spear, really going to catch them off guard. And you get to play this powerful card that we've just seen and spoke about a little bit earlier on, the Core Steel card. Talk me through why you're now seeing this card see more play, and in this deck in particular.
Yeah, so it's just a really resilient prowess threat, right? Corey Steelcutter just rewards you for casting lots of spells, which the prowess deck wants to do. We talked before about how the format isn't really prepared for these aggro decks. They have not been a part of the format. And Corey Steelcutter just battles through a lot of 1-for-1 interaction and lets you push a bunch of burst damage. And so, prowess has sort of been a deck that theoretically is kind of nice in a few spots, but has a little trouble closing the door or getting those last few points across. Ideally, Corey Steelcutter helps that. It also helps you play that longer, grindier game. We're going to see, if this card doesn't get removed off the board, it's going to create lots of individual bodies. So even if Mike has spot removal, it's not going to necessarily be enough.
So, yeah, Mike, over on the Eldrazi ramp side, they're the one that's going to have lots of permanents on the battlefield quite early. This is 6 permanents for Sean here on turn number 2. It's going to let the Surveil happen and then going to use the bauble to look at it. Show us all at home as well. We know it is going to be the Kozilek's command. I see a Kozilek's return in hand. That might be the exact card we need to keep this board in check.
Yeah, it would have been a great one here to slam, but it doesn't look like we have a double land in order to enable it. Now, this might be an Eldrazi Temple, which would work for the Kozilek's command.
Would you fire it off now just to get the small bit of value? Looks like we're just going to go for a little bit of extra ramp option. So what's the pros and cons of going for more ramp here opposed to, if that is Eldrazi Temple, being able to use the extra 2 mana and potentially get the Swiss Spear off?
Yeah, getting the body in the way is the big thing, right? Like if you can resolve it like a Devoured Destiny, it will answer something like the Steel Cutter and then block the left behind token.
Remember, Steel Cutter does give trample. It is a really cool equipment artifact. Hasn't found its way into what's the card I'm thinking of? The white ETB. Go search for an equipment.
Stoneforge Mystic?
Stoneforge, yeah. I feel like this it might be a little Stoneforge deck floating out there somewhere where this could be utilized.
Yeah, I mean, Stoneforge Mystic's a really strong card. So, you could have Corey Steelcutter plus like a Batter Skull or a Cauldron Complete. That could be a really interesting way to take those things. But right now, players are sort of using Corey Steelcutter as either like a combo backup kill plan or just, another Prowseek threat. But I think it is an underexplored card. And I'm really excited to see what happens with that in Pioneer on a long enough timeline.
Oh, yeah. Sean's just doing a little bit of sculpting this turn. We started off with the expressive iteration, then we followed that with a preordain. So really setting up for next turn to be that big hit combo kill, which we know that this deck can do. Super explosive with all these prowess creatures on the board. This is going to be a bunch of damage already. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. Good count in there straight away. So really putting the pressure on Mike here to have that answer.
Yeah, and this is, the real strength of these aggro decks. We saw this a little round 1 too, especially when you're on the play, right? If you're on the play and your opponent does not have an immediate answer, things just kind of snowball out of control. And even if Mike had killed the Swiss Spear, Mike would be up like 6-ish life right now, but would still be under the gun. It would not be like, oh, things are all good for Mike here. And these decks just don't play 1 mana interaction the same way here. So even with this Kozilek's return that's clearing up this board, almost anything is lethal because you can just equip the Steel Cutter.
Like this. Yeah. How I was about to say, the fact that you've got Slick Shot Show Off now in the deck, now seeing play in Modern and really being able to get that big one-shot kill with an invasion type attached to it with flying, really, really key. And that's going to be enough to get Sean across the line in game number 1 here, as we now get to go to the sideboards. So we're going to talk you through it, Mason. You tell me what you would bring in. I'll go start over on the Eldrazi side here for Mike. We've got Consigner Memories. We've got Dismembers. We've got more Kozilek's Returns. We've got Nature's Claims, Stone Rains, and Trinispheres. What takes your fancy?
Trinisphere is the thing. This is going to make every spell have to cost 3. We can play it on turn 2 fairly consistently in this deck. We have Utopia Sprawl, Double Lance, Talismans, plenty of ways to get this thing out, especially on the play. Even if we play it turn 3, that might be enough to save us a majority of the time, as long as there isn't like Slick Shot Show-Offy type stuff that, sort of followed up and we had a huge turn 2, which, to be fair, Sean could do, 10, 15 damage on turn 2 with the right draw. Takes the right draw, though. Sean's also probably going to slow down a little bit. We see a lot of sideboarding there in the feature match area.
Yeah.
We're going to see that. And then Kozilek's Return, obviously, I think, just the deal too. It's probably going to come in. It's also one of those things where having it in your deck and it gets milled over with things like Malevolent Rumble makes it so later on when you do play your stabilizing Eldrazi, you then have that way to clear up the board and combine that with this Null Drifter. It's a way to have a sort of cheap reactivate on your Wrath. That's something we're noticing with Mike is, ramp in the Eldrazi variety, but is Teamer instead of green-red like we saw in round 1. So has access to sort of these cheaper evoke Eldrazi that can trigger these cards. So a couple of good cards there for the Eldrazi player.
You want to talk cheap? Looking at Sean's sideboard, every single card's got a CMC of 1 in it. We've got Consigned to Memories, Ghost Vacuums, Soul Guide Lanterns, Shattering Spree, Spell Pierce, Unholy Heat, and Violent Urge. What'd you like bringing out of this?
I mean, we've talked about this before. If you're playing against a blue opponent, you have to expect they have consigns. I think Sean probably has brought in all the consigns. It's still just good against the things we talked about. Like consigning a Trinisphere is a game-winning play. Oh, yeah. I could also see maybe Sean wants that. You have 4 of them, so I have to assume against the Eldrazi deck you want all 4. I was going to say there could be a world where if Sean had 2 consigns, it wouldn't be unreasonable because his game plan is to go underneath the Eldrazi deck. So it's not like the end of the world. I think Violent Urge is a card Sean wants to bring in. just really want to burst down the Eldrazi opponent, right? We talked about this. Cards like Trinisphere can be this huge issue. So just double striking something early on and getting a huge, slick shot show off kill is possible. I've seen some future matches of this deck. Even got to commentate one against Mill. The opponent was at 20 life, Will, and just died. Slick shot came down. We had a couple of Eugenic Groves. We double striked it. It was game over. Very impressive stuff. We could see Shattering Spree as well as a way to answer the Trinisphere if you wanted to maybe have a more reactive answer. A proactive answer to something like that. You can also use to blow up talismans. Sean doesn't want to sideboard too much. We want to keep our deck doing its main game plan thing. But I saw that Sean laid out 6-ish cards. So I know Sean has at least the thoughts of something. I didn't get to see how he finished sideboarding, but I know he is at least considering a bunch of options there.
I think he took out a bunch of mutagenic growths from what I was seeing. So maybe like as they're trying to take this one out, playing a bit around more Kozilek's command more than Kozilek's return in that instance. But let's go back to Slick Shot Show Off. He said he was able to do 20 damage against Mill. This is the card I'm scared of all the time, because not only can we plot it, which means that then the turn that they actually play it, they're going to have all access to all their mana. So now I've got to hold up my mana to stop that if that was a thing, which slows down my turn, my progression. It's a really hard back and forth. And now this card, the mechanic plot, is really going to start taking effect in Modern, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, the plot cards, in general, it's a really interesting idea, right? This idea that typically you pay, maybe a little bit more, or maybe, even a little bit less, depending on the card, and then you get to wait a turn, right? And you get to cast them on your turn for free, not instant speed there. But with Slick Shot, it's sort of, the pushed one, right? It's 2 or 2. You get it either way, and the when you play it is such an interesting part of these decks. Sometimes when the card was first preview 2, some players were like, why does it even have plot? Like, you're just going to play and attack most of the time. And it turns out, actually, no, you really want to plot it in a large majority of games, especially on the draw. Wait for your opponent to tap out and then just burst them.
Right, we are off to the races here. Game number 2. We're going to see Mike on the plane, just starting off with a fetch land here. So down to 6. Looks like a good hand to be able to start off on turn 1 here with Dragon Age Channeler into a Bauble Surveil Trigger, leaving that on top. So likes what he's got there. I'm looking at the deck list, 18 lands, not many, which means that there's going to be a few mulligans in Sean's future this weekend, but things like the Expressive Iteration, Preordain can really start smoothing them out with, of course, Baubles as well.
Yep, and I think Sean has those cards in hand. My real question is, does Sean have a blue land? That is my sort of thought. Now, Sean would probably lead on the mountain over a Steam Vents because of cards like Stone Ring, like we mentioned before. Sometimes the Eldrazi players just have those. So Sean's probably expecting a Trinisphere, but could sort of hedge between the two plays. It would be a very reasonable thing to do. It does look like Fiery Islet is hiding there in the hand.
Yeah, I think that's what we drew. So now, what art do you prefer? Do you like the Doctor Who version, the OG version? I think there's another version, the Secret Lair one that just came out recently.
I think I like the OG a lot. I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I can't wait for the new episode tonight. So, I don't mind it at all.
Is that why you're doing the early shift? So you've got time to watch
when I'm in charge of the shift schedule, Mason gets to watch Doctor Who on release,
I like it. I like it. All right, that is going to be our land for the turn. We do see the Labyrinth came out with a Emerald Core underneath it, so access to 3 mana if we do have something like the Kozilek's command in hand. We're going to take a point of damage. So we do want that blue mana here, and it's going to be for... What? We don't need to take a point of damage there.
You have to take a point on Fiery Islet. It is the Horizon land.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it. What am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Shivan Reef from Standard.
Thank you very much. See, that's why you're in that seat, and I'm just over here making an idiot out of myself. But so kind of another setup turn. Here goes the Kozilek's return and turn. Which 2 modes are we going to pick? Looks like it's going to be Eldrazi. It's always Eldrazi spawn, and we're going to give it a little scry action. Like that card, going to draw it. Have the options, take out the Dragon Age Channel there, but without Delirium in the graveyard. Not too scary, just a little 1/1 on the board. Here comes another fetch.
Mike also has Kozilek's Return in hand, so might just be trying to set up to do something like Sowing Myco Spawn this turn, or maybe some other big Eldrazi thing, and then use the Kozilek's Return on a future turn and try to bait Sean into thinking like, okay, hey, I don't have anything. You should play your Slick Shot just to hit me for a little bit. Don't worry about bursting. I'm, kind of scraping by here.
Yeah, and there's one. We're going to find ourselves another land. Now, what lands? We've got anything crazy? We've got Ghost Quarter in here. We've got
Eldrazi Temple was the pick. But yeah, there are a lot of cool lands like Bajuka Bog, Seas Play.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Doesn't
It
look like
looks
there's a
like
bog
Mike
in
went
this
for the
one.
very reserved, yet probably very wise. I will take my double land.
Seems good. Seems good in Magic the Gathering, especially if you've
Yeah.
got follow-up Microsoft spawns after this as well, and then you'll be able to get both sides. Doesn't know that obviously Sean kept like a one land. I was kind of really looking for that second land here.
Yep.
I think does
Yeah,
have
I
another
think
land in
had
hand.
Mike known that and had the option, he probably would have tried to do that. As here comes the second
Ooh.
Corey Steelcutter from that mountain off the top for Sean. That was huge.
Surveil, that's going to put land type in the graveyard. That's Steam. It's going to be then Preordained's going to be the next card cast. That's going to be fit sorcery in there. You've got a Surveil trigger plus 2 monk tokens added to the battlefield as the second card spell is cast. There's the creature type.
Yeah, now DRC is flying over.
So how much damage is this?
It's 3 in the air and 2 2/2s on the ground. So, Mike has a 3/3. I've run the numbers. They came back. It's good to block. Now, you couldn't get mutagenic growth. Now, we know, because you had a sharp eye there, Sean cut at least some of the mutagenic growths, if not all of them. But it's definitely a spot here where getting that DRC out of range does mean that Mike needs to have something that actually impacts the board in order to really take over. Now, World Breaker, has reached, DRC has to attack. That can answer Corey Steelcutter. Very well-positioned card if you can live to it. But, it's all about living to it.
I think Sean's decided. I think one of them is a consign to memory, and I can't get a look what they want. It looked like a little bit like a violent urge to me, but I think it could also end up being a slick shot. Doesn't like one of them though. Draws
Kept
the consign.
I love this from Sean. He's a control player, so he's okay throwing away his creatures. It happens with Wrath of God all the time.
Did I ever tell you about the first time I ever played control?
No.
Maybe this is an after-match story, but like it's basically told me really quickly for me to never play a control deck again. It didn't go well.
My first time playing its control, I had 2 Thalias because I was borrowing someone's deck. I thought, second Thalia, how are they ever going to beat me? And then I learned the old legend rule. Both my Thalias had died, and they cast a verdict on 4, and I lost.
Oh, that's okay. All right, we'll go.
That's a real learning moment. That was a learning opportunity, is what I call it in coaching. As we are going to see a lot of mana, as Mike might learn how powerful these Eldrazi can be.
7, 8. This is okay. This is the one that one of the newer cards that has come out. So this is Ugin, Eye of the Storms. Different modes that we've got on this. It comes in with 7 loyalty, like every Ugin does at this point. You can +2. You can gain 3 life and draw a card. You can 0 to add 3 colorless mana. You can -11 to search for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle. Until the end of your turn, you may cast those cards without paying their mana cost. That's pretty good. Has the stack whenever you cast a spell, exile up to 1 target permanent. That's 1 or more colors, and whenever you cast a color spell, exile up to 1 target permanent of 1 or more colors. So pretty good if this sticks around on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong game-ending card here. I mean, the fact that it's an on-cast Planeswalker that just kills something. We saw it just killed that DRC there. If Mike had, let's say a Talisman in hand, we could have zeroed, play the Talisman, and answered another thing. And that's kind of where part of Ugin's real strength comes from, is just sort of in fair matchups, it just takes over the game. And it's ultimate. You notice too, I mean, obviously, if you put all your Eldrazi into play, you're going to win. It also casts them well, which means you get the cast triggers, which can be obviously game breaking in a lot of spots as well. So even, if things don't go perfectly, you can get a lot going there. Sean here has expressive iteration, but, doesn't, I think, have enough mana to really chain a lot of things together, and is honestly just trying to count how much mana Mike has, in addition with the Ugin making the 3 colorless and the card types in Yard.
I think it's also kind of worrying about that Emrakul underneath one of the labyrinths now. That's why we've got a little check on the graveyard. How many types are in there? It looks like 4. So trying to take out all the different options. Does have that consign in hand, but it's out of blue mana now. So might take that far as the exiled card. 1 to hand and get a look what it was. 1 to the bottom. I think it might have been
Slick Shot, your good friend.
All right, I do love a Slick Shot.
And, Sean's really learning a great lesson for everyone at home as well, which is these 1 mana cards are really good. And 1 mana cards are a lot easier to multi-spell. And when you get stuck on lands, you're not stuck with all these clunky 2-3 mana cards in your hand. Like you mentioned, Sean's whole sideboard is 1 mana cards. He just gets to do a lot of things and have a lot of play on every single turn. His deck is being so mana efficient as he picks up another Slick Shot after bottoming some cards off Preordain.
Yeah, I don't know. In this situation, I kind of like casting this 7 mana Planeswalker that's got 5 different lines of text on it. It's, How is this going to line up against the 1/1s? We're going to find out. Looks like double price triggers going on the one on the top, and just one maybe or none on the other two.
Yeah, it looks like because one of them's a 3/3 because it sees the prowess triggers, the original. So that one looked to be going towards Mike's face. And then it looks like we had some of the 2/2 ones heading towards Ugyen, maybe trying to sort of, stave off the ultimate. Don't know if we're going to be able to realistically do that and not be able to just kill Mike on the same turn. So I kind of like the idea of attacking face, but Ugyen does ultimate very quickly. So, maybe Sean just wanting to kind of ride the difference and thinks the expressive iteration plus consign can save the day.
I'm going to call it now. Next turn is a double plot turn, double slick shot. It's going to go to plot, and we're going to set out for the kill the following turn. Could all go real bad though if an Emrakul was to come down.
Yeah, I was going to say I think Emrakul might be coming down because it makes 3 colorless here, and then we're going to add this to hand. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 4 card types, and the land for turn with the double. That's going to be enough to cast Emrakul.
Oh. No. Now, do you scoop in this point and just shove it up against go to game 3? Or
I probably would, because you also got to remember too with the Ugyen, the Emrakul, you're going to take the turn. It also gets to exile something, so that Corey Steelcutter does go away. Yeah, so Sean is going to have a really hard time fighting through all of this. Now, theoretically, he could, and Sean might be like, "Listen, my hand currently doesn't have anything that you wouldn't expect, so I should at least try."
He's going to show it. Double slick shot. Land, consign, and a expressive iteration.
So it's funny. Mike could cast 2 spells. Like you could cast expressive iteration and try and get something, and then maybe cast something like a burn spell on your own guy. But if you do, that does trigger the Corey Steelcutter. It always makes the monk. Whether they're equipped or not. So I imagine we're probably going to see Mike try to just burn this expressive iteration.
I like the idea of, right, and hear me out, draw 2 cards to get
I actually
all the blue mana off, crack the fetch, no blue mana left.
Actually, I think that's the line. Yeah, just draw the 2, put Sean on 2 lands. Yeah, you get 2 cards. I think that's the line, Will. You found it.
Oh, we see a double lightning bolt swift spear here.
Well, yeah, I was say if you take double bolt, you can just bolt Sean twice, which makes your Emrakul lethal, which is surprisingly good here. So a lot of options for Mike.
Fetch shock would also do it. But we don't want him to have any blue mana. Like that's the thing I would have put done.
Yeah, I definitely like fetching and failing to find. Also, just see how Sean. You might get Sean to concede if you fetch. Now, I imagine Sean won't concede just because, at this point you've let so much happen, right? Like as soon as your opponent casts the draw spell, that's maybe a spot where if you're trying to hide information, you could into fetch shine his face up. But
okay, let's have a little look. So we are gonna bolt ourselves, which is the second spell for the token.
Oh, we can sign the trigger.
Oh, I love it.
All right, that's a nice play. Okay, I missed that one. Good props there from Mike.
And then that's a nature's claim, so you can gain another 4 over on the side, but you don't have your steel cutter anymore. And go. It's as I said, this is a double plot turn.
Yeah, it's got to be a double plot turn, but also Sean is in a weird spot where he can't use both fiery eyelets. Despite gaining 4 life, if he uses both eyelets, he will be at 16 and there's 16 on board.
And can't use the fetch for the same reason you just mentioned. Okay, this is an uphill. This is definitely an uphill, but it's crazy that this isn't out of the realm of actually Sean being still able to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, if Sean had literally 1 more life, he could double plot, and then he would need to hit like Lava Dart or something. But if he had like double Lava Dart, like drew 1 for turn, draw another one, could easily produce, the 12 damage needed to go the distance here. But I think, unfortunately, for Sean Gallagher, he's going to lose this game. But fortunately for y'all, that means a game number 3 is coming our way.
I love game number 3. So it looks like we're going to start with this fetch, which makes sense. Leave the islets over there. Don't touch them. If we're going to take damage, you might as well have a longevity mana source. Now, that's definitely a secret layer mountain. Is that the SpongeBob one? Help me out here, chat.
I don't think it's the SpongeBob one. It kind of looks. I mean, maybe it is.
I think it might be a little
cartoony. One.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably SpongeBob. It seems like
here comes the plot. Here comes the. Is it Swiss or we got a Dragon Race Chandler?
My guess would be that you'd want to play the DRC because it could trade with the Sowing Myco spawn. And or just, it does 3 damage, doesn't have haste.
Oh, this Ugin is just backbreaking. We're going to gain 3 mana. We're going to draw a card. No, gain 3 life, draw a card. Taking us up to 15. 2 colors. We're going to start off with a talisman, which of course is a kill spell at this point.
Another thing I note here too, Mike does have the ability to draw a card in game 3, which like we just saw happen.
Done that bit.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like there's so much going on in these games that like it dropped from my mind there for a second, and now it's sort of like, can Sean actually get that 12 across?
Well, I don't think we can, because we've got the Cossacks Return in hand, and when we get to cast that, we also get to exile something from the Ugin, as well as it being a sweeper. So I think we're going to have the game locked up in a turn or two. But
yeah, you see Sean point to the Trinisphere. I think if Mike takes Trinisphere, it's a hard lock. I kind of wish Mike had attacked with the Myco spawn. We would have put Sean to 1, and that would have turned off 2 lands. I get the idea of wanting to have a blocker on the ground, but and it's bad when Mike doesn't take the Trinisphere and play it.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is going to be a rough time. So access to 4 mana land drop for turn if needs be. I think we've got 1 in hand. It might be a shock land.
I think it's all creatures in hand for Gallagher.
Swift Spear to the bin. Yeah, we're digging. Don't know what we're digging for. We're digging to scoop them up and take us to a game number 3 here, as Mike's able to take that one down with the powerful Planeswalker Ugin, Eye of the Storms. Picked up a good show in there.
Yeah, it was really powerful. I mean, coming down and just immediately answering one of the threats was huge, along with gaining some life as our players are getting their participation promos of Mayhem Devil. Happy to see that sort of stuff there, because this is an RCQ as well. Our winner will go to the regional championship. But yeah, I mean, this is just like a very powerful, if you stabilize and can protect this card, it will often win you the game. What's nice about it, though, is there's plenty of things in Modern that don't just win the game. True.
Look at over, obviously, Sean now gets to be on the play, though, and that's going to be huge for his deck, right? Like, he wants to get that extra turn ahead. He gets to give Mike that not one turn to be able to turn this game around. So what key cards is Mike going to have to kind of mulligan for to get it? Is he going to have to really value that, like I say, double land into into a talisman type turn? How low are we willing to go on that? Like, how key is that, or am I just barking up the wrong tree?
No, I think you're at the right spot. I think you need to have something like that can interact and sort of stop Sean from running away with the game. Now, you're going to have, it's hard to pass up mulliganing or keeping a hand that kind of does something strong on 3 that isn't that, but I do think you need to have a little bit of discipline when it comes to your 7. Your first hand, those 7 cards, you probably need to have something like Kozilek's Return or Trinisphere. Now, I'll say this: if I had something that was pretty good and I guaranteed my 3 mana on turn 2, or maybe something like 5 mana on turn 3 in that world, I might keep and hope to get lucky in my 1 or 2 draw steps and sort of be like, I need to have all this mana. I brought in a bunch of cards. I'll just kind of hope this works out. But you need to have, part of the recipe in our 7-card hand. We can't just be keeping, miscellaneous 7 cards. This isn't blue-white control or whatever. You don't have infinite time. Of note here, Sean changed the way we're sideboarding a little bit.
I was about to say,
looks like we maybe didn't have as many Swift Spears.
Well, some shattering sprees have come in, so we need to make some cuts here. Looks like obviously seeing that Trinisphere, giving the game away, and then Sean's like, "Oh, I need to have at least an answer for that card. If it's not going to be in the form of consigned memory, maybe swap it up. Would you swap the consigns at all, or are they always staying in depending on play draw?"
I think consign's better on the play, because then Sean gets to get a couple things down and hold up the consign, right? Where when you're on the draw, consign's a bit, it's still very good, but you don't have that pressure going as easily, right? You have to kind of take a turn off. And so I imagine Sean should probably, my guess would be trim on something like an expressive iteration. You can still have like 3 of them in your deck, but with like the preordains and everything, I think it's probably okay to cut a card like that. I know like in current Is It Cutter and Standard, which I'm sure I'll have to talk a lot about tomorrow, we don't really cut our cantrips ever. Here, it's a little different. The texture of the formats it's a different spot, but I think you could probably cut something like that, probably cut something like a mutagenic growth or whatever, and just have access to these outs. Because like we talked about before, if Mike goes turn 2 Talisman, if you just Shattering Spree, that's not the end of the world, especially if you're doing something like triggering a cutter or getting a slick shot trigger, and pushing a bunch of damage.
Yeah, see, I actually lent this Is It deck to my friend yesterday to play, and they're playing in an RCQ today, but I didn't realize like mutagenic growth's gone through the roof. Like, because I've obviously
Mhm.
I'm an infect player, so I obviously
Mm.
have them in foil because I have the whole deck in foil. Humble brags, RIP that deck. But getting them back out of the box, and they were like, "Oh, you got foil ones?" It's like, "Yeah, doesn't everybody?" They're like, "No, this card's got bank now." I'm like, oh, okay. Plus, I got
It's
all the other crazy alternate arts of cards in this deck.
it's funny how it goes like that. Sometimes it's just the card popping up with one little synergy like that, and it goes right back up. It is a 0 mana spell, basically, right? Like,
Yeah,
very powerful card.
not quite Tradaxian Probe, but what I mean, we take what we can get over in the infect world.
All right, we have Kozilek's Returns and Trinispheres in hand, but I don't know if I saw any lands for Mike.
Yeah,
I
it
think
didn't
that
look
might
like
be
it,
the
had
issue there.
over on Sean's side, looks like we're going to have a little keep, which is always scary, but it's not the end of the world for Mike. We spoke about how we're able to get the double mana turns, get that early kind of access down and set up, but we'll be on the draw. That, I would say, is probably the key bit, the scariest bit here, which even if he did have land in that hand, would still be, can I be able to do it on turn 2 rather than turn 3, as we're now going to draw another 7. Let's have a little look skis. Keeping it from us at home as well. No, have a little sport out there. Do you see? Are we picturing here to the bottom?
Maybe.
I do see a labyrinth. I do see. I think it's a mountain. I do see an Eldrazi temple spawn. See the talisman as well. I think we are putting that to the bottom. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see
and
how.
maybe there's another one hiding in hand, like an alternate art. That's caught me before, but that's a strong statement bottoming that Trinisphere there. That is one of the cards you bring in that I think is one of your best cards.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. Maybe there is an alternate one in there. Yeah, the things in Magic these days make our life a little bit harder in the booth. We got SpongeBob battling Transformers, battling dragons these days. It's a lot to keep on top of. Where
Nobody
now
has it harder than me. Well, I'll tell you that.
it's interesting. It keeps us on our toes. You know what I mean? We like being
Mhm.
the best we possibly can be here. As we're going to fetch, shock, go down to 15 on Sean's side. Live total not going to be too relevant, especially in these earlier turns, as we're going to fire off this preordain, kind of sort out, sculpt the hand a little bit. First, start off with our Surveil trigger. Do we like that card? Question is yes, we do. So it's a slick shot. Is that double slick shot?
That's double slick shot. Yeah, it was slick shot on top, and I mean, if Sean likes, but I was gonna say, I was curious if you'd like both of them. The first one, I totally get. You want that second threat. You want to do your thing. But yeah, Sean, going back to his control ways, is holding up Consigned Memory, has the counter spell ready to go if there is a Trinisphere here. Mike looking like genius, not running into this.
Comes to Surveil. How many Surveil lands are you playing in this Eldrazi? Is it 1 or 2? 1 and yeah, just the 1.
Yeah, it's hard. Like we talked about this. This is a teamer deck, but it's also kind of a 4-color deck because of all the colorless lands. So it's hard to fit in these kind of free roll quote unquote lands.
Rumble off the top. Is that the
That's Eldrazi Temple.
Is that a temple? Okay, temple. So that's step 1 of getting our mana online. Now, looks like we went for a talisman, decided to go for the rumble though. This one Consigned doesn't do anything for. Gets our Eldrazi spawn token. Top 4, we could put one into our grip. It could be a land or a permanent. Options of lands and talisman. We're going to go for the Eldrazi temple. So now we do have that 5-6 mana next turn that we were speaking about, and how key that can be in the early turns.
Yeah, it can be so huge. Sean picking up that second slick shot show off we knew about on top of the deck. I'm curious if this is, a hard cast and potentially run into Kozilek's Return, because you can consign it. It is a devoid card. So, it looks red. It's not really. Great design. And you could plot it, though, to play around it, too. It's a very interesting spot.
Yeah, it's great. It looks like it's been hard cast to me, which means we get to get in there for 2 points of damage.
Yeah, you could throw the spawn in front. I mean, Mike has a lot of lands in hand. So, I mean, the spawn's definitely high value, but it's not the end of the world to think about throwing it away for a point of life.
Didn't get a good look at what was drawn for the turn there, but it does have a labyrinth, at least one of those mini lands that you're speaking about, as well as the Eldrazi temple we know about from last turn. There is a black card in hand, I think. Could be a Dismember.
Yeah, I think we picked up a Kozilek's Command. So that's a good way to answer something like the slick shot. Now, Sean, has the consign that can answer that.
Ooh, spawn kicked.
Yeah, and consign does not cleanly answer this. This is 3 different things. So Sean can stop one of them.
Does Sean want to stop one of them?
Yeah, the real question is, can Sean actually even win on the next turn? If you could save the land, I am pretty tempted in that, but there is a land in hand for Sean.
What's the other cards? We've got Slick Shot, Consign, Land, and is that a light? I think that's Players Reward Lightning Bolt in hand. So might just float the red here. And then Lightning Bolt.
You could also float the blue and let the search happen. See if Mike goes for Bajuka Bog and then decide if you want to consign the
that's big brain. That's so big brain if he goes with that. We know because we've got access to a deck list. This is a closed deck list tournament. There is no Bajuka Bog actually in the 75 here for Mike. So he's going to go get the 3rd temple.
Yeah, I think I like this. Okay, so Sean did float red. I was going to say floating the blue to player on that is a pretty heads up thing because you do kind of want the prowess he triggers on the next turn.
Now, question: are we bolting face or bolting the creature?
I'm not sure. My gut would be face. Mike looks to have dropped to 13. So
this would be the 3rd type in the graveyard from the bolt. So we're looking for an artifact, creature, something along those lines to get the delirium going. It's a hard choice here for Sean. It might be a card he wants, but might be that 4th type that he's after.
Yeah, I have to think with the microspawn in play, you need to get rid of something like a Slick Shot or even a Corey Steelcutter. That's just not what I think the game's going to be about.
Leaving it on top, likes it. Could be something like a bauble as well, remember. Could be a bauble, which is obviously, of course, a trigger and would really help get that delirium count going.
All right, looks like it was preordained. Now, I see where Sean is coming from here. Basically, the idea was, do I want to spend the mana casting preordain, or do I just want to put it in the yard and go 1 card deeper? Because this will put me a bunch of cards deeper either way.
I think we're going to try and go for the win or a big chunk of damage this turn. So first, we're going to start off with the Surveil trigger. It is Spell Pierce. We don't like that. That's going to go to the graveyard. Still 3 types. That's a Swift Spear and
Violent Urge.
That's the card that, look, if we're going to get a big chunk of damage in, that's the card we need, but we do need Delirium for it to happen.
We have it. Swift Spear is the bottom card. So you put Swift Spear on the 2nd card, you cast the Urge, you'll surveil away the Urge. When it resolves, you'll have Delirium. You'll have 5 damage on the Slick Shot. That will be lethal.
That's huge. This Slick Shot is so crazy in this deck. That looks like how we've stacked up. There it is on the screen for everybody at home. Fetch land for the turn. So now we can also have access to our blue mana for any shenanigans we can sign.
I just want to say, I'm not a judge. Maybe that card checks upon cast. I think it's upon resolution, though. So I don't, that could be a misstep on my part. But
no, I think you're right. I think it's on resolution, but we've got to do this pre-combat, right? So that we get Delirium for the Dragon Age Chandler. Is that right?
I think so. I think so.
Or before blocks. No, all right.
Looks like Sean's not going for it.
Maybe we missed seeing the cards or something, or we're playing it a little bit slower.
Yeah, it might also be this is a moment that card checks upon cast, not upon resolution, which would obviously change the dynamic on everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Chat same resolution.
Well, Twitch chat's never wrong. So,
exactly. I always believe Twitch chat.
Yeah,
every time.
The Violent Urge is +1. That's a lot of damage. It's also possible, this happens sometimes, where with our life tracker, we accidentally hit 1 too many, and the players know that, actually the player's at 15 or 14. And I believe that was exact lethal. So it could just be a spot where we are 1 life point off and Sean missed it there. But it looks like it's just going to be an attack with the Stone Microspawn in the past. Nothing to do with all that mana.
I think we're holding up. We've got command, return, and dismember. So a lot of different options. Just do we want to utilize, and how many of each do we want to utilize? As here comes the 2nd Slick Shot show off. The bird wizard of choice at the minute. Flying, haste, super prowess. Would you call it super prowess? Or
yeah, I think that's for the sake of coverage, I like calling it super prowess.
I know
the idea across.
You have good names for things. What's it when a big creature comes down that you always call them? It's like a flubby wubby or something comes down. I don't know.
Oh god! Now that's in the moment when I'm commenting, I just do it, but I don't know now you've said it.
Putting you on the spot. It's all good.
Yeah.
We're going to fetch up. Here comes the Steam Vents, dropping us down to 8. One card in hand is the Consign. The other one is that Violent Urge that we spoke about. So that's Prowess, Super Prowess triggers plus Delirium in the graveyard. So it will get +1, +0, and double strike.
So that's representing, I believe, lethal. But this is Kozilek's command.
Leaving
this
up
can
1 mana.
get consigned, but then there's the Dismember.
So Dismember is going to cost 6. So that takes us down to 6, but double press. This drops us to 1.
Yeah, you're at 1. That's a lot of live draws for Sean. Lava Dart and Friends are all lethal. Swift Spear is lethal if there isn't a blocker.
I say anything with haste, anything that goes to the dome. We do have a Nature's Claim in hand, so we could target our own thing to gain life if needs be.
Yeah, you could play Talisman into Trinisphere, but can you pay the Trinisphere tax is the question. And I do believe you can. Oh no, wait, you're 1 short. Excuse me, you're 1 short. Okay, so we can't put Sean under preordains or War Straw or whatever. Sean has a land, just plays it immediately. Nature's Claim.
Nature's Claim up to 4. Wrong, up to 5. Takes the damage, goes down to 4.
And Sean's fetching immediately. I'm a little surprised by that. Oh, he's looking for Lava Dart off the Surveil.
Oh my god. No way. This is, again, huge big brain play here.
This is really tight. I like this a lot. It will be exact lethal if we hit the Lava Dart. Now, I'm pretty sure we sided out one of them, but that still means there's at least 3 in the deck.
It still sets us up as well, of course, for the following turn. We do have to watch our own life total. We are at 4. I don't think there's any way to reach in this deck. I'm having a little look. Don't think there is. That was a Sire of Insanity off the top of Devourer of Destiny off the top, which does get rid of the Slickshot Show Off. Top card, Mutagenic Growth. That's going to be the handshake. We're going to see Mike taking this one down, flipping it back on its head. So congrats to them. I think we're going to try and get them in for an interview as well as we're going to head back to the booth. But while we set that up and we kind of get the headphones and get all the sound levels working, let's talk about some future events, because maybe you're watching this and you want to take part at home. We've just announced the second half of the year. You need to get them in the diary now. Talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, so July 19th to the 20th, we're going to be in St. Paul, Minnesota. That's Modern Showdown 10K on Saturday, 5K Legacy Trial on Sunday. If you love Legacy, we'd love to see you out there and show that support. On August 23rd to the 24th, we're going to be in Lansing, Michigan for a double 10K weekend. Saturday is going to be a standard showdown. Sunday is going to be a team trial. Standard Modern Pauper. So if you're a big Pauper lover, we'd love to see you in Michigan. Once again, as you can see here, we're trying out some new things. We're seeing what players like. We really want to bring it to, the best experience to you all and what you're loving. September 13th to the 14th, we're going to be in Mundelein, hometown here. And it's going to be a Modern Showdown on Saturday, 10K. And then we're going to figure out what we want for the trial. We'll be sure to let you all know that with a good amount of lead time. Ideally, we'll let you know by St. Paul. But we just want to pick a format that players are going to really love, they're going to enjoy. And so we're waiting a little bit to see sort of where, BNRs and everything are at. November 1st and the 2nd, Elmhurst, Illinois. We're going to be doing the 10K team showdown this time. That means invite to our Players Championship at the end of the year. Standard Sealed Modern. Once again, we're trying out something new here, seeing how players like Sealed. We did a little bit of Pioneer at the start of the year. We might come back to that. It really depends on how everything goes. But for now, we're going to try some Sealed because we've heard players love Sealed here. We have a lot of Sealed enjoyers on the series. So we're trying that out. And then 10K Modern Showdown on Sunday to cap off the year. And then at the beginning of December, you're going to see our Players Championship stream, which we'll get more into when that time comes. But that's what everyone's battling it out for.
So it's one thing I always love about the NRG series is it's worth the travel, right? No matter what, there's loads of different formats, and it's a big 2-day event. It's not you traveling really far for just 1-day event, and you got to travel back again on the Sunday. This is great, depending on what format you play, or if multiple formats you want to test yourself. You want to pick up a new one, like Pauper. Huge Pauper fan over here, ladies and gentlemen. Do love to see it. Maybe that's what we're going to see that trial in on September 13th and 14th. Fingers crossed. Probably not going to go that way, but who knows?
I would love to see Pioneer.
I would too. I don't think it's getting the love it needs.
It might be copium because this happens every time. It's really the Charlie Brown football meme, Will, where there's a pioneer, it's like, it's good. There's the football and the RC comes around and we break it and it's not fun, but I have faith. But you know what else I have faith in? That Mike is ready to talk to us about that match. So let's head on over to Mike. And congratulations, Mike. You're 2-0. You just won that feature match. How are you feeling?
2 more matches than I thought I would win, truthfully. So, like it was a last minute decision to come because I don't play Modern like other than FNMs ever. I was telling somebody I think I may have registered 4 or 5 events in the last 10 years that were sanctioned more than an FNM. So I saw my opponent and I'm like, crap, I'm gonna be on camera.
Yeah, did you think that they were playing control? Because we saw you kind of pointing to the cards or whatever at the beginning. We were mentioning how you maybe knew Sean from coverage,
so
and how he's normally plays Teferi all the time.
Yeah, I did know Sean from coverage, but really it's more the name than the deck style because like I watch coverage when I'm doing other things. I have a 3.5-year-old daughter, so like usually it's like on in the background or something, and I have Bluey or something else on too. So I just knew that he grinds a lot of these events, so I figured more than likely he's going to be on one of the top decks. And right now, it seems to be either the Is It Prowess deck or Boros Energy. Game 1, I really couldn't do anything because I mulled the 5, and as you saw, he came out of the gates with an insanely good mulligan hand. And then Game 2 and Game 3. Game 3 specifically, I think I got pretty lucky with the top deck Devourer there, but the Nature's Claim to stabilize was lucky. I mean, I also got lucky that he didn't have spells that he could cast when I went down to 1, but that's just, I have to play my cards into consign to memory and into potential counter spells of that state. So
I want to talk about your deck. You see, you don't play a lot of Modern outside of FNM. Is this your go-to deck, or is this your deck for this weekend specifically?
So it was Breach because I'm a vintage player. I've been a vintage player for 25, 24 years, something like that. So I always like to play combo. So before COVID, it was Blue-Red Gift Storm. Then it was Breach for a little while. And then Eldrazi was really just the fact that you get to play Ancient Tomb in this format, which is beyond busted.
Yeah.
So I just decided to play Eldrazi. I was actually going to play Affinity, but I felt that in a 8-round event that me being a tourist in the format, it would just be better to play a deck that was forgiving and had the potential to top deck out of bad spots. So I put Eldrazi together. And I also, I mean, you saw my cards are all Japanese, if you could see that. I also picked my deck over what looked better.
I love it.
I love it. Style points.
So because I only came because I sold a black bordered taiga to a friend of mine and he lives in Illinois and I'm in Madison, so I'm like, I'll just drive instead of risking shipping it. So to be on coverage and have some fun here and win 2 matches is always good.
It's paying off for you. It's paying off for you. Next question, Mason.
I don't really have much to say, but
yeah,
I'm just happy to be here.
We're happy to have you.
If you don't have a question, I want to talk about, like, if you say you're a vintage player, let's talk value vintage. Have you looked at this format? What's something that's happening at the NRG? Have you looked at it? And if so, what's your thoughts on it coming out from the, the Black Lotus area to now you've only got $30 to build a deck type?
All right, I'm going to try and be nice. I'm probably literally the worst person on the planet that you could ask that question. All
right, next question. Got you.
I've heard it's a lot of fun, right? But I'm going to be a boomer and say that it shouldn't be called value vintage because the idea of vintage is it's not value. But like I've heard it's a lot of fun. I haven't really checked it out. There's just so many formats popping up. There's old school pre-modern. The Ohio guys I play with play a format called middle school, which is a modified pre-modern. Now there's, value vintage. I do play Pauper in paper as well, so I play that. And then the summer is really the only time you can play vintage events because I don't play Magic online. So I've really been focused on other things. I do actually want to check it out. I will be honest, I want to check it out. I'm just being a boomer about the name. But
sure.
I've heard it's fun. I just haven't checked it out yet.
Well, I know that those guys bring a bunch of decks with them to all the events. So, if the event goes sideways today, you might want to head on over there. I think they keep like 10, 15 decks for people just to pick up and try the format. So maybe that's something you can do.
Have time after round 2. It's been going well for me.
Well, hopefully it keeps going, right? Hopefully you keep this run going. You're going from vintage to this. It's still got the Ancient Tomb, so you're kind of in that wheelhouse of powerful cards. And we've seen how good the commands can be. And now you're playing one thing. Let's touch on the Eye of the Storm. This new Ugin. That's the first time I've ever seen it being cast. It's got 5 different lines of text on it, and they all seem brilliant in that matchup for you.
It won me my round 1 single-handedly as well. The card is just very good, and the arguments between that and Sire of the Seven Deaths, but I own those cool Ugins, and I like the cards, so I play them. They're different values in different matches, and when the card first came out, I thought that whoever had more Ugins in the mirror or pseudo-mirror would probably lose because it has no text. But what I
Mhm.
found is in the mirror match, if you land Ugin and protect it, the 11 just ends the game immediately anyway. So you basically put them on a 2-turn clock as long as you have enough presence to protect it. And with commands, you can make tokens to block it. So that card's been incredibly impressive to me.
That
It
makes
looks
a lot
really
of
good.
sense to me. I can't even imagine against some of the decks too, where like you play it, you kill something, you zero, you make some mana, you cast your Kozilek's command, you kill their 1 mana thing, you kill their bigger thing, you make a chump blocker, suddenly they're like, how am I going to kill this? It
Yeah,
seems really strong.
like I got in a situation where with him I had Kozilek's command in hand as well, so he scooped it up. He saw the writing on the wall, but it's like even if you counter that or consign it, it's devoid, so it's colorless for Ugin, so it's an instant speed exile a permanent. So I was feeling pretty good when I gained the life and gaining 3 life a turn and isolating yourself from his I mean, his deck can reach really far, but most decks can't reach that far.
Yep.
Well,
Well, Mike, speaking of life, thank you so much for sitting down with us. We'll let you get back to your life and go hang out with your friends and have a good time here this weekend. Thank you for taking a second to talk with us.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks for having me.
good luck with the rest of it, my friend. Right, we're going to head back to the booth and we're going to ask the production if you've got any backup feature matches floating around for you all out there.
I was going to say, I think the next round's about to start, Will. So,
oh, then we do not have any backup feature matches. The round's over that quick already. I'm having so much fun, Mason. So much fun.
Time flies, buddy.
It does. So let's go have a quick little break and then we'll be back for round number 3 here at the NRG. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NRG. Will and Mason, we have got you for round number 3 here of more modern action. Of course, we're at 7 rounds with 148 players battling out, trying to get themselves into today's top 8. And we have got some good, spicy decks still floating around. And one of them is going to be in our feature match this round. So we're going to head straight down to it. Well, Mason, tell us what decks we are going to see.
Yes, we have Brood Scale combo on your left versus Blue-Black Necrodominance on your right. Both players have mulled to 5 this round, and this is going to be a spicy one as our players, we're 2-0 in our 7-round tournament. We're starting to get there. A couple more wins, you're looking at drawing into top 8.
So talk me through this. Which one of these two decks is going to be more of an advantage mulling down to 5?
It's interesting. I mean, Necrodominance, right, just refills your hand. So if you can play that on 3 and interact along the way, that's great, and that will win you the game, typically. Brood Scale is also an infinite combo that can win the game. So going down to 5 cards, if it's the right 5 cards, not the end of the world.
We're going to start off on the left here. Cam is going to fire off one of the newer cards that was in MH3, Glaring Flesh Raker. So that's the 2/2. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you make a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn token. And whenever you cast a colorless creature and it's the battlefield, it does 1 damage to each opponent. Now, this was a good combo we used to see to get around the 1 ring. In this deck, it can just be a straight, burn way to get potentially round a ensnaring bridge or something.
Yeah, so with Basking Brood Scale, right, this is a great way to just kill your opponent because you'll put a counter, make a Scion, sack the Scion, then your Blood Chief's Blade makes another one, and you just sort of go over and over and over again, and your opponent dies. One of the interesting things with this card too, though, is just how much damage it does with Kozilek's Command. We've seen that card create a bunch of chump blockers and mana. Well, also now it does a bunch of damage, and it also does 1 extra thanks to the Glaring Fleshraker's ability. Fleshraker has been a really powerful card. And speaking of powerful cards, Thoughtseize gets cast as it looks like with the combo in hand.
Oh, that is a mile and a half going down. So we're having a little look, and of course, this is a combo deck. It has been seen multiple times in Modern, but sometimes if you don't keep on top of the format, you don't know what some of these cards are. And we're going to take the namesake card in the Basking Brood Scale and then pass the turn back.
Yeah, so Luke here feels like has an answer to the Blade. Might also just think the Blade is the quote-unquote worst card on its own, right? Brood Scale is a little bit more powerful. So let's see if Luke has an answer to this Blade. That might be part of the reason why he left it. Nothing like a Spell Pierce, it looks like here. Even if there was, that could be paid.
There's a Soul Spike in hand. Just do we have the, we could use 2 black cards to cast it for free if we want to. I'm not entirely sure you want a 3-for-1 yourself in this instance, but is an option we have. Gonna go to combat, turn it sideways, get that bit of chip damage in, because it plays a bit like Yargmoth, right? Like plan A is the combo, plan B is actually the chip damage and tick away at it. As it looks like we're gonna have a little read here with
the Sickening Shoal has been used, getting rid of the Meat Hook Massacre. So you pitch a card and then you -X equal to the card's mana value. So Glaring Fleshraker is down.
Hands up, never seen this card before in my life.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, free spells are strong. The Shoal cycle never really saw a ton of play outside Disrupting Shoal, but Sickening Shoal in your Necro deck is actually something you're pretty happy to have.
Okay, let me test your knowledge. Come on. What is there a green version of this? What does it do?
There's 5 Shoals. I don't know what the other ones do.
Okay, I was going to get
Blazing Shoal, which is banned, right?
Yeah. Oh yes, that's the red one. We know the blue one. So it's the green and white one. I guess the white one is the one where you bounce it back.
The white one's the one who redistribute the damage. It was the one that saw play against Fury. So I guess actually I do know them all except green is really what happened. You asked the one I didn't know.
You're so good. You're so good at this. I love it. All right. Playing a few more. We're going to go for a construct token. Then we're going to have a Might is going to follow it up. Pass the turn back across to Luke. Now, what can we do here? 4th land drop for the turn. Does have big, powerful cards like Shieldred in the deck. We got Psychic Frogs, Delphi Voidwalkers, even have a Kaito in the list.
Yeah, a lot of options here for Luke. And this Haywire Might, which is sort of this one of fun of bullet, you're seeing why it often ends up in its place here because just randomly in matchups you might not even expect it to be good. It can be kind of helpful. Now, this matchup, built after an enchantment, you're expected to be nice, but this Haywire Might means Necro is not going to be as game ending as it normally is because here, Luke could pay all but 1, draw that many cards, and essentially double his life total.
So I'm having a look at this. There's not many. In fact, there is no clean answer outside of that Kozilek's Command to get Shieldred off the board if it was to happen. We do obviously have the ways to gain infinite mana, to then go infinite Walking Blister, but then if we do infinite, we're just going to go to the face of that. We're not going to worry about this Shieldred. Chat says, "Oh, no, Shoal. Even I know that one for Neobrand. That's how we gain all the life."
Yes, yeah. Actually, you know what? I talked about the Shoals not land. The Shoals landed a lot in Modern.
Yeah,
yeah. Free spells are really good.
Chat knows everything as
Yeah.
always. 5 mana here is going to be. Oh, so we last card is going to be a Kozilek's Command. Probably going to go.
Well, can you tap the? Can you sack the Scion to be the 6, like float a mana, and then pay? Oh no, sorry, you don't need to. Pardon me, this is the double land. I see.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, so 1, 2,
Wait, this
3,
is only
4.
3.
Yeah, this is for free.
Oh, Urza Saga floated mana. Oh, before we searched, that's what it was.
Man, players are good at this. You're good at this. And it gets the Shieldred off the board, more importantly. And we get to draw the card before the Shieldred's. Is it before the Shieldred's gone? Do we have to take damage, or does it happen in sequencing?
I'm not exact. I believe the card resolves top to bottom, so I'm just unsure which one is. It depends on where they are, right?
It's draw the card, then exiled is the one below that on Kozilek's Command. So we'll see.
I think it would, but I'm not. I'm not a judge.
Well, that's why we have to, tip our hat to judges. It is not an easy job that they have, and these events cannot happen without them. So, shout out to all the judges out there, to the judges of our tournament. Let's get some a little bit of hype for them in chat. They don't get the love that they deserve.
There is the Kaito you talked about in hand, the Bane of Nightmares. You could stun counter down this construct.
Do we have any other option? Is it? But then do we lose it on the backswing?
Well, so if you, I don't think you lose it right away, because I don't remember if Blade of the Chief actually provides a point of power on its own.
No, but you can equip it and then sack the Siren, right? To give it 2 power.
Oh, yeah, you could do that. So that probably has to be the play if you want to answer the Kaito, but also the construct was just beating you down. So surveilling 2, not the most exciting thing, and making your opponent speak for their mana. Pretty reasonable. As it looks like there's Brood Scale.
Brood Scale.
Yep.
Equip. We've got the ability to sack for a mana. We've got then the ability to pay one, so we can also, use the Brood Scale's ability if needs be.
Yes, that's, I believe, infinite mana. And then here's Traverse. I think we have Delirium. And then that's going to be game.
Walking Ballista, infinite mana equals infinite damage. Or we're just going to go with this route as well. Get the Fresh Raker. Again, infinite damage. Going to talk through, tell Luke, this is what I want to do. I'm going to loop this X amount of times until you are dead. Yep. And then we're going to see both players scoot this up and go to a game number 2. Nicely done there for Cam on the left our side with a Brood Scale combo.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there. I also like the Traverse for this Glaring Fleshraker. Your opponent hadn't seen the Walking Ballista. Now, they know the deck. They probably know there is a Walking Ballista or something like that in the deck. This deck does play 4 of them. But hiding that information, because you are a deck that is known, but I would say, it's definitely not super popular, right? Like, if you tell someone I'm playing Brood Scale combo, they know like 95% of what you're doing on average, I would say, but not like the full details.
Do you want the real kicker here? There was 1 Traverse the Underworld in the deck.
Well, that's why you don't play 1, because you just need the 1 to win.
Just need the 1 indeed. Right, let's talk about sideboards. Let's start over on Luke's side. We've got in the sideboard Break the Ice, Consign to Memory, Force a Negation, Shatter Assumptions. Hats off, you know what that? Oh, you would know what that does. Actually, it was in the set. Subtlety, Surgical Extraction, Toxic Deluge, and a Meat Hook Massacre. Anything you like here?
So Shatter Assumptions, MH1 cards, not the set that I worked on, but it makes target player discard all their colorless or multicolored cards. So in this deck, colorless, actually something you could probably reasonably look at doing here on the play. Consign to Memory, we talked about this a bunch. This is an Eldrazi deck. There are a ton of colorless things. There are like Emrakul the Promised End. It's only a one of, but like it does hang around in these decks. So I imagine the consigns are going to come in. And you have a lot of cards that are a little awkward in your deck. So just sort of trading them around to have these sort of better cards that line up a bit cleaner. Super nice thing to do. I could even see a world where potentially Surgical comes in as a way to like maybe try to seize the Brood Scale, and then you remove all of them from the deck, right? That could be a plan as well. And then, theoretically, you could even Break the Ice if you wanted to, because there are a lot of colorless lands. I'm not in love with Break the Ice here. I could totally see it on the play to fight over Urza Saga, because typically Urza Saga is how these decks actually beat these blue-black interactive decks. You just grind your opponent out with a couple constructs and getting a key card. We'll have to see how Luke wants to play it. That's one of the cool things about decks like this, Will, is you get to kind of express your skill and the way you want to sculpt the game.
You come up with your game plan and then it's about on you to try and execute it. So let's have a look at how Cam can show up the game number 2 and get that 3-0 record in today's tournament. We've got Dampling Spheres, we've got Dismembers, we've got Graph Digger's Cage, Piffing Needle, Thief of Existence, Fortnite Seer, Vexing Bauble, and a Veil of Summer. Anything you like?
Yeah, so I mean, over here, it's interesting. Veil of Summer, the opponent selects a blue and black deck, so pretty enticing card. I think it's going to be good. You know, we had talked about a couple of cards that this could be good against and a couple of cards that wouldn't be the best against. So I think we're going to want that. I could see something like Thought Not Seer or Thief of Existence coming in, as well as we're taking a look at me looking over here at these cards.
That's both looking at other things.
You know, just surprise cut to me. They never tell me these days. But, you know, those couple of cards are ones that I think you can jump at and look to. You know, Thief of Existence is a card that can answer some of these harder to answer problem cards pretty well. And it's a nice little thing to sideboard in here as you expect your opponent to kind of interact with you a whole bunch more.
Right, well, it looks like they're just shuffling up. So let's get back down to the table. Let's have a look at those opening hands. Who do you think, you know, now, let's say both players are able to keep the 7. We need to see both go down to 5 there. And that obviously being able to keep all the combo cards that you need in that 5-card hand is, of course, huge for Cameron. They was able to get that game 1 down. But now Luke is on the play. And, of course, another chance a bit to keeping that 7-card opener. Do we want to see something like an early frog? Do we always want to see an early frog? Is that just like the go-to?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the nice things about this deck, right? Is sort of like you have the Necrodominant stuff that goes way over the top that we've seen from like the Mono Blacklist, but just, you know, interact a little bit, play a Psychic Frog, connect on your opponent. That is sort of a fairly strong strategy. And we also have Dolthy Voidwalker, right?
Yeah.
That's a really powerful card that can even, you know, make things a little awkward for the opponent's combo because you do need the creature to die. Right, so exiling the creature can actually stop the Scion from comboing. So there is a lot of game here for Luke this weekend. It's really just a matter of making it happen and how much Cam can interact because, you know, despite being a combo deck, this is a bit of a resilient combo deck.
All right. If people that don't know, obviously you were, you know, working on the team when it came to MH3, you know, a little bit of insight on that. Have you got any stories about Psychic Frog, Russell?
Not really, no. I kind of just shipped it. You know, it's just it's kind of just a cool call out, cool card, strong. Players love playing with it.
Just a slam dunk straight away, a 3-pointer, easy,
kind of
easy street.
Yeah, I know that Shattered Assumptions. That's an MH1 card. While I was working on Image there, I heard the story that like basically they wanted a card for Tron, but they also wanted to because at the time Niv was like popping up. A little bit of Modern, and they were also like, well, maybe we should just make a multicolor hate card. So how do we do that? And my understanding via like, you know, our accounting of a recounting of a recounting is that, you know, Shadow Assumptions is the classic Tron / Niv hate card. Kind of a funny thing to think about there. Sort of how do you hate those two archetypes?
I like it. Also, like they bought it this weekend. You know, there's still room to, you know, to mess around in Modern, to try and bring some of these cards. And also catching your opponent off guard is something that's not done as much these days, I would say, because we live in the world of the internet, and you know you can just find deck lists online, just copy the 75, turn up to your tournament. Great, you don't have time to test. All the world of streamers, you know, being able to fine tune these decks for us, we can just trust them, take the 75, but bringing extra little spicy ones here and there and catching your opponent off guard, which potentially can just change the game and give you that win. And that's what Luke needs here as well on a Multi 6 already.
Yeah, having a bunch of different but overlapping high impact one-ofs, I think is how a lot of players do that now, where we have a bunch of cards that essentially all cover the same base, but they maybe do it in slightly different ways. And that's how you really catch someone off guard, is them having to play around Shadow the Assumptions and Consign and Break the Ice as an example, right? Sort of putting them in a bunch of different positions and sort of making them have to sort of figure out which one can they beat, which one can they not, and try and put them to the test. It looks like Luke has a tough 6 we're trying to figure out if we want to keep or not, as we're going to 5.
Yeah, he did not look happy about that at all. And just having that discipline to know when if you need to mow down. Sometimes you always look at the hand, you're like, if I have a land on top, this hand's great. If I do that, but he's on the play, so already going to be a card down technically in the race, and going down to 5 is not where he's going to want to be. Going to have one of those nice early, you know, Necrodominance sort of lines on turn 3, which is able to restock the hand to then keep fighting through all this pressure that Cam's going to put on him off the gate, because does have a really low curve in this deck with 1s with the, you know, Delighted Halflings, 2s with the Bruce. The Basilisk also has got access to the Eldrazi Temple lines as well as Urza Sagas. So definitely needs to be a good 5 here for Luke. Seems to have found something he likes, and now we're going to kick off this game number 2 with a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of those cards that are in hand here. with some different options for Luke. You could go after the Pithing Needle if you want to protect something like your Necro Dominance. You could get the Glaring Flesh Raker to break up the combo, or Kozilek's Command if you want to sort of take away that gluish card.
Hear me out, Mason. Delighted Halfling, best one drop in Modern. What are you saying?
I don't know if it's the best one drop in Modern, but it's one of the best 1-mana dorks in Modern.
I love this card. I love everything about it. Over on the other side, we're going to play it. We're going to pass it back. We're going to play our tap down and Thoughtseize again. Okay, so a lot of disruption going on over here. What did we draw?
Looks like it might be Veil of Summer.
I think you're right. I think that could be a Veil of Summer. It's tucked away. It is a Veil of Summer at the back. It's better to know about the opponent having a Veil of Summer than getting caught out by it, of course. But the 0 colorless mana going on at the minute outside of that one Delighted Halfling we've got. But that is going to be the card we take, is going to be the Command, respecting how powerful it can be. Here's the Halfling. 1 mana for then Pithing Needle. And is it just a straight up lock for what we name here with Necrodominance?
Yeah, assuming Cam knows, which I think you like seeing the shoal and stuff, that should be a pretty good indicator. We'll get confirmation from our table judge as Luke is just going to miss a land drop and have to pass the turn back.
Is on the mold of 5, so it is rough. Does have the opening turn of double Thoughtseize. Does disrupt the combo enough. That's going to be another Halfling off the top here for Cam. We kind of just spin the wheels and decides to pass the turn, and kind of respecting what, an Orcish Bowmaster there, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it might also just have a Kozilek's Command type card, right? And just wanted to have all the mana available for it.
Always has it. You've got it. Smash. Trying to do this for 2. We do have Consign in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the island there was a good draw.
Well, if you look at the on the Delighted Halflings, they have to use the colorless part, so not the colored mana, so it can't be countered. So that gives us the ability for it to be countered with the Consign, which is nice.
Nice little spot there. So it looks like Walking Ballista was the pickup for turn. Interesting. You could just play this for 2.
Don't hate it. What's the other option? We've got the Veil of Summer and the Delighted Halfling.
Yeah, you could do something like play the other Halfling, attack for 2, leave up your Veil, pass, then play your Walking Ballista with protection. / if you draw another land, you just make it a 3/3. But I think this game probably goes a while. Your Veil you're not pressed to make sure you get your Veil right away. And really, you kind of want to Veil the thing that's winning the game. So presenting the Walking Ballista with protection isn't, the most important thing, as we are going to see the 3rd Halfling come down.
Now, this is the plan B, I told you. Turn things sideways. Comes the Walking Ballista. So confirmation that the Pithing Needle is on the Necrodominance.
Okay, there we go.
Now, what do you think?
Necrodominance a trigger?
Well, it's what chat's saying. Saying it's a trigger, not an active. So
in my mind, for some reason, I thought it was. Maybe that's because Necromancia, or the OG Necro is. I actually never played with Necropotence, so I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later. I want to talk about not turn these Halflings sideways. What's the reason behind it? It's not like we can hold up 4 mana to activate the Walking Ballista or anything like that.
Yeah, because we don't have enough of that. It could be a situation like you talked about before with the Bowmaster, where just maybe wanted to respect that now. Also does leave up Dismember plus Veil, which could be the whole idea. Like, obviously you could attack with 1 and still do that, but maybe you're just trying to not make it seem like you have something. Not exactly sure the exact idea here.
Another Walking Ballista off the top.
A big thing, too, when you're so far ahead, right, is you're allowed to give up a little equity and play around more things because you sort of have percentage points to give, right? So here's another Walking Ballista.
Reasons for playing the Walking Ballista first before combat?
Once again, I assume it's a Bowmaster situation because now you can shoot down the armies or whatever and get to keep your Ballista.
We've got to have something on Luke's side. We've got 4 mana. I'm looking at the deck. Everything is CMC 4 or less. So got to have something. Is that Spike in hand?
Maybe. Spike? It looks like we drew Waterlog Teachings, which is the MDFC from MH3. Looks like Thoughtseize.
Into the Veil that we knew about. So everything, all creatures are going to be pro black, pro blue. till end of turn, as well as Cam himself does get to draw a card. Yeah, it's not going. It's not going well here for Luke at the minute, is it? Just that Molder 5 is really stumping in both games, of course. Now the damage is going to start ticking up, especially if we turn everything so. If the life totals are right and Luke is at 9, this will drop him to 5. We put an extra counter on one of these walking ballistas and then start machine gunning down.
Yeah, it looks like we're leaving up Dismember for now. Luke does have a Soul Spike in hand, you're right. But if he Soul Spikes a walking ballista, the ballista shoots, you don't gain life. But if you Soul Spike the Delighted Halfling, well, these walking ballistas still sort of can shoot you.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is an attack for lethal. You have to do something here.
It is definitely, it feels like a damned if we do, damned if we don't type turn. And this would cost us our whole hand to do, but I'd rather have no hand and still be in the game than not. So here comes pitch double black card. Target one of those Delighted Halflings. Gain 4 life, go up to 13. Now, are we sandbagging the land in hand? I think we've got Besage in hand.
We are. It looks to be the case. You could play it in order to level
5,
up.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage we can do. So we're able to pass the turn back, play it a little bit safe. Luke's carrying it up. I don't know what one card it's going to have to be. Maybe a Meat Hook Massacres might be able to do this.
Good. So we've gone to the lab. Necro Dominance is not like Necropotence would get stopped by Pithy Needle. Necro Dominance does not. So the Pithy Needle, a learning moment for us all here, but might not even matter, is it looks like a kill spell.
So now just doing the math. There's the handshake. Too much. Those walking blisters, being able to get up extra counters on them and just go across the line. Talking about that Pithy Needle, but we've got a backup match for you all. Don't you worry. First, we're going to look at our beautiful faces here in the booth, and then we're going to head down to match number 2. Where what decks have we got? I think we've got some familiar faces, and I'd say like the decks itself kind of familiar as well. One of them was very big in popularity. The other one is very big in popularity these days.
Yeah, so we have NRG versus 4-color Omnath going on in our backup feature match, which we're about to pull up for you in just 1 second. And that's going on. And
here we go.
It looks like we're actually catching the start of game number 2 here, which is great. Spencer calling on your left here. Somebody who plays a lot of these NRG events recently, actually, lives close to me, but travels up to Chicago for work a lot. So he ends up getting to play a lot of these events. And then Will Kruger, a mainstay here at the NRG series, Mox competitor, Pro Tour regular, played in like 3 or 4 of our NRG champ series at this point. Just also Mox winner, by the way, a lot of listing accomplishments. Just one of our most accomplished players here on the tour, the world in general. Will, very strong player, and he's looking to make a good run this weekend playing NRG.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's an extremely good player. See him like all around the world, playing the Pro Tours, playing at the highest level he possibly can. Did have a long period with Hammer Time in Modern, but seems like he's going to, he is one of these, the top players that can just pick up one of the best decks and will be able to pilot it extremely well, and has chose to do it with Boros Energy this weekend. But going up against, Spencer, sharply dressed, already on his side, like the points, got the tie with the pin as well. I'm all over it. On Omnath, currently at a 2-0 record, and is a game up against the powerful Will Kruger on the other side. Now we're going to go into the post-Sideboard game. Will starting off with a turn 1 Ragavan. Yeah,
Will's someone who really likes sort of mastering a deck, is what I would say. You mentioned the Hammer Time. We saw him play that a lot, especially when it was one of the best, if not the best deck in Modern. Yep. He could play all the decks. He could pick up any of these decks and do fairly well at worst, but he does like having that sort of mastery. Spencer, kind of a similar guy, but really likes to make sure that he's playing a deck that isn't the one that has the target on his back. I was actually talking to him at a recent event, and he said he's trying to broaden his range to be more okay with sort of being the guy that people are trying to beat. But for a long part of his Magic career, his idea was, I want to never play the mirror. So, it kind of takes that approach. And this 4-color Omnath deck is sort of riding the line on that. This is a deck that we have seen players like in these NRG matchups, and traditionally can often build their sideboards to beat parts of the combo field, but never really all of it. That's sort of the struggle with the Omnath decks, is they cannot beat the unfair decks consistently.
All right, I want a 1-word answer for you on how happy you are that there is a grand total of 7 copies of Flage in this matchup.
I wish Flage was the one of. That was the hopes and the dream. Actually, the thought was that 4-color probably would play a bunch of Flage to win the game. But, I much prefer Flage as a 1 or a 2 of like Cruxa, as we see Guide of Souls coming in.
Yeah, get a little bit of chip damage in. Obviously, we know how good Omnath can be once it comes down, and the life gain that it can generate, as well as the mana that it can generate, but no turn 2 play. Does that say, is this one of the weaknesses in these decks that they have to almost take turns off to get the triomes going? I only see 1 actual triome in this list. A lot of Surveil lands.
Yeah, a lot of Surveil lands. Planar Genesis is in this deck, so if we had a blue or a green instead of Sacred Foundry, I might even tell you that Spencer's trying to cheat a little, get ahead, jump to Omnath. But it's not the end of the world because we do have a lot of interaction. You would prefer to have a 2-drop play, but it's definitely not something you're losing sleep over. As it looks like Spencer wants to stop the Guide of Souls from being on the board. You could technically Solitude the Flage before the escape trigger resolves, so that's not in the graveyard. Not worried about that. Could also just be because he has some sort of sideboard card that answers it. These decks do play Endurance, for example, so we might just see Spencer main phase something like that. Oh, as it looks like that actually is what's happening. There's a bit of miscommunication. Spencer is saying, I'm going to get this, maybe in response to the Guide trigger. Everything's all chill. And Will gains 10 life on the turn, so not...
It's fine. Spencer's not going to, no combo deck here. It's definitely a long old slog for this deck to win. I'm dumb, all right? We know that. We're dumb. So I'm going to ask you the smart question. Why, when Yorion was around and we played this deck at 80 cards, it was so good, so powerful. As soon as Yorion went, which is a card, it was okay. It was there. Sometimes I cast it, sometimes I didn't. Did that deck just completely fall off the radar?
Well, part of it is new cards are in the format, right? There's different things. So I played and was pretty successful with the 4-color deck a bunch. And one of the things that I really wanted to make sure when we worked on MH3 was there were cards that you could turn to that could fight over the 4-color deck. Now, some of those cards didn't land as well as I would have liked to stop something like this, but the format is just different. That being said, too, Yorion actually was a huge part of those decks because your goal was just trade resources constantly. Then you run your opponent out and you win with something. And it turns out just having a 4 or 5 flyer that draws 2 cards on average on ETB was just a pretty good way to win, right? You just either flickered like a Solitude to kill another thing, or you flickered some redraw effects, and that was good enough. And the plan was just literally to have more answers than people had threats, and there weren't good enough combo decks because Murktide was one of the best decks in the format at the time. So context is key in these environments. There's
a couple things happened I want to talk about in these last couple of times. Let's start with one of the new cards, Voice of Victory. I played 4 copies of this last night in my Boros Energy deck. This card with Goblin Bombardment and the Guide of Souls is amazing. Just, it doesn't need that extra bit of text that the opponent card cast spells in your turn. Don't know why that's on there, but it's on there. It makes this card even better, especially with Arena of Glory. But I want to go back to the turn over on Spencer's side with the fetch. Fetched up a breeding pool when had the option to go for Surveil Land, Triome. At the time, we didn't know, but it looked like he had the Triome in hand. But that's a subtle little read that I think, the better players would pick up on, especially like Will would have thought, okay, if you're doing that, that tells me that you're probably going to have something like a Leyline's Binding in hand moving forward. How key is it to be able to pick up on those tells to try and improve as a Magic player?
Yeah, I mean, figuring out what your opponent has by their plays and also lack of plays, right? So understanding what the big and key turns are is something that's super important. Like Will probably knows there wasn't a land plus an Omnath in hand. Now, sometimes you do want to play that on turn 5 to sort of guarantee the trigger, but that's something that Will can sort of start inferring and come to a conclusion on about the stock up on turn 4, for example, as well. As Guide of Souls here is going to get triggered. I think there might be a question about, can I jump with Guide of Souls?
Yes,
because of and I think the way it works is Guide of Souls puts a trigger on the stack when you declare attackers, if I remember correctly. So you put that underneath the Voice of Victory. The Voice of Victory would resolve. You get your 2 energy or 2 life, and you can jump something.
Yeah. This is going to happen the way Spencer doesn't want it to happen, basically. It's worth asking the question. That's why we have judges. But this definitely works the way that Will's going to want it to work. This is one of the reason why this card is really good in these Boros Energy decks.
Yeah, like you were saying before, this is just a really powerful synergy. And, combine that with the Goblin Bombardment synergy and also the Ajani synergy, right? Having a lot of things on board. There's just a lot of things where this is a really powerful 1-2 situation here. So getting some extra life, getting some extra damage across here, kind of huge. And we talk about this. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Isn't the most important line of text in the world, but it is pretty big. Like Spencer would have loved to Leyline Binding the Voice instead of the Guide of Souls there on the turn prior to then free up his mana and not have that bigger beatdown going on. So
also works. I'm just saying, also works well with Oslet's Pride at the end of turn, where it's like, did you ever City's Blessing? Yes, you do. You make these counter. But these ones don't get sacrificed. It's really cool moving forward. So Judge is going to have a little look at this, and this is something that I think maybe some new players are watching right now, or people are looking to go from that FNM to go to like your winner boxes, your RCQs, your bigger tournaments. Never be scared to ask a judge. If you don't know the interaction of a rule, this is literally why we have judges. You might work the way you think it works, but it's always worth double checking just in case, because no one's perfect at the end of the day, and it does stack the way that Will wants, and he's going to use that energy for this to get an extra 2 points of damage in, as well as the flying counter on it.
Yeah, and also this is it's a situation too where both players. It's not like you're rude or anything to ask the question. No. Everyone wants to make sure. Like I'm sure Will's like I'm pretty sure, but I do want to make sure as well. Like this is also a newer thing that to the modern scene. This is a Dragon Storm card, so just learning that interaction. Nothing wrong there. As we do see, Spencer has a Flage in hand that can answer the Voice of Victory.
I'm also looking at does have free Wrath of the Skies in the main deck. That might be a good top deck to draw right now.
Yeah, that'd be great. And, looking at the sideboard here, which we'll talk about if we need to, Spencer doesn't have a ton for this matchup in the board, but I think it speaks to sort of how comfortable he feels as this is one of the most played decks, right? He's really main decking, wanting to win those game ones and knowing his opponents probably don't have enough sideboard cards that super duper matter.
And just making sure that the correct damage is going to go through and the right life is gained over on Will's side, because of course he gets to get trigger when creatures enter the battlefield, gains an energy, gains a life, and definitely gain the energy because we used it into being able to put these +1/+1 counters on the Guide of Souls. So the life would also be gained in the same trigger.
Yeah, I think what maybe happened here is there's maybe a discrepancy with like fetches and stuff too that happened. This is very simple to happen where you just miscount, especially when Will gains 10 in a turn on Solitude. And it was like broken up into 3 different triggers, right? A Guide trigger, a Flage trigger, the Solitude. So it's very easy just to accidentally lose track here.
Hear me out, Mason. We untap. We play Omnath. We play Fetch Land. We play Wrath of the Skies. That's a dream turn, right?
Yeah, that's probably the best turn you can have. I mean, Omnath Fetch Flage would also be a great turn. You get to shoot down the Voice of Victory. You gain, 6 life on the exchange. Not a bad way to start things. And Spencer does have enough cards in yard that we can bring back the Flage on the following turn. So no matter what, Spencer is sort of actually getting very close to being able to stabilize this game. The hard part, though, against NRG is all of its cards are very good. And so you do need to close the door pretty quickly against them. You can't lollygag around. Like against Murktide, against 4-color, you could lollygag a little bit. It's okay just to hang out, not be winning the game right away, take a second. Things have changed.
So we've got 2 cards in hand for Will as well. Remember, we're still in the combat phase at the minute. We're talking about damage. I think this is maybe one player's wrote down the other one different, and they're just going to go back and like kind of work it out. And this is literally what the judges there doing. First of all, maybe while we saw this, if it's going to take a little while, maybe we can have a little look at some of the future events production.
Well, looks like we're maybe untapping.
Hold.
Hold. Stay on the future match.
Cass's curse, as they call it.
We're staying here.
Or Spencer's scooping, or
yeah. It looks like Spencer maybe thought the turn was ending, but I think it's all been taken care of now.
All right, we're back in it.
Yeah, and my guess is this is a situation of just we oopsie poopsie in the life total. Now you mentioned this before. We have City's Blessing here now, and so
we don't. We're 9. We're missing 1 permanent.
Well, you'll gain the 1 on the end of the turn, right? With the
because we gain the cat. Yes.
Yeah. So then you'll get all the cats, all the warriors. So now Spencer has to have like a Wrath of the Skies. Flage is not going to be enough to sort of stabilize. Where it was looking to maybe be something that could get a cheeky stabilization.
Well, okay. So we're going to get an extra 3 counters this turn, an extra 3 life, an extra 3 energy.
Yep. And that's going to jump the Guide of Souls. So at worst, that Guide of Souls is going to be big. As we do see some cat tokens there from Theo Jung winning our showdown. One of the things we haven't talked too much about is if you win a showdown, you get an Inkling custom token. We give it out at the events. Theo, one with energy, decided to make a cat in the form of his cat stomping on him.
Had a little nod of the head there. Like, 3 is Stock Up.
Okay, stock up into Whiteland Wrath.
Yeah, we got the 2 energy. You can see there at the bottom of our screen. I see a Flage there. We don't have it. That's just going to be scooping up. I mean, but we get to go to a game number 3, so you'd love to see it. Don't know how much long's left on the round, but pretty quick match 1 that we had earlier on with the Brood Scale going into game 2. So I think they're going to have enough time to battle out number 3. But that means we get to talk about the sideboard. So we'll start over on Spencer's side. You said doesn't have many options in there. You were not wrong. We have got a Beseiju, Consign the Memory, Endurance, Dampening Sphere, Charmors, and Veil of Summer. Do you bring anything in at all?
I like the Endurance. It's a good body. It fights over Flage, which is one of the ways that Kruger is going to try to go longer. Ideally, he's going to do something like that where he curves out, puts you on the back foot. But with Wrath of the Skies and stuff like that, he does have good ways to stop that. So fighting over the graveyard to make Flage a non-issue in the games is pretty important. And, you can cut things like Elishnor and other machines if you want to in order to make room for even just one Endurance, right? We don't need to have both. Yeah. You could probably bring both in. You don't have a lot of things because you think your game 1 is so good. And there is a big difference here too. Spencer is playing 4 Wrenn 6. So cards like Ocelot Pride are much riskier to run out on turn 1, here for Will, into Spencer, maybe just playing this powerful Planeswalker, ticking down and killing. And you mentioned, things have changed. That's one of the big ones. Wrenn 6 was probably one of the strongest cards in Modern, if we're being honest, and killed most of the best threats in Modern. And something that Will Kruger happened a lot with Hammer, I'm sure. But that's what's going on there. Meanwhile, on Will's side, you got a lot of cards to read.
Right, we got Blood Moon, we got Path to Exile, we've got Deafening Silence, we've got Ghost Vacuum, Molten Rain, Charmors, Orange Chance, our own Wrath of the Skies, Wear and Tears, Stony Silences, and Showdown of the Scalds? Scalds. That's a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs in that sideboard here for Will.
We talked about this in kind of the first part of this round, right? That's how a lot of players are switching things up, having 1-ofs cover a lot of spots. I'd expect Blood Moon and Showdown of the Skulls to be pretty easy includes in this matchup. We'll have to see what Will wants to do, though, as it is an Ocelot Pride on turn 1. And if Spencer has the turn 2 Wrenn 6, this is going to be a back-breaking play.
Yeah, it's going to feel good if he does have it. What are we going to get? We're going to get Surveil, we're going to get Triumph. What are you calling?
Yeah, it depends. One of the things about Surveil lands is they do get pretty good in the mid-game, making sure that you find the right thing. They also are good for sculpting early. With the Leyline Binding, I think you're going to see this a lot from Spencer. Just searching up the Triumph early makes your life really easy on just having that 1 mana binding. Not that it's into the world to pay 2 a lot of the time, but you do kind of prefer to set that up when you have the chance and on the play you can afford that. So this is the big green into Wrenn 6. Oh, a Surveil land. These tap lands, they can really come back to hit you. Even just 1 activation of Ocelot Pride could be a pretty big thing, as we're going to see a Steam Fence get milled.
So this does so we're gonna use the energy straight away from the go back discharge. I was about to say this gives us not delirium, what am I thinking of? Domain. So we've got all land types now. Pass the turn back to Will. We're gonna start off with a plains into, as we saw in game number 1, Voice of Victory, and it did a lot of work then.
Yeah. This is a spot where Spencer needs to kind of do something big this turn, ideally. Even if it's a Fairy Time Raveler here to bounce this would be kind of nice. Galvanic Discharge, find a way to answer it.
Yeah, we take that. 1-for-1 trades, keeping Will back, not having any threats on the board, so we can start setting up against that mid game, which is what Spencer's going to want to have. Will's got another Voice of Victory, though. That's going to come down, means that Spencer can't cast anything like a Solitude, End of Turn, or Leyline's Binding. Also, just got the Planar Genesis in the deck, so potentially could end up playing those at instant speed if needs to be, but not in the face of this Voice of Victory.
Yeah, it looks like Spencer is just getting another Surveil land, trying to maybe sculpt into guaranteeing something like an Omnath here. Flage would be a really great play for Spencer. Just sort of clean up the Voice of Victory and then have something set up to use your mana on for turn 4 guaranteed. And yeah, you're seeing Spencer bin a bunch of lands.
No draws. How are we going to utilize our turn number 4? I did think I see in the Flage in hand, which you've got to imagine is a pretty good and key card in this matchup. But Leyline's Binding for 1. It's going to get rid of that Voice of Victory.
Yeah, surprise. If there was a Flage, it seemed like a great spot to Flage. Maybe Spencer has something else in mind. This could be a good spot with Endurance if Will spends the turn, playing a Flage and shooting Spencer, then Spencer gets to develop endurance, clean up the Flage in the yard, develop a 3/4, and then just Flage himself.
I can't tell you how much I love watching these sorts of games of Magic, like just like both going back and forth, jockeying for position, and seeing who can kind of ink out that extra couple of percentage points to turn this game around. Because at the minute, it's kind of here's my threat, here's my answer, here's my threat, here's my answer. Who's going to break first between these two great players? Will's got a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting things of the energy deck too, is it can go pretty long. It can go fast, but it definitely, does not run out of steam quickly.
Now, I like to call Caesar Pyromancer a poor man's One Ring, because it doesn't do what it used to do, but it's good enough to go 2 cards deeper, ditching 2 cards into the graveyard here, one of them being Arena of Glory. So keep note of that. I think they play 3 now in the main usually. Yep, 3 copies here for Will as well.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of being Boros. So we see a lot of splash colors on energy. That does let you answer different like problematic combo or other decks in the format. Like we see a lot of Jeskai energy for Consign in order to help fight the Eldrazi deck. But your man's a little cleaner. You get to play things like extra Arena of Glories.
Follow-up is going to be Guide of Souls. Pass the turn back. We're going to go fetch again. I think we might have one way completely out of Surveil Lands. What we got?
I think this is just endurance. I think we're fetching the forest for endurance and like trying to protect our life total a little.
Okay. It's got that added effect of, no crazy Flage shenanigans can happen.
Yep. And that's, this is sort of what Spencer was hoping for, right? Season Pyro discarding Flage, or maybe a Flage develop. Now, Pyro ended up discarding a bunch of lands for Will, but this was sort of, kind of what Spencer was trying to position for, as we already see an attack with the endurance. That's loud.
Here's the planar that we spoke about. So this is kind of like one of the kind of hasn't seen as much playing. Will's going to read it, so I'm going to read it out for everybody as well. We're going to look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land from among them into the battlefield tapped. If you don't put a card from among them into your hand, if you don't put a land into the battlefield, you put one of those cards into your hand, put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. So a little bit of growth spiral action going on, a little bit worse than the growth spiral, but can also kind of find you the cards you need. So good early, good late game.
Yeah. Yeah. What if anticipating, growth spiral kind of met and had a kid? It's kind of the picture here.
Is that how you pitched it?
No, this wasn't a me card. This was here when I got there.
Oh, okay. 3 mana open, no land drop for the turn over on Spencer's side. So that, is good and bad for Will.
And he's got a lot of, and Will kind of knows something's probably up here because attacking isn't really in Spencer's quote unquote best interest, right? Like he much more wants the game to go long and take over. Goblin Bombardment coming down.
Another endurance, maybe?
Another endurance would make sense with the mana.
This is the powerful 1-2 punch here. Goblin Bombardment into the Ajani, get the cat token trigger, gain the life. But more importantly, do we sack the cat token straight away to then flip the Ajani? What could Spencer be holding up? You got to imagine if it was a Leyline Binding, it would have been cast well before that cat token was appearing on the board.
Yeah, so you like you said, it's not binding. It could be like discharge, right? And the plan is to discharge the Ajani itself.
Okay, yeah, we have used 2 already, but there are 4 copies in the deck. And yeah, Will's going to flip straight away. Spencer can't be too happy to see that because this is now going to be 4 damage to the Dome or even to that endurance if he wants to go that route.
Yeah, I was going to say he could have fought over the endurance. I think going face just in case your Johnny does die. You don't want to waste it and you're going to be in a racing situation. But now the Guide of Souls gets energy too, so the Guide of Souls is going to trigger. Spencer, I believe, should be, took 3 here, 1 before, should be down to 10. And it's going to get attacked for 5 if the Guide of Souls gets jumped. I think we marked the one right away. Yeah, it was second endurance. He just had both of them. Good play there from Will, figuring out something's up here if this endurance was attacking. But also, Spencer wanted to get his points in.
We getting frisky again?
Well, we have to fight over the Ajani, otherwise he's just going to keep shooting us.
So both endurances getting turned sideways. Remember, 3/4 bodies on them. Will's just going to double block, double shoot you for 2, drop you down to 9.
I love a flage here. You get the attack in, and then you flage down the Ajani. If that's what Spencer was setting up, this is going to be a great spot.
Is that a Wrath? I think it might be a Wrath.
Wrath Disguise doesn't hit Planeswalkers.
No. But no, it doesn't look like anything. It's a white card. It could be a Solitude, I guess, then.
Yeah, Solitude makes sense. I was going to say, because if it was Wrath, you'd probably Wrath for the at least 0.
Yeah.
Right, and clear the token and force the chump block to protect the Ajani. So it does make sense that it's Solitude. I didn't get a good look at it myself. Looks like we have 5 mana here for Wills. He's going to actually just flashback the season Pyro.
Yeah, so in response here, we do the Solitude so they don't get the 2 life and 2 mana, right?
Yeah, the 2 life and 2 energy. It looks like Spencer is thinking about that versus, hey, can I, I could give that in exchange for if the Ajani zeros, let it target not Solitude, because Solitude is a way for Spencer to gain some life and pressure the Ajani back. So could have done that as well as a way to kind of navigate around this. Decided to value the life and the energy a little higher, which I think is reasonable. The game is getting very scrappy here, and Spencer has lots of ways to gain life.
Yeah, this isn't really what the game plan for Spencer, right? Like being able to apply pressure each turn with these while taking things off the board with these endurances and the Solitude. So we are going to sacrifice the God of Souls with the Goblin Bombardment, do a point of damage. It looked like to the endurance.
It was, yeah.
And then tick up the Ajani to do the last 3 points of damage that is needed. So we've got a bit of a board.
Yeah, and now the Solitude, we can block and we can even sack to finish off the Solitude. So that way it dies. There's no life to be gained. And you're seeing, these Planeswalkers, and specifically Ajani, they are very strong when they get going.
Oh,
you don't play around in Modern.
It's just a beautiful 1-2 punch with the Goblin Bombardment, being the red permanent you need, being the way to flip the Ajani, to be the way to put even more pressure on afterwards. 4 mana, though, is this an Omnath?
If it's Omnath, it could be huge. I mean, that's a great way to gain life. Maybe even find an out to this, play fetch land.
Oh, it's a Wrath Disguise to 2.
Okay, so this is huge. It's going to clean up the bombardment. It's also going to clean up all these tokens.
Yeah, but then we get to finish off the Ajani with our endurance.
Yeah, it is also interesting too, because Spencer had the 2 energy from before, so he could have held up more mana. So probably a sign that he doesn't have any.
Did we
attack
the face?
Oh, because we have an advantage discharge. Okay.
Got all these still.
Yes. All right. I think I would still probably attack the Ajani just because Will has so many cards in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Molten Rain. There goes Delirium.
Molten
Rain, and this is exactly
gold.
why you kind of want to maybe save your discharges, because so many of the cards in Will's decks are good threats here. This Guide of Souls being one of them. Ocelot Pride could have easily been another. And I don't think we have the mana now to play something like Omnath. We're lacking blue.
Oh, yeah, I say we've only got Forest, Mountain, Plains.
Oh, and Will did not jump the Guide of Souls. He kept the 3 energy. That means Flage or another card could answer this guide. All right, blue land off the top.
What are we saying? The way we're racing still. This is craziness.
Well, yeah, because Will didn't jump last turn, Spencer isn't dead on board now. He obviously has a blocker, right? But a kill spell could have cleared that one.
What's the reason behind this?
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Will has. Will seems to have 1 card face down. It could be a Galvanic Discharge, and he's saving it for an Omnath, for example. That's a play that makes a lot of sense. Just sort of like, hey, I can hit this turn and sort of see where it goes. But
another pass of the turn. So this is going to create a fetch, drop down to 4. This will give us the ability to get blue.
Okay.
I think we did bin the breeding pool.
We bin the breeding pool, so we don't have it, but we do have a Hallowed Fountain. And both players are trying to draw Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury here.
You had to say it, didn't you? You had to say it. I love it.
It's the card that breaks this game wide open. Spencer would get to kill the
guy. I think he drew it.
Okay.
No, it's a stock up.
All right, stock up's a good one to find a Flage. Got 5 looks at a card.
And this is why we talked about stock up early on in the broadcast, is like how this card's making such an impact, because these like grindy games when you get to the mid to late game, look how powerful this is now. Top 5, best 2 go to our hand, rest goes to the bottom, And that's like, if anything, a huge top deck here for Spencer to try and get back into this game. He's going to fetch straight away, going down to 3, getting that basic plains. Is this the Flage?
There's an on-map
It is the
Flage. Okay, that kills the Guide of Souls. Will from before, not using the energy. He saved it for something. We'll have to see if it's going to pay off later. Spencer's like, I'm not worried about anything. No Arena of Glory. Attacks Will down to 3. Threatens lethal with an escaped Flage next turn.
Oh, he had the Arena of Glory. If he drew the Flage there, he could have gave it haste as well.
Yeah, but Spencer couldn't beat that either way, and so he attacks in. So, wow, what a game. That was a crazy, crazy one.
That was like on the knife. I'm literally on my seat here, like, for you can't see us now, chat, but I was really leaning forward, like, oh, what's going on? I love that. And if you love that, that's the reason to hit that follow button right now. Because if we got not only the 10K today, which is modern 7 rounds, 148 players, and then cut to top 8, but tomorrow we've got the standard trial as well. So that's a 5K. Standards are in a really good place right now. A lot of different decks floating around there. I think there is still one boogeyman in that format, but everyone has it. It's fine. But this is going to be paper magic, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Any words before we go to a break, Mason?
I can't wait to see round number 4. We'll be right back.
See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NRG series here live in Chicagoland for round number 4 of Modern Action. We're going to bring you 7 rounds total of the Swiss before we cut to today's top 8. And of course, everyone's battling out for their share of $10,000 play points. Get on the leaderboard. All sorts of crazy shenanigans happening. My name is Will, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. There's the Mason Clark of the coachness that we all know and love. Let's talk about that leaderboard, though, because I want to know who's doing well, who's looking to get themselves into the end-of-year championships. So, Mason, tell me what the end-of-year championships is and a couple of key names on this board.
Yeah, I mean, end of the year is our champs. The $30,000 invitational winner goes to the Pro Tour and gets free entry into all our events the following year and an invite back to potentially do it again. You're going to see Theo Jung there. He is our champion from last year. He'll be at the champs. But on the page here, any name that's orange is someone who's already locked their invite by winning a showdown like today's events. Today's winner will lock it up. Grayson and Fan Cheng Yang are both locked in here. But you see some names you see a lot of here on the series. Basically 1 through 7 are all players who you see a lot of, as well as, Fletcher Johnson. Ted is around as well. Sean Gallagher, someone we saw in our round 2 feature over here at 11th. Lots of named players. All of them trying to make their way to the champs. End of season 1 comes soon. Top 3 players from there will go on to our champs, sort of at large here for points. But speaking of at large, our main feature match area is about ready to get large and in charge. So we're going to head on down to that as we have Boros Energy on your left versus Is It Prowess on your right.
So this is going to be a quick matchup. Like, so when the parents went up and we kind of see what the decks were, we're like, oh, this one's going to be quick. So we're going to get this one on first. This is kind of the hot spiciness in the format at the minute. Is It Prowess using the core steel cutter to its advantage, being able to get that big one shot, going up against the known, the tested, the trusted Boros Energy deck, and Boros Energy going to be on the play here. How key is that, and how does this matchup normally pan out?
Yeah, so I mean, being on the play is always really great with these decks that curve out here. You see, Alden didn't have a turn 1 play. Not super normal. The Boros Energy deck, plays a lot of them. The Is It Prowess deck here, they're having a turn 1 DRC really kind of helps there. It looks like Austin is just going to bobble themselves after surveilling, leaving on top.
17 1-drops in this build of Boros Energy. Here comes the Surveil. Are we playing the full 2 copies in this list? I like how we used to play 1. Now we're teetering on 2. Same with Arena of Glories. You see these numbers kind of inking up time and time again because just the value of these cards and being so powerful. Even in the early games like this, we can sculpt a hand. Maybe we need some lands. Maybe we need some threats. Now we know what against. Or on the flip side, maybe later on, we need to get those Arena of Glories far enough. And of course, these Surveil lands count as both land types. We're going to go to the prison, get the status prison down, get that off the board now. No point waiting around because, of course, any spell played in response will give us a free Surveil to Austin on the right of our screens. Draws to the turns. Now looking to kind of rebuild. Is this going to be a good turn for potentially plotting? No, we're going to go surveilling ourselves. Have a bit of a setup. And then we're going to see this like a little bit of back and forth, jockeying for positions. Austin going to try and set up for this one big turn with Alden trying to protect himself for that one big turn if it's to happen. Did see there's a go back discharge in the hand.
Yeah, that often happens. Also, with cards like Corey Steelcutter, you're kind of incentivized to have a bunch of double turns, right? As you are with Prowess creatures as well. So Austin here drew the Surveyor land off the bobble and probably just kind of knew like, hey, I can hold up Bolt here. So if something like a Johnny comes down and you try and flip it with something, I'll have an answer to it. But I kind of want to wait to play both my cards anyways. As Surveilling Away Flage is very strong.
High rolling. Now, is that your signature or the artist signature on that?
That's the artist signature.
Right. When I see you again face to face, I want you to sign my ones. That's all I know.
I'll do it. I number them when I sign them. As we do see, I'll slot pride into a Johnny. A lot of cats in the building.
Are you a cat or a dog person?
I'm a dog person. I don't dislike cats. I'm just allergic to cats. That's kind of the big issue. So
that would be a deal breaker. Yeah, that would definitely be a deal breaker in that scenario. Just going to pass the turn back. Does have one red end of turn if someone wants to use it. And looks like we are. We're going to get the Johnny off the board with a lightning bolt.
Yeah. Austin does have Lavadar in hand, but we talked about before, you kind of want to set these bigger double spelly turns. Also, you don't want to flip the Johnny, right? So yeah. All makes sense.
We're in this like weird holding pattern that we need to get things off the board on the other side, but also if we get things off the board, we're only allowed to drop away from getting a hasty flage out the graveyard potentially. So there's a lot that Austin's got to kind of think about and navigate here to try and turn the corner, so to speak. So I feel like that Flage in the graveyard is really going to play a big impact in this game.
It is a beautiful mountain here from Austin. I want to shout that out. But yeah, you maybe don't want to kill the Ocelot Pride on your turn, because if you do, then the Pride's in the graveyard, which means, Flage plus fetch land. Excuse me, fetch land means flaging.
We talk about a nice basic mountain. This is a nice EI here. Expressive Iteration going to be cast. 1 to the hand, 1 to the bottom, 1 to exile that we can play to the end of the turn. Didn't get a look at what went to the bottom and top, but we do know about that. Wooded Foothills is now in exile, so that can be our land drop for the turn. I see the Lightning Bolt in hand, I believe, as well as a Mutagenic Roof and a Cur.
Yep.
Oh, we've already played a land drop for the turn. My apologies.
Yeah, I think Austin was trying to maybe play around something like Preordain getting hit and wanted to have the blue land set up already. But ends up meaning we lose a little bit of expressive iteration value. As another Johnny comes down.
Jeez, okay. No Lava Dart in response. Or maybe there is? Question mark. Nope, we're just going to lightning bolt the Johnny itself straight away. Okay, question. Would you, and I think this pans out on how much we respect each deck here. We could have Gavarank discharged one of the cat tokens there to flip the Johnny in response to that bolt. Are we leaving that discharge because it's one of our only instant speed ways to deal with, say, a slick shot?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea. Slick shot's kind of a bigger issue right now. And also, our static prison's about to go away on this DRC, so you maybe need to actually clear the DRC as well. But ideally, really what you want to have happen is, Austin plays something, you discharge it, get to keep the prison around and kill Austin's play. So like a slick shot here would be a good example of that, and then be pretty happy as here comes the namesake. Corey Cutter.
Coil Steel Cutter. So when we play the second spell for the turn, it triggers. That's going to generate a 1/1 monk with prowess, and you get to equip it for free if you do want to the one it came to. Why wouldn't you? I don't know, but it's going to make it a 2/2 body moving forward. And do we have a land drop for the turn? Do I have a Mutagenic Growth in hand? And again, one of the scary things about this deck, just because they're tapped out, doesn't mean that we don't have spells to cast and protect against damage-based removal, which is what Alden has got.
Yeah. Now, Alden has the ability to bring back Flage if we have the fourth land. I don't know if we do. The static prison should be gone now.
Yeah, static prison needs to go into the graveyard, which brings the Darcy back.
I think it is the beginning of the main phase thing. So Alden might have been thinking about discharging and then paying as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
it is after you've drawn your card, you get to decide on that when it goes on.
Yeah, so one of those weird in real life moments, we feel like it's the main phase, but technically we're probably still in the draw phase. And, sometimes here in the commentator booth, it's a little hard to know exactly where we are. But this DRC in play is great for Austin, letting us sculpt our hand a little.
Yeah, it's also going to come in as a 3/3 as well, because we do have Delirium. Here comes discard 2 cards off the Seasoned Pyromancer. Flage is going to be one of them, as well as Ragavan, which means 2 1/1 elementals is going to come in. Really hoping to hit that land drop. We've been holding 1 red mana up the whole game in case there was a hasty threat off the top, like something like a slick shot. Does hit the land. I think we might have drew double land, actually.
I think we did too. Yeah, I think we got Windswept Heath and Arid Mesa. But we still have that discharge to protect us from some, shenanigans. Might even see a discharge here just to clear this DRC.
And then, of course, next time we've got a hasty Flage out of the graveyard as well, which is going to be huge. So that might even just put the pressure on Austin. Needs to win this turn. Somehow do 18 points of damage.
If there's a deck that can do it, this is the one.
Well, we're fully tapped out. Combat. Attack these 2 Cat Warrior tokens.
Leaving back the 1/1 in order to maybe block in case of a bunch of pump spells.
Also combat math. 1/1s into 2/2s. Not the best.
Well,
but...
a little bluff situation. You never know. Put Austin to the test.
Right.
Maybe I got Mutagenic Growth.
Oh my god, we drew Slick Shot. We've got Slick Shot, we've got Lightning Bolt, we've got Mutagenic Growth, and we've got the Violent Urge. Is that enough, Mason? I don't know.
Oh my gosh. If we hadn't lost the land off the EI, it might have been here. As basically Mutagenic Growth is 4 damage with the Slick Shot show off, because you get the Slick Shot and its own trigger. That puts Slick Shot to 5. You go to 6 off the Violent Urge, 7, 8. That's 16. You're going to get the trample prowess. I think Austin might have lethal. I think he definitely would have had it with another mana. I'm pretty sure we have delirium because we did bolt the DRC.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got delirium. I think this depends. And if, oh, there's a lava dart in the graveyard.
Oh, there is a lava dart. Yeah, so that's going to trigger.
That's lethal, right?
That should be lethal if I did my math right. And we did have delirium. Now, we are just kind of assuming, and I think we are there between the bauble, the lands, the creatures, but we're going to find out right now as Austin starts casting cards.
Oh, he drew it off the top. This is huge. So slick shot show off. There it is on your screen. It is got super prowess, which means you get +2/+0 every time we cast a non-creature spell. Has flying, has haste.
Okay,
3 cards in hand.
We didn't main phase it. We didn't main phase the Growth, excuse me, in order to get another prowess token, but I don't think we're going to need to because of the lava dart, like you mentioned.
So a little bit of math here. So if we go mutagenic growth, that's going to give +4 to the slick shot. Then we do the violent urge. That's going to give +3 to the slick shot. That's going to give it 8 power. The lava dart gives it to it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Austin didn't have delirium. I'm not exactly sure. Like, it might have just been discharge.
Instant, land, sorcery. We definitely had delirium.
Yeah,
I don't know. It doesn't matter now. It's done.
Yeah, and also this is one of the things, right? Like, part of Magic is being able to sort of figure out these spots and see when you do and don't have lethal, even if you do have it, right? So Austin, with a little bit of a misstep there, does not mean the match is over by any means. Can still very easily win game number 2 and 3 here as the players are going to start sideboarding, and Alden very quickly sideboards.
Well, let's get started on Austin's side. Let's look at this sideboard. So we've got Alpine Moon, Consigned to Memory, Into the Floodmoor, Meltdown, Spell Pierce, Surgical Extraction, Unholy Heat, and Torment Crypt. What do you like?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting position here on like what do you actually want to bring in. I think, Into the Floodmaw is something I could see us having if you want to like play around some sort of sideboard card from your opponent. It can clear a blocker like a Flage is kind of nice. I could see a similar thing with like maybe having an Unholy Heat if you want to have a little bit of interaction for the board and sort of use your Steel Cutter to amass a big board state and win from there. But for the most part, not just something that's like, oh yeah, I'm really slamming this down and winning the game. A little bit of a hiccup there.
Let's have a look over at Alden's side on the Boris Energy deck. Looks like we have got Celestial Purge, Deafening Silence, Ghost Vacuum, Molten Rains, Ominous Chant, Stony Silence, Wrath of the Skies, Wear and Tear, and a Showdown. What do you like?
So I think Deafening Silence is great. That's just not going to allow for multi-spells here for Austin. Put him on the back foot there. Celestial Purge, also just a 2-mana kill spell for everything. Being able to answer the card Corey Steel Cutter, pretty important in that regard. It can, like we just talked about, they can bring in Unholy Heats, also just Lava Darts and Bolts, right? And sort of pick away at your creatures, amass some prowess tokens, and sort of nickel and dime you, and then try to get one turn they trigger prowess 2 or 3 times. So you might even see Wear Tear under that same sort of idea. And also Wrath of the Skies, a lot of 1 and 0 mana things. That's on both sides, but also if you're playing Wrath of the Skies in your energy deck, right? It's because, sometimes your stuff's going to get caught up, but it's worth getting caught up. So, and we see right away the first card Austin draws is Unholy Heat. So it looks like Austin does want to maybe fight over the battlefield a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of spells, a couple of lands, got a creature in there as well. I think like it's a nice little keep there for Austin. Didn't get a look at Alden's grip, but doesn't like it. It's going to throw them back. Go down to 6. That's fine. We're on the draw. We know how good this deck is. Every single card in it does something really great by itself. Synergizes really well with all the other cards in the deck moving forward. If you had to say there's a key card from both of these two decks, which one would you say?
I would say Corey Steel Cutter for the prowess deck. At least that's the newest thing. I mean, in a lot of ways you could just argue it's like Lava Dart. Like that's really kind of like what moves prowess over the burn decks of old. Like, prowess creatures also in general, I think are just pretty much better. With the energy deck, I think you could argue a lot of things. I think you could argue Ocelot, Pride, Guide of Souls, a Johnny, Flage. Obviously, there are other Flage decks. I think really, the energy deck is like efficiency. That's what I would say is the thing that stands out to me.
All right, we're off to the races and kept a 6. We're going to start off with Austin casting that Dragon Rage Channeler. It's going to cost him 2 life points, though. That Steam Vents come into play untap. Let's have a little look. Have we got any turn 1 plays on the other side?
Aldine does have Deafening Silence. We sideboarded in, yeah.
There it is. And I don't think we've got any ways of getting that off, right? Once it sticks, it sticks.
So we do have the wear tear. Excuse me, that was the NRG player. Pardon me.
Into the flood mode to do it.
Yeah, into the flood mode cans you can buy a turn. We'll have to note too, Deafening Silence is only non-creature spells, so you can still trigger Flurry with things like Applied Slick Shot, or just hard-casted one. So Austin can still do that sort of thing. It's just going to be harder to get multiple prowess triggers actually going.
It looks like we've got something, at least a 2-drop in hand. A good one would be the cut. Even a Slick Shot would be good here. We got a preordain.
Yeah, Swift Spear would have been kind of nice as well. Just sort of, do that plus something like this would have been a pretty good one too.
I think we put lands to the bottom, Slick Shot show off on top. That's what we're going to draw.
I like that.
We have a 1-drop creature to follow up. Get in there for a point of damage and pass the turn.
Yeah, and we might even see Austin can break his spells up over multiple turns, right? Like that's one of the big strengths of having all 1-mana cards is just the ability to weave them together. Yeah, so heating this Ajani here, you get to Surveil. And now, Austin is looking to be in a pretty decent spot here. Not great by any means, but, pretty decent.
So land into the graveyard. So still only 3 cards in there. No Delirium just yet. We're missing creature or artifact.
Yeah, Mishra's Bauble could be a great one here to sort of go the distance in that regard.
Another Unholy Heat. Just pull to the front of the grip. Don't know if we really want to use it on that token, but maybe we, value the Surveil here.
Yeah, I don't think I would be over the moon to kill that. If it guaranteed me Delirium, like if that was the missing type, I'd probably be down because then it's like casting Lightning Bolt, right? But in this situation, it's a little high risk to throw away your Unholy Heat like that.
Would you have attacked with the Darcy there as well?
No, I don't think so. I think my surveilling is pretty important, and my opponent might fight over this card a little bit. And if they end up fighting over my Slick Shot, then I have Delirium, and if they fight over my DRC, well, then I have my Slick Shot hanging around. So puts Aldine in kind of an awkward position.
Fetching up basic planes here, trying to keep the life total as high as we can. Smart against these powerful, big one-shot Izzet Paras decks.
Yeah, and we might see the strength of Mutagenic Growth here if this Flaysure is after Slick Shot.
3 damage. Do we have the Mutagenic Growth?
It's one that you probably typically want to save. I could see a world where maybe Austin wants to fetch Surveil first, see what the top card of the deck is. Have another Slick Shot. Maybe you're more incentivized to do it to get some burst. But looks like Austin wants it either way.
This is going to cost 2 life for it. I didn't get a good look at what got put in the flat Surveil there.
Yeah, it was pretty quick, so I'm going to guess it was just a land.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right, they are counting right now. So, and the no attack, hard to know, could just be it was Mishra's Bauble, so the Delirium is online.
So yeah, back to it. Now we've got a 3/3 Dragon's Channel that's going to fly over that cat. Surveil end of turn. Oh, do we want to surveil? It's just any dead cards, right? Any sort of lands are going to go in there. Everything else we kind of want at this point.
Yeah, lands to the graveyard. Even if you have a Quarry Steelcutter, you can equip it to one of your things, right? Then your DRC is bigger than a Flays trigger. Not the end of the world. Not great, but
leaving it on top. Didn't get a great look at it. Another Dragon's Channel is going to enter the board. We've still got that Unholy Heat in hand that we know about. Turn these sideways. That's 4 points of damage. Are we just nickel and diming this? Is this how we're going to get across the line?
Yeah, because it looks like we have Violent Urge and Unholy Heat. So I think Austin's trying to maybe set up like, okay, I don't want to Violent Urge yet because it isn't enough damage. So maybe I can get you to play the board a little bit. I'll Unholy Heat, sort of clear any blockers that could get in my way, and then close the door with this Violent Urge. Because if you Urge right now, it is double striking, and that would be 8 damage from the Slick Shot. But that doesn't mean Aldine's dead, and Aldine might make plays to, be a little different if we know our life total is so low.
I think we might have a Wrath of the Skies in hand.
That would be a big problem for Austin. It would catch the Deafening Silence, though.
There's the 4th lands that we'd need to cast it for 2.
Oh. Okay, we're going to keep the Windswept Teeth.
because we don't want to shock it in. We need to do this one to get the mountain. So now we only take 1 point in life of damage. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I think because we attacked with that cat, it's just Wrath of the Skies straight up the one copy at the sideboard. Here it comes. 2 energy gained. We're going to use that 2 energy. Is there anything we can do in response? No, there isn't over on Austin's side. Whole board to the bin.
Well, you know what? This is why we have control in the backup feature match area, just in case something like this occurs, because Flays is coming down. And unless there's something like Into the Flood Maw to answer this, right away, we know we have the Unholy Heat, but it is,
Hey, at least it hasn't got Arena of Glory. But we have the answer for it. Unholy Heat's going to be able to take it out. So only 3 damage is dealt past the turn back. Little surveilling action in the turn, you got to imagine here.
Yeah, and for Aldine too, it's surveil and basically put almost anything in the yard just to rush back towards the Flage.
How many cards you got in hand? 2, then the 3rd for the turn. Okay, so yeah, I don't hate just whatever, pretty much whatever it is. It's going to go in the bin unless it's maybe something like a Showdown. I think I'll keep that.
I like Season Pyro is probably Fable. These are all cards that are going to move through more pieces of cardboard in time.
Goblin Bombardment into a Fable. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good turn.
Yeah.
We'll take that. Make a Goblin Shaman token.
Now, Austin can still kind of burst out of nowhere, right? We saw it in game number 1, the ability to potentially kill our opponent. Slickshot Show Off can maybe cross the finish line.
Bolt the token, sacrifice it, do a point of damage to Austin, drop down to 6.
All right. You have to think there's a discard anything line.
Yeah.
Yep. Especially 2 cards that don't have any text right now.
Good. Do we draw into 2 land? One of them being a Surveil?
Yeah, one's Surveil, one's Arena, I think.
It's another land over on. So just a little bit of land, go.
Now you can sack this Fabled and Mirrorbreaker to the Bombardment. That would get your 5th extra card in the graveyard. Fetch land makes it easy too. You don't have to lose your Goblin that way.
Yeah, but if we did it this way, we could have played Arena and give it haste.
Oh, true. Yeah, which would have been lethal.
It would have basically been an unholy check or not. I say, like, you've already played 2 this so far. Do you have the 3rd or potentially 4th copy? There's only 3 copies in the deck, so it has drawn all 3.
It's also possible we missaw. Maybe it's not Arena. Very easy little mistake on our end to happen here. So, bringing back Flage.
Take the 3 points of damage. Get off the board again. Dropping down to 3, but now there is a 2/2 on the board.
You also take 1 from the Bombardment, sacking it. So now you're at 2. So any creature is lethal. Even your kill spells aren't good enough in that regard. So you have to kill Aldine. You can't let Aldine attack with the Shaman or draw a creature.
EI. Bauble. Cutter. And land, I think.
I think you're right.
So 1 into exile, 1 into hand, 1 into the bottom of the library.
Yeah. And Austin can, use the bauble to redraw into something like Lava Dart, and then sack a land in order to kill the Fable.
Question: if we played Cutter into Bauble this turn, it wouldn't trigger, correct? Because the Cutter would actually be the second card.
Yeah, the Cutter is going to be the second spell. Yeah, you need to lead on Cutter when you don't have it already in play.
All right, so Bauble is going to go into exile.
All right.
I would not fetch in this instance. No, we're just going to have the fist bump. Can't get out from underneath this lock. We're going to see Olin take this one down. So we're going to come back to the booth. Going to get Olin in there for an interview. And of course, we do have that backup feature that's still playing out, I believe. Production will tell me in a second if that's still going well. We can spoil it now. What have we got? We've got Control, which we saw earlier on in Garrick's hands, going up against the
Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah, the new Jeskai Ascendancy deck floating around, utilizing the Mox Opals, all the Breach players. This is an easy direction for them to go because a lot of the cards kind of move across to this deck as long as you pick up those Cold Steel Cutters, which have been really key. And I'm talking about like new cards that are kind of being printed and kind of moving into, modern. We've got Standard tomorrow is one that I know that we kind of touched on a little bit earlier, but let's go deep into it until we get this interview. Bob's back in Standard. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Confidants in the Final Fantasy set coming out at the beginning of next month. A lot of news coming up there. Who knows what else is in the set? If we know Dark Confidants at least there. And that's going to be a pretty interesting thing. Like in Standard currently, we have a lot of Dark Confidant rifts, but they all kind of require a little something different, like either a mana more or I need to attack. That kind of thing is pretty huge. Dark Confidant just needs to sort of exist. But the real question is sort of, does Dark Confidant matter enough in Standard? Currently we have a very aggressive Standard format when it goes really big. We'll think more about that as time goes on, because Aldine is here and ready to talk to us about some energy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Taking that down, Boris Energy this weekend is the boogeyman of the format right now. Everyone's it's got targets on its back. Why did you bring it this weekend? And side note, how good has Voice of Victory been? Because I'm quite big on this card.
Okay. I brought Energy because it's the deck I play. It's also just the best deck. I'm usually bring the best deck type of person.
Okay.
So that was pretty easy choice. As far as Voice of Victory goes, it's okay. It's good with Bombardment. It's good with Pride. I sided it out like every single matchup this weekend. So yeah, interesting.
Gotcha. So you mentioned you're kind of a best deck kind of gamer. Is Modern the format you like to play the most? Where you like to compete with Magic the most?
Whatever is RCQ format, I just like playing. So whatever I can go to a tournament to and play, I'm just going to play that.
So basically, getting to the PT, that's the dream, right? Whatever gets you to the PT, that's where we want to get to, which of course the NRG does. If you're able to win today, you get automatic invite to the championships. Take that one down, you're straight into next year's PT season. So I'm looking at your deck list here in front of me. It looks pretty stock. Is there anything like, you've had a few reps in it now that you think you'd mix up? Let's look at your sideboard here, kind of stock. You got the one Wrath of the Skies. I've seen a couple of numbers of them floating around. We know that this is the popular deck. Do you think you wanted one because for the mirror, or do you think that's you cut on it? It's what it looks like. That's what I'm trying to get
mainly for the mirror. It's also for like affinity stuff. I watch a lot of Misplaced Ginger. I took his list and played Stony Silence instead of a Clarion Conqueror because I think that card is really bad. But yeah, so far so good. Can't really complain.
Spoken like a Misplaced Ginger viewer.
I'm about to say he's going to be happy you got that shout out. He's going to be happy.
Yeah,
shout out to Derek.
You out here watching us between rounds, buddy. But no, it's good to see you out here. Are we going to see you tomorrow competing in Standard as well?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I imagine we'll probably, given what you said today, we don't want to give any info, but maybe a little cutting is going to happen.
I'm playing Prowess.
You're playing, yeah. Smart gamer.
I love it. Well, congrats on that one. We're going to let you go off and enjoy kind of your long break that you're going to have now before the next round. And hopefully we get to see you in today's top 8.
Thank you.
Good luck in the rest, Aldine.
Right. Back to the booth, which means we get to get down to our backup feature match. So let's get to it. It's going to be time shifted because, of course, we can record these beautiful things for all you people at home. So let's get into it. Blue-white control versus Jeskai Ascendancy. Now, maybe if people aren't up to date on Jeskai Ascendancy, it's big online at the minute. This is probably the first paper tournament we're going to probably see this in at the minute. Talk me through, Mason. What is it? What does it do? What is Ascendancy for people that haven't been playing since the last Khans of Tarkir kind of method that we had?
Yeah, it's funny, Ascendancy comes back when we come back to Tarkir. Basically, what's happening with this is you're going to want to get Imri in play, and then you have all the zeros. And so you cast a 0, it untaps your Imri, you get +1/+1, you repeat over and over. So Bobble and Legend ruling your Moxes, as we see here, turn 1 from Peter Tubergen, someone who's known for playing these Mox decks, just 5 plays on turn 1, no lands needed. This is a guy that played a lot of Affinity back in the day and knows the power of Mox, and top 8'd one of the recent RCs as well, playing Mox Opal.
We kept a no lander, technically, like literally there was no lands, and still had 5 permanents on the board. I'm in. Yeah. That's it. I'm done. My first ever deck in Modern was the old school Affinity Pest, Arcbound Ravager, just because someone told me the deck was called Robots. I was like, I'm in. Like, that's how easy and fickle I am, Mason.
Yeah, you love to hear it. But yeah, this is one of the really strong parts of this deck is, if this Tameo dies, we're going to lose one of our lands. But right now, Peter had 2 mana for turn 1, used all of it. Now has the ability to crack clues, has, Bobble too, if you want to take a look and be like, okay, what's on top of my deck? Do I want to preordain? And it looks like we're going to use Aether Spellbomb to draw a card here with Tameo. And if there's a land, we could flip this Tameo on turn 2, and that's such a powerful, sort of in-game spot to be already.
I do have some bad news, though. Garrick does play 3 Wrath of the Skies in the main deck. So that could come up.
It could be huge. And if Peter had the ability to draw an extra card here, it would be massive because then at least the Tamio would be around and it threatens to ultimate, which basically wins the game. Fun fact, with your spell bomb, you sort of have to target something. So Peter's getting rid of the other Mox Amber there.
Just casual 8 permanents, turn 2.
Yep.
Not called null. Confirmed not called. We're just having a little glitch on our end, but it's fine. We'll fight our way through this. I've got actually delete the deck list like an idiot. Will.
Well, looks like Garrick found something that he wanted with the Surveil. Peter is going to take a look and draw a card from the bauble. Now, it looks like it was done in the upkeep. That way, Peter can flip the Tamio if he wants to by popping the other bauble or popping a clue on his turn.
That's a good key like interaction to kind of understand that. But we're going to have an orange chant in the upkeep to turn off any shenanigans. No cards can be played here.
Yeah, it also notably, it's kick, so you can't attack with the Tamio to get an extra clue. Now, we can flip our Tamio still with, popping the Soul Guide Lantern or popping the clue. A lot of play available here. But Orange Chance buying a turn, and, we talked about this earlier when we saw Garrick play. The blue-white control deck's turned into much more of a prison-y deck. It's sort of playing this lockout game, less about, like, the hard answer everything. You just have to ignore some of the stuff going on in Modern.
So now this is a problem. So I spoke about Wrath of the Skies. What a good key card that could be in this matchup. Now the Tamio is flipped on Planeswalker side, going to be slightly harder for Austin to get that off the board. Still does have answers like Prismatic Ending to get it off, but it's going to be a bit harder. Can't just try and get everything in one foul swift.
Yep, and the Tamio is ticking towards this ultimate that will essentially win the game. Now, not if there's a Narset in the way. Narset will make it so it doesn't do anything.
Where are you on whiteboarded cards?
I like them. I especially like them on hate cards, like Blood Moon, Narset. You're going to do your opponent dirty, do them dirty. Get the white border.
That's what I say. I'm like, look, I'm not huge on white one, but like if I've got a card that's going to get my opponent, yeah, I'll have it in white border. Got my white bordered Shatterstorm somewhere.
Yeah, and we're seeing Peter fetch in response to the Surveil land. Looks like we're trying to get an idea on what our top card is. This might inform if we want to fight over this Narset. If we do have a way to fight.
What have we got in the main? We do have Rebukes in the main.
Yeah, it looks like we have Repeal in hand as well. I don't think that can hit Planeswalker. Maybe it can. I'll double check here real quick.
Non-land permanent.
Yeah, so that would bounce it. And it looks like actually Peter's just bouncing the Mox just to use the Repeal as a cantrip here.
Oh, I like it. And that shows experience, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not a play that people commonly play or do. So that's a cool heads up play that does find a Prismatic Ending, which is going to be a great one-man answer to that Tamio next turn if Garrick chooses. Now, Peter, go on.
I was just going to say, I have to assume Peter here is setting up Corey Steelcutter into Mox, into Trigger Prowess, into Kill the Narset, and force a Solitude here.
That's the second spell, so that does generate the Monk token. Peter moves incredible. I know this is time shifted. I don't think have we sped this up production, or is this how fast they're playing? Because
I think it's like probably a 1.25 would be my guess. But Peter is a very fast, very proficient. Been playing Magic for a long time and doing it well, especially these kinds of decks. So
1.1. All right, so a little sped up, but they're still playing incredibly quick here. Getting that extra prowess trigger. That's going to take out the Narset. I think we've got Ascendancy in hand as well.
Yeah, it's either Narset or Ascendancy. It's some gold 3-mana card. I was curious what Peter was going to do on whether, we wanted to pick up Repeal or just work towards the Tamio Ultimate. Looks like we're marching on towards the ult.
Are we doing that just to force the Prismatic Ending out of the hand?
I think so. I think that makes the most sense. Also, you might get a better card than the Repeal. Like you could, hit a Preordain or something that you'd much rather, pick up.
Yep, that can go to exile. Then we're going to go fetching. Do we have a follow-up free drop? Lots of Planeswalkers in the deck. We've got the Narset. We've already seen one of those. We've also got the Teferi Time Ravelers. And remember, for all you people just tune in, there is also Jace the Mind Sculptor in this list.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go stock up, though. One of the newer cards. Going from a Jace, which is an old Boomer card, to one of the new Zoomer cards in stock up. And how good this is in this sort of situation.
Yeah, stock up. We talked about this when we talked about Garrick earlier in round number 1. Sort of playing like a prison deck, one assembling a lot of A plus B situations, whether that's Narset and Days Undoing or Orm Chant and Isochron Scepter. So having this that can help find the perfect answer in a traditional game, but also find the lockout pieces when you need it is super huge.
Kind of deciding, found 2 that he likes. The other 3 go to the bottom. Just past turn, so shields are down.
Peter drawing from the Soul Guide Lantern at the end of turn there. Then I believe had a Bauble as well. So gets a bunch of cards here and it's just sort of staying fully stocked. I mean, look at that hand.
So what bit are we missing at the minute with to be able to go off of the Ascendancy if that is the card we have in hand?
Well, I think we probably have Narset if we led on bouncing the Opal, because the Opal and the Ascendancy would be a bunch of prowess triggers. But you're missing Emery for a guaranteed kill. But one of the things we haven't talked a lot about is just, Ascendancy basically doubles your prowess. So that does mean you can sometimes just sort of win from these spots in a very slick shot, show off kind of way. You just cast a bunch of 1 and 0 mana cards and kill your opponent.
1 mana, that's going to be a Tamio. That's the second card. That means another monk's going to get generated, and we will equip the Steel Cutter to it, so it will have haste.
The monks are also the same size now, which is nice because we played a creature spell.
Yeah, I like it.
And you have Narset that you can play with the Mox. And then Narset draws cards. We haven't talked about this Narset too much, but Narset Jeskai Waymaster. At the beginning of your end set, you can discard your hand. If you do, you draw cards equal to the number of spells you cast this turn. So this is a card that in this deck. This is why you see picking up the Ambers and the Moxen so much, because it's sort of moving through a lot of cards, triggering a lot of prowess, flipping our Tamio, and all working towards Narset, the Jeskai Waymaster, to just refill large and in charge. And this is why players have really liked this deck. It can play a lot of different games, whether it's combo, interactive, controlling.
We are, 3 more spells away from winning the game?
We're really close. I mean, the Narset doesn't trigger the prowess, and I think we have a couple lands in hand. But I think Peter, worst case scenario, can just play the Narset, attack for a ton here, and draw 5 cards at the end of turn.
There's Emery.
Looks like we're going to draw 6 as Emery.
We can use the Tamio Mirror to tick down. That's the Narset.
Yeah, and this is going to be an attack for, I believe 10. That's going to put Garrett to 8. And then Peter's going to draw 7 cards.
Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, he had to discard a Hollow Fountain, though, so I'm not sure if it was worth. We did lose a card. I'll let Twitch chat decide for me there.
That was a heck of a turn.
Yeah.
That was impressive what just happened there.
This deck is really strong. So, I mean, it hasn't caught on as much as I thought it would. This is the deck I've been playing in Modern, and I thought it's been really good. And, it can battle through spots like this. Wrath of the Skies for 2. It's not inherently game over, and this is where things like Narset are so powerful. Even if Narset had died there, right, we would still have that full hand for Peter.
I see. It takes out the Moxes as well. It does leave this Tamio, does leave the Narset, and does leave the Emery on the board.
Yeah, I think Garrick might be dead if Garrick doesn't have a Solitude, because your Emery can target Corey Steelcutter. You get that back. Then you play one of these zeros in your hand. Then you minus your Tamio, pick up the Repeal, replay that, and then that should just be lethal because Narset's 3. I think we cast 4 spells there with everything we have in hand.
I think we're going for the line that you said. So that's replay this. First spell for the turn.
I like this from Peter. He's double checking him. He knew he wanted this. He's like, okay, yep, I got to this point. There was no force of negation. I'm pretty sure there's not a Solitude. That probably would have happened already. I love when you plan out your turn, but then also it's like, okay, there's going to be an inflection point. What can I do to play around the inflection point?
Well, we tick down the Tamio, return the Repeal to hand, play a Bauble into Mox Opal. So that's 1 trigger of prowess. That's enough. Peter's able to navigate masterfully through that, by the way. That is something to knock your hat out. That was a really well executed game plan. And, Garrick just wasn't able to keep up with it. Kind of had that Wrath, did what he could, but it was just not going to be enough moving forward. So It is time shifting magic, so we get to go down to game number 2, where I believe they're still playing it out live. So we're going to join this match and see what's going on and try and break it down for all you beautiful people at home.
All right.
I'm out. I'm done. Okay. Okay. A lot has happened. There's a lot of land. We're going into at least turn 10, 11 here at this point. I see some constructs. I see multiple cutters. I see a Narset. That's just.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, so there's a construct with a cutter. There's a monk. There's some other monks that are turned sideways that I can't tell. Like maybe they were part of that attack. Maybe they got tapped down by a cryptic command or something crazy. Who knows? But look at this too. Peter did all this and ends it all by playing a Narset via legend rule just to draw more cards.
And Garrick's at 2, look.
Yeah, and Garrick's life so low. And this is what I really like about the Jeskai deck is it plays so many roles. It can be proactive. It can be reactive. You can fight through all these different present all these different game plans. You're really hard to sort of hate out despite kind of like Breach being in a lot of different spots. And a lot of it comes down to kind of execution, I think, with this deck. And I think we're also still in the early days. I think this deck has a lot of room to improve. As we see Peter taking a look at how he sideboarded, looks like this game has been going for a bit. Wants to make sure he's playing to the right outs, especially with Urza Saga search is about to happen.
If our live title is correct, definitely representing lethal on board at the minute. See a Surgical in hand and an Orange Chant.
All right, Orange Chant makes it so we can't attack. So unless we have a counter spell that wins that war.
This is post Sideboard, so we didn't have a quick look, but I'll have a look through. On Peter's side, we've got I can't remember the name, Ashiok, a Consigned to Memory, Flame of Venor, Flage, Shadow Spear, Pyroclasm, Teferi, and Wear and Tears. And over on Garrick's side, as we saw earlier on, we've got a Celestial Purge, Supreme Verdict, Surgical Extraction, Consigned to Memory, Days Undoing, Teferi, Forced Negation, Subtlety, and of course, our companion Kahira.
Yeah, and you're seeing this here too. Garrick has to answer this board, but also there's an Urza Saga that can go into turn make, main phase make. Sure. Yeah, there's just not much you can really do as we see Garrick has to pick it up.
Don't get me wrong. I'm close to ordering some Mox Opals right now. That looks so good. I've got a modern event next weekend that I'm going to, and if I might put some reps in this deck, see how good this really is, because he made it look masterful there, being able to take Garrick down in a clean 2-0, advance to a 4-0 record.
Yeah, it's really strong. It's a really powerful deck, and we've seen just how powerful this sort of thing can be. Just players have been playing it a little bit. It did pretty well in the Mox qualifiers a couple weeks back when the BNR first happened. We saw people higher on Jeskai Ascendancy. We saw some of the people higher on Narset. It looks like the Narset half of the deck has really won out. And I have to say, seeing that game too really shows why players are leaning on like, hey, have a Ascendancy in Narset because you get to play the fair game a little harder. Now, if you have more Jeskai Ascendancies, you're going to be a bit better against things like Eldrazi, right? You have that ability to actually race and combo kill people a lot more consistently. But they're really saying, hey, I see enough of my deck, I'll find it. And we have Peter Terbergen with us here. So let's go talk to Peter and see how you're doing. Congratulations on being 4-0 and masterfully played. We got to see basically the whole match.
Yeah. Appreciate it. It was, Jarek's obviously a great player, but I think my deck is just pretty well set up against it. And even just Corey making my constructs get haste and stuff, some pretty powerful action.
Let's talk about that. You've got some of the new cards that float around. You've also got some of the old cards. The Jeskai Ascendancy floating around out there as well. Talk to me about, we've just talked about the difference of Narsets and Jeskai Ascendancies. Some builds are playing 3 of one or the other. You're going for 3 of the Narset. It looks amazing in those matchups.
Oh, yeah.
Is this the MVP of the deck?
Yeah, for sure. It's the Narset for 6 was not the biggest one I've had today so far. We've gotten the full 7 before. Pretty nice. But yeah, Ascendancy's nice. I've played a bit with the 2/2 split or more Ascendancies or whatever, and it's okay, but it kind of opens you up to a lot of angles. Whereas like the way I like playing Affinity decks and kind of always have is just trying to set up your deck to have your opponent interact with you as non-profitably as possible. Every turn, my opponent has the best card they can draw, and they use it, and they are further and further behind every turn.
Yeah, and you sort of mentioned how you've always liked playing Affinity. I mean, you're someone who used to play a ton of Mox Opal decks.
Yep.
We've really seen you with the return of Mox Opal kind of, crush it recently.
Nice,
the RC top 8. Yeah, how does it feel having Mox Opal back? This is one of the things they wanted was players like you to kind of have their old love. Does it feel loved to be loved?
Oh, yeah, I'm loving it. They've printed a lot of cards that are good with Mox Opal, as it turns out. Portable Hole, Cutter, Emery. I guess Emery we've known about, but Tameo's definitely one of my favorite cards. It's been really nice.
So I'm looking at this, like we can tell that you were using this too efficiently. That the repeals to bounce back the 0 cost to then get all the multiple triggers that way. That's not like a just pick a deck up and play it kind of play. That means you've really got the reps in it. How much practice did you have with the deck coming into this weekend to potentially take it down? Because you are now 4-0.
Yeah, I would say a bit. I would say most of the practice was probably prepping for Portland. 90% of my prep with that was playing Affinity, and then realizing in the last week I really should just play this Underworld Reach deck, which obviously turned out pretty well. Can't complain about that. But I've been doing a lot of standard lately, so I've really only had the chance to play a few, I don't know, maybe probably under 40 matches with the cutter build. But I took down an RCQ a couple weeks ago, and just kind of feels like the last 10 cards maybe don't matter too much because the rest of the shell is just so powerful. It's kind of hard to mess up, but it's,
Must be nice.
Got a lot of options, which is nice.
We were speaking to that about how like this deck, I kind of expected it to be more popular because like you're really showing how strong it is. It's just a good shell, but also we're in the early stages. And I kind of agree that I don't know if it really matters what the last couple of cards are, but it feels like it's just going to be someone's going to win, maybe you today. And then people are going to realize like, oh, this deck's really great. And then eventually we'll all figure out the last couple of cards once, standard season's done.
Yep. Yeah. Once the hive mind really gets at it, we'll see. But hoping the hate stays nice and low for Indy. It feels like there's a lot of decks that aren't playing much hate at all. So if my deck is playing, it's pretty nice.
I'm going to ask the question then. What is the cards you want to be dodging this weekend? What are you hoping that people have not brought?
Amulet.
Just Amulet deck? You think that's a bad matchup?
Yeah, the Amulet deck, yeah. I haven't played it too much, but I'm worried that they are about as fast as I am, and they have a lot of good interaction. Just like Titan finding Beseiju is like a big, maybe not the biggest trouble, but they're similarly fast and pretty hard to disrupt. And my build isn't playing a ton of hate. Like I have the one Ashiok on the board, which is nice, of course, but the just kind of fundamental strategy is, I think, pretty tough. Tough to beat. And I've been losing the Amulet for 10 years, but they unban Mox Opal, so I'll take it.
Sure, yeah, a little hate. Well, thank you so much, Peter, for taking some time to talk to us. We're going to let you have a break there before the next round starts. We'll be seeing you hopefully later today.
All right, sounds great. Thanks.
See you.
Appreciate it. Right, let's come back to the booth because this is us going to be ending round number 4. We're going to step away, have a short break, and then when we come back, it'll be round number 5 here at the NRG in Chicagoland. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG. Will and Mason, we're taking you for round number 5 of Modern Action here today in our 10K. 148 players, 7 rounds, cut to top 8. What more would you want to do with your Saturday than watch this amazing action? Take part in it. That's what you'd want to do. Because, of course, they're all battling out for some amazing prizes, which we're going to break down now for you all at home, because maybe you want to come to one of these in the future. This is what you can expect. Talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, so first place, $2,400, 30 points, NRG Champs invite, and a regional championship. And you're going to get your own custom token if you want to talk more about that in a second. Second place, $1,200, 25 points, that RC invite. Third and fourth, 820 points, and the regional championship invite. And then fifth through eighth, $400, 15 points. No RC invite, unfortunately, for fifth through eighth. We're not allowed to give out that many. And then we pay out all the way to top 32 with points going all the way down. You get 1 for playing no matter what, but if you get 65th to 128th, you get 2 points. Not so bad. Every point matters when it comes to the end of your showdown. And Will, talking a bit about this custom token we get for winning a showdown.
Let's have a look at these tokens. Obviously, if you win one of the showdowns, this is one of the extra goodies that we add on top of it. You can have a custom token made in your likeness. You'll get a bunch of them. They'll be given out at every single tournament when people buy cards. Send them by post either on the website or in person as well if you want to turn up to these events. Mason, well, as we move down to the match, what token would you have made in your likeness if you were to win one of these showdowns?
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot. You know, part of me wants to be something kind of like food that's sort of evergreen, right? Part of me wants to be sort of like a silly little creature, you know, like a boar or something, right?
Okay.
But I think that, I don't know, Construct was pretty high on my list for a little while. NRG was something I kind of thought about too, kind of, you know, with the modern stuff. But I think I would like to just be like food, you know, like I'm a snack. Like that's what I'd go for. What about you?
Well, weirdly, ever since, you know, I've custom tokens were a thing, and I don't know why, I've always wanted to be a golem from Hammer of Porphyros. I love that card when I first started playing Magic, and it makes free golems. And I was like, yeah, if I ever get a card made in my life, I think I'm going to go for a golem. I don't even know if it's his play in it. Like, what makes golems? Hammer Porphyros,
Blade Splicer.
Let's bring that one back. Where's the D&T players in the world? Come on.
Yeah.
Do me a solid here. As we're going down to our feature match, we got Spencer back in. It's still on a roll, 4-0 with this 4-color Omnath deck, but it's going to be going up against Rodney here on Is It Prowess. We've seen this a few times today. We know how explosive this can be. This might be the first time Spencer's going up against it to see how good this deck can be in the face of this new powerhouse in Modern.
Yes, and you know, Rodney is someone that we see a lot here. Did really well about, 2 years ago when it came to our legacy. There was just a period where Rodney was winning or finalizing every legacy event that we put on. Rodney still does great in all the other formats, but really someone who I think does well in these formats where there's a lot of micro decisions and the ability to sort of play the game very differently every time because all your spells are so cheap. So it's not surprising to see a deck like Is It Prowess where it is, you are going to end the game, you're going to be proactive, but you can sequence your spells in lots of different ways. I would totally guess that Rodney is playing this sort of deck, or maybe something like the Just Guy Cincy deck we saw last round.
I love what you did there. It is. No, just me? Okay.
Yeah. No. Respect for the game. Real recognize real moment.
One thing I do want to point out, this is slightly different to, we say it's Is It, but it's actually Jeskai, because we do have prismatic endings in the main deck. The mana base, obviously, we've got 2 Sacred Foundries to give us that white mana that we need. And in the sideboard, we've got a few white cards, which we'll touch on a little bit later. So kind of their own spin on this very powerful deck that's now popping up in Modern, courtesy of Core Steel Cutter.
All right.
Double bauble start. Let's go. You can draw.
Yeah, it looks like Rodney kept a one-lander, I think on a mulligan here. Had the Corey Steel Cutter, but did not get there. And I think, has a lot of powerful cards in hand, but not enough mana to play them. So now, of note, we have this as Is It Prowess on screen, but it is Jeskai. Rodney is playing Prismatic Ending along with a couple other white cards.
Right, we found our second land drop. Okay, that's key. But the problem is we have kind of let Spencer have a few turns to set up that mana base, which we know can be problematic in a 4-color deck. Being able to cast Flage on 2, so now it's in the graveyard exactly where we want it. So everything we do now, if it does have that exchange of 1-for-1s, later on down the line, we will be able to get it back. And of course, that is a great way of starting to turn the corner as we use the plot mechanic for this Slick Shot show-off.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Spencer did sort of get some free turns there, and being on the draw, that's huge. One of the big advantages of the prowess deck is it has all these cheap spells like we talked about, but also typically gets on board so quickly and so powerfully that punishes Spencer for having turns like this turn 3 that's stock up. That is sort of with Spencer's deck, you either play stock up on turn 33 or turn 3, right? You kind of either use it to sculpt the beginning of your game or the end of the game. So getting to sort of have this turn where Spencer just gets to be like, okay, I'm going to pick up, an answer to a cutter, answer to a slick shot, and have that little bit of extra breathing room is going to be very crucial.
Stock up. Do you think it would be more powerful or less powerful if those 3 extra cards went to the graveyard?
More powerful, not close.
You're the game designer out of the two of us. I like to get your opinion on things.
That's like a landmine question.
We found our third land drop here in Rodney, so starting the turn off with Chorus Steel Cutter.
Okay, and of note, Spencer missed that land drop last turn, I believe, right?
Correct.
So that's huge. A little tit for tat happening here.
Getting in there for a bunch of damage. Here's Lava Dart. Now it's going to do 1 trigger. Do we have something like a Solitude in hand? No, we're just going to take that. That's going to be a hit for what? 6 plus the dart 7?
Yeah, I mean, you get, the dart does 3 and then 3 more and then 1. So you got 7 all together. Spencer gained that little bit of extra life with Flage and did pick up an island.
Oh, do you reckon there's a little debate there? Like, oh, I missed my land drop. Oh no, it's all going to go wrong for me. And then boom, get ya.
I know there's a famous Brad Nelson play where he did that, but I don't think Spencer did that here. His deck's a little mana hungry,
Well, this is a great rebuild. We're going to go Dragon Chandler into an EI. Surveil, that's going to be a mountain. Don't want that one. That's going to go into the graveyard. Look at the top 3. One's going to go to exile. One's going to go in hand. One's going to go to the bottom. Looks like we're going to play Surveil land from exile. I think we like that card. Yeah, we're going to keep it there.
And this is one of the nice parts about the prowess deck, right? It plays a lot of cantrips and card selection cards, and you get to do that because your threats turn those into extra damage. Or something like a burn deck, you just have to play a bunch of deal 3s and hope that they come together. You don't have these kind of flexible rebuildy games that Rodney is getting to play right now that puts Spencer in a bit of an awkward spot.
Spencer, grip for the cards. I think might even still have 8 cards in hand now. Does have the land drop for the turn though. So I did see a Solitude, which is a great answer to anything crazy, anything hasty that's going to come out and potentially get massive and do a bunch of damage. Galvanic Discharge is going to be fired off in our main phase. Why are we doing that?
We just want to make sure that this immunogenic growth happens. It doesn't hit us for 2 more, right? Like if Rodney's going to protect the card, that's going to save you a little bit of life.
Makes a lot of sense here. Starting off with a Tethered Swift Spear into a Preordain. Get the top 2 to the bottom. Don't want those. Draw a blank card, which is going to be another EI.
Yeah, and one of the big differences between 4-color today and 4-color of old is 4-color of old really played counter spells and things like that. And sometimes it even go as far as Eternal Witness and try and, really grind the game out. This deck doing a lot more of just 1-for-1 removaling. So these cards are going to happen a lot more than if you've been just coming back to Modern, you might not expect that as Solitude. Getting rid of Omnath.
Omnath.
Yeah, that's a loud play from Spencer.
Is that just a complete show of strength here of how good my hand is? Or was that a needed play? Because, our life total is still quite healthy.
Yeah, I think that's a really a show of strength from Spencer because both those cards are really strong. I could very easily imagine Spencer just sort of taking the 4, going to 16, playing the Omnath, go back to 16, and even if it dies, it's just not the end of the world.
Mason, do you watch wrestling? Do you know what WWE? Okay, well, this is to everybody in chat that does. This card that just been played is the real Ripley of MTG cards. Mummy has entered the battlefield. Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Only a 1 of here in the deck, but is a very big threat. A 4/7 with Vigilance. Doubles your triggers, turns all the triggers off from your opponent's side. So a lot can happen. Is it going to affect this matchup enough?
It's pretty big. I mean, Solitude answers 2 things now. That's massive. Just your Leyline bindings, answer 2 things. Now, the ETB is getting turned off. Not that huge. 4/7 body, kind of massive in some ways.
Oh, yeah, this is going to go up the ground. And also be able to close out the game in 4 turns as well.
All right, there's Slick Shot, though.
I don't think we can get there this turn. Like it would have to be a lot of mutagenics and a double strike.
I think it would, and also I think Spencer might have another Solitude in hand. So even if we tried to get there, oh, and you see Spencer doesn't want to have the clock change, so responding to the 2 triggers, keeping Rodney at 14, so it's a 4-turn clock. And we saw this when we watched Spencer play versus Will Kruger as well. He really tries to close the door on these games, sort of prioritizing getting the opponent dead. So this makes sense. He could have maybe baited Rodney into casting something like a bolt, or maybe some sort of double strike spell, got a little bit more value, but instead wants to, instead of having to draw one more answer spell, just end the game a bit quicker.
This is like it's an interesting turn because there's a lot to talk about there. Like I feel like I'm greedy, I guess, in that spot. I would have wanted to see how many spells they're willing to commit before I fire off that Solitude. But doing it this way means that, as I said, that clock, obviously we've got the Flageon to go, which absolutely got slammed down there, straight down out the graveyard. Gonna be able to do, is this 6 to the face?
Yeah, it doubles the ETB, so that's going to be 6. And you're seeing why Spencer did this, right? He's putting the game, and I agree. I'm very much like I would want to try to get the cards out of my opponent's hand, but Spencer's really valuing closing the door with this 4-color deck, and that might just be one thing you have to do with this new version of the deck is actually end games quickly. Unlike before, where you would want to be more about like, okay, cast your spells, try and get the advantage I can.
We do have the ending though. That's what the white mana in the deck. Great answer to that Flage once it came out of the graveyard.
Gotta note that Spencer, local to me, Flage is signed by somebody else.
I know, right? The disrespect. I'm sorry that you have to commentate on this game.
It's
he's dressed sharp though. He's dressed sharp. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's ready.
Look at it. Like, he is locked in. I love it. I love everything about it. Spencer might be my my MVP today.
Oh, and I love it too. There's a smile. He's like, "All right, you got the 3-for-1 there on the Elishnorn."
What?
Yeah, just bolt, dart.
All right, well, we're surviving.
Yeah, and Spencer here looks to just be drawing some cards. Nothing to play right now. Has a lot of really good draws that can take over the game.
Is one of them a stock up? That's going to be a great way of finding something. I see a Teferi. I think that's a Wrath of the Skies and 2 unknowns on my screen.
Yeah, it looks right to me. Teferi, great way to just sort of get a redraw here. Not going to be doing anything too impressive, but doesn't do much of this matchup anyways. And when you have cards like Flage, I could totally see just wanting that. I'll unclear on what he picked.
Let's have a look what else we got. So we got land drop for the turn into Renin 6.
All right, minus on Rodney. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and Rodney has a lava dart, so Rodney can, kill this Ren with another one, but it gets to start with an EI. Very quickly bottomed a card.
Preordain. We're digging.
And you're seeing too, right? Like this is why players are really drawn to these prowessy decks. We put up a lot of good pressure. Spencer's gained, an extra like 12 life this game, right? And we had a little bit of a slower start, but we've also just battled through a ton.
I think we found a prismatic ending. I think we've got the answer.
All right. Well, ending's good. That plays here.
Into the ending. Surveil. Moving at speed as well over Rodney's side. Like really, really good. I love it when players play fast, but also like extremely well because I just can't do it myself.
Yeah, Rodney being very methodical here.
That needs to be exiled if we can get that down to the table.
Yep, Ren 6 should be exiled.
Cards in the graveyard are really important in this deck because of the card Flage.
Yep.
Gonna go shuffle, get one land out of our deck here. Hits us up to 7. Is there any need to basically save a fetch land in case we draw an Omnath or anything like that, or is it that's just not important right now in this part of the game?
It's definitely something you want to think about. It just depends on kind of where you're at. I think right here, surveilling is just so much more important because, you have got Rodney at dead to like 7 or 8 cards in your deck. You just need to find one of them. And Rodney's also, we talked about it's played a long game, has used most of the refuel cards. I think we've cast 3 of the 4 EIs. We've cast like 3 preordains.
Slick shot off the top. It's got a lot of work to do. Leyland's Binding is a nice answer for that. Pass the turn back. And you got to expect there's going to be answers going on. Like Spencer's got all this mana, not doing anything with them. Pass the turn. Flage. Yeah. And there's the scoop. Like, that's all it is. You show me the threat, and the Flage straight to the dome is going to be enough for Spencer to take this game 1 down. So we're going to go to the sideboards for both of these players. Let's start over on Rodney's side. So, Blood Moon. Wear and Tear. Because remember, we've got access to that white mana. Consigned to Memory. We've got the Metagame Lizard. Don't think it's the matchup for it. Path to Exile, Spell Pierce, and Torment's Crypt.
Magebane Lizard. It's an interesting card. It's really good against Storm, something we haven't seen a ton of so far today. But that card is just like kind of a house in that matchup. It does get a couple points in here. If you wanted to go threat heavy, I could see something like that just to have it. But Blood Moon is the one that jumps out to me. I mean, that one is just going to make Spencer's life really tough when it comes to casting his spells. Traditionally, Blood Moon wasn't, the biggest deal in the world for these 4-color decks. You often could beat them, but it's a lot less popular. So players have built their mana bases differently, and the decks are constructed, fairly differently. So I imagine we're not going to see that. Wear Tear makes a decent amount of sense to me, just to even answer things like Leyland Binding, and maybe they have some, sideboard card that you could be potentially afraid of. I don't think that's really going to come in. That would be like a game 3 thing, I think, but I can understand maybe hedging, especially if, you think the deck plays a lot of it. But for the most part, I think Rodney wants to be really proactive here in game 1. Maybe Spell Pierce is just a better version of that Wear Tear when you're on the play, and sort of, just sort of beat down on Spencer, force him to play his stock ups, and then boom, Spell Pierce, finish him off.
Are we worried about Flage at all? Like, is that, should we be bringing in the Torment's Crypt? Should we bring in the Path to Exiles? Or is that more, if we're on the draw type card, on the play, we need to get this game, and the best way for us to do that is keeping all our, combo, powerful, big shot cards in the main?
Yeah, I think your best bet to beat a Flage is just make sure that the escape clause doesn't matter, because the escape is where things really get bad. So you have Prismatic Ending. If you want to keep 1 or 2 of those in, that's a great way to answer a Flage. That also maybe just a better version of Wear Tear outside of the Leyline Binding interaction. So I imagine that what's really happening here is, like, when you look at Rodney's deck, the card Prismatic Ending has some role, but isn't great. And then everything else is pretty on plan. Maybe you cut a Mutagenic Growth or 2 because there's not as much damage-based removal. There's just Flage. And then you bring in, a couple Spell Pierce. And then maybe, if you really want something like that, you bring in a Path to Exile, but then Blood Moon obviously comes in. Well, by the way, speaking of Spencer's deck, we've talked about this a lot. Doesn't have a lot of cards for matchups like this. In the sideboard, it's just Veil of Summer, Charmaw, Endurance, Damping Sphere, Consign, and Boseiju. Really has specific matchups in mind and is hard targeting them, and says my deck can beat things like this on its own. I don't need the help.
Would you like, because obviously Rodney needs a high density of cards in a turn to win. Would that mean that Damping Sphere is coming in, or is it just too slow?
I could see it, just because this deck does win with like a flurry of spells quite often, and Spencer's deck's playing 1 spell at a time. It really depends on what cards in the main deck Spencer has that he doesn't like. I typically don't love these kind of Damping Sphere cards versus Prowess, because especially on the draw, you just spend your turn 2 kind of doing nothing, and if they go creature into creature, it just doesn't matter. But it can be super big, especially if your opponent's on a low land count, and that's the big thing. If they try to play a 2 to 3 mana game and use their mana cheat, then that's going to be punishing. If they can just make their land drops, it's not going to be that big a deal. So it's really going to matter on the texture of the game.
I was wondering if you had a second land drop there for when you decided to surveil the Dragon Age channel into the graveyard. Then preordained, we went top. So we've got a plan. No delirium just yet, but that could change as this fetch goes in. So we just need one more type. Bauble would do it. An instant would do it. Just a lightning bolt straight to the face.
Yeah, lightning bolt would be pretty big here, actually,
We're going to fetch, and this is going to give us the white source that we need. So that's going to give us access in case, if the wear and tears came in, or the pass, or if it is just the prismatic endings. Slight little alteration towards the usual Is It decks that we have seen floating around, especially today and online. Lava Dart, that's just as good. That's fine. Prowess trigger. Not Prowess trigger, Surveil trigger, sorry. Keep card on top. Get in there for 3 points of damage on turn 2. Exactly what you want to be doing with Dragon Age channel.
Yeah, and this is, a really good start here for Rodney. Getting that 3/3 attacking on turn 2 is only 4 cards in the graveyard. You're feeling good about it, and now Spencer has to have an answer. And he might have been hoping for a card like Wrenn and 6 to catch a card like DRC, and force Rodney to have a really good draw, but Rodney has it.
We're going to go Wrenn and 6, Endurance, shoot it. You watch.
Maybe, yeah. As we are going to see, Spencer jokes about having the Wrenn and 6 minus.
Picking up the card. You just forget how much advantage just a Wrenn and 6 can generate. Right? It's a 2-mana Planeswalker that early turns can shoot off a lot of these creatures, the Oslet Pride or Dragon Age Channelers in this instance. But also, it can't deal with it. This is key. It goes up to 4 loyalty. So it is, as we'd say, bolt proof here. Cut 3 damage will not get it off the board. Could use the Lava Dart. Don't think we're going to do it this turn. Or are we even concerned about this Wrenn and 6? Is it doing anything to our game plan?
I don't even know if it matters. I can't make out Rodney's hand, but generally, one of the nice things about Wrenn and 6 is it just provides a lot of lands, and we're kind of at the point where all of our creatures dodge the Wrenn minus. So really all Wren's doing is making sure Spencer hits all his land drops. Now, that is, a big part of Spencer's deck. Having a Wrenn and 6 sometimes is just all you need for your draw to work because it gives you that 2 or 3 lands that you needed to, curve out perfectly. That being said, hitting Spencer in the face for 3 damage is a great way to sort of invalidate those turns as well. So I'm interested to see how Rodney wants to play this because absorbing, 6 damage here from between the Bolt and the DRC, for example, it's going to save Spencer a lot. Yeah, it looks like Rodney went face.
I believe we know about the fetch land that's in there, but also I think we've got Flage in hand. So that's going to be a nice answer to take the Dragon Age Channel off the board if we decide to go that route. I think there's also stock up in hand I saw. So we've got ways to basically deal with the board and kind of refuel if we get to that mid to late game. Which is if Rodney's going to do everything that possibly can to not get to that point. Here's the Surveil, which all these things are going to stack. Lava Dart in the graveyard is perfect, especially if next turn, if we're able to go Flage this turn and untap and get a Slick Shot show off, we could just be going to a game 3 that quickly.
Yep. And attacking Spencer down to 9, Bolt in hand, Dart in yard, basically means we're at 4.
Double Dart in bin. That's what I mean. It's scary now.
It's very scary.
Play the Windswept Heath. It's probably going to get the Plains. Yep, keep our life total nice. This also gives us Flage mana with the Triome. We are missing... No, that's it. That's all 5 types now.
That's all 5 types, yeah. We're also a little insulated from Blood Moon,
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Return this. Then here comes the Flage. Now, is it a positive or negative that we're returning these lands from our graveyard to our hand when we want to add them in to be stocking up our graveyard?
I think right now it looks like Spencer doesn't have a lot of lands in hand, so this is a pretty big dub for Spencer. You do see Spencer has Endurance in hand with the 2 Lava Darts in yard. Potentially could have, done that as the play in order to clean up the graveyard and then make it so these Lava Darts can't trigger prowess on this Slick Shot, and would have forced Rodney to, lose the lands. Could also have done it in the main phase and then minus on the Wrenn to kill the DRC. So lots of plays available here. That's one of the hard parts of this deck is just how many options you have available on each turn.
Is there any turn to Endurance before the Slick Shot resolves?
Yeah, I mean, and it's possible I missaw his hand. I thought I saw a green card. He also could have hard casted it, to be fair. But yeah, I think you would want to Endurance beforehand because the Slick Shot now, that turns it into bolts essentially, right? So unless you have a Solitude.
Oof. Lightning Bolt to the face. So that's 8. We're at Solitude or bust pretty much. That Slick Shot is 5 power, 6, 7, 8 power. That is going to be lethal if the life totals are correct and there is no Solitude. Looking at the grip, says you got me. We're going to go to a game 3 here. That was really calm. Just looks up. You got me. It's all good.
Yeah. And I wonder there too if he's thinking, maybe I should have done that there. Thinks about the different lines. And that's one of the hard parts. It's hard to pass up Flage, answer the DRC, but also, like tapping out for this Endurance, playing the Osage from your hand means you don't have a cutter answer, right? It's a very weird spot to be in.
How do you get there? So I fall short of this as well. And I know that you do a lot of coaching. How can I untrain myself to kind of get laser focused into a play? Like Flage is on paper, it's going to kill the creature, it's going to gain me life, it's going to go in my grave. These are all 3 positives to me. But the way that kind of turn played out, it looked like it might have actually been better if we used the endurance, which is kind of not the optimal play there on face up. So how can I train myself to kind of look at all my options every turn and pick the best one, opposed to being laser guided into just one play and it not panning out?
The thing I always kind of try to remind people about in coaching is like at the start of the turn, you should ask yourself, what does winning the game for me look like from here? And what does winning the game for my opponent look like from here? And if you're doing that from early on, it doesn't slow you down that much, right? You have a running tally of, okay, this is what's happening, this is what's happening. And asking yourself, Spencer's position, how do I lose from here if I do the Flage thing? It probably involves the card Slick Shot Show Off, but it definitely involves the 2 Lava Darts in the graveyard. And so having a line is like, can I beat that? Yeah, I can play this Boseiju, I can endurance down the graveyard, and then my Red and 6 can just minus on this DRC. That makes it so you're so unlikely to have something happen. And if Rodney does go, Lava Dart flashback, Rodney's on 1 mana. So playable, but not, in a great spot to be in. So Spencer really kind of puts Rodney, behind the 8 ball, develops a 3/4, which also saves you from everything. So it's a spot of like Flage, I think, is the heuristic, play this, develop it, try and get off the graveyard, gain a little life. Those things heuristically are really good, but heuristics are often the death of tournaments.
Both players are going down to 6. Didn't like the opening hands. Chat does point out the correct thing that we can't hard cast it because we got the Xander's Lounge does not produce the green. But
we had a Forest and a Boseiju in hand because we played Forest on turn 1 and we had Boseiju in hand, so it's green.
Oh, so instead of
because the cast at some point we cheated then if that's the case because Red and 6 was cast. Yeah. So there was a green there and there was a Boseiju in hand. So Spencer had the ability to play the endurance. He had to main phase it, right? But that's it's the matter of just taking the where you're at and working from there. Now, it's possible I missaw the endurance, and Spencer's going to message me, bro, I didn't have it afterwards, but I'm pretty positive Boseiju was in hand there.
No, we're using hindsight as well. Things that happen up to that point. But if you could work that play out, that was the better line. That's such a heads up play. Remember, Spencer's not playing a quick fast deck. Probably doesn't have a lot of time between rounds to get hydrated, get some food, and then have a little bit of rest, turn the brain off slightly. This is a bit of a complicated deck, and going up against complicated aggro decks, where the second turn we're going to have to play our Otawara, which isn't ideal.
It's not ideal at all, and it's not ideal for the mana. We joked about how Flage, maybe kind of tricked us last game. You do really want to cast that card in the early turns, typically. And so not even having the potential to threaten that here really kind of gives a green light to Rodney. If let's say that was a Plains, Rodney might think about what happens if Flage comes down next turn. Now Rodney knows Flage is a card I don't need to worry about for at least one more turn if Spencer doesn't have his little sneaky Planar Genesis in hand.
Remember, we did mulligan down to 6, so that means that we might have to keep some of the awkward hands, and this is one of the downsides to these Omnath decks. 4 colors isn't free. It sometimes feels free with fetch lands, but if you don't have it, it's going to have these awkward draws like this, and we do not have a fetch land on Spencer's side just yet. So how are we going to utilize this to our advantage? Slight little stumble maybe, as we're going to go Dragon Rage Channeler into Preordain. In response, we're going to go this Planar Genesis, one of the newer cards seeing play, I would say, in Modern. I did see a couple of these last night at FNM, and now seeing it played here at the NRG. We can look at the top 4 cards of our library. We can put a land from among them into the battlefield tapped. But if we don't, we can put one of those cards into our hand. The rest go in the bottom in any order.
I think it's a no land situation, but there was an Omnath and a Damping Sphere. Now, we talked about, we were a little unsure on where we felt with Damping Sphere and everything. This is a spot where maybe, if you miss, you can play it, and then if Rodney's light on lands. But I think Spencer is wanting to play around something by Planar Genesis first. Traditionally, you would let your opponent resolve their cantrip, right, and their surveils with less information. But now Rodney knows, you didn't get the land, you're spell heavy, maybe even need the land, right? Looks like Spencer does have a Steam Vents in hand, so he's got a little something, but yeah, and binning the expressive iteration there.
Is that just a show of strength? We don't need it, or just kind of smell a little bit of blood in the water here? You're stumbling on that other side. You also just missed another land off that planar. So I need to just look for burn cells. I don't really want to take a turn off to set up even more. I want to try and, while the iron's hot, strike.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's hard to know this turn what that tells you, but over the next turn or so, that's a moment you look back on and you're like, okay, did we bin the EI because we were missing lands, or did we bin the EI because we had another one and we were looking to actually get spells that matter, right? That's one of those things that you can't always get the correct read on in the moment, but you can use, future knowledge to infer backwards to sort of what happened earlier in the game, as Steam Vents is going to be used to get rid of the DRC.
Okay, so I'm full of questions and I love it. Why are we getting rid of the DRC over the Swift Spear? The Swift Spear's got prowess and can get bigger.
I assume this is a situation of just like wanting the game to stall out a bit and not wanting the sculpting to happen here with the DRC. And so you get disabled energy. This also makes Wrath of the Skies something that you can just do for white, which, to be fair, we're very far from right now, mana-wise. But it does sort of come up a little bit there. It's also, once again, the mutagenic growth thing we talked about. If we mutagenic growth the Swift Spear, then that would save it, and we would not get anything.
When it comes to Swift Spear into EI in response, here comes another playing out. So again, look at the top four. I see an Endurance, I see a land, I see another Dampening Sphere. So it looks like both of those did come in.
I wonder if Spencer's trying to bluff Force of Negation. He doesn't have it in his deck, but that would make sense as to why he's looking at cards beforehand, right? He might be trying to signal to Rodney, hey, I've got something that could maybe stop this EI.
So EI, one to exile, one to hand, one to the bottom of the library. Mutagenic growth got slammed into the exile part, which makes sense with two Swift Spears.
Yeah, and Rodney kind of shook the head like, yeah, that's good. Makes you wonder if maybe there's some others in hand. This is really close, if not, putting Spencer to dead. I mean, these are huge Swift Spears.
How much damage is this?
Well, each Swift Spear is 4. The mutagenic one is 6, so that's 10. That puts Spencer to 5.
So
that's a lot of damage.
There's a fetch land. We need like basic land Omnath, fetch lands.
Yeah, you can fetch the planes for Omnath, play Omnath, and then like off a fetch land, and that could maybe stabilize you. That would sort of do it, but we just took 10.
Definitely. There's a stock up in hand.
Yeah. And there are 2 stock ups.
Ugh. That's a Solitude.
Okay, that does a little something.
Is Solitude white card enough here?
It really depends on what Rodney has, right? Rodney doesn't have a Lava Dart that's known to Spencer. We know Rodney has one in hand. So that will be a lethal card on its own, forcing both Swift Spears to be answered.
Another thing that you got to point out from when we're talking about the older versions of these 4-card decks in this is there's no ephemerates in these decks, which is obviously huge when you've got things like Solitudes in your deck. Mm-hmm. So using things like planars and stock ups, they're taking the spot of that powerful 1-mana spell. But right now, Spencer, I'm sure, would love to have an ephemerate to be able to potentially get both of these Swift Spears off the battlefield.
Yeah, I also wonder maybe Spencer had to fetch the planes before stock upping so that Galvanic Discharge was a draw. But also maybe, we were thinking about cards like Ending or whatever. So it kind of splits both ways, right? All right. And Spencer should be down to 3 here at minimum off this fetch. Oh, and it looks like Spencer's trying to get a white. But
white for
Wrath of the Skies.
Wrath of the Skies. We've got 2 energy. Yeah, I think we verbally said it. Rodney's putting him down and just showing the hand. There's the shake. Rodney's going to get this done with Jeskai prowess. Spencer stumbling there in the later the game got, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But my camera's decided to mess up. There you go. Go back again. It's pointing at my face camera. There we go. But welcome back, everybody. If you just tuned in, that was a bit of a anti-climax in that last game. It didn't really do what it did, but we saw Jeskai doing what it says, and of course, spending that extra bit of white in it. It came in handy having those prismatic endings.
It definitely did, yeah. And having this really showed the efficiency of like having a ton of 1s versus these powerful 3 and 4s. Powerful 3 and 4s can take over the game, but you have to kind of get there. Sometimes you stumble, you get 1 too many. And Planar Genesis, if it had hit any land, I think would have maybe been a game-winning moment, right? We would have jumped to 4, jumped to Omnath, would have had that going. Instead, put in an awkward position, but still very live. This is a 7-round tournament. Spencer can make top 8. Ryan Bedell looking like a good position to be in our top 8. 5-0, 7 rounds. Typically, that's a double draw. We don't know for sure. We'll figure that out when round 8 comes, where Drake and Devin take that for you. But we still have one more match before Will and I go in a backup feature match.
Yeah, because Will's got to sort his camera out. It's ever drifting to the left for some reason. So this is time shifted, of course, everyone. So it's going to be played a little bit faster than you'd normally see. Ruby Storm versus the Blue-Black Flicker deck. Connor versus Devin here. Now, face up, I'm going to say that the Storm deck's going to be favored game 1. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think so. I think Connor Mullally is favored here. He, one of our regulars who does incredibly well, been at a bunch of our champs, been playing some pro tours recently as well, having some good finishes. Likes playing, I would say, typically like either the best deck or like a combo deck. We've seen Connor do a lot of like blue-black mid-range in standard, or like Breach and Modern before Breach was the best deck. Used to play a lot of Dredge when he was first up and coming. That was one of the decks that he was a big fan of. See him here on Storm, and sort of makes sense. A lot of players really like Storm, but the data is really inconclusive when it comes to this. When we look at the Frank Carson data, the confidence interval is massive, implying, there's not a ton of like for sureness despite a large play size. Some people play Ruby Storm and, they feel like it's one of the best decks, and it makes draws that definitely make that happen. Turn 2 kills are something that you can see from the Ruby Storm deck, and turn 3 is not that unrealistic as Round Monsoon Mage comes down.
Good talking while I'm messing around with this camera. I like to see it. It's good. I think I'm back. I think it's pointing at my face now. It's all good. Right. So these are the sort of things that we can interact with, though, right here on these are not the correct names on the screen, but it's fine. This is who we got. It's Devin versus Connor, haven't we? So Connor on the is going to be over on the Ruby Storm side here. Having creatures like the Row down is one of the only things we can interact with. We've got Solitudes. We've also got Interceptors if we kind of get to the free mana. We've got Orcish Bowmaster because we need to put as much damage as we possibly can on. And here's that Solitude that I was speaking about. Just getting it off the board now. Don't give them any of the interaction. Don't let them have the card that reduces the spells from the deck, because of course they need to be able to pop off and do a lot of them to be able to win with something like Grape Shot, or as one of the newer cards has been printed recently is the what's the dragon called? I can see it's like Dragon Storm. But look at the deck. It doesn't even look like we're playing
Scale
any.
Dragon is the name. It's a joke on the Storm scale, but yeah, Artist Talent into Felia.
Yeah, we're not playing it. All right, cool. So it was just going old school Grape Shot to face type wins.
Yeah, I think the dragon has some things that are nice about it, but it's definitely not, like best in slot. There are upsides for sure, but there's still a lot of good with the OG stuff here.
Now we've got to that third mana, and this is key. This is where we've got a lot of our like better cards, so to speak. Here comes the beautiful. Okay, so talk me through that interaction we just seen there with Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, so Flicker Wisp came down. It flipped a Valakut, the Awakening, which is a land. So normally a land would come back, but since it's an MDFC, it comes back as the face-up side, which in this case is a sorcery, just goes straight to the graveyard. Now that means, we're in a position where we got the Stone Rain Connor. Not always the greatest, but hard to pass up. And in a deck like this, we talked about, you're going to be struggling game 1 to have meaningful interaction. So this is a great way to have that.
Okay, here we go. We're going to cast the first ritual. That saga that you see on the board is Artist's Talent. The first part of that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you discard a card. If you do, draw cards. It's going to let us kind of filter through our deck, find those cards that we need. Then we're going to crack the fetch that we've just got. Go find ourselves another mountain. Beautiful mountains, we might add. All signed as well.
Yeah, great mountains here. I wonder if we're going to see something like maybe level up the talent.
So we've got 3 mana floating company now, right? Oh, there you go. Yeah, we are going to level it up, as you said. So now non-creature spells you can cast cost 1 less. That's the reducer that these decks kind of rely on.
Yep. Yeah, so Connor's just showing here, it's 3 mana to level it up to 2. So we use the floating mana from the ritual. Then the land that we fetched up, that's what's casting the next ritual. because now it costs 1 less, much like a Ruby medallion.
This is like, one, why I don't play Storm decks, and 2, why I don't like playing against Storm decks, because I have to play the Storm deck. No matter what side I'm on, I've got to play it. I've got to make sure that the mana's the correct. Let's float in, watch them play, see what it is they do, especially if there's a row out and they start rolling, flipping the coin, see if they take damage or not. We flip over the top 2. It's going to be a Ritual and a Mountain. Have we got no more cards left in hand?
Yeah, we're top decking. Connor used the mana that turn to set this up. I think, with the potential to potentially keep going, did not get there on that. And now the artist talent is going to get, it's going to get Witch Enchanted, actually.
This doesn't seem good at all. Like, normally Storm, when they want to go off, they need to go off. Or was this just, did they think they're not going to have a great other opening to do it, so we're going to try and do it this turn and hope for the best?
I think that's what Connor was looking for. You got a couple rummages there with the artist talent and sort of, try to get us in a spot where it's like, okay, we can maybe win the game from here. But didn't get there. And this is one of the awkward things, quote unquote, about this Storm deck is it's very powerful, but it doesn't consistently always win when it goes off. It often wins. It has a lot of ways to, but you can whiff and sort of be in an awkward position. So yeah, Connor does not want to take a damage from the Ral. Wants to get the Ritual in the graveyard for the Past in Flames. Fortunately, Fatal Push is going to answer the Ral there, but required a lot more. And then White Orchid Phantom comes down. Doesn't really do much here, as Felia is getting bigger from flickering our own thing. I think we're saying, hey, I'm flickering this Ral. Bring it back in. Yeah, I mean, wow, White Orchid Phantom and friends, they got it done. They don't have a ton of cards that line up super, super great, Will, but in that spot, they lined up just enough, and the Storm deck fizzled. I don't think that's the way to say it. We got a bunch of rummaging off, and we didn't quite get there.
Like, I feel like it beat itself in that instance. You know what I mean? It's very hard for these flicker decks to be able to take down game 1 with, especially the tools. They definitely need their sideboard, but taking that first one is going to feel great. We're going to go back down to the game. It's live. They're in game number 3. So that means Connor won the second one to take us to this third game. So let's get down to it. Let's not miss any more of the action.
Yep. And it looks like they are finishing up sideboarding and shuffling. It's interesting to note, too. I mean, like we said, post board, that's typically where the black-white deck is going to make its points back. But in this situation, got by Connor. Doesn't mean that it wasn't a hard-fought battle. Just an interesting thing to note.
Let's have a look at some of the key cards in this sideboard. We've got Wrath of the Skies, White Orchid Phantoms, Vindicates, Four Seasons, Deafening Silences, and Clarion. Is that Conqueror? I'm so dyslexic. Consequencer,
yeah.
some sort of big free flyer for free.
It's a 3/3 dragon. The activated abilities of artifacts and planeswalkers cannot be activated. Any creatures, excuse me. So it's just like a Stony Silence that hits more things, but it's another mana, and it's just one of these new cards we've seen from Dragonstorm that players are trying out. It does have certain spots where it's great. I mean, the fact that it's one more mana against the artifact decks, which is awkward, but Stony Silence isn't ending the games as much as you would expect, but also covering decks like Brood-Scale kind of matter. And hitting things like Planeswalkers means, the Affinity deck, when you do play this, it does stop some of their backup plans being like Imri and Tamiyo.
So out of those cards, what do you like bringing in? Or what do you think they brought in?
I mean, Deafening Silence is sort of like the go-to for this.
Yeah. Only
play one non-creature spell. Gonna be hard to beat that. Thoughtseize, pretty good. Vindicate, surprisingly, you kind of want to have that a couple times because of the awkwardness of Ruby. And you see Devin here having some rough mulligans, not getting the hand that we wanted. But those are kind of the big things, and everything else I'm not super in love with. I can see Wrath of the Skies. Once again, you just have some awkward things you need to answer, but it's a lot of mana in this deck, to actually answer those things. You don't have extra energy producers.
So going to be going down to 5. So yeah, as you said, pretty awkward, but I don't know if this is forced mulligans or disciplined mulligans, like knowing how good that Deathly Silence is going to be, how good Thoughtseize is going to be able to disrupt the early turns. Have a look. Looks like we're going to keep a couple. Are going to go back over on Connor's side. Kept the full 7. Exactly what Storm wants to happen. We'll kind of touch over their sideboard quickly, just while they're kind of resolving this. So we've got Silence, Prismatic Ending, Past in Flames, Grape Shot, Orange Chant, Empty the Warrens, Brotherhood's End, Blood Moon, and a Braids. As it looks like we're going to start off with a Surveil. We're going to keep that on top. Pass the turn back. just going to shortcut a little bit here. Maybe time's a constraint. Surveil, one side's going to have the Emperor of Bones. It's going to exile the land. The other is going to surveil.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think both players, I think time is an issue because there's no real reason to do this quickly if there wasn't some sort of issue. Yeah. And I think what you're seeing here is Devin's like, oh, I'm going to get this. And Connor's like, hey, I'm playing quickly for our time's sake here. And Devin's like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize this was like,
Yeah, it would be an end of turn, not a main phase, so to speak. So that Emperor Bones wouldn't have been able to do anything. 1 point of damage off the islet, but then we're going to have the Rao is going to come down. If that sticks around, we could just see the game end next turn.
Yeah, Devin wants to be able to answer this. It is often how the Storm deck wins. Connor has another one in hand, but Mullally would much rather win next turn than keep setting up. The setting up is how you're going to lose.
I see a fatal push brought to the front of the hand here. Deciding on this shock land, do we want to be shocking it in? I think we do. Fatal push is going to get rid of that first Rao.
If you don't have anything to do, get the Rao back, and then adapt it and make it super big in order to push, damage. I like this here. Just make your guy into a 4/4 and put Connor on the back foot. That's how we won game 1. We got a little lucky with our cards lining up correctly. We had a good clock, and we're on 5 cards this game. Let's try and make something happen. And Connor has an answer for it, but doesn't have a land.
Oh, that's the Vindicate out the sideboard. It's going to take out the islet. That means there's no more blue mana just yet, especially once your opponent's missed a land drop and still missing land drops. Not a bad mold of 5 if we can stall our opponent here.
That's the dragon we saw earlier. Okay, that's the Planeswalker one we talked about. I thought it was a Vindicate. Yeah, and this is what Devin needs.
Okay, this looks a lot better than Stony Silence right now. Being able to turn it sideways, get that 3 damage in. Connor's down to 10. No play though. With 4 mana open, 5 mana open now. We could basically play anything in our deck at this point.
Yeah, and
more discard. Brother Zen came in.
Now, here's the thing, though. If Connor probably has a lot of rituals in hand, he can maybe win with an untapped land. If Mullally goes ritual into like Medallion or into Ral, into some rituals, we could win this game. It is not unrealistic. This isn't me, BSing to like get you hyped at home. Connor legitimately can win if we hit like a mountain here. And we're seeing an Aven Interrupter.
Oh, my word. Able to take it down. 4 life, flash in the 2/2 to mount. Whatever you play, attack you down. Kind of stuck on that 1 land, courtesy of that Vindicate. 5. Got Mulligan down to 5. Did not matter for Devin taking down and advancing to a 5-0 record. So congratulations to them. One more time, please, production. I didn't read that bit. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're about to hand it on over to our co-commentators there. But, Connor Mullally, wow. He showed the hand, too. I was looking at it. Will, we could have won. We would need the Rao to work out and everything to happen. But Connor was, and obviously the mind sensor is going to stop us at that point, right? But like, assuming that we were just racing, there was no chance to win there. Shows, I think, how powerful the Storm deck can be and why players like Connor are picking it up and playing it and putting time in. Impressive stuff.
Not only that, you said Vindicates in the side, but I was like, that doesn't seem like the sort of card I'd bring in against it, but it had its moment. It got him a game and got him the W, and is now giving that options that they probably double ID, and we'll see them in the top 8 a little bit later on. Before we go though, Mason, let's remind everybody watching, if they want to take part in future NRG events, what we've got going on. Get these dates that we've just released in the diary now, nice and early, so you can book those hotels and book those flights. One last time, talk me through it.
Yeah, July 19th to 20th at St. Paul, Minnesota. We got Modern Showdown 10K on Saturday. Sunday, 5K Legacy Trial, Legacy players. We love you. Come on out. Have some fun. We'd love to have you in that event. August 23rd, 24th, Lansing, Michigan. Double 10K weekend. Saturday, Standard Showdown, 10K. Sunday, Team Trial, $10,000 prize pool again with Standard Modern Pauper. Pauper players, we gave you a side event at one of the events, during the Breach heyday. You really came out. You loved it. We want to see, can we make Pauper a regular part of this? If you're a Pauper lover, please come out. Show us that you really like this, and we'll continue to support it. September 13th to 14th, Mundelein, Illinois, Modern Showdown 10K. 5K, to be determined trial. We're trying to figure out what format makes the most sense. Is it supposed to be Pauper, Legacy, Pioneer, Standard? We don't know. We're trying to figure that out and make it what's best for you with the players. That's our number one priority here in the NRG series. So we're going to let you all know about that as soon as we make that final decision. that'll be coming to you very soon. And November 1st and 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois, Team 10K Showdown, standard sealed modern. We know we got some sealed lovers. June 20th, 29th, we'll be in Indianapolis as well, doing some sealed on Sunday. And then modern 10K Showdown to end the year for the NRG series on November 2nd as well there in Elmhurst. It's going to be a fun time, just like I had a fun time with you here, Will, today.
It's always a pleasure, my friend, being carried by you. You need to go get yourself, relax a little bit, fuel up, get a massage, come back tomorrow ready. Because me and you are back tomorrow, but we've got different partners. And so something we're going to be seeing a little bit later on, because we're going to have a short break. And then when we come back, it is going to be Drake and Devon carrying on the show to eventually crown ourselves a winner here at the NRG. So for me, from Mason, hope you had a good one. And we'll see you all a little bit later on after this break.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here with round number 6 of our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland. I am Drake Sasser. I'm joined by the wonderful and magnificent Doom, Devin O'Donnell. And we're going to be bringing you round 6 of Modern action here. We're getting down, to the final few people. The top 8 starting to take shape. And here we have a pretty sweet pair up. Someone we've seen before against the deck we haven't seen before. Devin, we can go ahead and break down what we're about to see here.
Oh, yeah. So first and foremost, very, very excited to see what these players have brought today. Tarkir Dragonstorm has made a pretty big impact in the Modern format. I mean, definitely one of the sets that has had more of an impact than a lot of others in recent memory. And we're going to see one of those cards on the right-hand side of your screen from Peter Tubergen on Jeskai Ascendancy, who we saw earlier today. This is kind of a different take on the Affinity deck, but it's playing Narset Jeskai Waymaster, which is a powerful card that allows you to discard cards on your end step, draw a bunch of cards equal to the number of spells you played. And it's also playing Corey Steelcutter, which is I don't know if you know this,
Drake,
but that card
is
it's not bad.
Before. What is it? Is that, does it do anything? I don't know. Equipment's bad, I hear, so whatever, Yeah, that card's obviously making waves in every format. It's legal. And so is Belcher. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of Belcher. I've seen some mono red takes, but here we see Austin actually kind of defaulting back to the blue shape. We saw, I believe it was Grayson Nimitz last year kind of qualify for our championship on this deck featuring Tameshi. We're bringing that back here. We have 4 Tameshi in the main deck, does Austin, and he starts off very powerful. We got the Orderly Plaza tapped and the Suspended Lotus Bloom. So that really sets you up for that explosive turn 4. There's a big Doomsday Clock there in exile for Austin. Peter, he's going to know that, and he's starting things off with his very powerful turn 1 play of Tamio Inquisitive Student.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this is sort of the more classic take on the Belcher. I have seen some lists, as you mentioned, pop up recently on Magic Online because we were talking in between, and I know you're a big fan of the Storm Scale Scion. So we've I've been seeing some lists online that are like half Ruby Storm, half Red Belcher, and those look kind of cool. As we do see the Belcher here, that's a pretty good one to hit off of the Thundertrap Trader.
Yeah, exactly how you want to line this up off your Thundertrap Trader on turn 2, where everything coming up Austin.
Oh, yeah. And one thing I want to look towards is, now that it's face up, right? The Lotus Bloom is there. That's going to represent potential for 7 mana on turn 4 and just revealed the Belcher. So Peter knows everything is face up right now. You take a look at Peter's deck list here, looking for interaction. How can we stop this Belcher? And I got to be honest with you, Drake. I'm looking at this. I'm not seeing a lot. There's 2 Metallic Rebuke that can, be a mana leak that you can, cast off of Improvise. And then a cool thing that Peter could maybe do if, worst case scenario, is you can Flame of Anora the Bauble in the upkeep after it resolves. So it's sort of like burns Austin's 3 mana, so he won't actually have the 7 to go Belcher plus activate in the same turn.
Yeah, it's an important to 5-year interaction. Portable Hole here actually representing a piece of interaction, able to get rid of that Thundertrap Trainer. That actually matters for the Flare of Denials. There's 4 of those in the main deck of Austin's deck. We've seen that come up over and over again. Just having these random objects around that you can sacrifice does matter. So even though the Portable Hole, the Thundertrap Trainer's kind of already done its job. It found the Belcher. We've done that thing. And it's not like we're making the way for any kind of attacks. You do still want to get it out because if you find your interaction, you don't want Austin to have a lot to back it up, as Emery's going to join the party alongside the recently unbanned Mox Opal that managed to, take Modern by storm there for a little while. But now the Breach deck long gone, and we're back to this kind of stuff. Peter been a Mox Opal guy for as long as I've known him. He's always been playing Affinity decks, but this is a little bit of a different look from Peter than back when we used to battle together in the SCG days, as the backside of Seagate Restoration coming down as land number 3 for Austin. Down to 1 goes that Lotus Bloom.
This is sort of like Affinity with extra steps. You mentioned, the unbanning of Mox Opal really sort of a lot of people were, when that happened, were very interested in, at least the first couple of weeks playing these different style of Affinity decks, pairing it with like Urza, Lord High Artificer, Thought Monitor, Kappa Cannoneer. And at the end of the day, after, maybe a couple of weeks, people finally realized that Breach was just by far the best thing to do. So this, ever since Breach has been unbanned, it's sort of like, in a weird way, Mox Opal was unbanned again, because you really just couldn't play a deck that wasn't Breach for, basically that 4 or 5 month period. So interesting to see, Mox Opal sort of, what can people do with without Breach? And Peter is definitely doing one of those things. You see the Core Steelcutter in the graveyard. That is, we're not going to cast it. We're going to get the Bauble here.
Yeah, I think kind of Peter kind of recognizing it's a little too slow. So this to me would signal that he doesn't have any of the interaction he needs yet, right? So that's what Mishra's Bobble, the fetch land in play. We have that kind of representing some looks at some additional interaction if we don't have it already, although we are looking at our opponent. So maybe we do. Gonna have to see, give a lot of thought to this turn. But like I said, if we're going for Mishra's Bobble instead of Corey Steelcutter, to me that signals, okay, I know the Corey Steelcutter is too slow. I need to find interaction as quickly as possible. And Bobble gives me another look.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Peter doesn't really have a lot here in this game one situation. It's a lot of just hope I can kill you before you do your thing. It does have the 2 rebukes and the 1 Flame of Venor. It's possible that one of those is in the hand. I could not tell you for the life of me what that card is, Drake.
We affectionately refer to these cards in a certain type of way that I'm going to refrain. I think this is a Whir of Invention.
That would kind of
so
make
here we go.
sense.
This is a Whir of Invention here on end step. Going to be for 0, so we've seen this before. I believe Lotus Bloom, the only legal hit, checking for any artifact lands very quickly.
I believe so, yep.
Yeah, it looks like only Lotus Bloom. So the second Lotus Bloom matters a lot, right? If you're against Jeskai Ascendancy, their only interaction is Metallic Rebuke. Having a backup Lotus Bloom, even against something like Flame of Venor, can't hit both of them. This is actually really good against any of the interaction that Peter might be able to assemble. Might force him to have 2 pieces, which is asking a lot.
The other thing that this could represent is that, Austin theoretically has access to 7 mana if he has an untapped land, right? But the Belcher deck, at least half of its lands I say lands, but half of its spells that are lands enter the battlefield tapped. So if Austin is in a spot where he has a bunch of tap lands in hand, it actually does need that Lotus Bloom in order to get the 10 mana. So you see here Peter fighting. Peter doesn't necessarily want to use the rebuke on just mana, and Austin actually fights over it, which sort of signifies to me that he's worried about the potential of a second Metallic Rebuke as well.
Yeah, I think it also, like we just mentioned, like Metallic Rebuke is really the best way Peter interacts. We know there's a Belcher, and he knows there's a Belcher. Metallic Rebuke's the only way kind of to fight, then it doesn't work. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and take a look at the deck. I mean, this is tough, right? This is a tough game one. This is why the blue Belcher decks were so good. Having Disrupting Shoal there to be able to back up your kills, that's so powerful. Flare of Denials, Force of Negations, all this interaction that you get baked in that the red builds and such don't get, really powers through these other combo decks that are kind of trying to cheat on their interaction a little bit. Like we mentioned, not a lot in Peter's main deck, as he's going to take, like I said, a look through his deck list. But yeah, I love the spot from Peter. Like, we're going to fight over this. Maybe you don't have land 4, and if you don't have land 4, then Lotus Bloom plus 3 lands isn't enough. So we kind of get it there, and the Metallic Rebuke is way worse after the Lotus Bloom. So I love the spot on the fight. He did a good job finding a piece of interaction, but as is often the case with this mono blue build, especially in game number 1, 1 piece of interaction is not going to be enough. And so that is going to wrap up game number 1. Going to go to Austin Dessiter. Again, the pair down. Austin fighting for his top 8 potential here at 4-1. Peter does have a loss to give at 5-0, and maybe can still find a way to get a draw in, but is not necessarily. His tournament's not on the line here, but he's certainly had a great run so far, and I'm sure wants to keep that going into the top 8. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the sideboards again. Deck lists. Not working at the moment. So we're gonna read through, and just kind of stick with me. I'm gonna read out loud as slowly as possible the sideboards here. We're gonna start with Peter because he did just get felled by the giant goblin cannon. So we're gonna start here with 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 4 copies of Consign to Memory, 2 Flame of Enor, 2 Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, and 2 Wear Tear. Devin, how are you looking to improve on this new take on Jeskai Ascendancy in the Belcher matchup?
Yeah, so we mentioned Peter doesn't really have a ton in game 1, but looking at this sideboard does have those 4 copies of Consigned to Memory. Those, I think, will be slam dunks here, being able to counter a Char Belcher for 1 mana. Past that, you could maybe go to Flame of Venor, just for that, very off chance that either Austin has Belcher pass, or, you get to tag the Lotus Bloom in the upkeep to prevent the activation. It's kind of narrow, but it could come up. And then the other card that's a slam dunk here is Teferi Time Raveler. Austin, be playing the blue Belcher deck. There's a ton of instant speed interaction, Force of Negation, Flare of Denial, Disrupting Shoal, and that 1 Teferi Time Raveler is going to do a lot of heavy lifting in the post-board games.
Yeah, definitely looking to fight with, like you said, the counter instant speed kind of tricks and the counter magic and such. So the Teferi going to help back that up a lot. Makes a lot of sense to me. Let's go ahead and look at Austin's deck list. And by us, I mean me. And we're going to go ahead and read out the 15 sideboard cards here. Yeah, you can look at it too if you want. It's only for us. The private information. We got 2 copies of Commandeer, 4 copies of Consigned to Memory here as well. 2 Force of Negation, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Basic Island, 1 Portable Hole, and 1 Tormod's Crypt for the Belcher sideboard. What do you want against this new take on, I mean, I call it Jeskai Ascendancy. There's only 1 in the deck. You can't see that, but there's only 1. This kind of new take of this weird prowess Jeskai Ascendancy matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting for Austin's side. So I think Austin's priority, number one priority, is just don't die, because a lot of Peter's best draws are going to be the ones that involve turn 1 Urza Saga paired with a Mox Opal, make a construct on 2, make a construct on 3, and just get him dead before, ideally by turn 4. That's what Peter's looking to do. So the cards that interact with the construct tokens, specifically the 2 here, the 2 Harbingers and the 2 Into the Floodmaws, I'm not entirely sure if you want to go towards Harbinger, but the nice thing about it is not only does it turn off the ability for Peter to access Urza Saga, honestly, the mana in the Jeskai deck is, outside of Mox Opal, is not fantastic. There's a lot of dual lands, not a lot of basic lands for Peter, so I could see some mix of those. It's possible maybe you want Floodmaw on the draw, Harbinger on the play, and then past that, I mean, you don't know how many counter spells that Peter has access to. So in the quote unquote dark, maybe you want to go towards something like Commandeer to fight over, if you expect a lot more counter spells. The really awkward part about Commandeer is it's not that good against Consigned to Memory, because usually there's only one legal target for the Consigned to Memory. Past that, I think it's really just, maybe the Commandeers and then some sort of answer to Urza Saga, whether that be Harbinger or Floodmaw.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Mostly just kind of shuffling around the interaction you already have access to and the counter spells and such like that. So, I mean, this is really where we see an opportunity, I think, kind of objectively, where Peter should be better in the sideboard games. Now, he does need to win 2 of them, but I think he's improving more versus Austin, who's just kind of changing the text on some of his interactive slots already versus really adapting his game plan to what Peter has going on. Really, Austin's just looking for the right tools to do what he did in game 1. Punch through his combo. He had a great sequence. Like I said, that turn 1 Lotus Bloom, so important. Having another one off of the Whir of Invention, a big deal, and just having all that critical mass of mana for the turn 4, knowing that the Ascendancy deck wasn't really well set up to kill you on turn 4, the mix you want. Now we'll see, with Peter on the play, does that change? I mean, we have the potential to do things like turn 1 Corey Steelcutter, and at that point, maybe it is fast enough to go ahead and get Austin dead before anything else can matter. And I'm interested to see if that can kind of manifest here, because again, this Jeskai deck, not as much an Ascendancy main. You're not really just all in on the Ascendancy thing. You do have these Narsets for bursts of interaction. You do have the Corey Steelcutter is kind of what you got going on. And so it can be kind of a misnomer, even though it does have Jeskai Ascendancy stuff going on too.
It definitely feels like more of a Narset deck where you're pairing, Mishra's Bauble, Mox Opal, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the last time we saw Peter on camera, he drew 7 with Narset and against, I believe it was against Garrick, and just absolutely buried the blue-white control players. So Narset looked real good the last time we saw it on Peter's side. And it does pair very well with Corey Steelcutter because, you have this turn where you untap with Narset, do Cutter and some spells, dump some stuff out, attack for a little bit, and then you get to refill for next turn. And then when you have that grip full of cards for the next turn, you get a second prowess token, which represents so much more damage. So, Peter does have that ability to just sort of almost instantly kill the turn after an Narset comes down. But turn 1 Tamiyo is not necessarily the start that Peter wants here.
Yeah, not exactly the most explosive as far as getting Austin dead. However, if we do have some spats, like if you start fighting early over other stuff, it can flip your Tamiyo, rebuy your counter spells, that you can make the card matter. And it's certainly part of your plan as far as getting Mox Opal online and such. So it might still be important just for getting the mana sorted out. But yeah, not the most aggressive. If you're looking to kill Austin before he can kill you, this is not the way you're going to do it. So you need to buckle in and start finding some interaction. Although no Lotus Bloom, a big deal for Peter. Would maybe signal some words to look out for. Got to have ways to get ahead on mana if he's keeping even a 6. But yeah, turn 1 tap land is not exciting from Austin's side. As Tamiyo is going to go ahead and make a clue. We're going to crack that clue right now. Draw another card. That's card number 3, thanks to Bobble. So the Bobble plus your clue plus your draw for turn. We have flipped our Tamiyo Inquisitive Student on turn 2, and rolling up it goes.
Yeah, getting access to a Planeswalker on turn 2 already goes up to 4 loyalty. And I mean, in spots like this, especially with Austin not having the Lotus Bloom, it doesn't really have access to the super, super fast start. Tamiyo the ultimate likely will win the game for Peter is going to be able to find enough interaction, just sort of have a handful of consigns and metallic rebukes, and can most likely fight through basically all of what Austin has.
Agonizing choice here between Stern Scolding, Disrupting Shoal, and Whir of Invention. Really seems stuck on this decision. I can't imagine we're considering the Scolding, but it looks like Shoal and Whir both appealing. Again, to me, that signals maybe already having a Whir in hand, which would align with not having the Lotus Bloom on one, and we do go ahead and go for the Shoal. So like I said, gotta have some way to find a Lotus Bloom in hand already, I think, for Austin. And now here we go with the Philology Archaeologist. Unfortunately, not the creature that has power, so we can't start pressuring the Tamiyo at all. Be hard to do anyway, I guess.
Yeah, Tamiyo would shut it down anyways. But I wonder if that decision from Austin leads me to believe that, if you have the Belcher in hand, you're thinking about, okay, well, I could go Whir for Lotus Bloom and try to go off on turn 4, or potentially maybe a more reactive hand and is worried about, like, maybe has the Belcher and would rather go, okay, turn 4, Belcher plus Shoal to counter your consigned to memory, or something along those lines. So, I think that might signify that Austin maybe has the Belcher, but we'll have to see here.
I love Austin's style here. If I'm understanding correctly, I don't think he flips any of his MDFCs. He's just like, you know what I'm doing.
Love it.
Thing. It's a
well.
land.
I think they're like triple or quadruple sleeves. So that
it would be like an actual Herculean task to get these things out to flip them. He's like, come on, you know what this is. It's pretty clear what's going on here. So I love it. I love the style. Just I'm not flipping this garbage over and over again. It's not happening. As here's an in-step Whir. Pretty much anybody could see this one coming. I mean, like I said, it's been really telegraphed since turn 1, basically, having such unexciting turn 1. So we found the Lotus Bloom. A land does represent the critical mass of 7 mana, which could allow for a kill. And with no land drop from Peter, I would be shocked if he wasn't rolled up with some interaction. Doesn't have lands, got to have spells.
Well, one thing I want to mention, the timing on this, right? So Peter did play the Scalding Tarn for turn and went to end of turn fetch. Austin heads up in response to the fetch. You'll notice, Peter only had 1 artifact in the Hallowed Fountain untapped, went for that Whir of Invention while there was only 2 available quote unquote mana. So didn't have access to something like Metallic Rebuke. So sure. Austin sneaking that Whir in there, and that's going to give him access to a lot of mana next turn. And that is a repeal
the Lotus Bloom. That's a nice use of it. All right, 4 of those in the main deck. Have to imagine if this is the interaction you're looking to line up, you're going to use all of them. Could crack it to deny Peter a card, or you could pick it up and look to suspend it. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and sacrifice it. No card for you, says Austin. An interesting choice there, I think.
Would be really nice here for Austin if he had something like a Sink into Stupor, where you can sack the Lotus Bloom for mana, sort of, fizzle the repeal, and then sink the Tamiyo. And that, it does not have the sink, but that would have been quite a blowout here for Austin if that was available, because that Tamiyo is getting really scary for Peter, and this Teferi is going to be that's going to be a lot.
Problem. Yeah, I mean, this Disrupting Shoal doesn't do anything if it resolves, so we need to reach for it now. And it looks like you were right on the Harbinger this season. That one's going to hit the Exile Zone with the Disrupting Shoal. A nice little use for it. If there's no Saga stuff going on, you can just always pitch to your pitch spells. And that is how that's going to line up here. And now this game's getting interactive. It's getting grindy. We've seen this before from the Blue Belcher deck. It makes me, I was literally about to say, this feels like a Tameshi game. This feels like the exact type of game where Tameshi starts to shine. Is, okay, I face a little bit of interaction. My Lotus Bloom's in the graveyard. What am I going to do? And then it's like, all right, Tameshi, whatever happens from here, I just basically win as long as I can find a piece of white mana. Get a look at Tameshi Reality Architect here on screen.
That's the awkward part here is Austin, had the Lotus Bloom, was planning on setting up, going for Lotus Bloom Tameshi next turn, but now because he had to sacrifice the Lotus Bloom, doesn't have white mana, and he's just going to pack it into the Tamiyo.
Yeah, Tamiyo Ultimate there. That is going to provide, you get to draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library, rounded up, and you get an emblem with no max man size. So for the rest of the game, Peter just has more interaction. Now can start deploying all these zeros. It basically is just lights out. And so, I mean, interesting. We talked about Tamiyo as not being the fastest thing to kill, and it wasn't, but it was able to be fast enough in order to get the job done with a little bit of interaction. It needed some help. It needed some backup in the form of some counterspells and such. And Peter did a good job assembling that. But I mean, Tamiyo flip on turn 2, tick up, tick up, tick up. All right, ultimate time. Like, that's good enough to win. And to game 3 we go. Looks like Peter either has a judge question or has to use the bathroom, both entirely valid. And so we, again, have a little bit more time to kill. I I don't want to go through the labor of, it's a quick bathroom break. I don't want to go through the labor of reading through all of the sideboard cards once again, but talk to me. In game number 2 and 3, we were talking about with the Belcher deck potentially moving some of the cards around with the Harbingers versus into the Flood Maws. You think we're going to see that here based on how game number 2 played out?
Potentially, I think on the play, Austin just wants more, like, to be a little bit more mana efficient. So, for example, maybe he can set up a turn where, like, turn 3, he has 3 mana, he goes Dwyer Disruption plus into the Flood Maw or something along those lines. So potentially, the Harbingers were there, and maybe he just wants to be like progressing his game plan a little bit more and just kind of leaning more in on the really fast combo, protecting that with counter spells. So. Yeah, I don't know if the Harbingers will stay in, especially given that game, right? That game wasn't really even about Urza Saga. And, even with a Harbinger on the battlefield, it seemed like Peter could still cast most of his spells. And again, the awkwardness against Mox Opal. So we'll have to see exactly what Austin decides to do there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And I think this is a really cool back and forth, really quick games too, which has, I think, been the state of Modern for a while, but Corey Steelcutter across all formats. And we were talking about for the show about how I'm dying on turn 4 in Standard all the time to this Corey Steelcutter card. It's obviously showing up every format it's legal in and speeding games up. So I'm interested to see across the board how the formats respond. Are we going to try to outpace this? We're going to try to interact with this. It's going to be interesting to see. And I mean, here, as we're seeing a top 8 shake out, doesn't look like a lot of things are beating it. There's a lot of Is It Prowess in the top tables. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of it in the top 8. And for now, it doesn't look like our players here in Chicagoland have showed up with the tools necessary to beat Is It Prowess, but that's not going to be true forever. And who knows, maybe we can still have a few surprises left in the tournament, but I'll tell you, Prowess already an early front runner for me. Now, keep in mind, this is a modern 10K showdown. So as it is a showdown event, the winner will be directly qualified for our end of the year championship, joining the other 4 qualified players. Of course, Theo Jung, your champion from this year. And then, of course, Grayson Nevitz, and we got Feng Chen and Garrick Alford. We can go ahead and show, some of that leaderboard. Here we go, coming up. We're going to show that. The players are highlighted here. We got Fan Chen Yang, Grayson Nevitz on the leaderboard there, Theo Jung, and Garrick Alford, not necessarily as high up on the leaderboard, it looks like, but both those players qualified as well. Ben Unger, the highest ranking player currently on the outside looking in. So a lot of points race, and you see how tight those top 4, 5 players are, 42, 39, 38, 38, 37, already a tight race for the top of the leaderboard here in season number 1 of our NRG Championship Series. So kind of keeping that in mind, we're still looking to qualify a player today, but also there's some points very critical to some of the names that we've seen kind of throughout the day. Some of the names we're going to continue to see, and some people that are a little further down that may be on the outside looking in right now. So a lot on the line for these players outside, of course, the $10,000 prize pool and all the things that come with that. We know when you win a Showdown event, you also get an Inkling Customs token. So trophy, custom token, invitation to every event possible. You get all these. Yeah, we get a slide here. We can show some of these tokens off. Let's go. Inkling Customs, a master at her craft. You get a token with your likeness representing a token in Magic that you can use and, of course, be handed out at our events. And you can check her out at inklingcustoms.com. But that's on the line for our players as well. So, there's a lot on the line. Even if you showed up with prowess, you didn't show up with prowess, you showed up to win. And there's a lot on the line for these players as we're getting towards the end of season number 1. I believe our penultimate event here with our last one being a team event, our team showdown event in Indianapolis. We'll talk about that one a little bit later as these players are shuffling up now. But already an exciting season 1, I would say. And like you said, this Dragonstorm Tarkir set has been a personal favorite of mine. I've been playing more limited than ever before. I've really, started to take a look at Standard again, where I had been not paying very much attention for a long time. Has done a lot to reinvigorate my interest in Magic. I don't know how much that aligns with me really enjoying what's going on with Corey Steelcutter and all those things, casting a bunch of spells. Is it Mage at Heart? So that might be a big part of it. I've heard some complaints from the people that like to cast larger spells than 1 mana spells that cantrip. But overall, I really liked this set, and it's made some interesting Magic to watch.
It is really hard to cast big stuff right now. I will say that. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
that is
are you suffering? Are you suffering trying to cast?
No. Stuff? I'm the Is It guy. Trust me. I'm the one playing the Corey Steelcutters. I am in heaven right now. I will say I have a lot of nostalgia for the previous Tarkir set. That's like, when I was playing the most amount of like Standard, like going to FNMs, PTQs and stuff, and, casting some Siege Rhinos and all that. I miss those days.
PPTQs back in the day. You remember the blue-black control deck? That was like right when we were playing with like Ugin, flashing in
Yep.
Pearl Lake,
Perilous
Ancient.
Vault.
Oh yeah, talk to me. Perilous Vault. Yeah, let's do
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Here we go. Crux of Fate. Blow up all those things. See you later. Not a chance.
But yeah,
Dig Through
it's
Time, because that's a card that they printed. Sure.
Oh yeah, I know. Just it's funny because like Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise were played in standard, but they weren't they weren't bannable. They weren't as messed up as they were with format like Fetchlands. But and
You're saying
the
Fetchlands
funny thing
and
is we still had
Treasure Cruise
Fetchlands.
pretty
In
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we had Fetchlands, just we didn't have any
We
cheap
did.
cantrips. There's nothing going on there. I mean, I remember Dig Through Time being the better of the bunch until right up to the very end. There was like some prowess decks with like that. Who's that like blue-red 1/3 flying homie with like prowess or whatever?
Oh
I forgot that
you're
card's name.
the Jeskai Ascendancy Tokens deck, which is like Hordeling Outburst, Stoke the Flames,
That too.
Treasure
Yeah, there
Cruise.
you
That
go.
deck was sweet.
It was sweet. I was mono redding people a ton in that format too. I won my first PPTQ ever on just like mono red stuff. Michael Braverman was like beating up people at an SCG, like the steel cutters and Zergos and all this stuff. I like traded for it for my local group. Had this like mono red deck. Man, those are the days. Tarkir was so sweet, so
I
powerful for its time too. And now new Tarkir makes it look like a joke.
Yeah, there, like I was saying earlier, there is a lot, like a surprising number of cards from this set that are making a splash in Modern. Corey Steel Cutter, Jessica or Narset with the Jeskai Waymaster. We see in this match alone, there's Stormscale Scion, there's Ugin in the Eldrazi decks. There's just so many things to like actually cook up with, and it's refreshing to see after maybe a couple of sets where there wasn't nearly as many impactful cards for an Eternal format like Modern.
Yeah, Aether Drift had like stock up, period. Which, like, sure, I guess, but still sweet. Speaking of cards, both these players have decided that they just don't want to play with any cards in their opening hand. Both down to 5 card hands, it looks like. I think we just revealed.
I saw Thundering Falls. I don't know about you.
I think these players are lamenting what's going on here with the mulligans. I guess both players, on these combo decks that have weird land situations, only 19 lands in Peter Tabergen's deck, and obviously 0 lands.
How many? Yeah, I was going to say, how many lands are in Austin's deck?
It's a complicated question, okay? All right, well, we still found a good turn 1. We've seen this before. Orderly Plaza plus the turn 1 Lotus Bloom sets up for a very easy and smooth turn 4 kill with the Mono Blue Belcher deck, provided we can hit our land drop. So the only 3 cards left for Austin, so not currently possible to have all of the lands you need plus Belcher. So we're going to need a few good draws. As the Tameo that we've had on turn 1 every game for Peter Tabergen, won game number 2, have it again here.
If you think about it, Lotus Bloom effectively represents 3 lands, right? So if you mulligan to 5 and you have a Lotus Bloom as 3 of your lands, that's kind of like you didn't mulligan at all, right?
So this is like the Tron math thing, right? Where if you mulligan and then you have 3 lands, it's like 7 lands or whatever, and so we've done it. But the problem is, and stay with me here, you can't tap the Lotus Bloom again. You don't get to do it twice, and that's where it maybe gets away from us a little bit as far as being a land. Although if you just kill the other player with something like a Charbelcher, then it doesn't matter anymore. We've done
there is no other turn after that.
Yeah, so functionally it was a land, and there you go. As Thundertrap Trainer on turn number 2 for Austin, very powerful, and looks like we have another decision here. Giving it some thought.
Yeah, I can't quite get a good look of what Austin's looking at. I see a whir because I see the yellow border. I can tell you there's a whir in the pile somewhere.
Hey, it helps us once you know what it is. If it's his only yellow
true.
card or whatever, we know that's a whir.
I know that's a Charbelcher.
Belcher,
that is
yeah,
what Austin's
I know that
gonna
art
take.
anywhere.
That's a pretty good one. So now we have access to 5 mana potentially. If we have, like you said, 2 more lands, we're good to go. But it's possible that Peter maybe on the draw mulliganing more aggressively for one of those sideboard cards. And specifically with Austin on 5, like the Belcher deck has those free interaction, like Flare of the Now, right? And Belcher with Flare Sack Trainer backup is very powerful. But because Austin's mulligan to 5, it's going to be a lot harder for him to set up Belcher plus interaction with 2 fewer cards.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, right? Like Peter, when he's mulliganing, turn 1 land Tameo, that's fine. Maybe draw a few cards, unmulligan, that's great. But if you find one piece of interaction, that's going to be really especially good against Austin's mulligans, because Austin still, once he's mulliganing low, is just trying to maintain a hand that produces a kill. We're trying to maintain our Belcher plus lands plus Lotus Bloom. All right, let's make my deck do something that isn't embarrassing. That doesn't leave a lot of room for the interactive spells, especially if they take 2 slots with something like a Disrupting Shoal or what have you. So I would say the low mulligans, especially with Peter being on the draw, actually favors Peter a little bit more. I'm interested to see if that manifests, or if maybe Austin has it on turn 4, doesn't go for it, maybe waiting for a little bit more interaction, waiting for a better spot, because we're not under any pressure, really.
Well, I see there's a die over to the left of Peter's side, and that is the number of spells that he's cast this turn. So, and there's 3 mana. I think we know what's about to happen here. I believe Peter may have a Narset. Yeah, I think it's Narset time. But 2 cards in hand, discard 1, draw 4. I don't know about you, but that seems like a pretty good exchange to me.
I would take that rate. Especially knowing that there's 2 more turns on suspend. You could put the shields down this turn to draw a pile of cards from Narset, and then now you are completely refilled. And I mean, the power of Narset, Jeskai Waymaster, kind of on full display here in game number 3 for Peter Tabergen.
And Narset also flips the Tameo, so now you get to
sure. Yeah, why not?
It is awkward because the Narset flips the Tameo on Peter's end phase. And that's very important because Peter didn't have the opportunity to plus it that turn, which now means he couldn't get like the repeal back or something if he wanted to have a piece of interaction. Because repeal, given that Austin is so low on cards, repeal on that Lotus Bloom is kind of a blowout.
Yeah, that's going to be really good. And we've seen that interaction before. 4 copies in Peter's deck. Not that hard to have another one. And it looks like Austin might have missed a land drop, and we're back to Peter already. Corey Steelcutter, the follow-up. That's going to close the game very quickly. Mox Opal ready to trigger it right away. 2 spells for Narset as well. So that's down to up to. And yeah, things are starting to look like they're coming up very, very nicely. Mox Amber number 2 showing up. Going to legend rule out the other one. We gotta do that first.
We gotta stack one of those.
Yeah, gotta get rid of the other one. Yeah, all right, we've accomplished that, and that's going to add Emery, which is a 4th spell again. 4 cards to the bin.
Yeah, it's just because because this Jeskai deck has so many free spells or cheap spells, it's like when you have the Narset going, it's so easy, even after you've drawn 4 cards, to just completely unload your entire hand, which is exactly what Peter's doing here. Now, granted, we do know about the Belcher in Austin's hand. If Peter does not draw a counterspell or a repeal, Austin may get to resolve that Belcher next turn. So this is going to be, I mean, he's looking at 5
right
cards.
Now, right?
So
he's getting 5 looks, which is a lot. That's a ton. But we know there's nothing guaranteed right now.
Yep.
Because here's beats. A lot of beats.
I guess actually it may not matter. It may actually not matter because I think this is an attack for 6, which puts Austin's to 8. And then even, you can chump block with the trainer. I was going to say,
yeah, I think you want to block because make him draw spells or something. There's a lot of them. You need to get kind of lucky here, but at least the chump block here but it's trample too. It only blocks 2 points, so you could block 3. You can't even block the full 6. What is going on with this Corey Steele? Why does it need trample?
The Narset doesn't have trample. We can chump block the Narset.
Well, you'd rather chump block the like 6/6 token or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I'm wondering if Austin even has enough life total to survive, because he doesn't have enough mana to go Belcher plus activate. So even if you can resolve the Belcher next turn, you still are at the mercy of Peter getting 1 more combat step. And I'm not convinced that Austin can survive the other combat step, even if Peter bricks on these 5 cards.
Peter has a lot of looks. He left up his Mox Opal, so that's a piece of mana, and he has 2 untapped artifacts thanks to the Clue and the Corey Steelcutter. So we actually have Metallic Rebuke up and Repeal up. So we have a lot of looks and a lot of hits. Consign, of course, out of the sideboard. 4 of those are hits as well. That's, you need so many bricks. Given that he's already bricked, the first 5 times on the first Narset sweep there.
There's the Rebuke.
And there's a Rebuke on the blue, and that's brutal. That might just be good enough on its own.
Yeah, presumably you would imagine Peter has access to enough spells to kill with the cutter here, because you can even Emery back a second cutter. That's the first spell for the turn, and then any other spell in hand gets you 2 more tokens, and they both have haste for some unknown reason, and you just kind of go off from there.
Good grief. I mean, such a powerful demonstration of the Corey Steelcutter card in Modern. We've seen it in a lot of prowess setups. This is like a little bit like a hybrid. I like these more than the traditional prowess decks. The prowess decks look a little too easy to target to me, whereas this having so many pivots between the Saga stuff, the Ascendancy stuff, the Tamio Emery stuff, we have enough other stuff going on. We can say, hey, Corey Steelcutter is basically a prowess strategy on its own. So we just play 4 of those with some zeros, and that's ta-da, we're a prowess deck. But also you just get all these other angles with interaction and just a lot of staying power with card advantage. I really like the look of this Jeskai Ascendancy deck, something I've seen. I know Andre Maguchi's been playing a lot of it as well. This deck has just looked so dominant to me, and I think might be the long-term look of these prowess decks as the format starts to shake out a little bit more, just because it's going to be more resilient to hate, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the one really interesting thing that I like about these decks is they're playing 4 repeals. And repeal is not only like, repeal plus any of your zeros, Bauble, Amber, Opal is a way to get double spell for Cutter, but it's also a way to get 2 more spells for Narset. So the repeals, even though they're maybe not the flashiest interaction, repealing a Monastery Swift Spear, still not that bad. So it's a reasonable defensive card, but also just works so well with so much of your engine pieces that I like it a lot.
And maybe I'm just old. It reminds me of Vintage. Like, we're playing with a bunch of Moxen.
Yeah.
Like, they used to play Hercule's Recall with your Monastery Mentors. I mean, talk about old Tarkir cards, right? Like, Monastery Mentor, Hercule's Recall, all your stuff back, play it all again, make a gajillion dudes. It's like the same kind of concept here, right? Corey Steelcutter, we're just going to make a bunch of prowess dudes. You use your repeals, pick them all up, play them all again, blah, blah, blah. Like, this feels Vintage-esque, and here we are in the Modern format. And that's, anytime you get to play a Vintage deck in another format, I think that's kind of what you want to be doing from my analysis of things.
The only thing I could think of that Austin could have here, and I guess it still probably wouldn't be enough, is the Veil, which is the land, one of the ones that enters the battlefield tapped, that it's 2 mana instant, give your opponent's creatures -2/-0. I don't know if that can save us, but maybe.
I mean, if we had it last turn, I think we would have played it as a land, so we would have had to draw it this turn.
Yeah.
And then does that even keep us alive when Narset's going to draw 4.8 billion cards? I don't know about that. I've stopped doing any kind of prowess math. I assume this die is accurate. This is just
Maybe
500 damage. Sure. Yeah, Flood Maw, that's kind
one
of
of the
something.
tokens, maybe. Yeah.
All right. You're cooking. Chump Block, the un-Corey Steelcuttered one. Flood Maw, one other thing. Okay, we're revealing cards. It's it's a Belcher and Tezzeret the Seeker. Yeah, none of those cards are gonna get the job done. And Peter Tabergen, a pretty dominant victory there in game number 3 on a low mulligan. I figured that it would end up favoring Peter, just like we said. Not really easy to get the right mix with some counterspell backup. Peter ended up having a Metallic Rebuke, which really Austin couldn't account for being on a low mulligan, and then from there things just kind of fell apart. And this Jeskai Ascendancy deck trudges on to 6-0. I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of Peter in the top 8, which I'm happy for him. Fan of Peter myself. Like I said, he's been in the game as long as I have, and has been mox opening people for as long as people have let him. So he's got to root for, but Austin's still a great run with Belcher. And I believe we have a time-shifted match to watch too. So the action doesn't even stop here for round number 6 of the Showdown. We're going to go ahead and pivot over to one of our championship competitors from last year, sporting his jacket there. Grayson Nemitz, previously a Belcher Master, qualified with that deck, has pivoted over to the Is It Prowess deck versus Devin Slater, who we've seen before today already on Orzhov Flicker. Deafening Silence, a great start for a prowess for the prowess matchup. I have to imagine Devin probably knew what was going on here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup where, Grayson's side of things really just wants to try to be as aggressive as possible. I want to take a look at Grayson's build real quick. Yeah, Grayson is playing the build with 3 copies of Violent Urge. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, if Devin has enough of the interaction stuff like Solitude, Ephemerate, things like that, to see if he has enough to kind of play through a lot of that, the prowess creatures, and see if we can keep up a Corey Steelcutter.
So the pips are actually wrong. This is game number 2, which makes a lot more sense. My comment there with the Deafening Silence is like, geez, this is aggressive.
Yeah, not main deck.
There's 3 of those in the sideboard, like you said. Those are in the sideboard. Grayson did win game number 1, so this is game number 2. Devin on the play there with a great start. Aether Vial plus the Deafening Silence here, facing down a Dragon's Rage Channeler and a Monastery Swift Spear. So, able to kind of sequence the creature plus non-creature spell on turn 2. Really what you want to do in the face of a Deafening Silence if you can't directly answer it. Go ahead and deploy another threat plus cast your non-creature spell, cash that in early, start to build towards this Dragon's Channeler being a real threat. But now things start to get very, very real for the Flicker deck with a Vial on 2 mana up, and a bunch of cards in hand. That spells Trickery to me. Can Grayson cover whatever could be coming at instant speed from Devin Slater?
It is pretty funny, the turn after you cast your Rule of Law, to have your opponent double spell immediately on the next turn. I find that kind of interesting. And that's kind of, what, like here, for example, Grayson is still casting 2 spells a turn, even in the face of this Deafening Sound. So Silence gets you some of the way there. But if you don't have an answer for these creatures, Grayson has already a huge battlefield. I can't quite tell if we have Delirium. I think it's just land sorcery, so not quite yet. But yeah, just as a bunch of ways to make sure that we can still attack there, attack through this and sort of play through this Deafening Silence.
Yeah, like you said, I mean that's the price you pay when you play with the 1 mana Rule of Law versus the 3 mana Rule of Law. Solitude is looking to help solve some problems, and Ephemerate going to help as well. So we get to double spell here as well. We get to pitch cast our Solitude as our creature, and then non-creature we're going to go ahead and play Ephemerate, which will flicker the Solitude, get rid of another threat. And that solves a lot of the problem here for Devin. And it's going to answer the Dragon's Rage Channeler here on upkeep, as here comes the Ephemerate. We're talking about the Aether Vial trigger. I believe these are both upkeep triggers. I think we can stack these how we want.
You can stack them how you want them, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. I mean, I could do. Let's look. Let's give a quick look at Ephemerate. Beginning of your next upkeep. Yep. And then beginning of upkeep is what Vial says as well. So I think we're just clarifying what's going on there, because you get to sequence those however you want. And a little response here. Maybe a little lightning bolt action.
Yeah, it's interesting, Grayson, because we led on the preordained before combat, if Grayson did have a bolt in hand, couldn't cast it last turn, but does have the potential here to cast the bolt. And, if he does have a removal spell in for the Solitude, he knows that Devin can't have another Ephemerate because the Deafening Silence is, both players. So that Ephemerate's going to be the only non-creature spell that Devin can cast. And
Unholy Heat is going to be the cast from Grayson. And then looks like I can't get a look at what the response is here.
We vialed in Flicker Wisp to Flicker Wisp the Solitude in response to the Heat. So
yeah, that's just not weak. Yeah, that's strong. And that's the problem too. I think that's part of why we clarified with the Vial so much, because you get to roll it up to 3, and then you get to represent things like Aven Interrupter. You get to represent, like you said, Flicker Wisp. Just all kinds of problems. And these are the tricks that really these kinds of Aether Vial Flicker Wisp decks have been known for their entire existence in Modern. I mean, Hate Bearers have been a thing in various forms throughout the history of Modern. Here, this deck has taken a little bit more of a flicker look with things like Overlord of the Baelmerk and all those kinds of things. Phalia, both supported in 4-ofs. It's kind of the new look, but still has a lot of those same testaments. No longer are we doing the Tidal or Scholar thing, but, we still have a lot of the Flicker Wisp trickery going on. And yeah, that's going to be really, really effective. And the exiles mattering here as well, because Delirium's still not online because all the creatures have gone to exile. Just a really tough spot here for Grayson.
Yeah. And, as you mentioned, that's why the ordering of the triggers last turn definitely mattered, because, if Devin had not resolved the Vial first, would not have been able to put in the Flicker Wisp. And I mean, Grayson's still doing a decent job. He's been able to double spell turn 2, turn 3, and turn 4 through this Deafening Silence, but, only, I believe, 1 card left in hand, and, is going to need to be able to trigger the cutter next turn. Ideally, you go like second Slick Shot plus Cantrip. That gets you another token, gets you a lot of power on the Slick Shot show-offs. Maybe even Slick Shot plus Kill Spell on Flicker Wisp could be good. And I'll have to see what Grayson has here.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the Flicker Wisp is going to be an important part of the equation. Or, I mean, you could also do some cute stuff like moving your Steel Cutter over to the show-off. That way you can just trample through with big. But either way, I mean, we really need to find an answer to this Deafening Silence. Otherwise, things like our Expressive Iterations, which are some of our best ways to get card advantage, if we even have them still in the deck, because, I mean, they're obviously pretty bad against things like Aven Interrupters and Deafening Silences, what have you. That's your forms of card advantage for the most part, outside of just having a low land count. And here comes the Aven Interrupter. It's going to interrupt this lightning bolt. We do still get triggers. We do still get credit for casting a spell, as we are going to move the Corey Steelcutter over to the Slick Shot show-off, it looks like. And beatdowns. 2/2 prowess, and then I believe 4 power?
4/3.
Well, these
believe
look
it's
like
4-3.
appealing blocks to me. We can put our Interrupter in front of the token and the Flicker Wisp in front of the Slick
Yeah, just trade.
Well, yeah, that seems okay. Maybe we want to hold on to the Interrupter in case we want to flicker it. Yeah, it looks like we're going to hold on to the Interrupter at least, but trading off the Flicker Wisp, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of trample damage is going to come through, but the Slick Shot is answered, and with very little gas left in the tank. Oh, and here we go. Witch Enchanter to pick off the Corey Steelcutter. Blit. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, and it's like without the Corey Steelcutter from here, what could Grayson even find? Expressive is still probably his best top deck, but
Yeah,
given
Expressive hit a
the
creature.
given the deafening sound, it's like you have to hit a creature off of it. You're not getting a cutter token. This seems like a really brutal spot here. I think we're going to be going to game 3 in just a minute.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, really, this has just been a surgical dismantling of Grayson's strategy here from all the way in turn 1. I mean, and I really want to call out Aether Vial's impact here. I mean, this card has really fallen off. There was some messed up stuff going on in Modern with Solitude and Fury and all this kind of stuff. And back when I still had a Twitter account, I was a big fan of the Fury ban because, like, okay, now we can play with Aether Vial again. What does that look like? And it was quiet for a while, but here we're finally getting to see its former glory kind of in action. Really allowing you to get ahead. And even though the Izzet deck is cheating on mana a lot with just having powerful spells, we're cheating on mana with Aether Vial, and it, boy, does this look lopsided as a result.
Yeah, Grayson did find the Expressive and did hit a creature off of the Expressive, but from here it's like you have Channeler Prowess token still really far behind on the battlefield. I think the card in hand that he picked up was a Bolt, so that at least gives you a little bit of something for next turn. But yeah, it's like from here, what does the game even look like for Grayson? Like, what does a winning game look like for Grayson? I don't know if I can answer that question, but yeah, this deafening sounds from, ever since it was cast very early in the game has just been hampering Grayson's plays. Unable to, and I say unable to double spell, even though he did.
He dealt with like 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, he did.
Really,
yeah.
It was some awkward sequencing. So that, like, the Solitude thing really wouldn't have been able to happen, right? Because the Lightning Bolt would have picked it off right there. So that's the first spot where that deafening silence really started to shine. But it's really the conjunction. I think really the 2 turn 1 plays that have kind of snowballed for Devin, those 2 1-mana plays, being Aether Vial and deafening silence have really been the entire equation here. As we're rolling it up to 5.
Vial up to 5. Let's go.
What's a 5? Overlords? Okay, it's Overlord time and Solitude time. Okay. Jeez. Fatal Push as well. We're going to Lightning Bolt something in response. Go ahead and Surveil a Bauble to the graveyard. Down goes the Dragon's Rage Channeler. And here comes some beatdowns. Devin really in no rush. Drawing very well. Only stopped at 3 lands. That's really... You mentioned what does the game look like? Well, Devin needs to draw about 8 lands in a row. It's how this needs to happen.
There's another Expressive, and Grayson hit 3 non-creatures.
I think it was
Bolt, Growth, another Expressive. So I guess you put the Expressive in hand for next turn. The Bolts aren't really... Yeah, he's going to take the Bolt. Interesting. Okay. Maybe he just wants to kill the creature and hope that Devin doesn't have any more creatures, which, I mean, on 1 card, probably doesn't have a lot of threats. Well, there's a Felia.
Felia. Okay. So we took that up to 5 with the Felia coming in. So, I mean, it's a good Felia. It's got a lot of pressure here. Not a lot else going on for it, really, but, I mean, some pressure. And we drew another Aether Vial. Okay, so that's step 1. If you're Grayson, this is step 1. You need Devin to start drawing mana sources. Draw more Aether Vials, draw more lands. I need to get out of this. Now, the problem with the Interrupter with the Expressive Iterations, it makes the card that you exile cost 2 more. So we exiled the Mutagenic Growth. Couldn't cast it anyway, but it makes everything cost 2 more. And it looks like we drew another removal spell. Okay. All right. That looked like a spell. It's Corey Steelcutter.
You got a creature, maybe?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, it's interesting that we cast it, given that we.
Yeah, I was gonna say. If maybe Grayson holds it to then, if he finds a creature later on, can get a trigger off of it, because, I mean, with no pressure from Devin, like, you do have a little bit of time. You draw a creature next turn, you go cut a creature, have 2 bodies in play. Maybe you find a cantrip the next turn, and like maybe that kind of snowballs cantrip into another creature after that. But now really just cutting off the ability, unless the last card in hand is another non-creature, and he says, well, if I draw a creature, I can just double spell anyways, because I think he picked up a Slick Shot this turn.
Yeah, it looked like a creature, but let me be Dragon's Rage. No, you're right. Slick Shot. You got it in 1 there. So that's going to be plotted. Interesting. So that makes me think the last card in hand is a piece of interaction of some kind. that you don't want to spew off? Maybe like an Unholy Heat?
Yeah.
4 of
'Cause I
those in the
think
sideboard. Looks like he brought him in.
Because even if it was a bolt, you might just fire it off there, right? You go slick shot bolt. That's going to be 5 damage plus the bolt is 8. That puts Devin to 5.
All right. Well, this is what Grayson. This is what it looks like for Grayson to win, right? The last 3 draw steps for Devin before this one have been land, Aether Vial. So that's what you need. You need Devin to draw some mana sources. The problem was he was just operating with Aether Vial and 3 lands and just drawing only spells. You need that to not happen, and you need to draw good spells, which more or less has happened. Here comes Slick Shot.
Grayson drew
Here
another.
comes Slick Shot number 2.
Ooh, okay. So that's what, 4 damage?
4 right now. Any spell turns up the heat quite a bit. Oh, maybe we drew a spell. Devin drew Bowmasters.
Bowmaster.
Okay.
So if you assume that Grayson, oh, I guess we're locked anyways, right? Because we cast the cutter this turn. So
no, we cast the cutter last turn.
We cast 2
only
slick
cast
shots.
the slick shot this turn. So a spell's good.
Okay.
And it's consigned to memory to consign the trigger. That's awesome. So
wait, that's
we get
huge
prowess
because
and
now
super
it's
prowess.
this is 9 damage coming across, and Devin doesn't have the token. So, I mean, Devin could take 9 and go to 4. It doesn't have any good blocks because the Bowmaster would only be, saving 1 damage. This is actually a winnable
huge.
game for Grayson.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, we literally couldn't even think of really ways that Grayson gets out outside of Devin bricking a bunch. And Grayson has found 2 slick shots and a Corey Cutter in that time. A spell here might just end the game.
How about an expressive iteration?
That's it. Grayson's going to win 2
God.
games to 0. Look at him chuckling. He can't believe his eyes. Underneath a deafening silence, the entire game wins it 2 games to 0 over Devin Slater in a dominant performance.
That was impressive.
Is it prowess deck is messed up. It's so messed up. And we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot of it through the rest of the day. I'm into it. This stuff is really powerful, and watching it operate underneath all that hate. I mean, literally, you and I were in this booth just doomsaying that entire game, and Grayson did what Grayson does, wins from impossible spots. I've seen him do it before. I see him do it again. I'm going to start calling him Houdini. I don't know how he gets out of these spots, but he always does.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, there were several points in that game we thought it was just absolutely over. And like Grayson, like we said, Grayson was still able to keep up in the early turns, double spelling, getting those chip shots in, and then Grayson, he found he drew 3. He found 3 expressives that game. The double slick shots at the right time, had even the consign for the Bowmaster trigger that alone represented, I think, 6 damage on that one combat step. Just absolutely a crazy game there for Grayson.
Yeah, it was absurd. And an incredible performance. The Is It Prowess deck, we're going to be seeing a lot more of it through the rest of the day. But that will conclude round number 6 for us. Again, there are 8 rounds of Swiss today, and they'll be cutting their top 8 by bringing you a champion today. But there's a lot more Magic to be played before then, and the top 8 is starting to take a little bit of shape as we see Peter Jabergen now at 6-0, and then, of course, Grayson Nemitz as well, also at 6-0. Both those players looking very likely to be able to, draw their way, maybe even take a loss, but definitely be in the top 8 contention at the very least. So, a little bit more Magic coming your way here in round number 7 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. All right, I hope you all enjoyed your short break. We're back for round number 7, the penultimate round of our modern 10K showdown here in Chicagoland. Of course, part of our season 1 on the NRG series. I'm Drake Sasser, joined here by Devin O'Donnell. We'll be bringing you the rest of the magic for the rest of the day. So that's round 7, round 8, all the way through the top 8, and then that will close out this showdown. But fear not, as if you're looking to qualify for the championship and during season 1, you get another opportunity after this. You can make your way out to Indianapolis for a 10K standard showdown. That'll be on June 28th and 29th. Get that slide pulled up. There we go. Look at that. This is, I think, a pretty long-awaited event. We got a 10K standard showdown and then a 10K team sealed showdown. Team sealed is some of my favorite events I ever played. My first Grand Prix I ever played was a team sealed event in Nashville. And one of the most fun events. I have a lot of fond memories. So this is going to be a really sweet event. And of course, the winners all going to be qualified for the NRG championship, which is gonna be really funny. You qualify, all of you qualify on limited, and then you don't get to play any limited at the championship usually. So we'll see how that goes. Again, June 20th, 29th, $20,000 on the line. Lots of invites available there as well, and that will wrap up season number 1. So after that, we'll be moving on to season number 2. Final season, where we're really going to see the entire championship event take place and begin to take shape. I'm sorry. And then we're going to look at those dates. You're going to mark those dates on your calendar. July 19th and 20th, going to be in St. Paul, Minnesota. And that'll, of course, be a 10K modern showdown and some legacy making a return here to the NRG circuit. August 23rd, 24th, Lansing, Michigan. We're going to be having a 10K standard showdown and then a 10K team trial. Little opportunity to play some high stakes pauper there alongside, of course, standard and modern, which are seeing plenty of support here in the NRG series. September 13th and 14th, we'll be back in Mundelein for modern once again. It's a little repeat of what's going on here, plus a TBD trial. One of my favorite formats is TBD. And then we have November 1st and 2nd will be in Elmhurst, Illinois for a double showdown weekend. Once again, you can qualify with your team, this time on standard sealed modern. So you still get to play some constructed, and then a 10K modern showdown as well. So that could be you there qualifying in season number 1, still in Indianapolis or at any of those locations in season 2. As we get down to the match here, taking a look at Harry C playing some Eldrazi ramp versus Rodney, someone we've seen before on Jeskai Prowess. Break down what's going on here. Doom Wake.
Well, before we do that, TBD, that's Time Spiral Block Draft, right? That's what we're doing.
I think so. I think yeah. Time
Just making sure.
That's quite the mouthful, but yeah, I think that works.
All right. So going down to the match here, we got Harry C on the right-hand side of your screen playing Eldrazi, which is a deck that we have seen a little bit today, not too much of. And then Rodney is kind of playing the Boogeyman. Is it Prowess? Well, actually, this isn't. Is it? This is Jeskai Prowess. Rodney deciding to splash white for the prismatic endings. I think now, I don't have a ton of experience in this matchup, but I do think that the Prowess player is pretty far ahead. A lot of the interaction, like specifically from Harry's side, is based on Kozilek's return, right? The 3-mana deal 2 to everything. And that card against Prowess creatures does not line up super well because Monastery Swift Spear and the Quarry Steel Cutter token have base 2 toughness. So if you have any spell, you can sort of protect your creatures against the front half of that Kozilek's return. Now, Rodney here doesn't really have that much of a fast start. We just, no creature on 1 and then a pending on the Talisman on 2. So, needs to maybe develop a little bit here.
Yeah, the pending finding a target early, I think, really demonstrating some of the versatility of the Jeskai build is we're going to have a nice follow-up for some pressure.
Now we got threats.
Yeah, here you go. This is quite the follow-up for no pressure. Of course, still got a plus Monastery Swift Spear. Now, this is an opportunity where a Kozilek's return could be really good if we have it. And I see a fetch and response. Harry had a great start here with the Devourer of Destiny. Only 2 copies, it looks like, in his main deck, but found one here, was able to get the little pregame action going. And then, of course, got the Ugin's Labyrinth value off of it as well. So really, get the whole Buffalo, as we're going to grab a Commercial District tap for a little bit of cantrip action. Not really cantrip, just selection, I guess. On the Surveil, Besieger Who Endures, Utopia Sprawl will hit the bin. There is one Besieger Who Endures, but that's not the Earth we're using. So that's, I believe, Utopia Sprawl. As a hit for 4 is going, or for 3 is going to connect.
Yeah, one thing I will mention about Harry's deck list is there are no Ugins here. Ugin was a card that we had talked about a little bit last round. Powerful card from Tarkir Dragonstorm that has been showing up in some of these Eldrazi lists. But Harry deciding to forego that. 3 Sire of 7 Deaths, 2 Devourer of Destinies. That's kind of topping our curve off, along with 3 Emrakuls, and then kind of the usual suspects from there. So interesting to see no copies of that and more Sires. And I think a lot of that is a response to how well this Prowess deck is doing, because Sire, that one's pretty hard for the Prowess deck to get around. I mean, you can
Is
get
that
a
one
lot
hard
of
to get
Prowess
through?
triggers in, but I mean, you got to get to 7. You got to get to 8 toughness somehow. So
When that card was spoiled, I kind of thought it was, it kind of read like a kind of a Timmy card, like something that's more for the casuals. Oh, look at this 7 keywords with my 7 mana 7/7 up flavorful, and yeah, it's actually just a modern caliber card. Even people maybe called it out as Tron replacing Wormcoil Engine, because you can just cast it off kind of the same amount of mana. It gets you more life, like that's a meaningful thing going on. But I mean, here having Reach, finally the big Eldrazi's have Reach. That's a big upgrade for this card. And of course, Lifelink, Mattering, Infinite as well. I think those are really the 2 big ones. Vigilance as well, so you can beat down and block. Like, there's a lot going on that really just makes this card rule the battlefield. And Prowess decks in general across history have been pretty weak against big Lifelinkers. This is really just kind of the best option available in that vein. So love 3 copies here.
8, 9,
Mutagenic
10,
growth.
11, 12.
Is that lethal?
I think this is too short, if my math is correct. So it's 3 triggers on Slick Shot. That's 6 plus the base power is 7. 2 from the Cutter and the Prowess is 9. 2 from the... Oh, so it's 11, sorry. So I believe this is going to put Harry down to 3.
Down to 3. And now we're in just lightning bolt range.
Or
even
not.
If we do have something like a Sire.
I think I might have missed the additional Prowess trigger from the Lava Dart. So this is actually Harry down to 1.
Wow.
So not quite lethal, but I mean, pretty dang close.
Pretty dang close. And I think Rodney on no cards in hand. So,
Right.
I mean, if Harry has something like maybe like a Writhing Chrysalis, like something in that vein, maybe we could assemble buying a turn. Yeah, we don't even have any of that. So an impressive amount of selection. We had the Devour of Destiny pregame action. We had, some Commercial District. We had some options. We had some selection. And still couldn't really get anything going before the Prowess deck slammed the door shut in the game. I don't know how much the prismatic ending really came up. And, being able to exile that talisman obviously matters. But, was that the difference between really being able to get something started or not? Unclear, because, Rodney had to take a turn off as well. But, Rodney crushed. As soon as we got you, we said a little bit of a slow start with the threats, and then Swift Spear, Select
and
Shot,
then it wasn't.
Steel Cutter. It was close till it wasn't. Exactly.
Right, yeah.
So let's go ahead and move to the sideboards. Of course, we're going to start with Harry. Apologies once again for no deck lists. We don't have the technology in 2025 to make that happen. So we're just going to be reading the sideboards here. We got 3 copies of Force of Vigor for Harry. We also have 1 Kozilek's Return. We have 1 Soulless Jailer, 4 copies of Stone Rain, 4 copies of Trinisphere, and 2 copies of Unholy Heat to round out the sideboard. What do you want against the Prowess strategy here?
Trinisphere. That card is good because Prowess is casting a lot of spells, and if all their spells cost 3 mana, then their spells are worse. That's my expert advice. Yeah,
Incredible.
Trinisphere, very, very good in this matchup. I don't know if you want to go towards the 4th Kozilek's Return. Again, it is decent early on, but Rodney does have a lot of ways to break that up. If there's a Lava Dart in the graveyard, that can just stop the front half of it, and then a Mutagenic Growth just sort of counters it, might even counter the back half of it, at least on 1 creature. So may want to go towards the 4th one, the Heats, to just stymie the pressure early, make sure you are able to put the Trinisphere into play before you die. And then as far as cards to take out, it doesn't really have a ton here. You can probably shave down on the Emrakuls. Maybe you can shave on something like Writhing Chrysalis, maybe trim a Stirrings here or there. But yeah, definitely wants those Trinispheres and the Heats for sure.
Knowing you're up against the prismatic ending version, does that affect how much you like either Talisman or Trinisphere in the sideboard games? Assuming those are going to stay in. Just kind of thinking through the talismans. Do we ever cut talismans in this matchup? I'm trying to figure out what prismatic ending is even about.
Well, the thing about cutting Talisman is, I think if Rodney is prismatic ending a Talisman instead of a Trinisphere, you're pretty happy with that. So just overloading his endings on targets, I think that's pretty good.
This is why you're the expert analysis, and I'm not. Well, let's go ahead and move on over here to Rodney's deck list. Take a look at the Jeskai Prowess sideboard. We have a copy of Blood Moon, 4 Consigned to Memory, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 Path to Exile, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Tormod's Crypt, 2 Wear Tear. How we boarding against the Eldrazi deck?
Blood Moon, Consigned to Memory, those ones will be slam dunks. Path to Exile is somewhat interesting, especially if you know that the Sire of Seven Deaths are there. You'll happily pay 7 life to get rid of that thing. But yeah, other than the Blood Moons and the Consigns, the rest of this, maybe you could consider something like Wear Tear if you expect the presence of Trinisphere, maybe in addition to the prismatic endings that are the 3 in the main. But yeah, and then the cards that Rodney is looking to cut, it's tough. If Rodney knew the Trinispheres were there, Rodney would probably keep in the pendings, but maybe doesn't know that they're there, maybe can expect that. Potentially can shave on, maybe shave up mutagenic growth, maybe trim on expressive iteration if the games are going to go faster. But yeah, definitely wants the consigns and the Blood Moon for sure.
That makes a lot of sense to me. And like I said, I do actually like cutting the expressive iteration quite a bit. This matchup not really about card advantage traditionally. It's kind of just about who can really execute their game plan first. Because really, once the snowball starts rolling, it's kind of hard to stop on both directions. Harry looking to be on a mulligan to 5 at this point. So Rodney found 7 cards that he likes, and Harry not quite yet. And I don't know. So what's our most explosive turn? What are we looking for? Do we have just a turn 1 Trinisphere line anywhere?
No, we can do it on turn 2. I mean, ideally, I was going to say Harry's ideal start is Lab, pitch a 7, and then Talisman, but on 5 cards, probably doesn't want to do something like that. So I would guess some of Harry's best starts involve Land Sprawl, and then turn 2 Land Trinisphere. So maybe kind of do that, plus maybe another land and a Malevolent Rumble or something like that.
At this point, maybe just any kind of functional cards at all might be where we're at. Obviously, not looking for any kind of God draw or anything like that. And Besasia Who Endures is going to be the land, no Sprawl or anything like that. Supply Buff Canal and Beatdowns. Monastery Swift Spirit coming in tapped, as it so often does. Back over to Harry as these players are off to the races. Ugin's Labyrinth, gonna pitch an Emrakul. That's 3 mana. What do we have with 3 mana? Ooh, no, it's Kozilek's Command to go ahead and get rid of the Monastery Swift Spear.
Looks like we're making a spawn token. I wonder if that signifies maybe something like a temple and a Myco spawn in hand. That would be the best follow-up because we would have 6 mana next turn. So, Harry on a mold to 5 still has the potential for 6 mana on turn 3. And I love this from Rodney, just bolting the spawn token to make sure that Harry can't get the 6 mana next turn. Yeah.
And to make sure that Rodney can attack. Here comes 2 points of damage. I want to make sure you're taking that damage. Get that out of here. Love it. Back over to Harry we go. Has access to 3 mana. Looks like 3 cards in hand. Second Labyrinth gets us to 4 mana. Nothing to pitch.
Kozilek's Command. I can't see what the
Command
last
number
card is.
2. All right. And this time we are going to go ahead and take a look at the library. Going to do a little scry action and then draw a card. I think the last card in him might be a Utopia Sprawl, which not great with Besagia. Brutal. Yeah, not really the way we want to dial this up. And here's Expressive Iteration, a great follow-up for Rodney. You have the time. So awesome follow-up here. Found a Bauble as a spell to cast. Card goes to hand, and 1, of course, to bottom. This card has really kind of quieted down, I think, a little bit over the last few months. And now the Prowess stack's really putting it way back on the map as, card that probably deserves another look, legality purposes. But, there's a lot of other problems with Corey Steelcutter and the like. Follow-up Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Expressive
I think we still can play this
nice.
Bauble. Yeah, it is. It's his nice one is busted.
Yeah, especially with Cutter, because it just almost guarantees you get a double spell out of it. So, you could be hellbent with a Cutter and play top deck Expressive and could just go Expressive creature, here's 2 threats immediately. And it pairs so well with Cutter.
That's literally what we saw Grayson do in order to kind of power through that Orzhov Flicker in just 1 round to go. As here is the Bauble, going to play and crack. And I think we do have Delirium. Yeah, Rodney, go ahead and separating that for us. We got Instant Sorcery Land Artifacts. That is a 3/3 Dragon's Rage Channeler. Quite delirious. Found Windswept.
Harry's not doing too bad here, right? For a mulligan to 5, killed Rodney's first 2 threats, has access to 5 mana this turn. So potentially maybe getting something like a Stomping Ground. We can go for a Writhing Chrysalis. Never mind. That's a commercial district. So not sure what we're looking here. We're fetching main phase, though. So at least I think we're in the main phase.
Yeah, I think we are too. I think we played the fetch and cracked it right away. So we're going to go ahead and surveil right now. Can't get a great look. Maybe a Stirrings? Looks like a spell. And I think like you said, we still got that Utopia Sprawl. So I think we want to put the
Oh,
Utopia
that's
Sprawl
why
on
we're
the commercial
fetching main
district
phase.
right now.
Yep.
Right. So that's going to go ahead and enter on our commercial district, power up our mana a little bit more. So that puts us to 2, 4, 5, 6 mana naturally. Not quite at Sire territory yet, but Harry had a good amount of life. We're still at 16. Those removals, like he called out. I mean, Harry really stepped into his role as kind of the control deck in this kind of matchup here. The Sprawl, of course, does name red. So we're going to have a second red. I don't know if that matters. Does it cost 2 red?
No, but potentially setting up for a turn. Maybe he wants to go like double return or something. I think that's the only red card. Let me go back here.
We got
Chrysalis plus return.
Stone Rains, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We got a few red cards with some single pips. Another iteration is the follow-up. We're gonna get to Surveil first. To the bin goes Sacred Foundry. Let's get a look at 3 cards.
I want to take a look
at Bobble. Slam that one to exile.
Okay, 2 Sacred Foundry. I know that I've seen some of these Jeskai versions get a little greedy and play 1 Foundry, and I was wondering if maybe we're out of access to white mana, but there is 2 in Rodney's list, so.
I have to imagine Rodney maybe give a little bit more thought than just slam it right in the graveyard. I know, maybe you just don't have the white cards in your deck anymore. Maybe nothing matters. And to the bin goes Show Off. That's interesting to me.
Very surprising, especially on 3. Well, maybe Rodney figures that we just don't have enough mana. Like if we don't have a land drop this turn, that's 2 of your mana next turn, and maybe just wants to like sort of try to close the gap a little bit before then because it's just a little too slow. I mean, you could plot it to get around something like K Return. And
here we go. We're picking up the Emrakul. Whoa. 3 types in the bin. That is a 10 mana card. All right.
Interesting. Why did we do that?
Found a forest.
So this is 6.
Yeah,
I think there might be a Myco spawn in hand.
Yeah, so this is Myco spawn, and we're going to kick. And I saw a consign in Rodney's hand, and with no second mana up, we kind of need to make a decision. We don't get to get the whole thing here, right?
You get 1 of 3. Choose wisely.
Yeah.
I think, given that Harry picked up the Emrakul last turn, I think you just counter the ramp spell.
I think that would be my guess as well. This thing can't block your Dragon's Rage Channeler. You don't care that much about your lands. You care a lot about your opponent's lands. So I think taking the 1 mana Stone Rain makes a lot of sense. And so that is what we're going to do.
Yeah, you don't really care about the 3/3.
Yeah, the 3/3 is not racing your Dragon's Rage Channeler backed up by permission and bolts and what have you. So that doesn't matter on its own.
Notably, Rodney did miss a land drop last turn. So that land getting blown up is pretty relevant, especially if he's trying to, set up a big turn here. And Channeler, powerful card, but doesn't have prowess. It doesn't scale as well as like the Swiss Spears when you have, a double Lava Dart turn or something like that.
And I see a Corey Steelcutter in hand as well. We've already played a Bobble this turn, so we're really just not looking to increase the clock. This makes the Slick Shot kind of graveyard bin look even a little stranger to me as this game has kind of progressed. Like, obviously we want to hold up mana, and that makes a lot of sense. We did find a land off of our iteration, but it really feels like we wanted at least 1 more piece to turn up the heat.
I think
the clock.
I think the reason that Rodney did not fire off the cutter this turn is because we have a copy of Consigned to Memory. So he wants to hold up the Consign this turn. If he goes cutter plus spell, can't cantrip into the Consign because he didn't have a land there. So I guess that kind of makes sense, but yeah, just getting a little bit more pressure. Because now, so let's look type wise. We have creature, sorcery, land, kindred, instant. That's 5. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's 1 more.
Oh yeah. Well, the rumble is counted. So creature, sorcery, land, kindred, instant. So that's 5 total, including sorcery. We have access to 5 mana. So even if we take a soul land here, we only have 7. That's 1 short.
But I don't think we're gonna die. I mean, we're at 10 life. How likely we'd actually die next turn? Could take another spawn. I mean, yeah, I do say that. There's a lot of ways we do die, but the question is how likely is it, given that we've played so many turns so far and we haven't died? Not clear. We are going to go ahead and go for the Myco spawn instead. Going to bring another Bozo with it. So we
Rodney
have
doing
Bozo.
the counting as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney knows about this Emrakul. It was pretty face up when it was picked. Here comes just a non-kicked Myco spawn. So now we have a consign again. Do we care about the 3/3?
Well, I don't think we care about the 3/3. I think we care about the Bajuka Bog that the Myco spawn's going to go grab because that would turn off the Channeler. So I think if Rodney has the
Ooh.
consign, he wants to fire it off on the trigger, to keep the channeler, make sure the channeler stays a 3/3, I think.
And given that a soul land wasn't grabbed, this also cuts off Emrakul next turn, right? We have 6, 7. We're one short with 5 types.
So 5 types, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're still one short.
Okay, so it does it all. It keeps your channeler in the air, and it also keeps Emrakul from happening. But now the Corey still kind of has a lot of 3/3 blockers in front of it. Looks a lot weaker now than it maybe would have looked in other turns. Tap Spiralbluff Canal, not the move. Do have a Lava Dart that can pick off this spawn. That's actually huge. And we get a Surveil from Dragon's Rage Channeler as well. I think we might have missed. And here's a Beatdowns.
I think we already topped from casting the Cutter. I'm pretty sure Rodney topped the card previously, so I think he knows what.
Okay,
the
so
top
we know
card
what it
is.
is. All right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And so now we're going to, I think we blocked and we're going to Mutagenic to punch through. 3, 4 points come through this turn, and we get to keep the token.
Yeah, and he's going to leave the Lava Dart in the graveyard for next turn. Had the option to sacrifice the land to the Lava Dart before playing the Spirebluff Canal, so the Canal would have entered on tap, maybe like bluff a consign or something. But wants to save the Lava Dart for next turn.
I think it makes a fair bit of sense, especially given the card on top's probably like a show off or something.
Okay,
and
wait.
Back
we
over to Rod.
Oh, we played the land, but we were 1 mana short because the spawn died. Right.
Yeah, we killed the spawn with the dart.
Yep.
Rodney's done a great job through this match just picking off those spawns because they're so critical to the mana here. It is a show off in hand with the dart as well. That's going to be lethal. And Rodney on the Jeskai Prowess deck going to get it done versus Eldrazi Ramp. Really, I mean, a close game given the circumstances. Rodney kept a 7. Harry, of course, on a roll to 5. Put up a great fight with those Kozilek's commands, but Rodney really sniffed it out. Was able to pick off those very important Eldrazi spawns that really kind of represented the 1 mana that Harry really needed throughout the game in order to get going. And the couple consigns, some sideboard cards, all the mix that you're used to seeing, was able to get it done. And an impressive display once again. I can't stop being impressed by these prowess decks. They're so strong. They beat basically every kind of hate that we've seen thrown at them. And I don't know. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of them in our top 8 today. And we're going to have to see what that looks like as Modern progresses as time goes on.
Yeah, and Harry was 1 mana short, at least back-to-back turns, maybe even a third turn to cast that Emrakul. So yeah, Rodney, just like you mentioned, played, just counted the cards in graveyard, made sure that he was able to cut him off mana. And going back to that game 1 too, the prismatic ending on the Talisman, that was a huge play as well. Making sure that he was able to just keep him off mana and able to go get enough pressure.
Absolutely. So we're going to get a quick word, see if we have our backup feature or if we're getting an interview or something, but we're going somewhere else. Okay, it looks like we're going to be trying to dial up an interview with Rodney, of course. I'm actually quite interested to hear a little bit more about the Jeskai motivation. I don't know if that's something you could speak to, but Prismatic Ending is a card that I've seen main decks from decks through kind of the lifetime of its existence in Modern, right? This is a big problem solver, but usually is there for a very specific range of cards, either main deck prison pieces that people are playing or anything of that nature. Reaching for it this early in the format where it seems like a lot of people are reaching for it's a very intentional decision. Are you aware of why we're doing the Prismatic Ending? What the real big driver for that decision is? Oh, Rodney's going to tell me. Never mind. Don't tell me.
Well.
I don't want to spoil. Rodney, congratulations. Awesome performance. Dominant performance.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you got to hear a little bit about my ramblings about Prismatic Ending, but talk to me just about your process testing for this tournament, your decision to play Jeskai Prowess, even over something like Is It Prowess, and where that brought you to this moment.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't do any testing. I borrowed the deck.
Incredible.
Yeah, I was handed a deck. I made no deck building decisions. I do like Prismatic Ending. It's just like a super flexible card. Like you're an expressive iteration deck, you see a lot of cards over a long game, and you just want to be able to have those kind of flexible answers. And I don't want to play Violent Urges instead, which I think is their replacement card.
I've seen Violent Urges in a few other decks as well. Yeah, that card doesn't look like the strongest thing in the universe to me, especially something like Prismatic Ending. And of course, you get Wear Tears and some other options as well. And obviously,
2 Wear Tears, 2 Paths. I think I've cast both of those cards today. They've both been great.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So talk to me, was there a decision point then at all between like energy or prowess? Because that seems like the two big contenders in the format
Yeah,
right now. Like if you're
definitely.
talking about best decks.
I wanted to play the new card, like Corey Steel Cutter, because felt really cool. It's it's if you ever have two, it's like absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was the Boros matchup. How many times have you played against Boros today?
I think twice. It was my one loss. Yeah, they just had Fledge, had removal for my stuff.
That makes a lot of sense.
Did
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if that's a good matchup, a bad matchup. I think that the format is still kind of developing. It doesn't seem good. Yeah, it makes sense. Fledge seems like a problem.
Yeah. I mean, it is only one blocker. Like, if you have two steel cutters, you can get in for like 3 there. You can, they have to tap out for it probably, so you can push a slick shot turn to just get like 7 damage in the air.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm just very invested in how this is going to shake out, given that Corey's Steel Cutter, I mean, it's a powerful card. It seems like a targetable card, and it seems like people knew about this deck. Like, obviously, you knew about the deck. Lots of people showed up with it, and people showed up theoretically to beat it. And from the analysis, it looks like they haven't done a good job, and you've done a great job dismantling all kinds of hate throughout the day, like you said, with your various tools. But as someone, I've watched you play Magic for quite a long time. You're a very talented Magic player that typically when I see whatever you're playing, that is what is considered the best deck. You are someone that I think typically picks up the best deck and are very successful with those kinds of things.
It's a compliment.
Talk to me about it. Is it just the best deck? Is it just unbeatable? Is it a problem specifically is where I'm going with this?
I don't think it's a problem. I don't really think anything's a problem. I'm very excited to see how Peter's deck develops. I saw him draw 5 cards with an Narset in one turn today. And the deck just looks super fun. It plays all the busted cards that Breach played. I'm excited to see him win the tournament.
Excited to see when the tournament. Well, yes, he may have to get through you to get there, so I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a sweet matchup to commentate there, because you might be able to see it in action firsthand, and we'll see. We'll see who is better. But Rodney, congratulations! I very much look forward to watching you play a little bit more Magic throughout the rest of the weekend. Not too much now, but a little bit more Magic. Good luck in the rest of your events, and I'm sure we'll see more of you later on. Awesome stuff. I mean, Rodney's such a nice person. I really enjoy watching Rodney play, and it helps that he's really good. He's really good. So we'll be seeing more of him for sure, and we'll be seeing a lot more of the prowess deck, I'm sure, as well. And I actually agree with Rodney's assessment. I really want to see more about the Peter's deck, and I commentated that at the time. But we're gonna have to wait to do that, as we are still in round number 7 of our modern 10K showdown. But what we do have, if you are fiending for more prowess, which I know the entire chat is, everybody loves prowess and all of the impact it has had. Here is our time-shifted match. We got Connor Clark on your left. We got Cliff Boyardee on your right, with the exact matchup we were just talking to Rodney about, where he said it was not very good. The Boros Energy versus Jeskai Prowess, but it looks like Connor on the play. Doom, you seem like you were teasing at something. You think this matchup's bad?
Well, so we are going back to that conversation we were having before the interview that we switched over to Rodney. We were discussing why we think the Jeskai or the Izadek is splashing for prismatic ending. I think this matchup is the reason why. It's very, very difficult to get Flage off the battlefield. And the way that this matchup usually plays out, because I've played, this is like one of the matchups I've played a lot from both sides. The way this matchup usually plays out is, Izzet player has a creature and a creature, Boros player has a kill spell and a kill spell, and you kind of play this little bit of a longer game. But the fact that Flage not only plays to the battlefield, but also gains you a little bit of life and stabilizes, buys you time to get to the second half of Flage, it's very, very difficult to beat Flage in the battlefield. So having a way to exile that with prismatic ending, I think, is the main draw to splashing white in the Izzet deck.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, as Connor is going to start things off with a Dragon's Rage Channeler, does a little bit of cantripping with the Mishra's Bauble, and actually graveyards a prismatic ending. So either maybe an extra or just not time for it quite yet, is the prismatic ending. Getting very close to Delirium already as well. No instant static prison
sorcery,
going to come down. Shut it all
sorcery
down.
artifact land. And yeah, the other thing here is Connor not only has the 4 prismatic endings in the main deck, but we also have a copy of Flage in the main deck to sort of like, I guess, go toe to toe. Although Boros is certainly a better Flage deck than the Prowess deck is, I would guess. And then once we get to the sideboard, 2 Chain of the Rocks, where Rodney had 2 paths, Connor has 2 chains. I think it's close. I think I'd prefer Path to Exile just because the instant speed. Sometimes you actually want to exile the Flage with like when they cast it for the first time, just so it never hits the graveyard. It doesn't have the opportunity to get flashback.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seems viable. I guess the Chain to the Rocks argument is maybe just like Dragon's Rage Channeler Delirium, like enchantment kind of is a thing that matters. But I mean, of course, then you could blow it up. Static Prison can answer it, and that would just be kind of a disaster. So, no, I mean, I definitely see the argument, and Path to Exile makes a lot of sense to me, but don't have that to work with, and may not have a second. We do have a second land. I see a Wooded Foothills, but we may have just found that. I think Connor might have just missed a land drop there. Despite all the cantrips, we went through Preordain and another Mishra's Bauble.
A lot of
Didn't find
cards.
the second bauble. Yeah, we saw a ton of cards. Couldn't find a second land, and that could just be I mean, that's a big problem, right? Like we're on the play. You really want to be able to push the advantage and kind of force Cliff to be answering things. And now Cliff gets a turn off to develop, and we'll see exactly what he will do to capitalize on that. Going to start with the Guide of Souls. Going to follow up with an Oscillate Pride. This is a great setup turn. Got an energy and gained a life, which means, of course, a cat token's coming, which means another energy and another life. And
I mean, maybe this game looks a little bit different if Connor has a creature in play. Like, for example, if the Channeler didn't die, Connor is attacking for 3, has something in play while spinning the wheels and missing these land drops. I believe another Channeler was picked up here. I don't even know if Connor has another cantrip in hand, so I don't even know if he can dig to find a second land here. I think the hand's just maybe some reactive cards, a Channeler, and then a couple 2-drops, which is kind of tough.
Yeah, that is just not really the mix you're looking for. Yeah, it looks like very creature heavy is the hand, which, I mean, is kind of what you need because you need to get something going.
Yeah, did find a Foothills.
Yeah, we have the Foothills. Drew that off the bauble. Going to pay for the Static Prison once again. So...
One thing I will point out about Connor's deck list, Soulscar Mage, 4 copies, Slickshot Show Off, 0 copies. So he did go ahead and make that swap, which I think is interesting, and I think that the Soulscar may just maybe give you a little bit of a slight advantage in the Prowess mirror. I think is the main reason for that.
I mean, just having more 1-drops is always quite nice. Makes your expressive iterations organically better and things of that nature. Really makes you a much more committed Prowess deck versus just kind of like this weird, like, is it tempo thing, in my opinion. But yeah, having access to none in the 75 is quite an interesting, obviously very direct choice. As the Bombardment is going to be the follow-up. Great one when you have the Oscillate Pride running. You know, you're able to get a token every turn without attacking thanks to the Guide of Souls. You're going to be able to cash those in for damage. And then, of course, we're building up to the old Ascend, getting the city's blessing. So there's just quite a bit of a problem building up on the other side of the table for Connor. And you mentioned this matchup maybe a little bit hard in game 1. I think it gets a lot harder if you miss your second land drop, which just kind of unfortunate. You know, I think you do keep a lot of 1-landers, especially if you have like Dragon's Rage Channeler plus Bauble to try to find a land, and then Preordain plus another Bauble to find a land on the next turn, and aren't able to make that happen. But we do have a Lightning Bolt in response to go ahead and pick off the Guide of Souls. So that's one thing that can't be sacrificed for a damage. And now, if Cliff wants to get this Soulscar off the battlefield, it's going to take his entire board. Well, it has Prowess right now, so you have to wait till the next turn. But
yeah, something like a Lava Dart here. Maybe help clean up the Ocelot Pride, get a little bit of stuff going. But yeah, wants to make sure that Cliff doesn't have a constant source of energy production to be able to pay for that Static Prison. You know, if Cliff does eventually run out of energy, maybe you get back the Channeler, maybe you have a second threat, can kind of, you know, transition from there. But for now, it's just if you leave the Boros deck with an uncontested threat, which, you know, Connor essentially had to take a turn off to cast a cantrip and still missed anyways, that's where it starts to snowball out of control, because these Boros creatures, they can take over the game pretty quickly.
You're telling me they're pretty good. They're strong cards.
They're not bad.
I see a Flage in hand shuffling around. So if the Static Prison ends up going to the yard, just not being paid for, or we sacrifice the Oscillate Pride of the Goblin Bombardment based on a removal spell or whatever, the graveyard's going to get full very, very quickly, and this Flage may start to be a real player. And with one of the prismatic endings already in the graveyard, we may not have access to one off the jump. And then, like you said, things might start to snowball out of control from there. So we've already managed to assemble, it looks like, land 4 and the Flage. We're at a very healthy life total of 18. And this Express Iteration has some work to do. Here comes a dart.
One interesting thing I want to point out about Connor's deck list, in basically every other prowess deck list we've seen has had 4 copies of Mutagenic Growth. Connor is not playing that card. And that makes the Flages even more backbreaking, because normally if, a Flage goes to target a prowess creature, you Mutagenic to save it. Connor can't do that. Now, it's not necessarily that Cliff knows that Connor can't do that. So, he's going to go for the Flage anyways. But right. Connor has less ways to fight against the Flage than some of the other prowess decks would have, which makes it even worse.
Well, yeah, that makes it worse for you, but maybe the mutagenics, as far as that interaction, might just be treading water. Like Connor saying, I'm not even going to try to mess with that. I'm just going to try to, get him dead with my cheaper creatures and not have to worry about Flage as much. Not really clear. I like the look. I think mutagenic growth in general tends to lean towards overextension when it comes to deck building. We're doing too much. This is, you don't really, maybe in small doses or for surgical purposes, but like, in general, outside of like Infect trying to kill you on turn 2 or something crazy like that, like it just seems like a lot to me. Like you never really mutagenicing through like an unholy heat, right? It's like what are we talking?
Yeah, about? It does get. I will say it does get a little bit better if you are playing the Violent Urge, the double strike card. So
right, that's true too.
Exactly,
like you're kind of assembling this combo thing, whereas this is more of the traditional prowess builds, I'd say, that are less looking to like, I guess, combo kill you with spells like that, more just looking to tread water and just kind of organically cantrip their way to victory. As right. Flage is going to pick off the Soulscar Mage. Just a cat left over for Cliff. Not really, like you said, this is what you called out. A lot of back and forth, removal spell on both ends. Kind of we're at parity here in turn 3, turn 4 territory. And that's really where Flage just starts to look primed to take over. And with 4 cards in yard, Flage in yard, that looks like the script. That looks like what's looking to happen. And the Arena Glory is going to make it even more devastating as Ragavan joins the mix.
Basically, this matchup is just everybody is trading cards until the Boros player casts Flage, and then we're no longer trading cards. The game's over. So
it's a trading card game.
And that's it is a trading card game. Is it a trading card game or a collectible card game? Who knows?
I don't even know what a collectible card game means. What I can tell you is that I think Connor just conceded. It's just
yeah,
just all right. I can read Flage. Yeah. I've seen this before. We've been through this. No sense. You don't have to cook me. You got your chef's hat on. I'm not going to let you put me in the frying pan. We're just going to move along with things. So Connor did end up winning game 2. So hate to spoil it for you. You'd love to see the prowess deck, maybe winning, maybe not, whoever you want to root for. But what I can tell you is that we're going to go ahead and jump into game 3. I believe this is going to be live, as Connor, as I mentioned, did win game number 2. So like I said, I'm going to jump right into that. I do want to talk very, very briefly about sideboards before we do. Here, as we are going to jump in live here. I think might just be time shifted, but either way, we are jumping in. The sideboard for the NRG deck. You mentioned the 2 Chain of the Rocks. You also have 4 Consign, a Deflecting Palm, an Emrakul, 2 Pyroclasms, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 Wear Tears. What do you typically board in this matchup?
Chain to the Rocks. I think that's part of the reason why you want to splash white. Gives you a little bit more exile against Flage. Pyroclasm, really good at cleaning up a bunch of cat tokens and Johnnies and all that stuff. You could maybe go to a couple Soul Guide Lanterns just for Flage, but I don't know if that's too narrow. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it.
And then a little spoiler already here from Cliff's side, as you can see on screen. But over to Cliff.
I think he's boarding in Deafening Silence.
Yeah, I would say so too. We got a Blood Moon, a Purge, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 Molten Rain, 2 Showdown of the Skull, 2 Wear Tear. So obviously we want the Deafening Silence, according to Cliff. Anything else?
Celestial Purge, potentially to take care of Corey Stillcutter. Could see something like that. And I think that's it. Like Wear Tear. I guess Wear Tear depends on how many answers you want to the cutters, because you already have the 2 Static Prisons in the main deck. So you have the potential to go up to 5. That might be too many.
Okay. It makes sense. You wouldn't want to board a lot, right? Like this is supposedly a decent matchup for the NRG deck, at least. It seems like it may still be up in the air about how much being Jeskai impacts things or not. Certainly gives you an answer to Deafening Silence, right? We're trying to find reasons for Prismatic Ending. Deafening Silence is a great one. 1 mana answer to Deafening Silence, a great spot to be. And otherwise, the Izzet decks really can only like bounce it or whatever. Not that good, as we do see the same start that we saw from game number 1 from Connor, the Dragon's Reach Channeler plus Bobble action, something we've been seeing in Magic for a long time.
And one thing, worth pointing out here, Cliff's on 5 cards. Cliff only has 3 cards in the hand here. So mulliganed, it appears, maybe very aggressively towards that silence, or, could have just had a couple of bad hands. But yeah, this is one of the ways that Prowess can maybe sort of quote unquote steal a game against Boros is, they have maybe a bit of a weaker draw, mulligan a bunch. And you mentioned Connor does have the prismatic endings for the deafening silences. I mean, if your name is Grayson Nemitz, you don't even need to remove that card from the battlefield.
Yeah, we
So
saw it
maybe
just
we'll
not
see
even
if-
matter that much. Yeah.
Yep.
And we'll see if that does manifest for Connor. I think Connor with lava darts and such maybe wants it a little bit more. And we did see in Cliff's hand, I got a little spy. You were right about the Celestial Purge. That one in hand for Cliff here, alongside of Flage and maybe another land. So very reactive. Clearly planning to just answer threats. But Connor with a full grip looks like he's got a good mix. Lands, spells, additional threats. Really is going to be able to kind of engage at his own rate.
Yeah, ideally for Connor, he would have something like fetch for a white source, play a second Swift Spear, prismatic ending the deafening sounds. I couldn't quite get a good look and see if there was a prismatic ending. I did see a Swift Spear though. So
Yeah,
at the very minimum, he can go, Swift Spear into play a 1 non-creature spell, maybe a cantrip, hit for 4. Cliff has the decision if he wants to use hit for 5. Cliff has the decision if he wants to use the Celestial Purge on the Channeler. It's actually a little interesting to see Cliff hold the Celestial Purge for the cutter, given the silence in play, but maybe he's still a little bit worried about it. Interesting.
I mean, it's an instant, right? You just do it whenever. Do it next turn, whatever. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. I guess worst case scenario, because Connor can't trigger the cutter this turn,
Yeah, because you can't go
No matter
cutter plus
what.
bobble on turn 2, so there's really no way to line that up. Need a Mem Knight to make that happen.
Talk to me. Affinity?
Yeah. Hey, dude, cutter affinity could be kind of real. I'm sure people have looked at it. I'm not in the trenches exploring this stuff, but it seems good to me. I don't know. Follow up. It's just a lava darts. That's probably going upstairs. That will give a surveil trigger and a prowess trigger, and I think also enables delirium. So we're looking at an attack for 5 here on turn 2. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
A lot of
attack for
damage.
5. Attack for 5 on turn 2 through the turn 1 deafening sounds. And this is exactly what we saw. This is the last time we saw Grayson play against Silence. It was just able to go creature plus spell on 2, creature plus spell on 3, and just was still able to double spell every turn through the Silence. So it's a good card, but it doesn't get you all of the way there.
Yeah, I mean, it being 1 mana obviously is the key, but it's just clearly been not enough. There's plenty of ways that these prowess decks, in any configuration, because this looks completely different, really, from Grayson Nemit's deck, but it's kind of doing the same thing still. Okay, I'll play 1 creature, 1 spell. Fine with me. Flurry only asked me to play 2 spells anyway, and 1 prowess trigger is kind of fine, and whatever. We're chilling. And that really, Deafening Silence looks like it solves part of the problem. You got to have a good follow-up, and we're going to go ahead and flage the follow-up. That's a pretty good follow-up overall. And part of the fact is Soul God Lantern, I think.
Yep, the lanterns did come in, at least in some numbers, so that's pretty good at getting rid of Flage.
Very timely. Yeah, very timely here. As that's really
Especially
all Cliff had going on.
Yeah, the arena in play too. Bombardment on an empty board. I think Cliff's last card might be a kill spell.
I think so. Kill spell or land, but either way, Connor has 100 cards in hand, and Cliff has not 100 cards. So this is already looking kind of bad for Cliff.
Connor did sacrifice the lantern there for a card. I think I like that because you kind of got your value on the way out, right? But the Flage, that's the one you care about. Maybe you get a little bit punished down the road if if Cliff has a second Flage. But yeah, and
he's another one in hand. I
From
think.
the cutter.
I think his hand is all non-creature spells. I think it's darts and Soul God Lanterns and all that stuff. That's why we didn't trigger this steel cutter here.
Gotcha.
And it looks
really...
like Cliff drew a land. Just go. Have to imagine we're going to find a surveil land here, trying to find a creature to trigger the steel cutter.
I'm indifferent on the surveil land in the prowess deck because every time if it's in your opening hand, it's so bad. But if you play fetch lands, you kind of have to play the surveil land.
Yeah, it looks great. One is so close to free.
Evil.
Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Well, you say one's close to free. I think Connor has 2.
Yeah, he has 2 elegant parlors. No, that's Cliff. Sorry,
one parlor, 1 falls.
1 parlor, 1 falls. Yeah, because I saw him actually look at his hand to decide which one to grab. He went for Thundering Falls at first, decided instead to go for the elegant parlor. Yeah, take that, Doom. 2.
Yeah, all right, you got me.
We're going to go ahead and wear away the Corey Shield Cutter. So that one's going to hit the bin. And Expressive Iteration to pick up.
It's not bad if we can find a 1-mana creature to cast off of it. And the nice thing about spots like this is, even if Connor doesn't find a land, because Connor is playing Soulscar over, Slickshot Show Off, he has more 1-mana creatures he can hit off of this Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, this is exactly the spot, right? This is literally the spot where your Expressive Iterations are better because you don't play show-offs. And so we'll see if that manifests. I mean, you do need to hit one of those 1-mana creatures. Instead, found a land, again, represents the second Surveil land. So even if you still have nothing, I mean, that's some value. And more importantly, I mean, this is just more card advantage. Like, Cliff is still at no cards in hand to Connor's 6. So this really, even if we are still missing some pieces, we're missing some pressure, we have 100 answers to the first threat that Cliff is going to present. So really, Cliff's removal is good, but his threats just kind of don't work. You really have to start to slog through Connor's removal spells, which just gives Connor so much time to finally find a threat. And that really does spell a lot of trouble for Cliff, even though he is getting a little bit more time than you'd expect.
Yeah, you saw the smile on Cliff's face there. If he had surveilled the Flage there, we'd probably be done here. But yeah, and that is something that Connor has to recognize. I mean, not that he can do anything about it, but if Cliff ever does surveil a Flage into the graveyard from a spot like this, game's over immediately because the Arena of Glory that is that is 12 damage. And there's nothing Connor can do about that. But yeah, the surveillance
there is, right? He has a Soul Lantern in play. Just put the Lantern in play.
Oh, in his hand, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. If you decided to take sort of quote unquote take a turn off to put the Lantern to play, if you are afraid of that, I guess you don't have to here.
It is a little aggressive, I'd say. I mean, we've been through one. He has one surveil at it. Like, come on,
right?
Just don't go. Don't luck sack me now. Come on.
No, I know.
Kind of looking to choose his poison on how he wants to blow this Guide of Souls up. I think also thinking on the surveil still. Yeah, we have 2 lanterns in. We brought all 3 in, and we've drawn them all.
Ooh, that's a lot. Lantern's pretty good. Not as good, against the deafening silence. So hand right now, I don't know if we picked up a creature. I think it might be Dart, Bolt, Lantern.
Yeah, I like getting one of these lanterns in play. We can bolt on Cliff's turn, and we're gonna take one. Whatever, that's fine. Let's just go ahead and let's get our insurance policy in play here.
Connor wishing he had a 3rd surveillance at this point.
I think so. Both players, I think, wishing they had a 3rd surveil land at this point.
Oh, okay. This is very interesting. Now, the timing on this, I don't know if Connor knows this. He has to sack the Lantern now if he wants. If
because Cliff will have priority. You're right. We need to do it right now in response to the surveil trigger right here.
This is the decision now. Connor could say, "Okay, well, if I get sacked, I get sacked."
Aggressive
because I want to cycle. Let's see.
I would like to see a bolt in response and then get it all out from there. We missed. It's a fetch land. Whoa. Cliff playing smart, giving himself outs, did not find it. Yeah, I really think Connor had a nice line there of just bolt. Go ahead and bolt now. Yeah, we could have bolted then, and then go ahead and blow up the graveyard in response to that surveil. And that really, I think that puts close to the door at everything. Like, Connor will find a threat eventually, and then Cliff just has nothing going. Like, Ajani, is that something that's an out?
With the bombardment.
Yeah,
that could be something.
That's a something.
And given that Connor used the bolt, Connor's hand, I think, is all darts, which means you can't even double dart the Ajani with the trigger on this deck because of the silence.
Right. Yeah, would like to see a prismatic ending here, I'm sure.
I think with the 3rd Lantern in hand, given that you didn't sack the Lantern now, you just draw a card.
Yeah, if you're not doing it there, you better be doing it now. I love it. The Soulguide Lanterns have looked very powerful and flexible. We found a Dragon's Rage channeler. Okay.
I'm very curious as to if the prismatic ending stated. I have to assume they did, but Connor has seen a lot of cards and we haven't found a pending yet. So
also, that's just a creature. We didn't actually deploy the other Lantern there. Could have deployed something to get some surveil going. Yeah, I mean, at that point, the surveil looks attractive to me. Definitely a Delirious Dragon's Rage channeler.
Yeah, and you're probably okay. Well, now pending's not good.
Yeah, you can hit the bombardment, I guess. That's like something. Yeah. All right, gonna go ahead and dart on end step, get some surveils going, and
the funny damage, I guess. The interesting thing here for Connor is that assuming that there is assuming that the knowledge is there, most Boros decks only play 2 surveil lands. So now that Cliff has gone through both parlors in play, Connor usually won't have to worry about Cliff saying, okay, well, if I top deck a fetch land, surveil, flage into the graveyard. So that line is, for the most part, out of the equation.
Well, there's pending. Gonna hit the bombardment. Yeah, which deploying that second silence means it's gonna go there instead of towards the silence. Beatdowns for 3. And the Lava Dart actually does make this a fashion.
It's the prismatic ending
Sure.
bug.
Man, I could never play this Boros Energy deck. This is tough. Maybe just a bombardment follow-up. Again, this is kind of what we expected to happen. Like, nothing was really happening, but Klarna's going to find something eventually, and he sure did. Lava Dart going to give another surveil. A land goes to the graveyard. 1 more point, makes it a 3-turn clock with the Dragon's Rage Channelers. And now we're counting up the darts. 3 darts in
I
yard.
think there's
Good
3
grief.
in the yard. So we can go attack,
That takes
put
a turn
attack
off.
to 3, go to 6, dart on main phase to 5, dart on Cliff's turn to 4, dart on Connor's turn. So yeah, it's 2 turns.
And there's a bolt. Is that just everything?
Well, we can't cast it all.
We can't do it all now, but can we do it all before Cliff can do anything? I think we
No,
want to cast
Cliff's
something
going to
right
get 1
now.
action. Yeah, I think you just dart now, probably.
Yeah, I want to cast something. Question is what?
Because in case Cliff draws a kill spell, I think you want to get one of these spells out.
Yeah, you want to get the spells going. So bolt. If he draws Flage, do you feel goofy for bolting instead of Soul Guide Lantern?
But we still have a lantern left over, right?
Yeah, we have 1 more in hand.
Okay, that's a
Yeah,
good
I think
point.
Flage
Yeah.
is the disaster case, and we just.
But I guess Cliff doesn't
sack-
have enough mana to cast the Flage and escape it in the
That's not
same
exile.
turn. So
There we go.
maybe Connor is saying, okay, well, if Cliff draws Flage, I can say, take my licks, the Channeler dies, untap, play the Lantern, get the graveyard, and then kind of go from there.
This bolt's lethal. I mean, with the Dragon's Rage Channel still in play, he's going to say, all right, bolt you. We got a surveil going. We did go ahead and exchange the life totals. We kept the card on top. Again, I think we knew what it is. It's an iteration beatdowns for 3. That's lethal. Nope, 3 been charmed to hit the yard
Exile
to
the
take 1.
graveyard.
All right, we'll just dart you in response. Come on now. And Cliff is going to be felled to the Jeskai Prowess deck. Another Prowess at 6 and 1. Connor Clark able to defeat Cliff on a low mulligan there in game number 3 and reverse sweep that match. An impressive display from these Jeskai Prowess decks. I like it a lot. And Prismatic Ending kind of came up. I mean, really, the Soul God Lanterns were kind of the key there. Being able to shut down really his entire plan on the mulligan with the whole Flage action, and kind of played out according to what you expected.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff mulligan to 5 that game, and mulligan to 5 had the Deafening Silence, just didn't really have enough stuff to get onto the battlefield, and wasn't able to produce a threat. The Flay just got hit by the Lanterns, and eventually the Prowess deck with all the selection and card advantage with Expressive will find enough burn to close out the game.
And that's exactly what happened. It's the script. It's what really played out the way you expected. And I think is a concerning metric, seeing how that plays out. If that's kind of the norm, like you said, how it plays back and forth, this Prowess deck might be a real problem. And I don't know exactly what our top 8 is going to look like. We still do have 1 more round. Again, this is the penultimate round. We have round number 8 coming up very shortly. But this speaks to a lot of Prowess potentially being in the top 8. So with that out of the way, I believe we're getting close to the end of the round. So we're going to go ahead and take a very quick break. And then we're going to bring you the 8th and final round of Swiss here at our Modern 10K Showdown in Chicagoland. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Modern action very shortly. All right, everyone. Welcome back for you lovely folks at home. We are here for round number 8, the final round of Swiss for our modern $10,000 showdown here in Chicagoland, part of season 1 of the NRG series. Again, this is a showdown event. So the winner, of course, will end up qualified for a championship. But there's a lot more on the line for these players, too. I am Drake Sasser. I am joined in the booth by Devin Doomwig O'Donnell. We're going to go over the prizing very quickly, and then we're going to jump right into the final round of Swiss. And then we will, of course, have a top 8 and end up crowning a champion. Let's talk about what these players are playing for very quick. Again, this is a $10,000 showdown, so there's $10,000 in the prize pool. And for first place, there's, of course, $2,400, 30 points, an invite to the NRG Championship and the Regional Championship, and an Inkland Customs token. So to the victor go all the spoils. They get everything and the kitchen sink too. But second place ain't doing too bad either. You get $1,200, 25 points, and a Regional Championship invite. And then, of course, third and fourth, you got $800, 20 points, and they both get qualified. So the entire top 4 is going to end up with a Regional Championship invite. So a little bit of able to double dip the NRG series and the RCQ kind of Regional Championship Pro Tour path there as well. And then a drop off there, $400, 15 points for 5th through 8th. And then all of our top 16 is going to get 200 points, $200, 10 points, tongue twisted there. And then the top 32 is going to get $100, 5 points, some point fall off from there. But a lot of points on the line for our players. There's the leaderboard race has already heated up quite a bit. And again, really the thing we want to highlight is the winner of this event is going to join our 4 qualified players in the end of the year NRG Championship event. Some of my favorite events to watch, some of my favorite events to cover, and really part of what makes this NRG series stuff special is having those kinds of events where, you know, a lot of money on the line, a very small pool, high EV event, and very, very competitive Magic played. So all that mouthful out of the way, we're going to go ahead and jump into round number 8. We have Bob Culp there on your left versus Jake Conan on your right. Is it Prowess Boros Energy? We feel like a little deja vu here. Doom, is it worse for the Is It deck than the Jeskai deck?
Well, yeah, no prismatic ending. No prismatic ending, no path, no chain to the rocks. So I think this is basically the single matchup where people would gravitate towards the white cards. I will say Jake has decided to eschew the white cards, 4 copies of 3 Violent Urge. So, there is potential for, the Violent Urges to maybe close the game before we even get to the Flage part. So that is a possibility. But I think if you were saying, well, I'm going to be a win and in against Boros Energy, you'd rather have the white cards, I believe.
Fair enough. We'll see if, like you said, if Jake can kind of make the most of it. It does have the Slick Shot show off. You mentioned the Violent Urge, Metagenic Growth kind of combo. We've seen a lot of this kind of stuff in the past. Previously, it was done with Teamer Battle Rage, but that card costs 2 mana. So let's go ahead and get a nice little 1 mana version of it dialed up in the form of Violent Urge, and you can kind of pair that with your Slick Shot show off, Metagenic Growth. Like I said, we've been doing this in Modern for years since I've been around. I've seen this with Kiln Fiend back in the day. Like I mentioned, the Metagenic plus Teamer Battle Rage. We've been doing that kind of stuff for literally over a decade. It's really just kind of taking the best versions of that, pairing it with the latest, greatest, the prowess creatures, and showing up now that we have things like Corey Steelcutter and Express Federation to give us a lot of staying power. With all that out of the way, we've been fetching and we've been surveilling. Not a lot of cards have hit the graveyard, though, so players have liked what they've seen, as it's been Thundering Falls, Elegant Parlor, as the surveil lands on each side of the table, and now a fetch land to join. So getting all that out of the way, early life loss, early selection provided. And does also reduce the pressure to have 1 mana cantrips. We're going to fetch a basic mountain for Jake Conan.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, this deck back in the day. I think it might have been, I want to say it might have been Brad Nelson who popularized this one, but it was like the really old versions of Death Shadow that were playing like Wild Nicottle and Mutagenic Growth and Teamer Battle Rage. That's sort of like, the whole Mutagenic Growth Violent Urge stuff kind of reminds me of that. I remember.
Turn
2 Trigger Cutter.
They had like this death
Oh,
touch
yeah.
guy too that was like 1 mana that like got +2/+2 and became like a Decado with Delirium. I don't even know the name of that
Oh,
thing.
yeah. I couldn't tell you what the name of that guy is, but
and had some
yeah.
sweet ones back in the day. I remember I was playing SCG qualifiers back in the day, but these days we get more powerful stuff like this Corey Steelcutter card, which we're talking about for the first time with really a spicy thing we've never seen before going on. As Mishra's Bobble's going to go ahead and make a token right now off of that, so the beatdowns are going to start immediately, assuming Bob does not want to do anything about this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a standard player and you've been playing standard at all over the past couple of weeks, you know how good the prowess deck is in standard. And it's like, well, they can trigger Cutter on turn 2. In modern, we just do that on turn. Well, they can trigger it on turn 3, rather, excuse me, in standard. In modern, we just do it on turn 2 with Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, we sure do. And thankfully, we could spend our 1 mana removal spells to answer the token and, not take any damage right away. But yeah, having 0 mana spells, as it happens, does make the card that cares about you casting more spells more powerful. As we are going to fetch their Arid Mesa on end step. Got a second Elegant Parlor? Leverage only having a 1 mana removal spell? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have 2.
Do a little bit. Surveil action numero dos for Bob Culp. Needs to get something going here. I mean, kind of surprised we've spent all this time doing a little bit of selection. Haven't really got anything assembled. Has had a removal spell, but I would hardly call removing the token a great exchange for Bob. So great start for Jake.
Yeah, it kind of depends, right? Because, as we kind of talked about earlier and how this matchup usually plays out, it's like trade the first couple of turns, and then once the Boros player gets to 4 mana, can set up a Flage. So, the trade of Galvanic Discharge for a token that was essentially made for free on Jake's side of things may not seem like the best play, or maybe not seem like the best exchange for Bob. But if Bob has a Flage, which he's discarding 2 Flages to Season Pyromancer, then you kind of don't mind like sort of throwing away those resources because it's going to get you to that powerful play of Flage.
And that's like exactly what you're calling out here. This is a great exchange, able to create a lot of little blockers here between just discarding the Flages and getting that graveyard dialed up very quickly. Again, the Flage, really the key card that this matchup has been about. That's been like really the big reason we've seen the prismatic endings get involved. That's been a big topic of conversation. Is it or Jeskai? We even started it off this match talking about it. It comes up here right now where we're going to see maybe, a Flage brought back as early as next turn. If we have something like a fetch land or something to dial it up. And then what? What's your answer to kill it from there? You just have to try to kill around it, which you can with 2 Steel Cutters. That's something that we talked about with Rodney. We have it going right now. Here comes 2 tokens, and Dragon's Rage Channeler joining the mix as well, having a lot of pressure dialed up, and Bobble to trigger prowess on everything and provide a surveil. Great follow-up.
Yeah, there's not really a ton of sequences for the Is It deck to beat a Resolve Flage, but double Corey Steel Cutter can certainly change the math on that, especially because, so from Jake's point of view right now, Bob has 5 total cards in the graveyard. And the scariest thing for Jake would be Arena of Glory Flage. But if Bob has an Arena of Glory next turn, he can't haste the Flage because there would be 1 card short. So he'd have to have a fetch land, or I guess, well, that's not necessarily true if this Pyromancer dies. Yeah, so now if there's an Arena, because the Pyromancer's hitting the graveyard, we do have enough material. So
but we did just take a pretty big hit, right? I mean, that was an attack for 6. We had to do some trading to make it not happen. We did still take 3 down to 13. I mean, obviously, Flage just makes everything easy as far as life total and racing especially goes. But Arena, like you mentioned, the best card, I think we do see an Arena. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and that's brutal here for Jake. So this Arena is going to give the Flage haste. That's going to put Bob up to 19, and it's going to kill presumably both of Jake's creatures.
Yeah. Here comes doing the math. I think you have to get rid of everything. I don't think you get a choice.
We gotta get rid of everything.
You have to just say it's all going away. But that sounds worth it to have a hasty Flage to me. And tapped out Jake can't do anything about it, even if he wanted to. Away goes the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Up 3 life goes Bob to 16. And
he pointed to Jake, and I thought he was going upstairs
twice.
For a second.
That would be aggressive. Second one's going to take care of the token. Up to 19 goes Bob, and beatdowns for 7 coming across. So we do actually have a little 2-turn clock going as well. And that's really the power of Flage. That's the power of having Arena of Glory with Flage, even though it's exerted, all that stuff. We have a 2-turn clock, and it's not even clear that if Jake finds some nice gas off this expressive iteration, if we're even going to be able to catch back up.
All right, here's the line. So Mishra's Bauble, make 2 tokens, Mutagenic Growth, Violent Urge. Is that enough?
Is that enough?
So Mishra's Bauble, there would be 2/2/2s. Growth, they would be 5. Urge would be 6. That's 18. I think it's still one short.
Oh, brutal. We need a second
Yeah.
bobble. Second bobble will solve
Yeah.
all our problems. All right, so we got preordained. That makes the tokens. And those are both getting slammed to the bottom of the deck immediately. So Jake's had some good sequences, but like you mentioned, Arena Glory Flage is the nightmare scenario. That's what Bob was assembling, and it's not clear Jake's going to be able to have anything to do about that, as those preordained cards went to the bottom, and he does not look happy at all with the draw off the preordained.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been possible for Jake if the arena was not there, if it was just an escape of Flage, kill one thing, have maybe the Flage back as a blocker. But the haste on it, being able to remove 2 things and get Bob a 6-point life buffer, makes it nearly impossible for Jake to cobble together lethal here outside of some crazy sequence.
So we do have a land, which could represent Violent Urge. That's something that we were taking a look at before, but even that didn't look lethal, and just nothing else. Past the turn back, still, unexerted is the Arena of Glory, but still tapped. Back over to Bob we go. A lot of cards still in hand for Bob. So we talked about how great the sequence was. Bob's got more in the tank. He's not even done. He's got another Flage in hand.
Another Flage.
Why not?
It's Flage,
Got them all down.
Fable, Ocelot Pride, I think is the holdings for Bob.
It's not weak.
So 3 pretty good cards.
Can Jake even survive? Is there any sequence in which Jake survives?
Well, he's not dead this turn. He does have 2 blockers. So even if Bob clears a blocker, you can either, you can jump block, you can take 7. I probably don't want to take 7. Although, funny thing for Jake is that 2 Flages got exiled, or no, was it 2 or 1? I think it was at least 1.
1 got exiled, yeah.
Yeah, so Jake's seen 2, so, only 2 left.
It looks like we're going to cast the 3rd one. And that will allow both blockers to be removed. Again, another 6-point life swing and get Jake hit for 7, which ain't weak.
I'd almost rather go to combat first, because if you go to combat first, you attack with both, deal 3 to 1. You give Jake the option to block. Maybe Jake's like, well, I can't block because I need the threats to be able to win. Then you just Flage Jake post combat. So
I would be, I guess, pretty surprised to see Jake not block, and that maybe is the reason why we fired it off main phase. Although, if that's the case, why do we leave this token on defense? These things have trample.
Right.
You got to be attacking with that elemental. What are we doing? If your plan was to remove both, put them to 2. I understand 3 and 2 are close to the same thing, but what are we doing? Okay, I guess Ocelot Pride adds enough. As we do not have
5, 8.
10.
So the token will be 9. 1 short, I believe.
Super relevant, I'd say. We got enough blockers now. Expressive Iteration number 2. That's a great
Good
start
card.
to trade these things again. But I think we're pretty far out of Violent Urge matter. We need like 2 Violent Urges and 2 Mutagenics. Super easy. Can't even pay for 2. We'd have to find green mana, which I don't think we have. Okay, the Preordained from Exile makes the 2 creatures again. 2 Core Steel Cutters. I mean, keeping us in this game after all that is really, really impressive. I think we might be dead, but the fact that it's even a question is disturbing.
I mean, this is kind of why I highlighted, this matchup being so bad is, Jake had turn 2 Cutter, trigger it, turn 3 Cutter, trigger both. And then the next 2 turns triggered both Cutters. He made 2, 4, 7 tokens off of Cutter, and the Flage just soloed every single one of those tokens by itself.
Yes. Battles of some mistakes here. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe these aren't mistakes. Maybe these are good for Modern. And it certainly looks good for both of these players as they found their way to 6-1, but only one can make their way into top 8, I believe. So this is a clean win, and I believe the loser will be on the outside looking in. A lot on the line here. Game number 1 looks to be looking good here for Bob Culp sporting the NRG jacket. Appreciate that.
Maybe if Jake had infinite mana, maybe we could do something, but without infinite mana, it seems pretty tough.
Oh, I love this. My play group, we used to do the, if you get Demonic Tutor for free and a Lotus, can you win? That was our question. It's like,
Well, you see, the Lotus would give us green mana to cast multiple Mutagenics.
Yeah, you need Lotus just for mana fixing. You don't even need the burst. Okay. I mean, this is an attack for 8? It's such a big number. But
No, I
with
think it's
Bob's
only
at
4 right
25
now because we went expressive into cantrip, so these tokens haven't been pumped yet.
Oh, you're right. They haven't been pumped, but we do have a mutagenic. We do have a violent urge.
It's not enough. So 1, 2, yeah, Jake roulette. I think it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 14. I think it was 17. No, it was 18. Sorry, 18.
18. That's a big number. And still,
Yeah.
Bob at 25 means Bob is going to win this one. All that show just for Bob to get the win off the back of Flage. And that means, once again, to the sideboards we go. We're going to start, of course, with Jake Conan. Once again, we cannot show you deck lists. My deepest apologies. We will one day, again, find the technology to show deck lists. We don't have it now. And we may not have it for the rest of the event. And that will be my deepest apologies. But let's start with the Is It Prowess sideboard here for Jake. A little different than the Jeskai builds. We got 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Meltdown, 1 Slick Shot Show Off, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Surgical Extraction, and 4 Unholy Heat. So without white cards, how are we boarding to stop the Flage menace?
Well, we don't have the white cards, but we do have 4 copies of Unholy Heat, and I think that is the card that Jake is going to gravitate towards the most here, because that's really the only card in the 75 that can answer a Flage in the battlefield. I do think I like the Surgical as well. It's a nice cheeky one of if Bob has, you know, a situation where Seasoned Pyromancer, discard a Flage early, or, you know, discard the Fable, cast it on turn 3, get it into the graveyard, Surgical those Flages out of there before they are able to get into play. And then the upside of that is you don't have to worry about them for the rest of the game, not even the second copy. So I like those 5. I don't. Oh, hey. Okay. Well, now we'll switch to Bob's deck. I like Heats. I like Surgical. Let's talk about Bob's deck.
Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and move to Bob's deck, which we did get up on the screen. We found it. We did it. I'm proud of our coverage. Sorry, I've been heckling them all day about this. So here we go.
This is a moment. So.
Yeah. We got 1 Blood Moon, 1 Celestial Purge, 2 copies of Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 Molten Rain, 2 Orum's Chant, 1 Showdown of the Skulls, 2 Wear Tears, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. What do you like against the Is It build of the Prowess deck?
So Celestial Purge here for Bob. That one we saw come in the last match, the last time we watched this matchup. So I think that one is quite good. The Deafening Silences as well. So those for sure. Orum's Chant's kind of a weird one where it has some interesting utilities. Like if they're going wide with a cutter, you can, you know, Orum's Chant to prevent the battle phase. You can Orum's Chant in response to an expressive iteration to make it so they can't cast the second spell off of it. Some weird corner case things. Depending on whether or not Bob has enough stuff to cut, I could see them coming in, but definitely the Silences and the Celestial Purge for sure.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's really how we've seen. We've been so fortunate to watch this matchup many times. We've actually been able to see a lot of the sideboarding stuff going on, and like the Purges, the Silence. We've seen a lot of that stuff going on. Little less on the other stuff, but we'll see. I mean, to each their own. And Bob may have a very different strategy from what we've seen before. It looks like the players still shuffling up. So we actually, since we do, you know, Bryce has saved us. Shout out to production, and we are able to show the deck list. Let's go ahead and show the full deck list of the Is It Prowess deck. We were talking about just couple quick things to highlight. I mentioned the 4 Metagenic Growth, 3 copies of Violet Urge in the main deck. Some other things to look at is 3 Slick Shot Show Off. We see some people kind of eschew that whole package in favor of some more 1-drops and some other stuff like that. Here we are supporting that entire, we'll call it a combo, right? Where you get your Show Off, you Mutagenic it gets big, then you Violent Outburst it. Violent Outburst. I went to go Violent Outburst. Jeez,
Violent Outburst. Oh,
yeah, can't do that one.
You can't play that card.
Violent Urge. Look at Urge and an Outburst, like the same thing. Why do they do so wildly different things? One of these makes rhinos for some reason. The other one gives you double strike.
I just want to make rhinos again. That's all.
No, you don't. No, come on. We're done with that.
I mean, I do. But
they would do a good job. We're still cutter tokens, I guess.
One card that I wanted to just kind of have a quick chat about that we haven't seen a ton of today, that is in Bob's deck list and happens to be from Turkey or Dragonstorm, and that's Voice of Victory. I believe we saw it on camera in one of the early rounds, or well, we didn't see it. You know, everybody else saw it. We weren't here, but what I like about that, it just does a lot of cool things. The Mobilize 2 synergizes with Guide of Souls. The tokens with Ocelot Pride, you can stack the triggers to resolve the Pride, copying the tokens before you sacrifice the tokens to the Voice. It lets you It's good with Goblin Bombardment. You can sacrifice the tokens to Bombardment before they die in the end phase. The can't cast spells during your turn is pretty cool in a lot of spots, like against the counterspell heavy decks. It just does a lot of stuff, and I'm very happy to see more Boros Energy players put this card into their deck.
Yeah, really got a lot of token makers. You know, obviously you got the 3 Season Pyromancers, 2 Voice of Victories. You got a lot of ways to make extra tokens alongside your 2 Fables and stuff like that. That really, I think, like you said, I think really highlights Goblin Bombardment in this deck. Some versions of the deck I think are a little lighter on some of that stuff, and that makes the bombardments look a little bit weaker, you know, just kind of the Ajani. But in general, really like it here, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. As here comes a turn 2 Slick Shot Show Off, laying the beatdowns. Just an elegant parlor tap for Bob. Did slam, I believe, the card on top. Did no thought about that. Very happy to see whatever he saw. And there was a preordain on turn 1 from Jake, but here we are laying some beatdowns with our Show Off. Notably didn't plot, so interesting.
Yeah.
Just getting that point cashed in right away.
I was going to mention cast over plot is kind of weird against Static Prison. I mean, if you expect there's any other kill spell, well,
how about any other kill spell against Mutagenic Growth? Yeah,
that's kind of cool. Yeah, Mutagenic Growth doesn't cover you against Static Prison, but I mean, if Bob doesn't have a prison and his only kill spells is red, then that growth is going to be able to let Jake untap with that Slick Shot. So interesting decision. Maybe it's possible that signifies to me that Jake's hand is weak enough to where he just values that 1 damage over basically anything else. So interesting decision point
and
there.
No other threats, maybe that could be part of the equation.
Yeah.
Like if we had a Corey Steel Cutter, I think it's no question because free spell really to trigger that, and then you can let anything else make prowess, that kind of stuff. Versus just getting 1 more point or whatever at the moment. But here we go, lining up against the discharge does make that discharge kind of an energy dark ritual of sorts. We get 3 energy for 1 mana, didn't have to spend any to try to kill it because it wasn't going to die. And that's a nice little extra value you get out of the discharge. As here is the Corey Steel Cutter follow up. Very quickly tapping our Fiery Islet for Lava Darts. That will trigger
Upstairs.
all the things. Yeah, see ya. Gonna make a
So
token.
18,
Gonna trigger our
back
Slick
for
Shot.
5. That'll put Bob down to 13.
And no more removal. Like you said, no Static Prison. Couldn't cast Celestial Purge right now even if we had it. Does have Elegant Parlor if he wants it.
Yeah,
Got paid out for going for the discharge main phase too, so he didn't get beat up by the Mutagenic. Very heads up.
He would have taken a lot more damage if that was the
that
case.
would have hurt. That would have hurt.
It would have been 5 more because it would have been 2 from the growth, 2 from the Slick Shot, 1 from the prowess. So yeah, basically just saved half of his life total by main phasing it. Maybe Bob is 3-drop heavy, could have Flage, Pyromancer, Fable, any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, no other 1-mana removal spell. And that means that there's a very high likelihood that Bob can't double spell next turn, which means Jake is probably going to untap with at least 1 creature with a Corey in play. This is kind of a tough spot here for Bob.
Yeah, this is a very different script. Like, even if we have the Seasoned Pyromancer here, the Slick Shot Show Off just changes the math so much on, like, the blocking power of that to let you live to Flage on the following turn. And speaking of Flage, here is number 1 to pick off the Show Off. That's a start.
Yeah, and then 3 cards in grave? We have the Discharge, the Fetch, the Guide of Souls. Jake's going to fan it out for us.
Do the work for you, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So missing some pieces. I think, is that a Wrathless Guys in the end? Can't get a great look. Looks like it might be. Wrathless Guys would be quite good against the Corey Steel Cutter thing.
Yeah, there is 1 Wrath and Bob sideboard. That one probably did come in.
I imagine it's very good against Corey's. Here is a second Corey token going to be made off the Mishra's Bauble, representing a full attack for 5
right now.
Yeah, because it's a 3
dart
power
would
prowess
be
creature.
Darts plus 3, so that's 8. Bolt would
Get
be plus 5. That's Bolt's exactly lethal, I think.
I think he has a bolt.
Yep.
Okay. Boop. Down to 10. That's 2 more to 7. And then, yeah, darts 3 more. That's lethal if Bob doesn't have any free spells, which I do not believe he does. Pew. Have a dart.
Pew, 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 pew.
Attack. That's lethal. And to game 3 we go. Is that a turn 3 kill? No, turn 4.
Turn 4, right? Yeah, because Bob took his 3rd turn. Yeah.
Crazy. I mean, that was a very different script. I mean, even Bob even had the Flage there on turn 1, but just
right.
Really
And
the key term is not having that Static Prism, like you mentioned, for the show off.
And for Jake too. I mean, Jake didn't know that card was in Bob's hand, but if he doesn't kill him that turn and Bob's able to untap and slam that Wrath at the skies and kill both cutters like that, we could have a very different game there.
Tale as old as time, the Wrath being a turn too slow. Love to see Magic. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the sideboard once again. Now, Jake, on the draw for the first time in the match, anything we're looking to change based on, the sideboard that we know, the sideboard we've seen? I think the script with the Unholy Heats and the Surgical is going to likely remain the same. Is there any question towards anything that's, worse on the draw? Maybe like a Spell Pierce or something that's involved in the deck in any meaningful way? Do we want less of the mutagenic stuff on the draw? In that kind of consideration? Anything?
Nah, mutagenic is still one of your best ways to like save your creature against a Flage or one of the damage-based removal spells. I think the only thing that Jake might be considering is like how many slick shots he wants in the play versus the draw. But the thing that I really go back to about Slick Shot is if Flage is the best card in the matchup and maybe the single most important card, having a creature that you can put away, like sort of on layaway, and get it outside of Flage range for at least a turn, that is something that I think Jake wants to maximize on. So I'd almost say the Slick Shots are better in this matchup because they're one of your few cards that can like sort of play around Flage in a weird way.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The plot, and really that's kind of the big question we had with the Corey and the sequencing there in that game was, normally 1 point is probably not worth exposing it to those kinds of things, but, it was, of course, the turn before the Flage, and there's lots of things to consider. But the plot decision, very real. Damage or save it from sorcery speed stuff certainly comes up, as we're going to go ahead and these players shuffling up very quickly. I was going to mention, is there anything Bob wants to change? But given how quickly these players are drawing hands, I'm not inclined to believe they wanted to change much at all, which doesn't really surprise me. This matchup, it's not like a true tempo matchup. That's kind of a bad word to say, the tempo stuff, but it really is just kind of this like aggro-y mid-range slog, which, okay, what's the difference between that and tempo? That's fair. Tempo's not real. Nothing's real, but
nothing is real. Corey still Cutter's real.
You don't have cards like Days or whatever. Like a lot of times, that's something I like to highlight is I did that all the time with Delver in Legacy, is I would have more Dazes on the play than on the draw. And that was like one of the common things that you swapped around a lot, at least that I found, and was very effective. Yep. Not really a lot of that kind of stuff going on. Yeah, they do wasteland. Well, plus you just need your lands in play when you're on the draw to be casting your spells so that you can catch up. Matters a lot. Days usually has targets still. You just need to catch up.
Yeah. That's true. Going back to that game one, remember that decision that Jake had, whether to play or plot the Slick Shot on turn 2, and Jake had killed his opponent exactly. That 1 damage mattered.
Yeah, Jake. I mean, look, we're here. He's there. That's how the math works. He's gonna make the right decision. We're just sitting here talking about it. We're just here to like, hey, is that correct? Of course it is. Of course it's correct. Jake's 6-1. Very calm, cool, collected. Getting a drink of water. Stay hydrated. A very underrated aspect of playing Magic tournaments. People laugh at you like, it's like they're trying to lose weight. No, you gotta stay hydrated. You don't perform your best. Happens if you're in school. Same thing.
That's the most important part. Like if I had a choice, if I had to like choose between whether to bring a water bottle to the tournament or my deck, I would bring a water bottle.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do.
No, that's not
water.
true,
You need water to survive. What are you gonna do with some Magic cards? Get out of here. Get out of here. Zero.
You just borrow somebody else's deck, right?
Elegant Parlor entering play here for Bob. Gonna go surveilling and not a lot of action on turn 1 from either of these decks. It continues to surprise me. Like, I understand the surveil lands are there for a reason, but really surprised to see no turn 1 play, no preordains, nothing there from Jake. I mean, really speaks to maybe a lot of rolled up, mutagenic growth stuff. Maybe could also speak to some 2-drops, Corey Steelcutters and the like. Just want to hold all your spells for that. A lot of times you don't have to cast your cantrips when you have them just because you have them, because you're going to want to save them as a spell for Corey Steelcutter or whatever.
Yeah, for example, if Jake's hand is like, a couple of 2s and maybe 1 cantrip, maybe it's possible like he wants to save the cantrip until turn 3 to double spell with Cutter. It could also just be, a couple Unholy Heats because there were 4 of those in the sideboard, assuming all of them came in. So, could be reactive, could be a lot of 2s, like you said, growth and stuff like that. So.
Bombardment on turn 2.
Yeah, neither player really having the start they're looking for here.
Yeah, not a lot going on for sure. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of this from the energy deck when it comes to matchups where you don't feel like you're the beatdown, where you don't feel like you're the aggressor. Just kind of deploying bombardment first, even if you have other plays, in order, obviously, it enables the Ajani trick. We know that very well. But also, just if you have other stuff, it just makes all of their removal bad. So if you expect to do this like back and forth exchange game in any meaningful way, and you're going to end up at parity, just getting more out of each creature you play that gets removed ends up kind of being enough a lot of the time that it really swings things. And a lot of times you see these energy decks take this kind of posture in matchups where they're not really in a rush to get the game over with.
Yeah, and with no one drop here from Jake's side of things, Bob has a little bit more time on the play, so can sort of use this turn to maybe develop a little bit, as opposed to needing to react to Jake's 1 mana card. Now Jake in the tank here. You got to imagine, like you mentioned, if there's no one drop, there's got to be a lot of options here on turn 2. Maybe thinking about cutter, plotting slick shot. Usually, if you have both available, you'd want to plot the slick shot here first, so then you can go turn 3, play the cutter, play the slick shot for free, and then kind of go from there. The cutter also, if Bob has Flage in hand, the cutter is your way to sort of I guess time walk Bob, or don't give him a lot of value off of that Flage.
And yeah, you called it out. I'm going to go ahead and go for that plot. So that could signal some stuff here to Bob. Like, hey, for last game, Jake very intentionally went for that extra point, got straight lethal Xaxes out of it in the very critical turn. And now going for the plot, it represents a meaningful decision. So I would, if you're in Bob's seat, you have to be expecting something like a Corey Steelcutter, but also, like you mentioned, it makes your turn 3 Flage kind of bad. Like, you don't really want to play your Flage right now if you have it, right? There's nothing to target.
Yeah, and it's probably something to do with play draw too, because Jake was in the play last game when he played Slick Shot on turn 2. Bob only had 1 land in play, so there wasn't a threat of the Flage coming down on the following turn. But now with Jake on the draw, Jake's like, well, I don't want to play the Slick Shot into Bob's 3 mana. I'm just going to plot it and then sort of overload, maybe deploy 3 threats next turn, and then say, okay, well, if you're going to wait a turn on the Flage, I'm going to give you 3 targets for it, so that even if I get Flaged on the next turn, I'm still going to untap with threats regardless.
Now, something that does complicate things quite a bit is this Ajani being able, we mentioned the Ajani trick. Here it is, available to Bob if he wants it. So he can sacrifice this token right now to the Goblin Bombardment to flip Ajani and then start making tokens that way. You have that thing running. And of course, that produces more damage over time and does all that stuff that we know very well, but chooses not to. Now, what it will also represent, and maybe a good reason to wait, is with Flage in play, plus the bombardment, plus the Ajani stuff, you actually have a lot of damage to throw around. So you mentioned only overloading the Flage. This would maybe make that very difficult, because now you're trying to overload the Flage and Ajani and bombardment, and that's just way more difficult to do. Here is the Corey Steelcutter that you called out.
Yeah, and the other awkward part about flipping the Ajani Bane phase for Bob is if Bob doesn't have a 1 mana kill spell, then the Slick Shot is almost 100% going to be able to take care of that Ajani next turn. And this is, this is another one of those things where, Bob had theoretically a good opportunity to go, okay, sack my thing, flip a Johnny, kill your creature, but Jake just didn't present a creature on turn 2. It just, and that's why this prowess deck is so good. It's very fast when it needs to be, has the ability to put a bunch of threats, but also against these like sorcery speed removal, it makes your opponent's removal like kind of line up pretty awkwardly sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's really the goal, and I think Bob's done a great job, like I said, with his posturing so far. Now, here's really the test. Here is, kind of exactly really the predicted. This has been very telegraphed, and we've been talking about this for 2-3 turns at this point, is, hey, based on no turn 1 play, got to be overloaded on 2s. Okay, if you're overloaded on 2s, what do you do first? Okay, you plot Slick Shot. Okay, so now it's screaming that there's going to be a turn 3 Corey Steelcutter. So you've had turns to think about this and plan for it, and Bob, still seems a little unsure in this spot. Or he could just be really doing some critical math here.
Kind of glimpse of the front of Jake's hand. It looks like there was a preordain there, so deciding to not play the preordain and just hold up. My guess would probably be Unholy Heat.
Yeah,
because remember, given that there was nothing on turn 1, we expected there to be a little bit more reactive cards on Jake's side of things. So, and that means if Bob does go for the sack Ajani flip line, then the Heat could take care of the Ajani before it actually gets the flip. And that was the decision for Bob too, right? It's like if you flip the Ajani main phase, that plays around a kill spell, but then you're opening up the Ajani to just get killed by the Slick Shot.
Right. Gonna go ahead and use a Galvanic Discharge on the Slick Shot. think we might be on end step. So this is kind of the infect trick, right? We're playing around additional mutagenic growth stuff so that you don't get just a huge hit in combat. So we actually took the hit there for 3, I believe, thanks to the Mishra's Bauble, which was a pretty key piece to have. And actually going for an end step galvanic discharge. Like I said, just to prevent that extra blowout potential that something like mutagenic growth into the violent urge could suddenly dial up. So really heads up play. Like I said, really like the patience and the posturing here from Bob. Still at a fairly healthy 12, now getting to untap with Ajani and the bombardment, and it looks like Seasoned Pyromancer, Wear Tear. We got some pieces. How do
Yeah,
we
a little
sequence?
bit awkward, because if Bob does respect the removal spell from Jake's side of things, doesn't really want to maybe go for the Ajani flip this turn. The Wear Tear is pretty big because that is Jake's biggest threat. If you just, shatter the Quarry Steel Cutter, and then maybe you just go, say, attack for 3 and then just pass, because it's Bob. I don't think Bob wants to give up the Ajani into 1 open mana. Especially if he maybe has something else to do as well.
Yeah, interesting. We could have gone for like a block. Like if your focus was just to flip Ajani, that's what you cared about like the most for whatever reason, you could just block last turn with your token. It's just going to die. You're saving a point or whatever. But your Ajani's going to flip, and then I guess it's still kind of a trigger. You still get got by the 1 mana because you don't have anything else with the bombardment. There's no real way to still play around it, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost like you're sort of forcing Jake to hold up mana if you don't sacrifice the token, right? Because if looks like he's going to go for it now. But yeah, if he's doing this, it's pretty bad if Jake has a removal spell, because that's going to trigger prowess, and then I guess you can sack the Ajani, so you'll still kill the token either way.
Yeah, you still get the token either way. I think that's post-combat here. That's why we're willing to do this. It's just like, okay, look, whatever. Like, I'm going to get a lot of value out of this. The Quarry's off the field. The Slick Shot's off the field. And if it works, it's high ceiling. If it doesn't work, I'm kind of still trading pretty even on resources, and I'm not mad at that either. So we're going to go ahead and pass the turn. Still have like a Seasoned Pyromancer in the chamber, which is lining up to be very good. Maybe even be just a draw 2 here in a moment. And now there's a lot of pressure on Jake to have a follow-up. But like I said, I imagine we have some more. Like, given nothing on 1, gotta have a lot of 2s, I think. So let's see what we got. Swiftspear the start. Follow-up, Preordain. Like you mentioned, he had that, didn't cast it. Now it's time. Thinking about these cards, both on bottom. New card coming.
Yeah, ideally, maybe wanted to find something like maybe a Quarry Steel Cutter this turn.
the busted card. I mean, really, Slick Shot would be good too. Anything that just can really turn up the heat a little bit more than a Swiftspear. You need a little bit more pressure, I think, to really force Bob to make some game actions he doesn't really want to make. So I think Bob would like to take a turn off here, to just not have to answer something in play. Just kind of be able to use the Seasoned Pyromancer. Maybe we have a backup Ajani. I can't really tell. Wants to do some kind of catching up, let's say, on the battlefield, I think, does Bob. And I don't really know how many more removal spells he has access to. He's used a lot.
Yeah, Bob also didn't play a land last turn, I don't think. I see a Discharge.
Oh, sure. We should go back to Discharge. That's pretty good.
Discharge Pyromancer. Ooh, okay. So Metagenic is going to get this to 5 toughness?
Yeah, that's 1 point out of range because we had 1 leftover energy. So it's actually only 1 out of range.
Yeah, I guess if Bob has any way to put a creature on the battlefield, he can use all 4 energy and then sack the creature to bombardment to potentially threaten to kill the Swiftspear. That line kind of gets blown out if Jake has another follow-up spell, because then 1 more prowess trigger will get that out of range. But
these exchanges actually seem okay for Bob, right? Like if the bolts aren't going face, that's kind of fine. You're at a low life total. And like if we so
Galvanic Discharge was just healing self.
Yeah, exactly. And if we have a follow-up Ajani here, we can throw the token at the Swiftspear to pick the Swiftspear off, and then he has to have something else, and then we can just use the follow-up Ajani. Nice.
Yeah, the Ajani is brutal here, because then if Jake doesn't have a castable spell here, he's gonna lose the Swiftspear and the Ajani's gonna flip.
But looks like Jake is spell. It's a heat. But again, this exchange isn't even that bad, right? Because it's 1 more point. We just throw the Ajani too, and that gets it all. And now we know with the leftovers is a Seasoned Pyromancer that threatens to refill Bob's hand, and this could just be an okay spot. All these removal spells and all this stuff has been going at creatures, not at his face, and he's at a kind of okay life total given how low we are on resources. Although Expressive Iteration can change that.
Well, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Jake was running out of gas, and then all of a sudden now he's not running out of gas.
Really weird how that works. Has to grab
But
an
these
if
are
we want to play a 2.
these are the games that, so if you basically go back and look at the other games that we've seen of this matchup, this is sort of how most of them have been playing out, except for every other time the Boros player has had Flage. So this is what the game looks like when the Boros player doesn't have Flage. And it's like, where Bob's at 9, that's not, I mean, it's a relatively healthy life total, but given how explosive the prowess deck can be, is sort of in danger of dying at a moment's notice. The bombardment plus pyromancer will help a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be a big. I mean, that's Bob's big refill card, and right, and it's not really worried about it getting necessarily tagged. As here is a seasoned Pyromancer, so only one card in hand. So that's going to be card advantage. Away goes the Oscillate Pride. Kind of awkward there. Can't deploy that one first. Would really probably like a straight draw too, but gets a token for his trouble. And 2 cards coming here for Bob again. Like you said, looking for Flage, and it's funny you mentioned this is what the game looks like without Flage. Yeah, close, but he did find a Flage. I see one.
No 4th land though.
No 4th land. It's all right. We got time. We need to turn off to deploy it anyway. Has the arena already as well, and with no threat last turn from Jake. I mean, that's really what Bob wants to see. He's been looking for a moment to deploy this season Pyromancer, I think, for most of the game. Just looking for a single turn off that he can take. And now both players at 9.
Notably, with Jake at 9, it's not going to take much for that Flage to just end the game on the spot. That the ETB is going to put Jake to 6, and then it'll just be lethal immediately on the next turn, assuming Bob can find land 4. Jake really needs to deploy a threat this turn. Ideally, obviously, Cutter or Slick Shot. Just needs to find some way to try to close this game out before Bob. And, Jake knows the presence of Flage. He knows that's how he's losing this game. Well, that's a good start.
Cutter. Follow up. Preordains a solid follow up. Thought about it there for a second. Yeah, that's going to trigger the Steel Cutter. So here comes a 2/2 prowess. Ooh, is there a bolt in that mix? Ooh, there's a bolt.
Top? Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's a top.
You don't want to see that if you're Bob.
No, you don't. No, you don't. But there's a lightning bolt among the mix, which does threaten a lot of damage with Bob at a nice even 9.
And I wonder if Jake even... Jake attacks. I think if you're Bob, you probably double block. Because you're basically giving Jacob an option to, okay, well, if you want to cast a spell to trigger prowess, I have 2 things in play. Your creature is a 2/2 currently. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's a dart in the graveyard. It's kind of hard to tell, but I don't think we've seen a dart yet.
I think I remember a dart. I think we just cast it going face. I think there's a dart. And I actually think that's the critical piece here. I think this double block is attractive. You might be dead either way. If last card's bolt, I don't know that you can cover the bolt from Jake here if you're Bob. But I think the dart face up is a big piece of the equation, assuming both players are aware of it. Because now, Jake doesn't really need to have anything. He can just say, okay, push this in front. All right, dart. Oh, we have a dart out of hand.
Oh, boy.
Is that just lethal right now?
No. So Bob goes to 7, and then... Well, actually, if there's no dart in the graveyard, Bob can respond to this and still kill the Monk token, but you might be right. There might be a dart in the graveyard. So this would be
second,
2,
that
3,
middle row
4,
there. It's a dart?
6. I believe it's... Oh, okay. So there is none.
Wait, how does that even math? It's a 1/1 plus 1/1 plus 1 plus preordain. It was already a 3/3. That dart should have made it a 4/4.
No, we're responding to the prowess trigger, and
I see. We did the bombardment trick.
Yes.
I thought
so there must not have been a dart in the graveyard.
In that yard. Whatever. Okay. All right.
So that's I think you're pretty happy if you're Bob in that exchange. That that
went great for Bob.
A disaster.
Awesome. But now the Flage is a little weird because it's like you can kind of go face, and I think you're supposed to. Because if you draw the 4th land, you want to arena it in, and then you sack it to the thing and do the thing. Here's a hit for 4. You're half dead. And now we don't even need to attack with it, like you said. We can just flash it back, and then damage plus bombardment's enough. Jake needs to assemble lethal from 11 this turn. Looks excited about it. Slick Shot's a great start.
I think we can do that.
Bolt plus dart and yard, and the head roll from Bob. He knows it's coming. Here comes a token. That's +2, so we got 3
8,
down to
5,
8.
6. I think it's 9. Yeah, I think he has one. I think he has one over.
Dart
5,
down to 7
6,
represents
7,
3
8.
more damage.
Yep, should be enough.
And that's the handshake. And there it is. Assembled lethal. Didn't have a land. Had a Wrath of Skies again. This is the second game in a row Bob's died with Wrath of Skies in his hand. Awkward card for him here in this matchup. Didn't even have a second white that game because he had Mountain Arena of Glory, so he couldn't even cast it there. Kind of an awkward piece of the mana base going on. But you mentioned this matchup way worse. Flage, no cover. Well, what if they just never draw Flage? Then what?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened. You know, Bob had a little bit of mana troubles, didn't end up finding the Flage until it was way too late. And, you know, I do think that Boros does have a not going to say a significant advantage, but I will say Boros is favored in the games where Flage is present, but that's what the game looks like when they don't draw Flage. So.
Yeah, and when he drew Flage, obviously it was way too late. It was really maybe one turn too late even. Really needed to find that fourth land. And, you know, a great run from Bob. Managed to get to 6-1 and play for a win and in there. You know, it's a great spot to be in, but I'm sure, you know, a little disappointed he fell short and a lot to unpack in that match. I mean, there was a lot of micro decisions back and forth. And I mean, that's the kind of magic I love to see. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit of an interview here. We're going to get to hear from Jake. And I'm interested as well. We heard from Rodney earlier about why Rodney selected Jeskai. And mostly he was like, oh, you know, whatever. It was just handed to me. But we talked a little bit about the prismatic ending and how it impacts the energy matchup specifically with Flage. Well, here we are now. You know, Jake just felled Boros Energy, you know, certainly punched his ticket to top 8 and did so playing the Is It build, just kind of powering through Flage in the one game where it was maybe a little too late off the back of things like Slick Shot plus Corey Steelcutter. So I'm interested to hear about that decision point and how Jake kind of landed on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Jake also playing the Violent Urges alongside those Mutagenic Growths. So, you know, the couple of different things. It looks like Jake playing one less Slick Shot show off. So some interesting things to go over. And yeah, as you mentioned, you know, it's if you're looking at the main deck, not really an answer to Flage in there. But like you said, just kind of power through it or hope they don't draw it. And looks like we're almost ready.
Oh, wow.
All right, Jake, congratulations.
Thank
You punched your ticket to top 8 and an impressive final sequence. You know, obviously that Flage very scary on that final turn, and you managed to get it done with all the lava darts and stuff. So we've been talking all show long about the Is It Prowess deck. Obviously, it's kind of the deck of the tournament, right? You selected it. You punched your ticket to top 8. We're going to be seeing more of you and it in the top 8. Yeah. Talk to me about the decision specifically to choose Is It over Jeskai and why you landed where you did on that decision.
Yeah, I don't think it came up in the matches we were playing, but I was really, really impressed with Unholy Heat when I was testing. I thought it was much better than Prismatic Ending in most situations. Obviously, there are some situations where, like, you maybe want an ending for, like, a Deafening Silence or a Chalice of the Void, but those cards just aren't played all that often, and you can sometimes play through them. And then, like, when you need an Unholy Heat, like, nothing else will do the job, right? If you have to kill a Flage on your opponent's turn, or you have to deal with maybe, like, a Flip to Johnny or something like that, you really need those heats. So I was really, really impressed with the heats, just as, like, another instant speed piece of interaction. And when you don't, like, you can only play so many of these interactive spells, right? I already have 4 darts and 4 bolts, and if I'm going to play 4 heats, I'm not going to play Prismatic Ending on top of that. So at that point, it was just worth it to stay Is It.
Yeah, worked out
great.
I mean, literally came up. Yeah.
The other card that I've seen popping up recently, and you know, this is sort of more of the stock list at this point, is the Violent Urges. And I tried that card a little bit myself. I maybe have a bit of mixed feelings on it. How has that card been for you today?
Yeah, I have similar mixed feelings to you. A lot of times you can never like safely cast it, but sometimes you like nothing else will do the job. Same thing as the Unholy Heats, right? Like in my round 6, I believe it was, I played against Storm. My opponent like makes 3 Eldrazi Scions, puts 2 Past in Flames in their graveyard, passes the turn, and I'm like, well, I have to iteration and do exactly like Mutagenic Growth plus Violent Urge here, and I did, and I killed him. So like, you need to, I don't know, it just. There's a lot of combo decks in Modern right now, and like I'm happy to board them out pretty liberally, but you have a lot of card selection to like find it when you need, and it's another card that you can just use to swing races that you would basically steal games you would otherwise have no business winning.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I was mentioning during the broadcast, we've seen that kind of thing with like McCollum Bench Team or Battle Rage, even just Mutagenic Growth Team or Battle Rage. You know, through history, we've seen these kinds of things. And now Violent Urge, able to get it done for 1 mana, a big deal, but there's some conditions. And like you said, you know, obviously it does add some extra risk. So do you board in and out? Talk to me about the Mutagenic Growth plus Violent Urge. Do you just board out the Violent Urge to keep Mutagenic Growths? Does it depend on the matchup? Or do you kind of view those as a package? Because I've seen them as a package throughout history. So here's your thought.
I definitely see them as mostly a package, but because we're like a Dragon's Rage channel or preordained expressive iteration Mishra's Bauble deck, we see a lot of cards. So whenever I'm sideboarding, I always leave like at least one copy of each because you never know if you're gonna need one, right?
Sure.
Except for maybe against like black-white or like the really solitude heavy decks, maybe I'll take them all out. But usually it's like trim a couple of each, maybe leave a couple of each in, or like one of each, something like that. Usually I'm not like boarding out all the urges, leaving in all the growths, or vice versa. Usually you treat them as kind of like a package, like you said. So
well, that makes a lot of sense to me. Jake, congratulations. Do you have any final shout outs? I know you got to get ready for top 8. I don't want to take too much of your time. Any final shout outs?
I mean, I've been testing with a bunch of the Minneapolis gang, PO, Harrison, all these people who you've seen on coverage a lot too. They've been helping me out a lot over the past few months to get a lot better, and I've been here a few times now, so it's been working out. So I appreciate,
look at you
appreciate
now.
all of them.
Congratulations. We'll be seeing more of you here very shortly. And so, go do what you need to do to get ready, and we have to do our end to get ready for the top 8 as well. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right. Well, that's it, I believe. I think that's it for our round number 8. So we are going to end up taking a very, very short break. And then when we come back, it will be elimination round time. These players are going to play for their chance. Obviously, they have win-and-ins in top 8 into the regional championship. It's winning an RCQ is the first round of top 8. But after that, we start to narrow down to crowning a champion, and through the champion goes all the spoils, which we will talk about again after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our 10K Modern Showdown and our top 8 very shortly. All right, everyone. It's your favorite time, my favorite time, Devin's favorite time. It's top 8 time here at our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland. We're, of course, in beautiful Mundelein. And, yeah, we're going to be crowning a champion here very shortly. Before we do that, though, we have some things to cover, starting, of course, with our top 8 slide. I'm Drake Sasser, joined by Devin. We're going to take it the rest of the way, and we're going to be watching these lovely 8 players play some Magic, some high-stake Magic here. We got Peter Tubergen versus Connor Clark. Jessica Sensi's at Prowess. Makes sense there. We've seen both of those players kind of punch their ticket early on. Same with Grayson, and Devin Slater ended up making it on his take on Orzhov Flicker. Got to see a little bit of him early on. Was doing a good job, but gets the rematch against Grayson after that really incredible slog that we watched earlier. And then on the other side of the bracket, we got Jake Conan and Ronnie Bettel in a wonderful Is It Prowess mirror that we will not be watching. And then to round things out, the matchup we will be watching is Alden Cates on Boros Energy versus John Wager. We're going to go Wager on Amulet Titan. So we haven't really seen a lot of Amulet today, and it's got a pretty fresh look. We're excited to see that, and especially see how it matches up against Boros Energy. Before we do any of that, though, we have to talk about what's at stake. I mentioned this is high-stakes Magic, and of course, this is, the second to last event, the penultimate event of our Season 1. What's on the line for these players? I'm glad all of you in chat asked, as here comes the prize slide. We talked about this previously, but everything goes to the first place. You get $2,400. You get 30 NRG points. You get a qualification because this is a showdown event to the 2025 NRG Championship. And of course, you also get a regional championship invite. And we'll get a token we'll talk about in just a moment. But you also get an Inkling token, custom token made as well. Second place, you get $1,200, you get 25 points, and you get a regional championship invite as well. Those 25 points will matter a lot because you're not qualified to the championship if you get second, but you get a nice boost on the leaderboard otherwise. Third through fourth, this is the final threshold for the regional championship invite. So you see they get $800, 20 points, and a regional championship invite apiece. So everybody in top 8 is playing a kind of the finals of an RCQ, if you will. They will get a regional championship invite for the top 4. And then 5th through 8th, $400 for the trouble and 15 points, and they'll fall off on both money and points from there, paying all the way down to top 32. Some nice high value event. Even those people that didn't make it still got quite a bit of money and points for their time. Now, I mentioned earlier we'd be talking about the tokens a little bit more. I want to talk about that as the final piece of the puzzle for the first place prize. You get a custom token. All Showdown winners receive a custom token by Inkling Customs. You can check her out, inklingcustoms.com. These are incredible stuff, really. You get a lot of say in the composition. And I mean, look at the colors, look at the illustrations. Just a very, very talented artist, and someone we're happy here at NRG to work with consistently through all of our 2025 season. And yeah, all Showdowns receive a token too. So, if 2 invites and all these points, all that money isn't enough, token for your trouble as well. Well, that's what's on the line for all these players. As we do go down to the match, we see John Wager on the left on Amulet Titan. We see Alden Cates on the right on Boros Energy. Devin, I just talked a lot. Time for you. Talking about this matchup.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, we have not seen a lot of this Amulet Titan deck, and we were having a conversation during the break about how the Amulet deck has sort of morphed over the past couple of years. Long gone are the days of playing Hive Mind and Summer Bloom. Well, not allowed to play that card anymore.
Yeah,
but right now the Amulet deck looks a little bit different than you may have seen it before. There's playing 4 copies of Scape Shift, which is interesting because the Amulet deck can actually set up a kill without involving Primeval Titan. Can start without involving Primeval Titan. Scape Shift with an Amulet, make a bunch of mana, T-West, get the Titan that way with the bounce lane, and then kind of go off from there. Also playing 1 Aftermath Analyst to set up a loop where once you have Lotus Field, Teleria West, bounce land, you can go, pact for Analyst back a bunch of lands, bounce land, pick up the West, and then go get a Titan and kind of go from there. As far as the matchup is concerned, I mean, this is really just going to be Alden trying to provide as much pressure as possible and try to just get the game over with before John can assemble a kill. Looking at John's
looks like he's doing a good job.
Here, no
Pride on 1,
so
Johnny
far.
on 2. We're cat flooded over here. Is Alden as just a turn 2 Simic Growth Chamber, pick up your land, which was an Urza's Cave, discard to hand size Spelunking, not the explosive hands that this Amulet deck is known for, right? Throughout history, this deck has had a turn 2 kill available. If you just go Amulet, bounce land, things get crazy. And we don't have that now, as here comes a big attack. Follow-up is your favorite card from the new set, Voice of Victory.
Love it.
Able to stop any kind of instant speed shenanigans, but more importantly, adds 3 more points of pressure. So what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9. And then, of course, the Ocelot Prize is going to go crazy after we get the mobilized trigger. So that will make everything crazy. So this is a 2-turn clock. Setting up for a... I can't imagine this life total is correct. He might just be dead next turn. And I think that's what John's doing the math on right now. Are we just dead on turn 4?
So we took 1 on turn 2, and then we took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 last turn. So I believe John should be at 14. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you mentioned, 9 power in play. If Alden has something like a bombardment, we're done here.
Yeah, we're super
A
done.
Flage wouldn't quite be enough. That gets you to 12. So yeah, I think bombardment might be the only thing that Alden has to close out the game this turn, but I believe there are 3 copies.
3's right.
Yeah, three bombardment in Alden's deck list. So looking for one of those. Maybe he already has it rolled up.
Well, this elegant parlor would be quite the just flex if we had it rolled up. These players tend to know each other. We've seen a lot of just, here you go, I have this, you're dead. So maybe still looking for it, like you said. Arena of Glory picked up. Don't know if that one will matter too much. 3 lands in the yard, but John did deploy Spelunking, so we have an untapper. We have an untap effect. So John obviously knows that the pressure's on. He needs to make something happen on his turn 4, assuming he gets one.
I did see a Flage in Alden's hand. So if Alden has, it looks like Flage, Discharge, and then a white card that I can't quite get a good look at. Is that a prison? I think it's a prison.
If it's prison, that's a disaster. Oh, so we're killing our own cat from Ocelot Pride to flip a Johnny. How does that change the math?
Oh, so what's really interesting about this, Drake, is so you'll notice no red permanents right now, right?
Yeah.
Guess what color tokens Voice of Victory makes?
Are they red?
The answer is red. Okay,
Oh,
well,
they
we're
are
actually
red
just
warriors.
putting
How about
counters.
that? We also have Flage too.
Yeah, did we okay, is this enough?
Okay, does this change the math?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think this is only
12
13.
plus Flage?
Right? 1,
on,
2,
so we
3,
get
4,
2.
5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's only
I
it's
hate
12.
this arithmetic simulator. Ah!
No, you're right. So I think it's 12. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's only 10. Yeah, he's going to be short. So
Yeah, he is short. So it's prison instead of Flage, knowing that we're short. And yeah, I mean, John is hyper super dead next turn, but that prison's gonna be good.
Wasn't the Ajani 0 just lethal? Because we Ajani put counters on 3 tokens, which represented 3 damage. But if we just zeroed, that would have represented 5 damage. That would have been 2 more.
Equal to the number of creatures you control. Yeah, because you get to keep the
that
tokens
would've
till
been
end
enough.
step. So if you just attack with everything, flip Ajani's second main after the mobilized tokens have been made, that's a pile of damage. That feels like lethal to me. Especially with Flage as well. Okay. I mean, this is a tough puzzle. This is a tough arithmetic puzzle involving new cards. So I don't really blame Alden. It may not matter anyway. The Static Prison looking really good. Picking up the Spelunking. And yeah, John's just going to pick it up. We're just trying to find our favorite way to kill our local amulet player. As a very quick game 1, going to go to Alden Cates here. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of hand you were calling out. You need some quick pressure, and that's exactly what he had. We thought it was only Goblin Bombardment, but actually, as it turns out, being able to kill your own token really could have assembled lethal that turn. That's a crazy stuff right there. Over to John we go, now that he is down a game. You mentioned the new look of the deck. Look at those 4 escape shifts in the main deck. Love to see it if you're me. Let's take a look at the sideboard, though. We got 1 copy of Bajuka Bog, 2 Collector Oof, 2 Dismember, 1 Endurance, 1 Force of Vigor, 2 Fuel the Flames, 1 Otawara Soaring City, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Radiant Fountain, 1 6, and 2 Tireless Trackers. What do you like here in the Boros NRG matchup?
Well, John definitely wants to go towards those sweepers. I mean, as you can probably tell by that game, the way that game played out, Boros deck wants to go wide. That is the best way for it to assemble enough pressure to be able to close out the game before the amulet player can do their thing. So the 3 sweepers, the Pyroclasm, and the 2 Fuel the Flames, excellent. Typically, you would want to go towards something like Force of Vigor because you expect Blood Moon on the other side. I will say, open deck lists in top 8, and spoiler alert, there's no Blood Moons, so does not want to go towards that Force of Vigor. Given the sideboard of Alden Cates, like sometimes you would go towards stuff like Tireless Tracker and 6 to have alternate threats in case you get Blood Moon. I don't know if you actually want to go towards those, given there's no Blood Moon. So, I mean, really just the sweepers and probably the dismembers and call it a day.
Sounds good to me. I mean, some light sideboarding is kind of the way you want to go, especially with the deck being as dense in combo material as it is now. With that, let's go ahead and take a look over at Alden Cates' deck. You mentioned a little spoiler of no Blood Moons. Let's see what he does have to work with. We have 1 Celestial Purge, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 copies of Molten Rain, 2 Orm's Chant, 1 Showdown of the Scalds, 2 Stony Silence, 1 Wear Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. So the Molten Rains look good. Anything else?
Yeah, so four copies of Molten Rains for sure. Those ones will definitely come in. Wrath of the Skies is a card that is fantastic in this matchup. Not only can you tag a couple of amulets early, but also if John has a draw involving Urza Saga, there's not really a good opportunity for John to say like activate the Saga, because even if he makes a construct token, that construct token plus the Saga will still get cleaned up by the Wrath. So I like the Wrath, and then in that same vein, kind of like the Wear Tear as well, just to be able to handle Amulet. If you ever live the dream and you get to hit an Amulet and an Urza Saga, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wrath, Molten Rain, Wear Tear. Past that, probably not much else.
Yeah, quick noob question. Are you ever into like Orm's Chant as just like a time walk, or it's just they're playing land, so it doesn't matter?
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. There's what's funny about Orm's Chant is once the scape shift resolves, I guess you would have to resolve the Titan as well, or the Titan would have to be in play. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think once you have the loop going, I believe you can do the loop without actually casting spells, but that would still, the chant would still skip the battle phase. So it probably is still worth it. It gives you a turn, even though you can still, like, if you let the Titan player go a little bit too deep into the loop, then they can still just like do stuff with Analyst and Shifting Woodland. But yeah, for skipping the combat phase, it probably is worth it.
I remember like the Radiant Fountain becomes relevant in that moment. Like if you board in the Radiant Fountain just to have some like life gain, you can do the infinite life thing underneath. But I think you said, I don't think you can kill your opponent because there's no Valakuts in this build. There's no Dryads, there's no Valakuts, that kind of thing. But if you have the Radiant Fountain from the sideboard in your deck, notably none in the main deck, you can do the life gain thing, and you might also still be able to besage all of your opponent's stuff. So we might just be talking about nothing. That was my noob questions, because I know that it can be annoying for Amulet Titan players, but I just don't know if it's worth a whole card. When you're talking about things like mulligans and you're already boarding in a bunch of other stuff that we already talked about, that's probably way better. Like, how much stuff do you actually have to cut? I don't know. But I just kind of wanted to talk through it because it's something I was personally curious about. These players are shuffling up.
Like you mentioned, if you have enough stuff to cut, I'm into it. Like, you probably don't want any of the 3-drops, so the Pyromancers, the Fables can go. You probably go really heavy. You probably trim heavy on Phlagus too. So, depending on how much stuff you have to cut, I could see boarding it in.
John's starting on a much better turn one, I'd argue, than last time. We got a Boreal Grazer, which is going to do a nice job checking that Ragavan, and that puts in a commercial district, which topped a card. Liked what he saw.
Ragavan's mortal enemy. The
Bounce
sloth
land
that
was
could
the find. Explore the follow-up. Much better sequence. He found an amulet after we topped the Gruul Turf. That was the card that was on top. So this one's going to be land drop number 1. We have one more, thanks to Explore, going to allow you to pick up the forest and then redeploy the forest for Amulet of Vigor. Much better turn 2. And Alden feeling the pressure. Much, blockers in the way, little less pressures. Got some work to do here on the draw. Quickly fetching.
So, I mean, I guess for Alden, best case scenario, you maybe kill the Grazer, attack with Ragavan, Static Prison the Amulet, maybe do something like that.
Yeah, I think, Static Prisoning doesn't feel good, but you don't have like a Guide of Souls or anything that has like Energy Maker. It's like, how long are we actually getting out of this? And then Ragavan's not a lot of pressure. I think you need to get the Grazer out of the way. So that's step 1. Yeah, okay. So now we're going to start some beatdowns. We get another treasure. So that lets us deploy the Pride, and will also give us mana if we have Static Prison. And then I think you might still be in just hope he doesn't have Titan next turn territory. That is where we're at.
I don't know what the third card in Alden's hand is, but it's an Ajani. Okay, so I mean, Alden's leftovers are pretty good. It's a Johnny Bombardment land, so it does have the ability to just go land for a Johnny Bombardment, set up a big turn here. But I see a Scape Shift in John's hand. I don't think we have a fourth land. Now, the Titan players, let me know in the chat, but I'm almost positive that 4 lands Amulet Scape Shift is a kill. You might need double Amulet, but I'm not 100%, because with 4 lands Amulet Scape Shift, you can get 2 Lotus Fields, a West, and a Bounce land, which is 9 mana. Bounce, pick up the West, transmute 6
That's
floating,
Titan,
cast Titan, and then go from there. Yeah,
that's at least a Titan, if not lethal, out of the box.
It might be 5
Might just be
lands. I
hasty
can't remember,
Titan.
but
Well, 4 land sounds like it's at least a hasty Titan, right? And that's pretty good.
yeah, it's at least a Titan.
That might be the
Alden
reason
picked
to
up
move to
the,
some escape shifts. Oh, we got Fuel. Oh,
yeah.
we got Fuel the Flames, the very powerful uncommon from Aether Drift. Good little instant speed, blow up the Oscillate Pride and the Ragavan. That's why we saw no plays last turn. I thought it was a little suspicious, and I'm sure Alden did too. But here's a great follow-up. Molten Rain, your bounce land. See you later. 2 damage to the dome. Interaction
Light
from
'em
both
up.
sides.
Light them up.
Okay, nice follow-up here from John. We found a Saga, so that can produce some blockers, maybe buy you some time. Can also find an Amulet, ultimately, and a Spelunking. So leftovers just Scape Shift and the draw from... the draw from Spelunking. Yeah, so there was no land put in off Spelunking. Yeah, so the draw from Spelunking, redundant with Amulet, unfortunately. So the Amulet Spelunking isn't exactly a combo. It's not 2 Amulets, because one invalidates the other. And we have Bombardment Ajani.
Very interesting that we're hasting the Ajani. It's just 1 additional damage, because the arena does not give the token haste. Yeah, so it's just exerting the arena for 1 additional damage. I mean, it makes sense. Like every point,
if leftovers suck, why not?
Does matter. Yeah. And there's no Flage in the graveyard, so it's, what are you even saving the arena for at that point?
And like we talked about, there might even be Flages in the deck, so we might not even have anything else to think about there. And yeah, there's another token, a little bit extra damage, but at a healthy 13 is John with Scape Shift in hand and all these material to work with. I don't hate a spot. That Saga does need to roll up, and it has. Shifting
Pretty sure land
is
is lethal. I'm pretty sure land is lethal here, because we can go sack 4 lands, get field, bounce West, 9 mana, transmute West, 6 floating, pact for Analyst, 4 floating, sack Analyst, and then you just start the loop from there. So I'm pretty sure this is lethal, but we'll see if John's going to let us show us some magic here.
Yeah, show me the magic. All right, so here we go. We're about to find out. So the Shifting Woodland's already in play. Is that a problem?
No, because we can just get it back with Analyst.
Okay, so Analyst just gets it back because you get it out of the box. But that costs 6 mana, but we have 6 mana. Okay.
Yeah, we have 6.
We also get the Molten
Rain
Rain
get us 9 mana.
Bounce land back too. So we're not even just working with the leftovers from the graveyard.
Right. Yeah.
So that'll
it creates an infinite loop, because you keep sacking the Growth Chamber but picking up the West, so you transmute the West, and then when you Analyst back everything, you do the same thing where you pick up the West, sack the Growth Chamber, and then you can keep doing that over and over again.
Okay, we'll see if that's where we go. I do see a field, another field. Yeah, it looks like the 4 cards you called out. So it's Lotus Field, Growth Chamber, Tolaria West. So we're gonna do the thing you said. So that's got to get picked up. Everything gets blown up. This goes away, and we have, like you said, 6 mana in the pool, and some amount of it is green. So now we're going to represent that.
Yep.
As here comes the Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, 6 minus 3. Or 9 minus 3. So we have 6 floating after the T West. Okay, and he's just going to explain it to him.
Yeah, he just explains it to it. Okay, like I'm going to grab the Analyst. I already have a Titan in hand as well, and then you could just, I'm sure, go from there. Because like you said, the Analyst is going to bring everything back. It's all going to come back untapped, And then we have a Shifting Woodland 2, but we can actually just cast a Titan, make even more, and then, yeah, we're off to the races. It's multiple Titan territory, and things are very lethal from there. So a very quick game number 2. Much different tone from the Amulet deck in game number 2 than what we saw in game number 1. A little bit of back and forth, a little bit of interaction, a big improvement, and really demonstrates a lot of what the Titan has going on, even outside of just like your God draw turn 2 kill kind of stuff. Also just, all right, that was turn, 4 or 5? Like, you also just have a nice combo kill. And that's what I really like about this 4 Scape Shift build. I played a lot of Titan Shift back in the day. I was telling you that before the broadcast. And that was really the appeal of Titan Shift, is really almost on a clock. You could always kill on turn 4 or 5. You know, sometimes you had turn 5 kills with Titans or whatever. But for the most part, just doing like Mountains and Valakuts, like kind of the quote unquote fair way, even not even doing this stuff, you oftentimes had a kill on turn 4. Here, Amulet gets to do all of that with 4x Titan and the Scape Shifts, but you also just randomly have kills on turn 2 as well with your just double Amulet, triple Amulet draws. So it's a really nice, appealing thing. And, you know, now we're set up for a nice game 3. And I'll tell you what, the difference between Blood Moon and Molten Rain, I think, was felt there. The Molten Rain was good. It was not weak. But if it's a Blood Moon, I think the game looks very different.
Yeah, the Molten Rain basically bought Alden a turn, you know, because John was at a point where John had 4 mana with the Amulet in play, but didn't have the actual 4th land. And then at the turn after, he ripped land 3, cast the Spelunking, didn't find a land, and then found a land next turn. Where, yeah, if you mentioned if that was a Blood Moon, then you know, I didn't quite get a look at the rest of John's hand at the end of that game, but I don't know if there was a Besagem in there, so maybe didn't have an out to the Blood Moon, and that, like you said, that would have been a much different game. As good as Molten Rain is, you know, when the Molten Rain was a lot better against like probably previous versions of Amulet Titan, when they were all about like, I guess it's also better when they don't have Amulet, because that's when they're actually trying to get to 6 mana on the battlefield. But when they have Amulet, it almost just doesn't matter, because they're just making mana from, you know, multiple land drops and whatever. So it does get a lot worse when they have Amulet.
Tell you what, it's the exact same mistake I made once upon a time. Is it Phoenix? Take you back to SCG Cleveland 2019.
Oh, baby.
And you know, Tron was big. So you had a couple hard matchups, right? And Tron was one of them. You got Tron and Burn. Those are historically very difficult for Izzet decks in Modern. They were hard then. I played Molten Rains because it's better against Tron, even though it's weaker against Amulet, knowing there was a lot of Amulet, you know, on the SCG tour. Top 8, get to round, you know, you get to the first round of top 8. Play Sam Lawrence. He's on Amulet. I draw my Molten Ring, ends up not good enough. Sam Lawrence ends up winning the match, wins the whole tournament, in fact. This is my big takeaway. If it was Blood Moon, would have won. Would have won that match. I'm telling you. It's down to game 3. It was as isolated as possible. If it's Blood Moon, I would have won. It was Molten Rain instead. And that was a big takeaway. That was something I sat down and was like, all right, that was my moment. I learned that day. Molten Rain, not good enough against Amulet. Not the card you want. And Alden, maybe learning the same thing here as we approach game number 3, turn 1, Guide of Souls.
I did get a peek at a nice little white border card in John's hand, and I believe that is a Pyroclasm. And you know, I would say it's a one of, but John does have 2 other effective copies of Pyroclasm with the Fuel the Flames. So, but yeah, that is the important card in this matchup. Definitely, you know, like we said, with how game 1 went.
Did you not be able to find 3 Fuel the Flames? Is that what happened here? Like, why do you have 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Fuel? Like, I feel like it's really one of those things you want one or the other, right?
Well, right? I think there is some consideration to, given how much mana your deck can generate in an average game, the cycling, like if you draw the second copy, that's nice. But then when you're on the draw, sometimes your 3 mana card is too slow and you just need the 2 mana one.
Yeah, I guess it's fair. If you draw 1 of each, you would rather just play the 2 mana one and cycle the other one. So maybe it's just Galaxy Brain and I'm just a big idiot. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take a card good against Pyroclasm. How about a 3 toughness creature?
3 toughness.
That seems like it matters. Is Pyroclasm is just going to kill one thing, and obviously you have to kill that because the Voice of Victory alongside Guide of Souls is nasty. A lot of energy, a lot of life, a lot of quick.
Yeah, and for the folks at home, for the folks at home who don't know this, the way that Guide of Souls interacts with Voice of Victory, Guide of Souls triggers when an attack is declared, even if you don't have the energy. So you can actually stack the triggers to resolve the voice triggers first, get up to 3 energy, and then resolve the Guide trigger to pay. So even if you have not enough, you can still trigger Guide in that combat.
That's busted.
It's really good.
And here's a pretty busted turn from John. Spelunking into Gruul Turf. Pick up a land. Definitely set up for Titan next turn. And at a healthy 16, even with Bombardment in play. I don't love Alden's chances of assembling lethal. We'll see if Elegant Parlor can help fix the problem. Molten Rain could be good here. Like, if we're just trying to build up to 6 mana, like we said, that's really where it's good. It might be good enough here. Needs to find one.
The other interesting thing about Molten Rain is that, like, with the Scape Shift kill does require you to have 4 lands in play. So if you can Molten Rain one of them, John's on 2, then he's 2 lands away from going off. So that might buy you a full additional turn.
We'll see what Alden does have. I have to imagine if he had Molten Rain, wouldn't be thinking this long. So what are the leftovers? And how do you stop yourself from getting tightened next turn? That is the question that Alden needs to answer. You maybe can use a Galvanic Discharge with some like bombardment stuff to kill a Titan. It's really not where you want to be, but
once
you could.
Once they have the Analyst stuff going, I don't even think killing a Titan matters.
Well, theoretically, they'd have to not have the Analyst stuff too. It's asking a lot. Okay,
well, yeah.
We're asking a lot, and Alden's really putting some thought into this turn. He's shuffling a lot of cards. Maybe he does have a Molten Rain. I can't get a great look. There's so many cards in the end.
I saw Fable Voice.
I saw Fable.
At least those two.
I think I saw Galvanic too. Little old border retro frame. That looks like a Molten Rain to me. Okay. A lot of thought here. What are we thinking about?
Attack for 3. And then the voice would be an additional 2. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I mean, you got to fire it off.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's getting... Like, if you're not casting it now, when are you casting it? And again, not a Blood Moon, but might be good enough here. Thinking about responding is John. I think has the option to cycle to Fuel the Fire. This Voice of Victory being incredible just by having a 3rd point of toughness. These Pyroclasms, we drew 2 of them. You need 2 of them just to kill a single Voice of Victory. So able to still apply pressure despite having sweepers. Blanking those sweepers could be a big difference maker here for Alden. He's got another one in hand, too.
Yeah, I wonder if he was maybe thinking about... I guess if you had Besage, you would probably just fire it off. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and cycle that.
Here. You're an Amulet.
An Amulet.
That's not good when under Spelunking, because it just doesn't work anymore.
So you take 2 from the Rain, you take 3 from the attack, and then the Bombardment shoots you for 2 more.
I think it's a hit for 5 every turn, right? Attack for 3, 2 Bombardment.
Yeah, 5 a turn, and then
2-turn clock. Need to beat a Discharge. Oh, Radiant Fountain changes the math a little bit because Voice only pushes it up 1 more. Although not really, because you can play another creature. 2 amulets. Okay.
Well, John's saying, "Kill me now or forever hold your peace."
Okay. Well, they still don't
Another
work.
Molten
Right?
Rain.
Spelunking is just. It's not a maze. They just enter untapped.
I think Alden just drew another Molten Rain too.
Oh no! Well, I'll tell you what. One thing I didn't get the data on. 1 Molten Rain wasn't good enough. Not as good as Blood Moon. 2nd Molten Rain might be good enough. that might be a game winner there for Alden, assuming he drew a 2nd copy of Molten Rain there. That just very well might be good enough. And there's a 2nd Molten Rain. Away goes the Radiant Fountain. Boom. 2 more damage to the dome.
So 11, 8, 6, 4.
Knocks the top of the deck. It's another amulet. Oh, do anything.
I don't think that's what John's looking for.
Yeah, blank card's not gonna. It's curious. I wonder if they would be good enough in the absence of Spelunking, because that's just a buku of mana. I see a Summoner's Pact.
So I think his hand is Amulet, Summoner's Pact, Forest. I don't know what the other cards are.
Maybe a Titan. Yeah, Shake of the Head. Yeah, 2nd Molten Rain looks like it might be a game winner.
Just needed a bounce land.
Bounce land would have 4.
Yeah, bounce land would have given us enough for would have given John enough for a Titan. But without the bounce land, I do not think that John has any plays here. And
it's a handshake. That'll do it. Alden gonna go ahead and win this 2 games to 1 over the new Taken Amulet Titan and our amulet hero. Well, my amulet hero. I like an amulet deck quite a bit actually. Felled in the early rounds of top 8. Boros Energy going.
Is she the one playing Blood Moon?
Okay, look, get you a man that can do both. All right, I like Blood Moon, and I don't mind being Blood Moon. Modern's a fun format for me. I enjoy both sides of the equation. The only time I don't enjoy it if I'm playing Tron or some nonsense like that or whatever. Come on now, come on. We have a backup match, all right? We're going to cut down to the backup match live. You're getting a live look here at game number 3 between Grayson Nimitz and Devin Slater. This is a rematch from the Swiss, where we saw Grayson have a supercharged set of turns and some really unlucky draw steps from Devin in order to win a clutch game number 3 earlier. Can he do it again? Well, a late vial and no deafening silence this time. Corey Steelcutter already in play for Grayson. This looks like to be a better setup through the first couple turns than we've seen before.
Yeah, this was that crazy match that we got to watch earlier where Devin had, we thought Devin Sam was just unbeatable. He had turn 1, deafening silence, or I think it was turn 1 vial, turn 2 silence, turn 3 solitude ephemerae with flicker wisp backup, just had like the perfect start. And then Grayson never answered the deafening silence, was able to just find, able to just set up enough turns where he was creature plus non-creature, drew, I think 3 expressive iterations over the course of 4 or 5 turns, and crazy game. So yeah, game number 3. I want to take a look at Devin's deck to see how many answers we have to a cutter on the battlefield. So looking at Devin's deck list, 4 Witch Enchanter, and then in the sideboard, I guess Vindicates if they came in, and then Wrath of the Skies. 3 Wraths. So Devin is definitely prepared.
And we actually just ate with Emperor of Bones a Witch Enchanter. So there we go. Let's get a look at this little guy here. Kind of an underrated Modern Horizons rare, I'd say. Seeing a little bit of play in this kind of style deck. 1 in a black. Beginning of combat, you're trying to get to exile a card from a graveyard. That's either graveyard. So we hit a Witch Enchanter from our own graveyard there. We got Adapt Cynic Mechanic for some reason on a black card here from the Guilds of Ravnica series. And that, of course, you can only do it once because you can't activate it again once you have counters on it. So that'll make it a 4/4. And then whenever 1 or more counters are placed on it, so that counts for Adapt, you put a creature card exile with Emperor Bones onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. Haste, and then, of course, it goes away on end step. Going to go ahead and unholy heat that one, though, before it can adapt into a 4/4. So that's going to die, and, of course, the Witch Enchanter is going to remain exiled.
With a second cutter, nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the icing on the cake. We had 1 cutter, 2 cutter. We're going to go ahead and unholy heat. Now, they don't get the prowess. This is only an attack for 4. Only an attack for 4 on turn 3.
Honestly, Devin's only out here realistically is Wrath of the Skies. If you have Wrath, I almost it's gonna sound crazy, but do you have to fire it off now just to kill the prowess tokens to not die next turn? Because
we gotta be able to
a reasonably high likelihood. There's a high likelihood if you leave these prowess tokens to play, you might just be dead.
And it blows
I guess if you have a solitude, then.
Ugh.
Yeah, I guess if you have a solitude, then maybe you can solitude ephemerate does kind of clean things up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dragon's Rage Channeler, a great start.
Worth noting, Devin didn't play a land that turn. So even if he has one of the 3 Wraths, cannot Wrath for 2 next turn.
Yeah, that's off the menu. Follow up, gotta have something. Grayson's got a bunch of cards at hand. Bolt into the Floodmaw. It sure is. See that Vial later, and that's going to trigger both Steel Cutters.
Dude, Floodmaw's real nice against Vial. Oh, baby.
Do we have to gift a fish to bounce the Vial? Is that how this has to work?
Who cares? Let him have a fish. It's on the house.
It's on the house.
We have to get the fish, though.
Yeah, we're going to make an Emperor in response. Yeah, we're still in response here. Spell's not yet resolved.
You got Delirium yet? Where are we looking here? I can't see.
Can't really see. Yeah, can't get a great look.
Instant, artifact, presumably land, because you always have a fetch land, and then whatever that top card is. I don't know. Is that
that's Unholy Heat? Is the you're talking about the very first card in the graveyard? Yeah, I have no idea what that is. About to find out, I guess, is we're going to Unholy Heat the Emperor of Bones as well. That'll trigger the Surveil once again. Looks like another heat. Yeah, we're going to leave that one on top. Thank you. Might be Beat Street. Is this lethal?
Is this 12? I think it is Xaxes.
Well, we have a push, so no longer Xaxes.
I believe it's 9.
The leftovers don't look good to me. Yeah, because we just
this is a spot where you need the Wrath of the Skies, but even if you have the Wrath, given that you didn't play a land last turn, it's not even good enough because the Wrath can only take care of one, even if you have a land next turn, it's one, ones and zeros, but then Grayson would still have the 2 cutters in play. So
yeah, and there's literally a step or two later, we're talking about lethal out the box. All right, big draw step for Devin, down to 3. A lot of cards in hand. Needs a land. Did not look like he found one. Found an Overlord. And I don't think we ticked up our vial.
yeah, I don't think so.
Assume that is a vial.
It is.
Okay, we've drawn.
Can Overlord to find a Solitude.
You're
But
cooking.
then
We're still missing a land
yes.
to ephemerate.
Yeah, still dead on board, right? Solitude kill the one that has the cutter on it. That's still, even without Delirium, that's still 3 damage.
Yeah. I think. Ugh.
It's not great.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a sequence here, and I'm not seeing a whole lot. We said this before with these 2 players. It's Devin's time to find the Houdini way out. We've seen it from Grayson. Can Devin Houdini his way out of this?
I guess if you have the Wrath of the Skies, you can do it for 0 and just hope that Grayson has a land in hand and draws a land. But we don't even have that. Jeez.
Okay. 2 removal spells. All right, Lightning Bolt's just lethal, so we don't have anything to think about. Grayson says, see you later. Bolt your face. Get out of here. Out of here. See you later. Deafening Silence in hand. Unfortunate sequence there for Devin. And, you got the rematch. It went to game 3 again. Obviously somewhat of a close match, but both times Grayson has managed to advance. And for that reason, he's going to advance into the top 4. So that was a quick top 8. That was a quick first 2 matches. The other 2 matches are close to done. Then we're going to be motoring through this top 8 quite quickly. These decks very powerful, and so far it looks like these energy decks and these prowess decks look to be quite strong.
Yeah, Corey Stillcutter. I've seen some of the Boros energy decks incorporate Corey Stillcutter. I don't think any of our players in top 8 have it, unfortunately. But yeah, Corey Stillcutter is one heck of a Magic card. And, Voice of Victory, too, was another thing that we really got to see show off in that one of those games there. Just, some new cards from Tarkey are making an impact.
I've talked about earlier, some of the gameplay mechanics with this Corey Stillcutter card feel a lot like Vintage. And, as such, it is having a massive impact on Vintage. But thankfully, the card's very expensive. So if you want to play Vintage and you don't want to deal with more Corey Stillcutter, I have a path for that for you. How about Value Vintage, an official side event at all of our events, which we're going to be talking about more, of course, later on through the night. You can play this format. A little QR code for you to scan. You want to learn more about that. $30 budget. A lot of cards in Vintage are cheap. A lot of cards in Vintage are not very cheap. And that's what the cool thing about Vintage, right? You have like these hyper expensive Power 9 stuff. Well, you can't play that with a $30 Vintage. So you got to figure out how to get all the busted stuff in your deck, like Soul Ring, which is cheap, and what you can make shake with that. Because in like I said, Corey Stillcutter is like $15. Can't even get a set of those. You get like one. It's basically restricted.
You get half.
Give this a try. You scan to learn more about it. There's plenty of decks, and it's a nice low barrier to entry, little fun thing that we have going on. I recommend checking it out. It's a lot of fun and a great way to use some really powerful cards and have quite a bit of fun at our NRG events. Anyways, that'll do it for our quarterfinals. Wow, brain work. Our quarterfinals here in Chicagoland. We'll be back for our semifinals at our 10K Modern Showdown in Chicagoland. Don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back. All right, I mentioned it was going to be a short break, and it sure was. We're back here with the semifinals of our $10,000 Modern Showdown in Chicagoland, part of our Season 1 of the NRG series. I'm Drake Sasser, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and we're going to be bringing you the last two matches. The rest of the way, there've been some lightning fast magic, Modern kind of a return to form, blowing the doors off of your opponent and winning the game very quickly. Let's see very quickly what we have left to work with. Who our final four players are. We have Connor Clark versus Grayson Nimitz on the left side of the bracket. That's an Is It Prowess mirror. And on the right, we have Rodney Bettle versus Alden Cates. That's an Is It Prowess versus Boros Energy. 3 Is It Prowess, 1 Boros Energy. Somehow, Boros Energy has found itself the hero of our story. After being a menace in Modern for so long, the newcomer is taking over. Will Alden be able to fell the onslaught of Is It Prowess? I don't know, but we're going to find out here in just a moment, as that is the match we're going to be watching. All 4 of these players in contention to win it. And we're going to see if NRG can take it down or if the 3 out of 4 Prowess can get the job done. If you're Devin, you said you like the chances if you're NRG, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the matchup a couple of times, and it's kind of gone, one way or the other. I think it's gone slightly in favor of the energy side, but there was that one match where one of the win-ins we saw Prowess take it down. So I think the matchup is close, and it really depends on, like, play draw matters a lot. The specific hands matter a lot. I will say Rodney is actually playing Jeskai. So Rodney has the prismatic endings, which maybe are more permanent answers to Flage. So if anything, this is maybe of the 3 Prowess decks, maybe if you're Alden, the one that you'd like to see the least. But
Yeah, that's very fair. We mentioned that. We've been talking a lot about that, the various Is It Prowess builds and kind of where the iteration is at, which is, that's impressive in its own right. When new decks enter a format, there's usually an iteration process they go to say, okay, well, here's the concept, here's what we're doing, here's what's powerful. In the case of Prowess, that's been around in its own form for a long time, so you kind of get to copy some other players' notes. But for the most part, it's like, all right, well, now let's get this thing up to date. Let's see what it takes. And these early iterations, even being diverged, are still finding their way to the semifinals. And that's impressive in its own right, as we do go ahead and dive down into the match. Rodney Battle versus Alden Cates. They're taking a look at each other's sideboards. Oh, I love this. We got a calculator out doing some mathematicas, maybe on a split. Either way, as these players shuffle up, got to talk a little bit about, first of all, both these players' choice in sleeves. Look at these colors. We got pink, we got green. And I'll tell you what, high likelihood these players are working with some Ultimate Guard sleeves. Now, it's important to mention, Ultimate Guard obviously sponsors us, so they're great there out of the box. There's no other reason that you even need to support them. But also, they just make the best products in the market. They make the best sleeves. They make the best deck boxes. And we believe in that so much, we even give out sleeves and deck boxes throughout the event to our top 16 players. I believe all get at least sleeves, and I think the top 8 might even get deck boxes too. So little extra sugar. You leave with goodie bags upon goodie bags if you do well in our events. All kinds of stuff, invites, piles of cash, points, everything, tokens, all the stuff that we talk about, all the stuff we love. But even if you're at home, you should be buying Ultimate Guard products too. Just the best in the market. It's both these players. I know use them. I know support them. And we're going to start off with a turn 1 Ocelot Pride off of Sacred Foundry.
Yeah, and we like I said, we've seen this matchup a couple of times before. It really does come down to can Alden sort of keep the battlefield clear for the most part in the early turns, use a couple of key removal spells, and then whether or not Alden gets to find Flage. I'm pretty sure in the games that we have seen where the Boros player escapes a Flage, whether it's arena or not, most of the time the Boros player has won that game. The instances or the games that we, maybe saw the Prowess player take it down was when maybe the Boros player stumbled a little bit, missed a land drop, just didn't draw the Flage, or just didn't have it on turn 3. And those are the games where Prowess can definitely can steal some games. But Alden on the play as well, has a little bit more, maybe even just get on the battlefield before Rodney can too.
We're going to see the Lava Dart take care of Ocelot Pride. Guided Soul's the follow-up. And yeah, like you said, there's a little bit of self-selection here, because it's kind of like saying, whatever. When you talk about any kind of top-end plays, right? It's like, decks that resolve Jace the Mind Sculptors, like, they're going to win more than when they don't, just because, like, it's a 4-mana powerful play. Like, you're talking about something that you've gotten to turn 4, you're in a spot where you can afford to do it, and it's powerful. And that's certainly part of the equation, but not even necessarily, because we've seen kind of any kind of at parity between these two decks, really does just favor the prowess deck, because everything else the energy deck really has going on is just less powerful than what the prowess deck is going on, except for Flage. So there's really, like, even though, you know, obviously I think the energy deck's going to win most of the games that escapes Flage, it's especially important here, and I think we've really seen that manifest, and making that happen, even with things off Surveil, you've called that out as an important interaction for beating like Graveyard Hate and stuff, comes up as plot is going to happen to this Slick Shot show off. We mentioned that speaks to a potential Corey Steel Cutter into the, of course, free, thanks to plot Slick Shot show off. That's quite the threatening setup for Rodney. Can Alden do anything about it as we go to his turn 3?
Yeah, Slickshot synergizing very, very well. And the nice thing about Slickshot here, if you took a look at Alden's hand, there was a copy of Static Prison. So this is sort of a way for Rodney to like say, okay, well, I have a threat sort of, you know, at the ready, not necessarily going to expose it to the sorcery speed removal. And now Alden can't really use the Static Prison. And I believe Alden has a Flage in hand. And now he's thinking about, well, do I even want to put this Flage into the graveyard? Because then I'm tapped out against an opposing Slickshot. That could be kind of scary, especially if there's, you know, a mutagenic growth or a cutter and a growth. There could be some dangerous things here for Alden. So now he has to really decide, you know, the matchup is a lot about Flage, and even has the Pyromancer. So, you know, Alden has a pretty good line where he just goes crack fetch, Pyromancer, put Flage in the graveyard, sets up for a Flage next turn, but, you know, could potentially die next turn.
Yeah, just died to the Slick Shot show off. And yeah, look at him just passing the turn. He's like, all right, I guess I have the discharge. I'm going to insulate myself against dying to the stupid Slick Shot. You also get to fetch your second, your second Elegant Poller for your trouble. So it's not like you get nothing with your other 2 mana, but it's tough. And here is, I mean, kind of the expected play at this point. We see the Corey Steel Cutter, and then of course the Slick Shot show off as well. Beatdowns, no land played, so no threat of any kind of mutagenic, violent urge stuff. Still a little short from Delirium anyway, as here is the Galvanic Discharge going to try to take care of the Slick Shot, I think, post-combat here anyway. And so Mutagenic going to protect that. Little insulation. And in step, we're still going to fetch our Elegant Parlor.
Yeah, see, this is kind of the weird thing about Mutagenic versus Galvanic Discharge is, yeah, so Alden had no energy in reserve, so, you know, only was able to deal 3 damage. But once the Mutagenic Growth is cast, Alden can just say, well, I'm just not going to use any energy. So still has 3 in reserve, which is nice because that could potentially give him a trigger off Guide of Souls, maybe pump that up, or if there's a follow-up discharge, make that a little bit better down the road.
Yeah, exactly. Or in this case of the Static Prison in his hand, basically just means he gets to keep that around forever. So there's just a lot of uses. Guide of Souls in play means there's a lot of uses. Really, I mean, it's a Boros energy deck. It's going to have ways to use energy. And here, now our Flage has targets. Maybe with Mutagenic out of the way, the coast is clear to go ahead and gun down the Slick Shot show off that way. But looks like maybe not.
Yeah, see, now it's awkward because Alden didn't get to use all of his mana last turn, right? But he had a Flage, a Pyromancer, and 2 1-mana spells. 2 1-mana removal spells. So if he had played a 3 last turn, say Pyromancer, draw land, then he could go 3+1 this turn. But now he didn't use all of his mana last turn and didn't draw land this turn, which means now he's in a spot where, you know, he can't really afford, like, he needs to be able to make sure he can kill the Cutter, the Slick Shot, and now it just kind of feels like he can't use all of his mana, so just goes ahead and kills the Slick Shot, and then the Pride is going to give him a little bit more energy down the road too.
Something interesting I want to call it too, just this being the Jeskai build, means that Prismatic Ending is on the menu for Rodney.
Yep.
And that's pretty good interaction against this Static Prison here. So if we're talking about just being able to get your Slick Shot back for 1 mana and then start to continue to go off with Corey and all the other things that come with it, is here's Dragon's Rage Chandler. Here's the second one. All right, so a bunch more threats, very threat flooded is Rodney, but do we have good attacks? Yes, we have.
Cutter tokens a 2/2. Yeah, that's a fine attack. Importantly, do we have Delirium? What's the card under the growth? It's a Lava Dart, right?
Yeah, I believe we have Lava Dart, Mutagenic, Land, Mishra's Baubles. That's only
so 3 types.
Hard racing a Guide of Souls with no Slick Shot.
What's interesting is that if Rodney could just say, okay, you know, he's missed a couple of land drops, but he could just go for, say, on Alden's turn, Lava Dart, like maybe after Alden declares an attack, Lava Dart the Ocelot Pride, and then if he can surveil the 4th type into the graveyard, would have the ability to put 3/3 channelers on defense.
And yeah, that would like leave a nice double block against the Guide of Souls and really swing the race in your favor. That might be what he wants to do, even though it's pretty rough. I mean, you have 2 looks. Like, you have 2 looks to get Delirium and maybe try to set up a land. It's not a lot, but it's a really, really high upside play if that's where we want to go. Kind of just depends on how ahead Rodney thinks he is. Not attacking with the 2nd Monk makes me think he's a little wary of dying. Not just sending everything into its death.
And Alden still does have Alden still has, I believe, the Pyromancer and the Flage. So has those 2 cards in hand, maybe could even, and is aware of the Lava Dart there. So maybe Alden's saying to himself, well, I want to cast the Flage pre-combat, kill a channeler just in case, Rodney gets Delirium in combat. But instead, he's just going to go ahead and discard to the Pyromancer. But that's going to get 3 more energy and 3 life.
Yeah, that basically makes it kind of the same as Flage, right? So if you're talking about Flage gains 3 life, right? Oh, Lightning Helix, that's appealing. Well, with Guide of Souls in play, our Seasoned Pyromancer does kind of just make it 3 life as well. And 3 blockers is kind of like a removal spell too. So like, we're really doing a lot of important stuff. There was some consideration maybe too also to like Ajani plus attack with everything, and then a cat dies and you flip. You got some of that going on. A lot of options.
Yeah, so what's interesting here is the Guide of Souls, the attack, he actually targeted the Ocelot Pride, and Rodney hit Delirium.
Oh, yeah, so we got the high upside play. We get to do the double block on the Guide of Souls. Is exactly what Rodney's lining up. One of the Dragon's Rage channelers down, but now that Guide of Souls that was really posing a problem off the table. Now the only problem you have is that Flage that got discarded, because he did find land number 4 off of the draws from the Seasoned Pyromancer. So that's a big problem for Rodney, now down to 1 land. Needs to find a kill really like this turn. And from 15, hard to do.
I was going to say that was a really good sequence for Rodney, but then I realized he had to sacrifice one of his lands to do it. So as good as that turn looked for Rodney, which, was able to get the 3 energy, kill the Ocelot Pride, kill the Guide of Souls, he made a lot of progress in the battlefield. Just the mana woes, missed a couple of land drops, had to sacrifice a land to the Lava Dart, and now is just in a spot where, it not only is it hard to beat Flage, it's really hard to beat Flage on 1 land.
And notably, actually, there's no Violent Urges in Rodney's main deck. He's got only the Mutagenic Growth. So you just got to make room for the Prismatic Ending somewhere. So we can't really assemble a kill out of nowhere like that.
I think he has a growth in hand too. I thought I saw a green card.
Well, if you're going to do that, you would do that now. Just put it on the flyer that can't be blocked, right? And then you get the damage anyway. You get another token that attacks, and we're cooking.
I think he's maybe trying to show weakness and maybe maybe say Alden just says declare no blocks, and then maybe, the Mutagenic Growth being +5 damage on like the 2 unblocked ground creatures. Maybe that's enough. Because right now it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's only 12 if no blocks.
I don't think Alden's just going to say straight no blocks. Really, I think I like that line if we have 2 mutagenics, I think, because that's a lot to account for. 1's already in the yard.
Yeah.
I doubt Alden's going to block in a way that he's like, okay, whatever. If you have 2, I'm dead. But you could probably do some really nice blocks to beat 1, I imagine. But we'll see. He's putting a lot of thought in this fetch. That 1 life clearly appears Alden thinks might matter. You need your 4th land for Flage, so I feel like you want.
Yeah, you're going to fetch either way.
But maybe the question is for what? We're thinking about, do I want an untapped land? Can I afford an untapped land? What does that look like?
Yeah,
you can't grab a basic mountain. I don't think you have a plains.
Yeah. I wonder what the last card in hand is for Alden if he's thinking. Because presumably, I think he maybe just wants to go like chump, even just go chump, take the rest, and then even if there's double mutagenic, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's only 11 if you chump block the 2 ground creatures. But then I think Alden's also thinking about having lethal himself next turn.
Yeah, he has to be thinking about trying to assemble lethal, but it looks like we're really short, assuming these life totals are correct. 9's a lot. You have 4 power on the ground plus a Flage, no Arena of Glory to haste. If your card in hand's Arena of Glory, we wouldn't be thinking like this. So we've traded our 2/1 with the 2/2 Prowess token. taking a big hit down to 9.
Oh, so well, no, I was gonna say if the mutagenic growth was there, I was gonna say Rodney couldn't cast it because he would go to 7, take 4 from the 3 attackers, go to 3, and then the Flage would kill him. But he would have a blocker because the growth would be a second spell.
Yes, that's correct.
Interesting.
Energy paid for. Yeah, this is interesting sequencing for both players as we're very quickly fetching for Alden. He must think he has lethal. I'm interested to see what we have here. Do we just have like a bombardment? Is that just lethal out of the box? We have Guide of Souls plus.
Oh, this gets us the
Flage.
3rd energy. Now we can jump the Pyromancer token. So is that enough?
Okay, jump
should
is
be.
2. That's 6 plus 3 is 9. That's Xaxes.
Yep.
Yeah, we assembled lethal thanks to the Guide of
Wow.
Souls. Wow. Alden masterfully navigating that board state to assemble lethal there. And I think clearly played around mutagenic as well. Did an excellent job dismantling Rodney's game 1 plan. Like you mentioned, Rodney played really well with the dart too. So it looked like a good back and forth. If game 1 is a testament to what's going on in this matchup. Well, let's take a look at the sideboard. We've seen Rodney's sideboard before, and I think we might even have seen Rodney's sideboard in this matchup. But for those of you that were not here for it, and for our own posterity's sake, we're going to talk about it again. We have 1 copy of Blood Moon. We have 4 copies of Consign to Memory, 2 copies of Mage Bane Lizard. We got 2 Path to Exile, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Tormod's Crypt, and 2 Wear Tear. How are we sideboarding in the Boros Energy matchup? Open deck list this time.
Yeah, so presumably Rodney wants to go towards the Path to Exiles. We talked about how much of a problem Flage is, and that is probably Rodney's best answer to it, because you can also path the Flage when, like, if Alden has to cast the Flage for 3 mana on the front half, then you can even path it before it hits the graveyard, so Alden doesn't even have the opportunity to escape it. Past that, I mean, I don't think you want to go towards Tormod's Crypt. It feels like maybe that's a little bit too excessive because you already have the prismatic endings. So, I mean, honestly, I think it's just the paths. I don't really see a ton else here for Rodney.
Yeah, some light sideboarding. And then and we mentioned over and over again, this is what the white version buys you. It buys you some nice cards in the main deck to where you don't have to do as much accounting for Flage out of the sideboard. You already got it in the main deck, but prismatic ending, comes with its own thing. You got a 3rd color, for instance. Let's take a look at Alden. We'll take a look at his Boros Energy deck. Again, a list we've seen before. We're going to look at it again. We have 1 copy of Celestial Purge, 2 copies of Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 Molten Rain, 2 Orm's Chant, 1 Showdown of the Scalds, 2 Stony Silence, 1 Wear Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. How are we sideboarding against Jeskai prowess?
Mostly the same here against the Izzet side of thing, at least for Alden's sake. The Celestial Purge, very good against Corey Stokecutter and Slickshot Show Off. Deafening Silence, very good against the Prowess mechanic because they want to play a lot of spells. Although, interesting enough, we've seen a couple of times on camera the Deafening Silence not be enough. That being said, I don't think I'm not going to say that you shouldn't board them in, but you shouldn't be like mulliganing aggressively towards that card. I will say that. And then I feel like we've talked about this before, but the Orm's Chance, I don't know. It's a weird one where it's like there's some spots where they go for like, maybe they have like 3 creatures in play. They play like a pre-combat cantrip or something, and you can get them in a spot where it's sort of like a fog kind of thing. But I don't know if that's where you want to be. But I mean, if you just want to buy time for Flage, I could certainly see it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, Flage is what the matchup's about. And really, it does come down to like a key turn where can we Arena of Glory this Flage and just end the game on the spot? It's really kind of what everything has been about. Even though there's a lot of other magic to be played that we've seen, really that's what slams the door on the game for the Boros Energy deck. So starting things off very quickly is Rodney off of Sacred Foundry into Monastery Swift Spear. And the 1 drop for Alden is going to be the very powerful Oscillate Pride is going to enter play.
Monastery Swift Spear enters the battlefield tapped and attacking.
It does. It sure does.
It should.
It should. Yeah,
if
it
you're
should.
playing,
I can't believe. Why are we skipping steps?
I know, right? If you're playing Swift Spear, you just do the same thing.
What do we do?
I respect it.
Tapped and attacking. Come on. Oracle text. It's been updated. It's tapped and attacking. Back over to Rodney we go. Thankfully, Monastery Swift Spear with 2 toughness lines up quite nicely against the First Strike Oscillate Pride. Yeah, I'm losing my words as time goes on. It's just eroding. I'm getting old. My brain doesn't work anymore. Everything's bad.
Yeah, Rodney's got quite a few decisions here. I think I saw a Path to Exile, a Lava Dart, and a Core Steel Cutter in the hand. So essentially, the decision is here: do we want to sort of maybe be less mana efficient and kill the Ocelot Pride, or do we want to just be mana efficient, play the Cutter? And actually, there might have been a growth too. So what you could do is you can go Core Steel Cutter and then just main phase Mutagenic Growth the Swift Spear. And then I think if you're doing that, you maybe only attack with the Swift Spear and leave back the 2/2 Cutter token. I could see that.
I don't hate it. Don't hate it. I mean, you do kind of want to be attacking, and yeah, it's exactly what we're going to do. It's exactly what you called out. We're going to line that up, and we're in combat, so we're not attacking with the token because we're in combat. We are going to make a token. We're going to attack for a gajillion D damage, and we're going to make a blocker, and so this is a nice way to swing the race. Almost half dead is Alden already, going into his turn 2, and a blocker on defense there to stop this Ocelot Pride. Great sequence here for Rodney on the play.
Yeah, you do have to leave something back for the Ocelot Pride. Also, the nice thing about this from Rodney's perspective is it makes Alden use a removal spell. So, if Alden's plan was, say, like attack, play a 2-drop, now you're messing with Alden's curve, and that's exactly it. Alden, looking at the hand, I think he has a removal spell and then 2 2-drops. So now Alden's like, okay, well, I can't double spell this turn because I don't have 2 1s. But like, how do I want to get the Ocelot Pride trigger? Do I want to waste a removal spell on a Cutter token? It's a lot of interesting decisions here for Alden.
And if you have land 3 impacts the decision too, because there's some temptation to just go, go like Ajani here, right? And just like, all right, now I got blockers. And if you like, I just chump block, you get flipped by Ajani, that's kind of bad for you. Some stuff goes on. And then on my next turn, I can play 2+1 and then get everything. But if you don't have land 3, then you need even more to happen and go your way. That's less likely. Maybe you're more incentivized into the removal spell. But then again, if you don't have land 3, you also get more punished for not spending all your mana. So a tight spot for Alden. Great sequence for Rodney. Can he continue to push the advantage? Well, let's find out right now. Is Path to Exile in hand, among others. Lava Dart starting things off, a great way to do it on the
Love this
Pride. See you later.
And this play is awesome because what is Alden going to do if he flips the Ajani? Right? Rodney can just say, okay, flashback dart, kill your blocker, and then kill the Ajani anyways. Yeah, you can't even flip the Ajani here.
Yeah.
And Rodney could even still just go flashback lava dart, kill the other token. And yeah, exactly. And Alden's still kind of in a position where he can't really flip the Ajani because it's just going to be dead on board.
But now it's not even a good blocker against anything in play either.
No, it's not.
Piece of cardboard. Like maybe you're supposed to flip it just to fog this damage. As here's a huge attack.
This would be 3, 6.
Oh, never mind. You don't
3,
even
6,
get
7,
block.
8, 11. I think it's
Exexies.
Exexies.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I think it's
11. We had a Path to Exile too. Get it out of the way. You don't even get to block. Have a billion damage. You're dead. All right, great. That was fun. Everybody had fun. I'll tell you what. I love this deck. I love this prowess deck. Just gets games over with. Just done. None of this Nadu, trigger, none of this, all the other garbage back in the day. Uro and Oko, even, you want to go way back. Just all these like goofy, busted Simic cards that just gain life and make games take forever or whatever. No. When they break something on the like Jeskai, the Is It side of things, people die. They just die. The games end. And the games certainly have ended here, because we're about to get ready for game number 3. Remember, the other side of the bracket is It Prowess? If Alden can get game number 3 here, going to be facing down the Prowess deck once again in the finals. Now, Rodney's a little bit mislabeled here. It is Jeskai Prowess, which is a meaningful difference. We'll be talking about that quite a bit through the main deck and sideboard games, because those white cards matter a lot for the very important Flage Titan of Fire's Fury. But outside of that, I mean, mostly the same kind of deck, most of the same kind of strategy. Most of the same cards are good, as we see a little bit of sideboard swapping here on the play. For this is the draw for Alden.
You know what that might be?
What you got?
I think that might be the Orb's chance, where he wants it on the draw because he's feeling he's too far behind, but on the play he just wants to be more aggressive.
I love it. I love it. I think Orb's chance is kind of underrated. It's just like here's a thing to stop you from like, just give me a time walk. Just time walk you once. Like, I love it. I love it. Well, thank you all for joining us here. If you're still joining us here through the semifinals, I have to imagine you're going to stay for the finals. You wouldn't miss the finals after all this sweet action. Please, if you're looking to support Magic coverage, support the NRG series, and support everything we got going on here, give us a like, give us a follow, check out our events. I mean, we got a whole bunch of events coming up. We got one more event in season 1. We got 4 events in season 2. We're going to be going over later this evening. You can find them on the website as well. But one of the best ways is really just to support us here. You can subscribe, get some sweet emotes, lose all the ads like everybody loves to do, and of course, directly support us. You put money directly in NRG series pocket so we can make these events happen and bring this content for you. These players are mulliganing. I know you love this content where they're mulliganing and they're just getting ready to blow the doors off of each other. This is exactly what you show up for every single time. Well, don't worry. We're going to keep bringing it to you.
Just the mulliganing part of it, right?
Oh, yeah. So sweet. So sweet. We're spoiled. These Zoomers these days, we even used to use that term, these Gen Z Magic players, they just get to click a button on their arena and it makes a little sound and they have a new hand of cards. No.
They don't have to shuffle.
Yeah, we said we had to sit there and shuffle. And it's like 7 shuffles is enough to randomize, but if you don't do, you don't want any kind of under shuffling. A lot of that happens.
Can't do that.
Paper Magic. You can't let that happen. You got to cut their deck. You got to shuffle that thing. Get out of here. Speaking of get out of here. Guide of Soul's going to get prismatic endinged. It has been ended prismatically off of Sacred Foundry.
The deafening silence here.
Nope.
Yeah, I think Alden picked up a deafening silence for turn, choosing to cast the voice instead.
Voice over it. Yeah, that's strange.
Pressure.
Huh? Get some pressure.
I mean, it's not really the only play that Rodney could really make next turn that would make playing the sounds good is if he has exactly Cutter plus Bobble.
Right.
So I think that's fine. You can wait a turn to get it into play. Also, it's nice that Rodney will take his turn not knowing the silence is there, so he might do something like plot a slick shot or cast a cutter, and maybe the silence would then mess up the following turn.
There's a plot, so that does speak to the following turn. Now the following turn does still work under deafening sounds, right? If we're talking about the typical, all right, play Corey Steel Cutter, play slick shot, make a token bleep, that still just works, but you may not be able to have any kind of damage follow-up that you might want, things like mutagenic growth or whatever, what have you. So have to imagine deafening silence is the equation now.
Or if you have pending, you have to pending before you play the cutter, and then you can't trigger the cutter that turn.
Right. Maybe some awkwardness in the land. I saw a lot of white cards in Alden's hand, and I'm noticing not a lot of white producing mana sources. This is like the second or third time throughout this tournament we've seen this Boros deck have mana problems. What are we doing? We have fetch lands. Yeah. How are we having mana problems? How is this happening?
I mean, he drew the one basic mountain, come on.
Yeah, okay. I think is there 2?
But to be fair, there is 1 basic mountain and 3 Arena of Glory. So there's kind of 4 basic mountains in this deck.
And 2 planes. Can we get some duels? We have 23 lands. Get some dual lands in this deck. What are we doing? All right, I know.
Well, I mean, he would kill for a plains right now.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Well, now we get to do all kinds of shenanigans as here comes Lava Dart off of Expressive Iteration with Rodney's basic mountain and a Bobble.
Oh, wait. Is there any chance?
Yeah, so I think it's time to start doing lethal math, right? We got 1 spell, 2 spell. Lava Dart represents 2 more times 2. That's 8. Plus 1, that's 9.
We have Delirium.
No,
sorcery, land,
not yet.
Artifact. The dart's in.
We
instant,
will
right?
after Dart. Yeah.
It's not in the graveyard. Okay.
First, which we're gonna do. All right, that's 4 spells. Here's an attack for 9.
9 damage.
That's a lot. It's like half your life total. Gone. Back to Alden. Found a Flage. Gonna slam it. Away goes Slick Shot Show Off. And that's the important one. Very far from being able to escape it. Gets rid of the very problematic threat.
There's the
back down
to
lands.
Yeah, there's the White Source too. The other interesting thing about Voice of Victory, with the consideration of keeping in mutagenic growth against the red removal spells, Voice of Victory makes that plan a lot worse. So if Rodney had a mutagenic growth in hand, just couldn't even cast it against the Flage because of the Voice of Victory.
Right, yeah, you would just need it to push damage there, probably. Just here's an extra 4 to the dome. We found a Expressive Iteration, which again is going to be super powered thanks to the deafening sound still just kind of rotting in Alden's hand. That's the tough part of this whole thing. We've resolved multiple Expressive Iterations. He cast 4 spells last turn. It's just you look at this deafening sound, it's why are you not in play? Why are there no light sources?
given the way this game played out, I mean, obviously Alden, didn't know he wasn't going to draw a white source or what Rodney's hand was, but given the way this game played out, it, certainly maybe would have been a little bit better if he just played the silence over the voice. But
Yeah, the
I
damage
can
is not what
understand
matters here too much.
I can understand the desire to want to play, use all your mana that turn and then just kind of got punished because he drew the mountain and didn't have another white source the next turn.
I mean, most of the time we see these Boros decks losing. That's exactly how they lost, right? Is like they didn't get to use all their mana on their turn and their opponent did. Like the Boros deck looks so much worse when they have to do awkward things off curve. And that's really the equation here is look, we see Rodney spending all his mana again, lightning bolting away that voice back over to Alden, clear boards. But we mentioned before, clear boards favors energy if they have Flage. And we know Rodney's already been through one prismatic ending. Does he have an answer already dialed up? Well, it's probably on the menu. And yes, that was a land which represented the Flame Chase, and that's lethal.
Yeah, because he can fetch for Surveil land. He goes fetch Surveil, 2 cards in the yard, Flage lethal, that's 12. Yep.
Yeah, we have Arena, so that's, you just escape Flage, hit you. That's 12 exactly, and Rodney is dead.
Wow.
How about that? I mean, how about that? We mentioned Flage is the difference maker. If you escape Flage, you win. That's kind of just the equation. Alden was able to do it. Punched his ticket to the finals. Who is he going to meet? Well, let's find out. We're going to dive right into our backup match here for game number 3 between Grayson Nimitz and Connor Clark. This is it Prowess Mirror? Is there anything to analyze here? Is this just who's on the play? Oh, I see white. We have Jeskai lands. Okay.
Yeah, this is small caveat here. This is Jeskai Prowess on the left-hand side of your screen for Connor. Is it on the right-hand side of your screen for Grayson? One thing that I don't know if we've touched on yet, but the inclusion of prismatic ending in the mirror match, having a clean answer to Cutter seems pretty good because Grayson doesn't really have a ton of Grayson doesn't have a ton of answers on his side of things. So if you can be the one, have Cutter, kill their Cutter, I feel like that is a reasonable advantage, I would think.
I don't think so as well. And you mentioned Soulscar Mage because Connor's version of Prowess is actually the one that has a main deck Flage. It has Soulscar Mages instead of Slickshot Show-Offs. A lot of stuff that's a little bit more efficient. No mutagenics, that kind of thing going on. So he's got some important differences, I would say, over other Prowess decks as far as just picking apart what matters in the mirror. And I think you mentioned Soulscar Mage maybe a little bit better in the mirror. Talk to me about how that's going to manifest, how that might manifest.
So Soulscar Mage gets you into these weird spots where in combat, the text on it's a very weird card. And basically it turns all of your burn spells into stuff that gives -1/-1 counters to creatures. So for example, if you're in a position where like you both have a prowess creature, you're blocking their prowess creature, they play a pump spell, you play a pump spell, and then you go to say bolt their creature, that puts 3 -1/-1 counters on their creature. So in terms of sizing in combat, yeah. And notably, it also gets around mutagenic growth. So if you bolt their creature, they, with the Soulscar in play, if they mutagenic growth to give it +2/+2, the mutagenic resolves, it'll have 3 counters on it. And then when the turn ends, it'll die to state-based effects because it will no longer have the bonus from growth.
Okay, so yeah, that could be really important. And we see ending coming up right now as it's going to pick off the Dragon's Rage Channeler. 2-mana follow-up. It's Slickshot Show-Off for Grayson. And a follow-up of Double Bobble. That's 5 damage. And potentially 2 cards. Could swing the race quite dramatically right away in Grayson's favor. As here's a huge attack for 5 right out the box. All right.
If only we had Mishra's Bobble in Standard. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, is that what we're missing? Okay. Sorry, I was confused. I'm in between dying on turn 4 to Corey Steelcutter anyway. I was confused if we needed more or less cheap spells to solve the problem. Why don't we get Mental Misstep too? Why don't we do some of that, huh? Double Bobble. 2 triggers coming. 2 cards coming. And we'll see what Connor can assemble. Looks like a Corey Steelcutter picked up. I see a Heat. Maybe mutagenic growth, and the red card I can't quite get the look of. What is that?
Whole Heat?
No, I see the
Are you talking about the one below it? I think it's a Violet Urge.
A Violent Urge. Okay, all right. Yeah, a card I'm new to seeing in people's hands. Okay. Well, he's got the little combo then, huh? He's got mutagenic, he's got Violent Urge.
We have
Checking.
artifact, sorcery, creature, instant. That's 4 types.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see Prudent, Bolt. Yeah, that's 4 types. So we have it. Connor could just be dead here if he doesn't have an answer to the slick shot. Given a lot of thought to this turn, this definitely seems like the key turn for this match because it is game 3. This will determine the winner of the match. What he does here, very much impacts the rest of this game. And I don't know, obviously, how much he knows of Grayson's hand. Probably none. But just having that respect for slick shot show off is going to pay off here more than ever. But you mentioned mutagenic growth, really good at defending without something like a Soul Scar Mage in play. So if he can't find one of those first, things get harder. See a lava dart.
Yeah, and from this position, you can't produce your own threats here. You need to make sure that you get Grayson's off the side of the battlefield. So Connor can't even really progress his board state. That priority number 1 is just get that slick shot off. And the interesting thing is that even if Connor does find a lightning bolt, we know that Grayson has that mutagenic growth, and that's not even going to work. Although if the mutagenic growth gets fired off, then Grayson likely would not have lethal next turn unless he can find a 1-mana spell to cast.
Or just another mutagenic or whatever, what have you, anything.
Yeah, Bauble might.
And notably left white open. So, maybe respecting the ability to peel another prismatic ending here, have another land, and then be able to use that. And that gets around mutagenic. That works the way you want it to. Because he's got a mountain in hand there. Choose
thinking
to
about
keep
this.
the dart. Okay.
Technically kills the slick shot. That's a tough way to do it.
It's not a great way to do it.
Technically answer the slick shot.
And I mean, you have to respond to the mutagenic being aggressively cast. So that gets hard. We can't do it now.
Yeah, now
but we're doing it now.
Okay, I was gonna say is a situation of do you do it now or do you wait to see if Grayson goes for it? Because now the upside of doing it now is that the mutagenic is gone and you're taking less damage on Grayson's turn. The downside is if Grayson just went for it and maybe didn't have a second mutagenic, then you could have blown him out. And I believe that was a preordain. I think that might be lethal.
Yeah, did he just assemble
if Grayson
lethal?
goes for it?
I mean, I think at the point at which Connor is willing to main phase a lava dart to pick off a slick shot show off, that's the last of the pieces. He's got no more removal. So if I can assemble lethal here and I'm Grayson, I'm gonna do it.
That is definitely a show of weakness here from Connor's side of things. Because you would imagine if he had a bolt in hand, he would just cast on his main phase. If he's willing to fire off the dart now.
But if he had bolt, this would be gas.
the sickest bait of all time.
Yeah,
just
Connor, so respect.
Cast the worst removal spell to bait your opponent into casting the growth and shrug your shoulders oh man, that sucks.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah,
that would be so sick. The stuff of legacy for sure. Now, what does he have? Here comes an attack. Only 3 right now. Hello. Beep, beep. That turns it up to 6. Double strike. That's lethal. And it's a fist bump. Grayson has made his way to the finals once again. This man can't be stopped. He just keeps winning over and over again. I'm telling you, he's Houdini. He just can't stop.
I think this might be his 3rd Modern finals in a row. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but he's on quite of a tear in these Modern events.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because he's already qualified, so he's just flexing on people. He's already qualified for our championship, and now here he is again in the finals, going to have to face down Boros NRG in order to claim another Modern trophy. But yeah, I mean, really he's shown his range. He's played Belcher before, obviously played at Champs. He played something completely different. He played the Brood Scale deck, if I remember correctly. And now here he is with the Prowess deck, really just demonstrating his range and also able to just pick up the best deck each time and have a lot of success with it. So some impressive stuff from Grayson. And he's got quite the opponent in Alden Cates, who's done a great job beating down the Prowess deck so far. He needs to do it one more time if he wants to punch his ticket to the championship. I'll tell you what, our finals is going to get set very quickly. We're going to take an extremely quick break, and we'll be back with the finals of our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland very shortly. Do not go anywhere. All right, everyone, we're back, and it's finals time here in Chicagoland, part of our modern $10,000 showdown. I'm Drake Sasser, joined by Devin. We're going to take you home, and a lot on the line for these players. I mean, this is the final match, and as we talk about over and over again, you get paid out if you win events here on the NRG series. So let's take a look exactly what's on the line in this one match of Magic for these players. So first place, $2,400, 30 NRG points, and then, of course, an invite to the NRG Championship and an invite to the Regional Championship. Now, that's already secured here for both players as far as the Regional Championship invites are concerned. You see the top 4 all have invites to that. So we have a NRG Championship invite on the line. A little double up on the cash. The second place is only $1,200 and 25 points. Grayson so far has done a great job putting himself in position to be the 2025 MVP, given his incredible tear that he is on, but also he's a player already qualified for the NRG Championship. So I want to talk about that very quickly because that is not on the line necessarily for Grayson. He's already qualified. How the mechanics of this are that if Grayson were to win the NRG series, we would have another at-large bin at the end of the season. The invite does not pass down in the tournament itself. So if Alden Cates wants to be invited to the NRG Championship, he does have to win the invite. He has to win the event, and he has to fell Grayson in the finals. So there's money on the line. There's points on the line. And I think the points, despite Grayson being qualified, like I said, Grayson's in a great spot to make a run at the MVP. So I actually think, ironically, the points are worth quite a bit to Grayson, even over the other invites and things like that the players have already secured. And, of course, there's all that cash on the line as well. But that is not all. If you win this event, you also get an Inkland Customs token made custom for you. And we were talking about this before the show. I'll tell you what, some mileage is there to be had over the Monk token. Devin definitely said that's what he would select if he were to win right now. Corey Steelcutter all over the place. You can get a Monk token. All these players have tokens, and the players are wasting no time. They're ready to go home. They're ready to win some trophies. And that's what we're here to do, as there's still a trophy on the line as well. Normally we have a nice shot with the trophy. I guess I talked too long. Here is Guide of Souls laying some beatdowns in the face of a turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler. Is it Prowess, Boros Energy, Alden Cates on your right, Grayson Nemitz on your left. Final match.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this matchup a couple of times on camera before. I'm sure Alden has played against it several times today, just defeated it in the semifinals as well. And the one thing that I think is maybe the most important thing about this matchup is Alden is on the play, right? So, Alden is able to get to the battlefield first, and in the situation where Alden can get on the battlefield first, the removal spells, the cards that you would normally not want to trade for Corey Steelcutter, because that's, not really an efficient trade. The removal spells become a little bit more punishing because, Grayson's playing from behind the whole game, and Alden is able to amass a lot of pressure, especially with double Guide of Souls. Any follow-up creature is going to represent 3 energy. That's going to mean 5 damage from the Guide of Souls, and it's going to get the Guide of Souls out of range of those red removal spells.
Yeah, we saw that matter, I believe, in our previous match there in the semifinals, where just getting an early Guide of Souls jumped off of its own ability with those extra 2 counters, getting that 4 toughness was a really key part of just swinging the race. And 2 Guide of Souls, talk about trying to race that. Not easy to do, as we're doing a lot of thinking this preordained before bottoming both. Is Grayson. Sorcerer in the yard alongside creature and land needs just instant. I see lava darts. That makes it happen. Don't think we want to go sacrificing any lands anytime soon, though, or do we?
I mean, you say that, but Grayson under, really under the gun here, realizes that the second Guide of Souls represents a lot of pressure because it makes it so much easier for Alden to trigger the first one. And, even though Grayson doesn't necessarily want to sacrifice a land here, if his hand's kind of land heavy, wants to get Delirium for the Channeler anyways, then kind of does make sense here. Although, wait, funny enough, I think flashing back the Lava Dart means no Delirium, right? Land,
that
creature,
looks to be
sorcery?
accurate to me. Although I think we attacked and then flashed back. Maybe we shortcutted that because there's no reason to do it any other way. As here comes the Voice of Victory follow-up. Of course, the nice ad that you've been very appreciative of for this deck, being able to make 2 red tokens as a 1/3 as well. That has mattered additionally against Pyroclasm effects that we've seen. A nice ad from the Tarkir Dragonstorm deck. set for the Boros Energy deck. As here is another preordained follow-up. Gonna bin a land. Don't even want to land after sacking it to the lava dart, huh? Okay.
And one thing I want to bring up from last turn, Grayson on his second turn had the opportunity to play a Core Steel Cutter on turn 2. But because Alden had the double God of Souls, Grayson, and this is kind of what I talked about, the play draw dynamic, Grayson, sort of understood his role in this particular point in the game and said, I can't play this cutter because I'm going to fall too far behind on the battlefield. So yeah, that was a pretty brutal sequence because maybe if Grayson had the cutter in play, maybe could have done some more stuff this turn. But yeah, just a really awkward sequence here for Grayson, and also had to sacrifice a land last turn. Like if that was a lightning bolt, maybe this game looks a little bit different because then he's triggering cutter this turn.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's really the key is this cutter is not even in play yet, much less making tokens. Whereas, if the script's flipped here a little bit, then I mean, it's in play, it's making tokens, you're pressuring. And now, I mean, Grayson looks to be very much on the back foot from some big toughness creatures. Got a 1-2, got a 1-3. Dart. Oh boy.
Oh god. This is a tough way to do it.
I'll tell you what. I was going to say, I don't know what he's looking for, but I get the impression, we're doing the exact same thing. Attack, and then I think we're going to dart again. Yeah, we sure are. I don't think we need to do that even anymore because we found Violent Urge to hit the bin. But back down to one land goes Grayson, but down goes the other Guide of Souls. A lot of respect from Grayson for these Guide of Souls. You mentioned they're a big problem, but I mean, it looks like we're playing a legacy match. It looks like you've been wastelanded a couple times here.
Or he just resolved 2 dazes in the same turn.
Yeah, exactly. All that to pick off some Guide of Souls. And a lot of power to that card. And a lot of the pressure stymied from Alden, though. Only a 3-power creature attacking. That can be managed over time. Gives Grayson more time to deploy threats, but there's the ever-looming Flage problem.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're in Alden's seat, this is kind of exactly how you want the game to go, right? You want to be trading, trade, keep the battlefield clear. You don't really mind if Grayson is, just killing your Guide of Souls because that means he's not applying pressure. And this is exactly what we were talking about. The Flage killing that Dragon's Rage Channeler. And now it's in the graveyard for a future turn. Grayson's only on 1 land to Alden's 4.
Oh my god!
Like I just don't even
a fetch land too. So fetch and surveil. That's 2 more cards thanks to the 2 Guided Souls. That's 5. We have Flage flashback next turn. Or sorry, escape, not flashback. We have Flage escape on the menu next turn. Or no, we've already used both parlors. We've already used both parlors. I'm sorry. We don't have 3. We only have 2 parlors. Does need more. 1 more card needs to hit the bin. Yeah, it is kind of flashback.
Yeah,
it's creature.
I mean, just crazy how this game played out. Where it's like, I think, like imagine this game where Grayson's on the play, right? Grayson goes Channeler on 1, Alden goes Guide on 2. Because there's not a second Guide, you can probably let Alden have the Guide for a turn because it's very unlikely that he can trigger the Guide. The only way he could do it is second Guide plus 1 drop. So Grayson probably says, okay, well, you can have the Guide for a turn. Then I'm just going to go Cutter on 2. And then Alden goes second Guide on 2. And then Grayson goes Lava Dart flashback, kill your Guide, and I have another creature. And then you're basically doing that for the next 2 turns. Like this game looks a lot different if Grayson's on the play.
Absolutely. I mean, play draw, look at how aggressive these decks are, right? Like that's just always going to matter. But in this game specifically, it would just flip the script so much as here is a seasoned Pyromancer who's going to do an excellent job putting more stuff in the graveyard as we're getting way too many tokens out. Let's solve that problem. Okay, so now here comes Mobilize, going to be down for 3. We also get our token from our seasoned Pyromancer. Tokens everywhere. It's kind of the new face of this deck. But more importantly, we have a Goblin Bombardment follow-up, and I think Grayson's seen enough. I know about Flage, all this stuff. He might just be dead. I don't even know if he's just picking up. I think he actually might just be dead to like all the just sacking everything. It's a lot of damage. Well, let's look at the sideboards now. Alden, of course, won game 1. we'll start with his sideboard anyway, because we're feeling spicy. We've seen his sideboard multiple times now. We've talked about it quite a bit. I'm going to read it off for you and those of you that might be joining us now, just in case, because we have time. We have 1 Celestial Purge, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 Molten Rain, 2 Orm's Chant, 1 Showdown of the Skulls, 2 Stony Silence, 1 Wear Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. Any reason to switch how we've been sideboarding, or are we still just liking the normal sideboard plan?
Yeah, same stuff. Purge, Deafening Silence, Wrath of the Skies. Those ones are clear winners for Alden. We talked a little bit about last time Orm's Chant, and maybe it's a play draw thing where if you feel like in a situation like, I'm trying to think of, in a game like that where Alden is on the draw, maybe he feels like Orm's Chant can sort of help him catch back up and sort of buy him that extra turn. But it's really tough because then if you have a card like that, it's like, where do you even fit that on the curve? I guess like maybe on 2 after you play your second 1-drop or your 1-drop into kill spell. But yeah, I mean the Purge, the Silence, and the Wrath, those are definites. And depending on what Alden wants to cut, maybe lower the curve and cut some 3s. Maybe could do 1 or 2 chants.
Makes sense to me. Let's take a quick look at Grayson's sideboard as well. Again, one we've seen many times, but we're going to take a look at one more time here in our final match. We have 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, 2 copies of Into the Flood Maw, 1 copy of Meltdown, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Surgical Extraction, and 4 Unholy Heat. What are we doing here?
Yeah, so for Grayson's side of things, the Unholy Heats, we had an interview with Grayson earlier, talked about how he liked that card a lot in the matchup, so definitely wants to go towards those. Other than that, or no, it wasn't Grayson, but there was another, it was Jake. Jake had the Unholy Heat. So, yep, Unholy Heat definitely wants to be in this particular matchup for Flage. You could maybe consider Flood Maw, where if they, flashback Flage, Flood Maw, bounce it to the hand, maybe they don't have enough resources to escape it again. But I don't know, giving them a free Lightning Helix sounds kind of terrible.
Yeah,
so maybe you don't want to do that. Surgical Extraction. Surgical, another answer. Maybe you want to get it before Flage hits the battlefield the second time. But it all kind of depends on how Grayson wants to position himself, like what cards he wants to board out. We had a conversation with Rodney. Rodney was saying maybe cut some number of growths and some number of urges, maybe keep a little bit of each. But past that, it's like tough to figure out what else to cut because the deck list is really tight.
Yeah, it is. And I do actually like in these kinds of matchups. That's what we've seen from these style decks in the past. We talk about Teamer Battle, you talk about comments, you talk about even Infect decks. You want to cut a lot of the creature pump against the decks that have a lot of removal. And we know that the Boros Energy deck has a lot of removal. It's going to be bringing more in. So I do think we want to trim on that. I agree with Rodney. And I think Grayson's going to do a lot of the same. And I think it's going to be a big improvement, not only being on the play, but also being able to cut a lot of this stuff. As we move to game number 2, Alden 1 game away from punching his ticket to the 2025 NRG Series Championship. Of course, brought to you by Ultimate Guard. Can't thank them enough for their sponsorship and what they bring. And of course, the products they create. Additionally, Grayson got some work to do if he wants to earn himself another trophy for the trophy shelf. We mentioned he's been on quite a tear. I believe currently the leaderboard leader as well, and definitely going to maintain a hold on that after his performance this weekend, win or lose. And
he's going to have to get a bigger shelf.
He is going to have to get a bigger shelf. Yeah, that's true. He's got to get a bigger shelf, especially if he keeps this tear up. And then he's going to have a 2025 MVP plaque to add and, all kinds of great stuff. Maybe he wins the championship. Who knows? We'll see. A lot of magic to be played between now and then. These players taking a look at opening hands. Looks like Alden on a mulligan to 6. Go down to the match. We got Grayson on the play, very quickly fetching.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get. I think the players are just starting up here, so we'll get you the action in just a little bit here.
I assume I'm behind. Yeah, there we go. I just thought it was a me problem. There we go. Anyways, I was gonna keep talking. There you go. Fetching, finding a steam vents. I can see what's going on. I just need my screen to update.
See it in the corner of our eye.
Exactly. I'm prophetic. He's going to fetch on turn 1. And here's the Dragon's Rage Chandler. Got the Bobble follow-up. Looking at maybe a expressive iteration. Can't get a great look. It's kind of what it looks like. Okay.
It's an expressive,
sorcery, artifact, land added already. Instance usually the easiest one. So maybe a turn 2 Delirious Dragon's Rage Chandler. That's not bad. Grayson going to draw off on Dart.
It's always interesting to figure out, if you whether or not you want to play the bobble on turn one. If you, if you don't have the cutter, it's most of the time it's fine to play it because, especially if you have the channeler in play, you kind of know exactly what you're looking for. Maybe in a situation like this, if Grayson doesn't have the cutter, he wants to bobble to try and find it, or go along from there.
Preordain on top chooses to keep it, does manage to pick off the Ocelot Pride with the Lava Dart, and that means delirious beatdowns from the Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's 3 damage on turn 2, heading Alden's way. I mentioned play draw matters a lot. Definitely seems to be manifesting here, as being able to line up that Lava Dart to enable Delirium is huge. Guide of Souls, the follow-up. Another Ocelot Pride, the additional follow-up.
Pretty good follow-up here. The Flood Moss did come in.
Flood Moss came in, and we're going to go ahead and bounce, and we're going to leave the Preordain on top. So it's not even like we want selection. We already knew what was there. We just want the tempo. Get that out of here.
Yeah, I mean, setting up for a pretty good turn here. I guess Grayson does not have a third land, so can't quite go Slick Shot, land, Preordain, and then Flashback Dart on the Pride. But maybe he goes Expressive first to try and find... Oh, we're just going to go Slick Shot here.
See,
now here's the awkward
jam
part.
Dart? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is tough because now you don't. I don't think Grayson has a land in hand, and now with that Expressive in hand, now you're kind of locked to yourself into not casting it next turn. I'm a little surprised he decided to go for Slick Shot and not the Expressive iteration there.
I'm surprised if we're Slick Shotting, we're darting. Maybe that's just a locked in, but I mean, I don't know. It's one Ocelot Pride. We can race this thing with a Slick Shot. Come on, but just leaving Alden empty board. I think the Flood Maw actually plays really smart if this is your plan, because the whole point, we've talked about it quite a bit with these Boros decks, is that they really want to curve out. So being able to disrupt that curve in any way is a big, big swing. And so when we get to turn 3, there's a lot of 3 drops this deck wants to play. You have all kinds of like Seasoned Pyromancer, even just playing just Flage is where you want to be. You have a lot of things. Well, that Guided Souls doesn't get redeployed. So that bounce ends up bouncing it, ends up being a reflector mage of sorts, where it gets bounced for over a turn from when you played it. Or he has to maybe do some awkward sequencing with his mana and can really disrupt the curve that way. Yeah, here comes 2 1-drops that you're playing on turn 3. That's not using all the mana, even with a Parlor. And we have a Mutagenic to save the Slick Shot from the Galvanic Discharge.
Yeah, and the sick thing about this play is that, going back to last turn, that Flood Maw actually saved... it prevented Alden from getting 2 energy, because the Ocelot Pride would have given Alden an energy, and the token that it made on end step would have given a second energy. And if we had more energy, then that discharge would have worked through the growth. So kind of everything sort of lining up here perfectly for Grayson and just navigating this beautifully.
Yeah, he's done a great job. I've seen a lot of Preordains. All these surveillance look like they're fighting Preordains. Here comes another Preordain. Gonna ban a Steel Cutter because we can't cast it. And looking for lands, I see Dart and X. X does not look to be a land either, but
Dart Bolt.
Well, Dart Bolt's not bad.
So right now,
we're close to lethal.
Right now, this is an attack for 8, right?
Yeah.
2 spells?
2 spells, yeah. So that's 4, 5 plus 3. That's 8. Need 1. Dart's lethal, right?
Probably just keep one of them.
If we can get it in the yard.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have a land.
Right.
He doesn't have a land.
That's a problem. That's what we in the biz call a problem.
But I mean, with Alden at 1 and Grayson with a bolt in hand, I mean, I guess Flage killing one of the creatures would gain him 4 life, 1 off of the guide, 3 off of the Flage, but that still only puts him to 5, and then the remaining creature plus the bolt would still be lethal.
No fetch from Alden there. Gonna get 2 life off the back of this.
Is it 1? He can't fetch.
Yep. Can't fetch. Can't grab your Elegant Parlor. Wasted mana.
Can fetch now.
Can fetch twice now.
Okay, hold on. So he goes to 1, gets Mountain Plains, plays Bombardment.
Yep.
I think his last card is Bombardment. And then you go sacrifice the cat token, ping the Slick Shot. Ajani flips, and then you go 0 Ajani. Oh, there's no red permanent though.
There's
the Bombardment. Yeah, the Bombardment.
Oh yeah, okay. You're right. The Bombardment. You're right.
Yeah. So then sack the cat token, ping the Slick Shot, flip the Ajani, Slick. Well, no, I guess you have to ping the Channeler, and then the Ajani flips you 0. Then that would be 2 damage remaining to kill the Channeler, and then you have to sack both to kill the Slick Shot.
I mean, that's not bad. Empty board, but you have Ajani.
Yeah.
hate
Does
that.
he
I mean, it's
gain
one
enough
land.
life? Does he? Well, he has a bolt in hand. The question is, does Alden gain enough life to not die to the bolt? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's only going to be at 2
Right.
because he had to fetch twice.
Yes. I mean, Alden doesn't know he has a bolt. I'm not sure you could beat a bolt here.
Right.
I mean, Alden in agony over here. I mean, I like the line that we've come up with here, or that you've come up with. I don't want to take any credit here, but just like, if you can put yourself in wrath your board, I have a planeswalker, please don't kill me. That's not the worst. Yeah, okay, so that's what we're gonna do. And yeah, I mean, you just need to get a little lucky here, but we know we can. We know Grayson has a bolt, which is
Okay.
I love watching Grayson play Magic so bad.
That was good.
Alton's just like twisted in knots trying to figure out how to live. Grayson just throws the bolts across the battlefield. I love it. I love it. Can't get enough of this kind of stuff. Well, game 3 we go. Game 3 we go.
That reminds me of the Pro Tour. Which one was it? The Pro Tour. Remember the one where Calcano was playing Tron? It was the one that Jake won, playing to get Tron versus Scam. It was the finals, and then Calcano, like Jake had the Voidwalker in play, cast Thoughtseize, and Calcano just takes the Ulamog and like throws it across.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was so sick. Oh yeah, that was sick. Man, old modern Tron. Imagine Tron in the year 2025. Get steel cut. Tough stuff. Well, here we go. We got one game to determine our champion here on our NRG series. Now, this will conclude our event. We, of course, have a event for you tomorrow as well. But more importantly, we have a double showdown weekend coming up after this to round out season 1. Little fist bump before the match. I love it. The Indianapolis. You can qualify with your friends. Don't even need to bring Magic cards. Show up, play some Final Fantasy sealed with your team, qualify for the championship. And yeah, that's a great storyline. Something you'll talk about for the rest of your life with you and your friends. And of course, you have a nice, sweet tournament to play against Grayson. Grayson will be there. He's qualified. Maybe Alden to be qualified too. He needs to find out right now. Here's a Guide of Souls. And it's going to be very quickly Unholy Heated by Grayson Nimitz. Mentioned he loves those in the matchup. They find good targets. Did a good job of doing so here. As Ajani's the follow-up. Kind of the namesake follow-up on turn 2 here.
Yeah, this is kind of it. This is sort of like a is the game scripted? This kind of feels like a repeat of game 1 where it's, I mean, and this is just the play draw dynamic, and it's really hard to figure out a way to kind of break serve on the draw in matchups that are this efficient and this fast. But this is the same thing, right? Guide of Souls, removal spell. Ajani, do we have a removal spell? And those are just not the games that this Is a Prowess deck wins, because again, going back to it, those are exactly the games that Alden wants to play with Flage.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Just exchange resources is just inherently good for you. And that's a good spot to be in if you're energy. You just don't want to get run over.
Yeah. Number one thing, don't die.
No blocks here, I think, called by Alden. Interesting. I don't see anything in front of it blocking. Gonna pull Ajani anyway.
If you block with the 2/1 cat, then Grayson can just say, well, I guess it would be kind of a weird position, right? Because if you block with the 2/1 cat, if Grayson casts a spell to save the Swiss Spear, then you can flip the Ajani without Grayson having mana untapped.
So if the spell is Bolt Ajani, then you just lose everything, right?
That's I guess that's true. Yeah, which he's gonna do anyways. Yeah.
Whatever. Flage is gonna pick off the monster Swiss Spear. I hear you. It's the finals. Come on now. All right, so we have to find a threat now. Does Grayson? I have to imagine he would have deployed that first before Preordain if he had one. So good sign if you're Alden, right? You just flaged down the only threat that Grayson has. He's looking for another one. Does top a card off this Preordain. It's a land. Follow-up's the dart on the token. Gonna play the land, and that represents a redraw, but we're going back to Alden on an empty board. Gotta love your spot if you're Alden. Follow-up, Ocelot Pride has land number 4. So Flage is starting to loom over this game, and there is an arena in play already.
Yeah, arena is kind of the messed up part about this. It's just like there are certain games, and we've seen this a couple of times, where Flage hitting the battlefield without haste is a little bit more beatable, like especially if you have enough resources left over. But when that thing has haste, like gaining 6 life, killing two of your threats, and Yeah, it's a lot to
Yeah,
come
it's just
back
it's a
from.
mess. Yeah, you gain 6, it deals 6, and then it's also rumbling across for 6. I mean, Grayson with no threats right now would just go to 2 from 14. Like that's just a lot of damage. And then of course it's still around, hasn't gone anywhere. And we've already used an unholy heat. We're not even delirious anyway. So there's just a lot of ways this goes back. Wait, yeah, we are delirious. We have preordained in the Swift Spear. Okay. So our unholy heats work. We found Corey's Steel Cutter. That's a start. I know that we have an Into the Flood Maw in hand. And we're going to dart out of the graveyard the Ocelot Prize. So this leads up into the Flood Maw so you don't get flaged. But this does fill the yard for flage, as here comes a Corey Steel Cutter. Yeah, this might be a game where we just have to Into the Flood Maw the flage, and that doesn't feel that good.
I mean, it's not that bad though, right? So Alden's going to go end of turn, get Surveil Land, just doesn't matter what's on top, snap graveyard. Do the Arena of Glory plus Flage, so that's going to take care of the token. Grayson can bounce it, and then with a second cutter in hand, if Grayson can find a land, actually no, because he doesn't have another spell he can cast because it's mutagenic. Yeah, so we can't even, assuming the token gets killed, which you have to imagine that's going to be the target for Flage. We can't even double spell next turn unless we can find a Bauble maybe.
Yeah, Bauble would be great. That'd be the draw if we can make that exchange line up.
Oh, wait a minute. No, you can double spell this turn. You can just go Flood Maw. You can go Mutagenic Growth, the token to save it, and then Flood Maw the Flage to make a token on Alden's turn.
Can we actually save our token from the Flage is the way to do it too, so we get 2 already? Yeah. Okay, I like that.
It's a 2/2, and then Mutagenic Growth makes it a 5/5.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit. So we can save our token and bounce the Flage. And then, I mean, the second Corey looks a little more embarrassing. But again, if you find a Bauble, it's insane. And you have 4 tokens and rumble.
If the top card of Grayson's deck is a Bauble, like
good grief.
That's the difference between winning and losing this game.
We might not even be bad off if it's anything else. Like if it's just like an expressive iteration or whatever, right? Like that's great. You just have to take a turn off, play your Steel Cutter, and then hope that Alden bricks on anything.
So I wonder if Grayson is thinking about not firing off the growth because in his mind, maybe if, say, he draws a 1-drop, right? The next turn he can go Cutter, the turn after 1-drop growth, and I wonder if that's the consideration. But I mean, the upside of getting a token right now is so high. I
think it's too strong. And you saw Grayson think about it. I think that is just the way that you're going to stay in this game. Is you need Alden's leftovers to be kind of weak, and you need this to happen. You need this to work out. Now we know his leftovers includes a Flage, which isn't great, but he's going to be locked down on one of his lands thanks to Exert. Which means we're probably going to turn off to deploy this. He can maybe picks off a token or whatever, and then if we can line up double spell in the following turn, I really think you're in good shape overall. As we do go back to Alden, graveyard annihilated thanks to that escape attempt from Flage. Did work, did get a lot of lightning helix, but way less powerful than being able to enter and attack. So now what
worth
is the
noting,
move for Alden?
Did not find a Bauble last turn. Very curious to see what Grayson drew. Like you said, could be something like an expressive iteration. That would maybe be the next best thing. Because then, expressive likely going to find you that double spell turn, and that is what's going to sort of, I mean, Flage is good, but if you're going this wide and making 2 cutter tokens every other turn or whatever, then you can kind of fight through the Flage that way.
It's expressive off the top just now.
Oh, okay.
Huge 1 prowess already in play. I see Unholy Heat. I see Lightning Bolt. I see Slick Shot. No land.
It's a Lava Dart. Oh no, he didn't hit a land, so now we can't double spell. His hand is Lava Dart. Oh god, that's brutal. Yeah, see the shake of the head for Grayson. Just any land or Bauble or Mutagenic would have just blowed this game wide open here. But missing, that is going to be tough because Alden, I think Alden's leftovers are what? I think it's Flage Discharge.
Because he could have Dart sacked a land in order to make it happen, but chose to go for like the not safer but higher upside play of the expressive iteration and bricked. So back to Alden we go. Arena of Glory unlocked, but Flage no longer able to be escaped. A lot of removal spells in hand. I see Bombardment and some Galvanic Discharges. That's going to complicate things, but I don't see a lot of threats. So Grayson may be okay here. He might have some time.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that last turn, I think you have to fire off the expressive because the thing is, if you go for Dart Flashback, especially withdrawing the expressive, the next turn you're down a land, so you can't even cast the expressive next turn anyways. So I think Grayson's play was right. And, like I said, any land or mutagenic or bauble would have just, he had a lot of hits.
And now we get to get cute with it. We get to go upstairs with the Flage and then sack it. And there's the land on time and on schedule. So we have Bolt, we have Dart.
Man, it's just
Can't get
lethal.
16.
Bolt,
Right.
Dart, and then flashbacks. So 13, 12, 11. Then I think it's 6. Yeah, so we can get him to 5. I think we can do 11 this turn.
Okay, that's not quite lethal. So I think we want to hold it. And here comes 2 monks coming to rumble. And especially saving the Dart for second spell if you draw any spell at all. And of course, you have potentially, he has another Surveil land to enable that, right? 2 islets.
No, only one
He doesn't,
Surveil
'cause he has
land for
islets. He's playing fiery islets.
Yeah.
Okay. There's Fable the Mirror Breaker. That's scary if Alden gets another turn, but if you're Grayson, you really want to make that not happen. Gonna be hard to do against 2 Galvanic Discharges in hand, though. Alden's gonna have a blocker and 2 removals. Just gonna do it right now. We're wasting no time. See that later. Oh, he says do them one at a time. I will do so.
Yeah, Grayson's thinking about firing off the lava dart. I mean, even if he didn't know about the second one, I don't think it's correct to fire off the dart because you want to give yourself the opportunity to trigger the cutters next turn.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. And like I said, it sucks here not having, you talk about wanting 1. How about I want 2? I want 2 of these surveillance because right here, I mean, having a surveillance would matter so much.
See, you say that, but then you realize that this deck is only playing 17 lands, and having 2 of your 17 lands come into play tap makes for some really awkward opening hands.
Oh, I know.
The first one's hard enough.
I've played some Storm in my day. We play 19 in the blue-red Storm decks, but I don't know. I have 2 in my Storm deck. I don't know. 2. Surveil Gaming. I'm all about it. I'd got a cantrip, I think. I'd play 1 less Preordained to play another Surveil land.
I think Rodney was playing 3 Preordains.
Huh?
I think Rodney was playing 3 Preordains.
Genius! The man's a genius! She's like, it's a cantrip. We drew Expressive Iteration! Oh my goodness! Off the top! That's a spell! And we have Lava Dart, and we have multiple 1-drops hit. Here we choose Bobble instead. And now Alden's in some trouble at 8. Is this enough? I don't think so. It's only 6, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Grayson Nimitz. This is why he wins
Houdini.
the events.
He's Houdini. I don't understand it. All right, so we cast the Bobble. 2 tokens are now present. Gonna Bobble myself, looking at a Slick Shot.
Slick Shot.
That makes holding the Dart look much, much more appealing.
What's the card?
What a top deck from
It's a
Grayson.
Preordain, right?
My goodness.
I think he
Is
kept
it?
Preordain.
He sure did. So that's 2 triggers.
This lethal?
Oh my goodness. No, because you have to block. We have a token to block. So it would be 8, but we get to
6,
go to 2 because of the token.
9.
But no, you get a point. So you go to 1.
He's 1 short.
Yeah, I forgot about the
Because
Dart.
the Lava
You get a
Dart
1.
puts him to 7, and then you have an attack for 8. 8 minus 6 is 2. 8 minus 6 is 2. Or sorry, 8 minus 7 is 1. Because he goes to 7 with the Lava Dart.
Arithmetic beatdowns. We know about a Dart.
Yeah,
I think
Dart's
Alden
face
knows
up,
about a
so
Dart too.
forced block.
Yeah, you have to block. You don't get to say no blocks here. You are just dead.
There's no window with Cutter, right? Because it auto attaches. There's no window to like kill the token before it attaches, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's still part of the ability resolving. You can't
Yeah,
like, do
it's the
something
whole
in between.
ability. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That came up with Hammer back in the day a little bit, if I remember correctly. It's like that one creature that auto snaps stuff on. And then there's the Dart.
Oh no, did we say no blocks?
Did we say no blocks?
Oh, you see, Alden went to put his head in his hands after combat.
He said no blocks.
Oh my!
Grayson's
God.
gonna win this one. 2 games to 1 over Alden Gates, and oh my goodness, the Dart out of the graveyard, the Expressive Iteration off the top, and then no blocks. Grayson does it again. A trophy coming his way. This is, I mean,
That was something.
that
was crazy.
I don't get it. I'm going to ask him again. I asked him before. I'm going to ask him again how he does it. I don't understand. Grayson is on
Just draw the expressive, Drake. You don't draw the expressive there?
It's always on top. It's always there. Incredible. And I mean, some excellent sequencing all weekend long. I mean, I really can't emphasize enough how many spots that Grayson has been in. They were like, I don't know, how's he gonna get out of this? And then bam, he wins it all. He wins the whole tournament. He's done it time and time again. Watching him play, I mean, he's something special, and we're gonna get a chance to talk to him. All of you are gonna get a chance to talk to him. Thank you for sticking around for this. I mean, action pack. I'm into this kind of stuff. The top decks, the drama, all of it. You know, you can get attached to the what decks are there or whatever, but the gameplay is what it's all about for me. And that's what makes being in this seat, doing this here with you, and being a part of the NRG series brought to you by Ultimate Guard, so special.
And these games are so fast paced. You know, we've seen some slog modern formats before, like you mentioned with Uro and Oko and all this kind of stuff. But these games are not about that.
No.
They are very, very high paced, and the amount of decisions are condensed in a very, very short window.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. That's the kind of Magic I like to play. That's what's been the Magic I like to play. And I mean, I don't know. I would like to think of many other players like it as well. So even if it's not your thing with the exact structure of it, it's what I like to see. So I think we have Grayson waiting for us in the wings here. So let's go ahead and dive on down. We're going to get a chance to talk to the man, the myth, the legend, Grayson Nimitz. Congratulations once again, our modern Showdown winner.
Thank you.
How do you do it?
How do you do it?
Over and over again? How is it possible?
I think the last two have involved testing a deck for a bunch of times and then getting really irritated at it like a couple days before the event and switching. Apparently that's the strat.
Okay. See, I've been messing this up. I usually try not to switch days before the event.
Yeah.
If I want to win all the things, I need to switch. Okay. All right. I learned. Incredible run. I mean, really. And so talk to me. You talked about you had some other deck you were playing, you got irritated with, switched to Prowess. What were you playing before Prowess?
So I spent most of my prep time for this event working on the Mono Red Belcher deck. I thought that deck had a lot of promise as just sort of an upgrade to Storm as a way to sort of attack a meta that you expect to be full of energy, which is what we've been seeing on Moto. Just a really fast combo deck that's a little bit more resilient to counter magic than Storm is. And I was having really good results, like 80% plus win rate against everything other than Prowess. And I started keeping a spreadsheet. Like last week, I went 1-9 against Prowess on Storm. And I was like, that's it. I'm off it. I'm sick of losing to Prowess. I'm playing Prowess. And so like Thursday night, I played a couple Prowess leagues, like did really well. I was like, okay, I'm vibing with this. It's like not that different from what it used to be. It's just like got this stupid Corey Steel Cutter card that does things.
Okay, good description.
Yep. Like went to my LGS, picked up some Violent Urges, which was like the thing that I was missing, borrowed some cards, sent it, worked out.
Worked out indeed. It's so incredible. I mean, so we've been talking all weekend long about the Prowess energy matchup, right? And how, some people went Jeskai for prismatic endings and all that kind of stuff. Talking about your take on that matchup specifically and why you chose, is it over even something like the Jeskai builds?
So this has actually been something of a hot topic in our testing Discord over the last week, arguing about how, depending on your individual choices and how things play out, how the Prowess energy matchup is. If you trust the data, like you look on any of the aggregator sites, it's between 45-48% favored for energy. But our theory was that the build with Slickshot and Violent Urge gives you an edge in game one, where they have a little bit, they don't have Deafening Silence and stuff to answer you. You can just Goldfish them if they try to go for like one of their Guide Pride draws that the white decks would struggle with. Like, while Pending is good, Pending gives you a lot of extra game against Amulet is the big thing.
Okay.
It's a little bit too slow for my liking. I just wanted more burn spells, so it's like I'm up to the full set of 12 burn spells post board against energy, which is like usually good enough. You have to do things like go down to one land and throw lava darts and stuff that you saw me doing in the final, right?
Yeah, I do want to talk about that. I'll let you finish this stuff, but I wanted to talk about that too.
Nobody saw game one.
Yeah, something we were like, okay, I mean, you got to kill the guys, but I mean, going down on lands. I mean,
I had a bunch of lands in my hand was like the bit there.
Sure. Just didn't have enough mana to power through, but it didn't matter. So you mentioned it's a hot topic in your Discord, this matchup, how it plays out. I mean, you get to do what Grayson gets to do, and you could just say, point to a trophy and say scoreboard. It plays out how it plays out.
27.
I'm going to win it.
That's
incredible run.
My record.
I did have one question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say my record in the last 3 NRG Modern main events is 27-0. We've been keeping the tally as we go through.
Oh my god, is that good?
Yeah.
Tell me why is that good?
Oh, man.
The one card that I wanted to bring up here was the sideboard choice of Into the Flood mod. This is something that I hadn't really seen a lot of the prowess lists incorporate. Talk to me about what's that card main target? What are we doing with this?
So the Flood mod tech I shamelessly stole from the guy that got third at the 10K in Minneapolis the other week. The biggest thing is a lot of the energy decks and other decks in the format are adapting to prowess being a thing and playing a bunch of copies of Deafening Silence. And it's a pretty good play pattern to just like you end up with a bunch of stuff stuck in your hand when you're Deafening Silence, like develop some creatures, and then they tend to play a little bit more aggressively. They think they're safe behind a Deafening Silence, and you can just go bounce it, bop, 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 kill you. It's pretty common. It's also just an additional answer to Flage, which is important, probably the most important card in the matchup aside from Silence. And then, you know, sometimes it kills a cat token or whatever, and it's like fine.
Yeah, almost like what they're doing in Standard, right? With like bouncing the lockdown. It's a similar concept.
Yeah, exactly
like
the
that.
same. If it's just like store a player's stuff and then use the Flood mod to punch through their lock piece for one turn.
All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, obviously you've done your research and, you know, your testing process. Apparently just find a deck you're willing to get annoyed with and swap the last minute to what you actually want to be playing. It's worked out for Grayson. And now, I mean, obviously you're not double qualified. So I don't, is this the first time a Showdown like has been won by somebody who's already qualified and the invite has had to pass down?
I thought there was a pass down like 2 years ago. I thought Dykeman might have won too.
You might be right. You might be right.
Yeah.
I don't want to go on the record about anything, but you don't see it much, and it alters the context of the entire NRG series race. And so you get to claim that as well as adding yet another. I mean, Devin was saying you're going to need another shelf for your trophies at this rate. This is out of control.
I get to solidify my lead. I thought like 60 points after 2 weekends would be like I'm unassailably far ahead, and then Jake was at 59. It's like, come on, man. You're making me try. You're making me work for it. I get my lead back.
Oh my goodness, you're too much. Yeah, I mean, obviously you've now solidified an incredible lead, and now, I mean, you might be able to add a 2025 MVP plaque to your trophy as well. And that'd be quite impressive indeed. Some work to do between now and then. I'm looking forward to watching you. Any final shout outs, Grayson? It's always a pleasure talking to you. You're a great time.
Thank you. Shout outs to my homies over here, Matt and Miles. Shout outs to Fletcher Johnson, who did not make it here today because he had to do some work on something.
Oh no.
The homies watching at home back in California. Shout out to Derek Davis for calling me an idiot for playing Belcher.
Oh, fair enough.
Yep.
You gotta have that one friend. No, I get it. I get it.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you know, you're qualified. You're qualified again. You get all the tokens. You get all the riches, and it's been a pleasure. I look forward to seeing you continue to battle and mush people throughout the 2025 NRG series.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grayson. Whew. Well, with that out of the way, Grayson, I mean, always a pleasure to talk to. Someone I'm excited to root for as a player, continually amazed at his hot streak and his tear that he's been on. And but I mean, when you talk to the guy, he's done his research. He has a whole testing group. He does his research on everything. So it's easy to point to, well, he got lucky in some spots, and he's also good and all these thoughts. But he does. I mean, he does his research. He had good reasons on why white versus, or why no white versus white. Why am I playing these Into the Flood mods? He's got reasons behind everything. And I mean, that's really the makings of the Magic players that are great. And you got to root for. But that's it for the 10K Modern Showdown. We're going to be back with a trial tomorrow. But if you want your opportunity to battle against Grayson, you get another chance here in Season 1, as our next event is the final event of Season number 1 of the NRG series. And that's going to be in Indianapolis. So set your calendars for June 28th and 29th. It's a double showdown weekend, which means we have a 10K standard showdown. And I need somebody to prevent Grayson from winning that, please, so that we do not have to pass down another invite. And then on Sunday, we have to at least qualify 2 additional players. Grayson can't win all of them. And there's a 10K team showdown. That is Final Fantasy team sealed. Some spoilers going on for that as we have been watching this event. So really exciting stuff going on there. Some real wacky cards. Show up, bring your friends. Don't even have to bring Magic cards. And you can qualify for the NRG Championship. And again, that will be the final event of Season 1 of the NRG series. But we also have already announced our Season 2. So you got the whole year ahead of you. Go ahead and mark your calendars for these dates as well. July 19th and 20th. Make your way to St. Paul, Minnesota, so that we can play a 10K Modern Showdown. And again, need you you to stop Grayson from winning. You see a theme here. 5K Legacy Trial on Sunday for you Legacy players. Get an opportunity to get some of that on the series. And then August 23rd and 24th will be in Lansing, Michigan with a 10K Standard Showdown and a team trial featuring Popper. So, bring your Popper player. That person that's always looking for a game in Popper, they can find it here. September 13th and 14th will be in Mundelein once again for a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K trial that is to be announced. So keep, obviously you're going to show up to the event anyway, but
I thought that was Time Spiral Block Draft. I thought we had this.
It is Time Spiral Block Draft. You're right. Get your Time Spiral skills up to date or what have you. Either way, you'll hear more about that in the coming weeks, I'm sure. You have till September to plan, so you have plenty of time. And then finally, the last event of the year is November 1st and 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois, with a double showdown weekend once again, qualifying 4 players for the NRG Championship with a 10K team showdown that is standard, sealed, and modern. And then, of course, a 10K modern showdown as well. So that covers it. That covers the rest of the events for the year. So make sure you mark those on your calendars. If you're not going to be here, make sure you are here with us watching. And of course, we'll be here covering because that's what we do. We appreciate all your support. Thank you all for watching the whole time. Make sure to come back tomorrow. We got some more coverage, some Paper Magic coverage for you coming tomorrow. I'm Drake Sasser. This is Devin O'Donnell. And from the NRG series, brought to you by Ultimate Guard, we say good night.